people.
Come on, let's be intellectually honest about it. It's not Roger. Roger's got nothing to do with chatter.
I'm not done. He does it in every room, every day, and it's a turnoff. This isn't just me. I have heard this from a lot of
I've been bashed every single time I say something about chattering, on stage. All the time.
Right. Yeah.
Isa, we're not.
Yeah, by the way, Elle, I mean, he's not part of.
I don't care. He's not a good.
He's not talking about it.
It doesn't
And he's
matter.
coming from his perspective. He's not coming from each other's perspective. So just when
But
you
he's
say
not a good
launch, it's not part of any. Yeah, Elle. Okay, he's not paid.
It doesn't matter. He
chatter.
acts like he is.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Maxine, did you want to add something to the conversation apart from right? Okay.
It's not a good motivation. It's just like.
No, so have it out. Talk with him about it. Talk with him about it. It's not chatter. He's not talking on behalf of chatter, No.
I'm not getting emotional. Thanks.
Both of us, we're not here at chill conversation. We're all saying our opinions and chatter. I don't think that anybody, well, maybe Rohan will have some stakes in it, and if it goes well, he might have some shares. But I don't know.
Hang on, wait. Let me be really clear. Okay? No. Hang on for a second. No, hang on. Yes, I don't have any shares. I've got no skin in the game. I've got no investment
so
in
you make it
the
easier
product
than
whatsoever.
say what I was gonna say. Let's not get emotional about it because none of us are actually investing anything in it. We're just having a chill discussion among friends that have known each other here for almost 4 years. And we are all discussing on what is this thing that is coming in parallel. Do we think it's going to work? Do we not think it's going to work? And why? It doesn't matter. We don't have to fight about it.
I just want to push back. I have an investment in chatter.
Ruth makes a good point in the chat. There's no privacy policy. So buyer beware.
There is. There is a privacy policy, and that's just another example of people saying things that they don't actually fully know. There is a privacy policy which can be read. It can be accessed very easily. Please have a look.
Oh, shut up, Dennis. You're ignorant.
No, you cannot upload an app to the App Store without a privacy policy.
But
I'm just saying Ruth made a good point in the chat. So I wanted to hear what you guys thought about that because if it's in beta, it doesn't usually have when things are in beta, they usually don't have a privacy policy. So please.
No, but it was launched. It was launched. It was launched. If it's available in the App Store and the iOS Store, it means that they have to submit a privacy policy. Otherwise, they cannot publish the app.
100%. Thanks, Daniel.
Okay.
There are a lot of people. But there are a lot of people who are talking about the app and what they think they know about the app, and and most of the people who are having these opinions have either not even been on the.
Then maybe you want to go. That's the point. Maybe you want to go.
Elle.
I'm not feeling more comfortable by this conversation.
So, when do I get to speak as an investor in chatter? When do I
Just say one comment about the privacy policy. I think, Ron, the problem maybe is that on the website of Chatter, there is no privacy policy. So if someone wants to check it, they cannot see it. I guess they submitted it in the App Store, but if you go to their website, it's not appearing there. So maybe that is the cause of the mistake.
Yeah, look, I know that. On CHATTER, Chatter Social. You might be right, Daniel. I don't know. I know you're absolutely right when you say that it has, like any app, needs to be able to have a privacy policy submitted to both Google Play Store as well as Apple, the App Store as well, before it gets released. I've seen the document, and I know there's a privacy policy that's there. So it may not have been linked directly to the website, and I've read through most of it in any case.
So I just want to tell everybody I invested in Chatter because I wanted something to take away the quote-unquote content creators from this app. The people who are so self-important that they think their opinion creates content. And I have been successful with my investment because All these people no longer host rooms on here, right? Like healthy debates. I mean, they haven't had a room in months. So you should all thank me for getting rid of the people who really are, they don't need to be here. They're not here. We're glad they're not here, and we can have our social rooms and enjoy each other without them disturbing us, talking about whatever they think is important.
Actually, I will join forces with Jeff. Let's do an association, Jeff. I support this initiative.
Yeah, I
let's
mean,
move
life
on to
is
give it
better
to
without these self-important ignoramuses. Come on.
Let's
Sounded
move.
like he just
Jeff,
dropped
we
the
give it to
Kendrick
each other.
Lamar's.
Do you fall into that category as well? I'm just curious.
Me?
Not at all. I don't provide content. I provide a safe space. That's it.
No,
The
you
content
provide
provider
content.
yourself. I do
You
not.
provide content, absolutely. You do. What are
And
you
I also
talking
do
about?
something
Sometimes he
different.
doesn't wear
I
a shirt
provide
in his
unsafe
PTR.
spaces. I provide unsafe.
Oh, that's true.
You should provide
And
unsafe
what do I
spaces. I
provide?
provide safe spaces.
And sometimes
There's
a
a need for both of those things. What there isn't
Sometimes a
for is just another room about whether or not like women are abused or like the Middle East or like that we don't need that. So make that a little better.
Okay, but there are people want to be able to have. There are people who want to have conversations about a whole range of different things, Jeff.
Right.
And like I said to you, I actually really.
Prove it.
Well, I don't need to
Prove
prove
it.
it.
All
to you.
those people are not here anymore.
Right.
I don't need to prove it to you. There are people who want to have conversations about a variety of different things for a variety of different reasons. I honestly, I really appreciate the space that you do create and you do put in place, and the comedy that you bring, the lightheartedness and the community that you create around it. Okay, but there are other people who want content to be able to engage with. Okay. And meaningful content, and also frivolous content.
I mean,
And also,
not enough.
people-
We call
People
them consumers.
don't
We
every
call
day.
them consumers.
Right. So it's not about people not wanting to have community at all. In fact, part of the big reason why I feel this urge to be able to bring other people over is because I care about my community, and that's always been my stance. And you know that very, very well. Okay.
Right.
So sorry to interrupt you, but my screen just updated finally, and I think we all need to greet M. Hi, M.
By the way, Ron, I don't know if you're in touch with them, but speaking of the privacy policy, so they use like a service that provide privacy policy, but they forgot to fill out some blanks from parts of the so the all payment data is stored by you may find the privacy notice links here, and there's nothing, so they need to kind of complete the privacy policy.
Yeah. You're right.
A little bush league.
I picked that up.
So Glenn
I
is
picked that
not
up as
right
well. I
then.
get it. No,
Glenn is
No,
that she was
all right.
wrong.
look, I don't know whether you misheard me on purpose or not, but I did say, and Daniel was actually confirmed it first, said, look, in order for any product to be able to have access to and be on the app stores, they have to have a privacy policy. So there is a privacy policy that is in place.
To be clear, Chatter's privacy, and I say this as an investor, their privacy policy is you should expect that.
You should
They
expect
have a
more. No
policy,
privacy.
but anything you do or say on the app is property of Nelson and not Rowan. Because
Okay.
Rowan.
Now you're spreading bullshit, because that's not the case.
I mean, was there any question whether what I was saying was actually accurate?
No, I got to listen between the lines though.
Why are you spreading misinformation, Jeff?
Because that's what I do, Isa.
Because he's
And I'm
anti-chatter. He's an anti-chattist.
Me too.
I mean, that I'm an anti-Chattist. It's true. I'm a bad person.
Okay, some people have got issues with change.
I-
That's
No, it's not an issue of change. It's
okay.
that
I don't know what it
understand.
is. I didn't
It's
say
that I
that you
understand
did. I
that
said some people do.
recreating what we have here in terms of community is not something that's likely to actually happen.
Right.
So my belief is the only thing Chatter is going to do is accelerate the demise of what we enjoy here.
Mm.
I
No,
don't,
it
I
won't.
don't know.
You know, 2 years ago,
I don't think so.
I was 2 years ago. When I got clipped, I was so upset with Clubhouse.
Again.
So I started doing a research, right, with another two people, and we tried, yeah, like 10 different apps, and we found a couple that were actually very good. And one of them was interesting because it was run by conservatives and libertarians, so they were all for like freedom of speech and not banning people and so on and so forth. And so we found it. It was actually the features were really good and worked quite well. Remember, it was what was it called?
Green,
No,
Fanbase,
we tried all of those, but there was this one
L&K.
specific. What's it called? Hold on, Breakout.
Breakout, the founder died shortly after its launch, one of the founders.
No, it was not the founder. It was the CFO who died.
Yeah, okay.
But anyway, so we brought over, remember, Al, like 300, 400 people. Everyone was like super excited about it because it had better features than Clubhouse, and it was good. And then what happened? What Jeff is saying? The guys that we like to hang out were still in Clubhouse, and this was the place where everybody knew that we were going to find. So everybody just returned. Who is still on Breakout? No one. Zero. I think maybe Sarah Fox, but no one else is in Breakout.
I mean, it goes right back.
I wonder.
My very first comment.
Exactly.
Chad's gonna stop because I'm on Clubhouse.
Can I say some facts? Facts of Clubhouse in
The fact is, you're very drunk. You're
Are you
very,
drunk?
very drunk.
well,
Everybody
depends-
say goodbye to T-Rex.
and just let me
No, we won't let
Yeah.
You're drunk. I don't like drunk people. I'm the
Yeah,
only drunk people.
you should have come yesterday. Yesterday was the drunk day.
I don't
Was
like
that your
drunk
brother?
people.
Was that your brother? Come on.
You could barely speak. I'm not.
Yesterday we were all drunk.
I was
But
completely
today-
the opposite. I was super talkative. Even more.
You know, in fairness, I used to judge him a lot for being this drunk this early. I don't know why it took me so long to realize he's a New Zealand. And
Jeff,
it took me like a year to like actually be like, oh wait, he's just a regular drunk. He's not like a morning drunk.
Gosh.
Jeff is exactly like, yeah,
Yeah, but he doesn't bother me. I don't know why he triggers Rowan so much. Anyway, so the point that Jeff was making
Yeah.
it's actually right,
Uh-huh.
and nobody is. Now you're just bothering me. I'm gonna do what. Do you want me to treat you like you treat thanks Dad?
you've been excited.
Yeah.
No. Go on. I'm just.
Don't be so demanding. Don't be so demanding. Rowan, I am open to negotiation if Nelson wants to, unlike you, if Nelson wants to pay me to come to create content and community over there, I am open to negotiation.
Oh, okay. So you're willing to sell your soul to
I'm willing to be bought. I am not willing to pretend I have not been bought.
Yeah.
You're not suggesting that thing, is that right? Do you really think that you're being paid?
We are all willing to come over for the
For the right price.
Yeah, Rowan, I don't believe you're a slut. I believe you're a prostitute.
Me?
No, Lisa. No.
Why did you say me though?
Seriously, what's up with that? Lisa, what? I mean, really, like that was kind of interesting how defensive you got. Well, not defensive, but interested you got.
So I was just corroborating me. And you could have said yes, and I would be like, oh, okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Just want to make sure
Lisa, we'll come back. We'll come back to that.
Welcome back to what?
The whole question of slut prostitute Issa. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. God.
No slut shaming.
Nobody has called me whore so many times as Yael did that day.
I called you whore for 3 weeks.
She was projecting.
Yeah, probably. I don't know, but just like, she's a whore. She's a whore. She called me like 50 times a whore. And then the guys were like, hey, Yael, like, hold on, like, stop. What are you doing? And you're a safe hoe now. And they were like, God.
I think
I called you every time I saw you for 3 weeks.
I mean, she said it like it's a bad thing.
My name is a hoe.
You know, it's not like it's a bad thing, you know?
What?
Like, it sounds like it's a bad thing, but you know, being a whore, like, yeah, you're independent woman, you do what you want.
Yes. It's my body, my choice.
Exactly.
I'm profiting.
You know, I'm sensing we're done with this chatter conversation. This whole Issa being a whore conversation is far more interesting.
Maybe she's a chattable. That's all.
Issa wanted to oppose abortion.
Yeah.
That's a less fun conversation.
Who is?
So Yael called her a
Where's that
whore.
voice come from?
Who a whore?
Yael called you a whore.
Me?
Yes.
Whore.
Elle
A whore.
called me a whore.
Yeah, it is.
No, Yael, not.
Yael. I'm like, Elle didn't call me a whore.
Like, that sounds like you're just learning English this morning.
Yes.
Mhm.
God.
Elle? No, yeah, Elle? Yeah, she called me a whore.
Yep.
And it's okay.
Anyway,
As we say, offense is taken, not
Never given.
no, it's garbage. Whatever.
You see how I'm fixing people wrong?
You know, you're delusional if you think you are. You know, it's interesting to know that there are so many people who've got opinions that are negative towards chatter who've never been really spending any
Or
time
who wants
on
to
that.
keep
But
talking
the
about China?
No,
Yep.
but the people.
Rowan, really, we were talking about whether or not or why.
But the people on there, Jeff, okay, great, thanks, great. The people who have actually been on there really like it. They're-
Well, that's amazing. That means that at least you have public. So that's good. I mean, the market is
They
there.
don't need us.
Wow.
You don't need us. I hope to.
No, we don't need all the haters. We don't need all the haters. Honestly,
You don't have to have haters.
Don't expend the energy and the effort on something.
Rowan, if you don't want the haters, stay on your fucking ass.
Yeah, Sarah.
Oh my God,
Why are you so angry, Jeff? Jeff, why are you so angry? What is your issue? Why are you angry?
I'm horny. I'm very horny.
Stay on the fucking up. That is aggressive, man. I don't know what the problem is. Why? What do you-
Because you're saying you don't want the hate. You're gonna get the hate because we don't appreciate it. We have.
I'm not
Get off
expressing.
my
I'm not.
lawn. Get off my lawn.
It's Sarah's. The only one that cannot be muted is fucking Jeff. So it's Sarah's turn to bash Rohan.
Oh, Sarah.
Is it,
I just love
Rowan,
you. Yeah.
are you such a cuck for that app because nobody argues with you or challenges you there?
Hell no. Oh my God.
I have a feeling.
And but
You
I think
only
it's
like
really.
agreeable people, and when people don't agree with you, you get really emotional about it.
Wow.
Oh shit! Look at Sarah.
So Sarah, this is really an interesting take on it. Okay, Issa, are you finished? Okay, great. Yeah, Sarah, this is a really interesting take on who I am and what my values are. If you knew much more about me rather than just looking on the surface, you would actually appreciate that I stick around for some of the really difficult conversations. So yeah, I'm happy
Only
to be
when
able
you
to have
have
a
that
conversation
green
with you.
bean, man. Only when you have that green bean.
Hell no. Oh, that's
I'm
good.
glad you're so funny. I'm excited that, yeah.
Yeah, you throw those every 2 minutes to the audience.
I know he's just he's like he's not actively providing anything
He's trying
to the
trigger you.
conversation apart from.
And guys, please don't shout because nobody's sleeping, okay?
Yeah.
It's funny as hell. This is actually pretty funny. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rowan, for the record, I really like you, and I don't want you to stay on Chatter. But if you're gonna be like, why are you all hating? Then just stay on.
No, yeah, Jeff, I'm just remarking about your comment, which seems to be quite visceral towards me. It's like, why is this like this
No, it's really simple. We have a happy little thing happening here, and like, and like you're constantly like inserting this fear-based need to like go do an app with shitty people and shitty bugs, and like we're happy. We're very happy.
Got it. All right, so I'm not instilling fear. I'm sharing an opinion. I'm certainly not. Hang on, Jeff. I'm certainly not spreading fear.
Mute me, bitch.
I'm sharing it. Hang on. Wait for that.
Mute me.
Hang on. Jeff, come on, man. I'm not spreading fear. Okay.
You can
Do you want to have a conversation on that?
I'm unmutable.
He's unmutable in every way.
I don't know
Oh my God.
what's going on. Like nobody.
I don't know. It's ridiculous. Look, what I'm gathering from what you're saying is like, okay, I'm not spreading fear. I'm stating what I feel is what's going on. Go ahead.
We've heard your opinion.
And I get that you feel threatened. You're feeling threatened. Where you're paying for is feeling threatened, and that's it.
No, I don't
You're feeling
I
threatened.
don't care.
You do.
Look, at the end of the day, Elle and I are connected on Instagram. So if this app went away, I'm fine.
Right.
Okay, so in other words, like connections to other people outside of just Elle are incidental. Okay,
No, it's just about Elle.
Okay, got it.
Well, Elle and Dr. Jordan, let's be real. I mean, he's my best friend.
Fair enough. Will you take Ishmael on a walk with you, just the two of you?
I like Ishmael. I don't know how I went 3 years without knowing him, but I like it.
He makes
Yeah.
a nice wine.
By the way, did you read what's happening in Iraq? Okay, they're actually considering lowering the age of marriage from 15 to 9. How amazing is that?
Finally, I don't have to wait.
This is Iraq.
Hey, Rowan, there are a lot of men in the Middle East who can't get a wife if like at that age. So, like, they can get a wife at 9, but at 15, it's too hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, this might be
Is it-
something.
is it- Is it?
Oh, Myra is back.
Yeah.
Myra is back.
Like I went to the Iraqi prime minister and I saw his tweet and I was trying to actually understand more about this law for reading the comments. And I didn't really understand what they're talking about family values and I didn't really get what the law exactly said. It talks only about this or it's something that is being translated into this. That it could allow women, girls to get married. Like about this or it's like more like Sharia canceling something else. Do you know the details about what exactly the law?
I've got it on my profile picture. I had it on all morning, so I was like, "This is crazy," and it's to do with Iraq's parliament. So like, because it's really political and shit. So it's pretty.
You know, I just want to shame the Iraqi parliament. I'm sorry, I'm speaking Waltz. Waltz, you're interrupting me, Rowan. I just want to shame the Iraqi parliament for half steps. I mean, clearly based on the prophet, blessings be upon him. Like the proper age for marriage is 6, but sex should only come at 9. So.
Is there a bracha for that?
Yeah, that is in Quran. That's according to Daddy Muhammad.
Muslims don't have bracha.
That's not, okay, whatever. Okay. Sarah, by the way, yeah, I actually saw your PTR, which prompted me to look it up. It was like, that's where I got the link from.
Do you think that Muhammad ever asked Aisha, "Who's your daddy?"
Oh, Oh no.
So just to clarify, the new law in Iraq suggests that if you take that 9 is the minimum age, but it requires that you fully express the Islamic ideal of having 4 wives. So that basically you have 36 years under your.
But if you have 4 9-year-olds, does that make it a 36-year-old?
I mean,
I think.
I think it makes it a daycare actually.
Yeah.
I mean, like that. I've been defending you for all morning. But if you can do this and you're doing it for yourself.
It's funny. I appreciate Big Sam.
Oh wow!
Would he-
Imagine
I
you
no,
doing
I
that.
honestly do. I actually appreciate him in many different ways. His knowledge on a variety of different subjects is really inspirational.
He appreciates you.
Shut up, Daniel.
Not that he
I didn't
appreciates
think I'd say that back to you.
though.
We're going to be so stir in the pot.
Me too. But have you ever heard that thing about like whoever slaps you is just to show you how much I love you? This is hurting me more than it's hurting you.
Oh my god.
By the powers of Grayskull!
So he's he is impervious to feedback, and therefore none of this hurts him. The only thing that hurts him is the suggestion that he may either be an investor or an employee of Chatter. Everything else is completely irrelevant to him. It doesn't give hurt.
That he dates, he doesn't date.
Oh, yeah. The idea that he might actually have a date also offends him, but that's
true.
Everything else sees.
My god, you guys have somewhat, wow. It's taking you like 3.5 years to be able to get that. I get it. It's amazing.
We're special.
Wow.
And by the way, Ruth put the terms and conditions for our privacy policy link in the chat from the app, and guess what? It's broken. So are we gonna apologize again to Glennis? Because she was right.
Oh my god. Okay.
Well, that's one more thing.
Am I
He doesn't like
seriously?
being wrong.
I'm gonna say it in English again. Look, I just want to say Guatemala was 197 out of 200 in terms of the IQ, the medium IQ test, and I just want to say that Isa is fantastic.
Why do you feel so insecure, Rohan, that you always have to put
So first of all,
I mean,
no, it's going for me. Isa, you didn't listen to what I said. I'm going to say it slowly. I'll say it slowly for you, okay?
So is there a kind of intelligence to be beaten by a bird in a war?
Policy.
very smart.
Apple and
Excuse me a second. I'm very smart for being a woman.
Yes.
I mean, she's saying the other day.
Guys, I mean, don't judge Isa to be a woman. She's a woman in Guatemalan, so she's like relatively like very smart.
As a woman, she's brilliant. I mean, we gotta give her credit.
Exactly.
That's true.
Actually, she will go back to Guatemala. The score will go up by like 50 positions.
Minimum.
The average.
Minimum.
The average.
Yeah.
Daniel, can you be more specific of what positions you're talking about?
Cat
I will DM you.
doggy. Yeah.
We We salute you, those who are about
Who
to
who
die.
wants to move to Iraq to build a family?
Well,
I'm just looking at the side chat. Apparently, I want to exterminate Gaza.
Hang on, Sarah, do you want to move? Is now a good time to move to Iraq? What do you
So that's
think?
considered the senior citizen though.
Daniel,
Yeah, that's
how much? Daniel, how much is a foot-long subway in Germany?
9 or 10 euros.
Really?
wow, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
How much is it in UK?
I don't buy them, so, but do you know what? I don't actually know. Probably about £8.
Oh, so yeah, like 9
Yeah,
euros.
something like, yeah.
Here it's 22.
The fuck?
What?
That's Switzerland for you. Amazing.
You want me to sell you Subway in the mail?
Yes.
What is that, like 70% tax?
No, we have very low taxes. Things are just very expensive here.
That doesn't make any sense. Why it's so expensive?
They just make it expensive because it's Switzerland.
That's not an answer.
It's like the McDonald's. The McDonald's prices are different around the
Oh
world.
yeah,
based
how
on the
much?
economy.
Okay, so here a Big Mac menu. Let me see right now how much it costs. How much is it for you? You're looking Uber Eats.
Well, the Swiss are pretty wealthy, right? Like their average.
Yeah, but we spend all our money with prices like this.
I mean, the rent
What's
is
the thing?
outrageous in Switzerland too, right? Like
What?
the rent is one of the most expensive in Switzerland.
No, rent is not that expensive. UK is probably more expensive than Switzerland. But yeah, it's expensive. But
I thought Zurich was one of the most expensive cities.
The average rent in the UK is about 12,500.
for what? For one bedroom?
I don't know. I just saw that stat saying it's the average, the median. I don't really know what that.
I don't know. When I was living in the UK, I was paying 1,300 for a shared flat.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm lucky I own my property, so I'm cool. But I'm just like, fuck, man. I don't know how people.
For here, I paid 2,000 for a one-bedroom apartment. Well, actually, 2,100. Yeah, they just increased it.
That's
Like
wild.
300. Yeah, in the last year.
I see this liquidity crisis that's coming around the corner. It's gonna hit now. But then, we'll level out and all that shit. But it's a good time to invest. Okay?
So how much is the menu, Daniel? Of Big Mac?
Let me check.
Is it for just the burger or is it for the meal?
No, the menu, yeah.
You got so quiet. Rowan, can you talk about that?
Yeah. So look, there's this fantastic
Daniel,
app.
give me a price.
Yeah, there's another 8 rockets being fired from Lebanon towards Western Galilee. Nobody's being
Oh my gosh.
hurt. Thank goodness. And earlier there were 15 rockets that were fired from Lebanon into the Western Galilee. It's probably close to about 23 rockets that were fired so far in the last short while.
Iran has come out with a statement saying they don't want to respond to Israel because they're going to take the high road, but they can't control Hezbollah.
Okay, so let me just kind of understand something. Lebanon, does Hezbollah have control of the Lebanese?
Yes, they're part of the government there, but they don't actually have control of the military, ironically. But they are the majority of the government.
But
11
I
months.
understood in Lebanon, it's like each political party or something like that has his own militias.
No, just the Hezbollah. Hezbollah is like, I think,
just Hezbollah.
I don't know how many seats they have in the parliament, something like 2 maybe, not, I need to check. And they have their own militia. And there's also the Lebanese army, which is like the official army.
Okay, so is this, who's shooting the
The Hezbollah,
okay, their militia?
the militia group, yes. Mm-hmm.
And the
Okay,
Lebanese
Israel
people,
wants,
do the Lebanese people support what Hezbollah is doing writ large, or?
some don't want to, some think correctly that going into war will destroy their economy even further. I mean, they're already in a shit place, and they're going into war that it's not their war also, like, they have no beef with Israel about it. It's all about Gaza. Even Hezbollah said that if there would be a ceasefire with Gaza, they would also ceasefire. It's not the Lebanese issue, but the Lebanese are being dragged, same as the Yemenis, are being dragged. I mean, they lost their port the other day because of their engagement with this Palestinian story. The Yemenis are paying for it, and the Lebanese will have to pay for it. This is why Israel is also trying to say that the war will be against Lebanon and not against Hezbollah, to try and put some more pressure on Hezbollah from within Lebanon.
Okay, if the Hezbollah is such good friends with Hamas, why don't they have enough political clout within Lebanon to get approval to bring in the refugees?
That's really simple, because throughout the Middle East, they don't want Palestinian refugees.
Yeah.
A, because wherever they go, they try to overthrow the government. And B, because when you solve the refugee crisis among Palestinians, then you take the pressure off of Israel. And at the end of the day, most of these countries really just want Israel not to exist.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
there is I mean, like all the Arab states, like I don't know if it's 53, 56, I don't remember the number, but all of them do not want Palestinians refugees. They don't, because as Jeff said, every time they go there, they have done something. They have killed presidents. They have done how do you say, all these revolutions and whatever, and they always end up kicked out. So even their own people don't want them.
Right, and I get that. I guess I was just thinking that makes sense from the rest of the Lebanese. I was just thinking, if Hezbollah is if they have the same goals, but like you said, it makes sense if their primary focus is the destruction of Israel.
Correct. They don't care about the people. Yeah. They see it as martyrdom, and people are actually okay with it, because if they die like that, they go straight to heaven. That's an honorable way.
And Hamas is Sunni, and Hezbollah is Hezbollah is a Shia, and Hamas is Sunni. They don't really have a lot in common, and what unites like all those Arab militias is that their hate to Israel. And if Israel did not exist, they would just kill each other.
Yeah. Okay. So for example, like that's what I was about to say, Daniel. So that's a great segue. Like when it came to like the Syrian civil war, Hezbollah and Hamas were actually on different sides of that, because Hezbollah was supporting the Shia minority that actually rules Syria, and Hamas was supporting the majority of Syrians who are Sunni.
Interesting. So Hamas, Sunni, they're the ones that they see a difference between government and religion, and they are
No. The Hamas charter is for an Islamic state. Period.
I thought that was one of the differences. I thought the Shia was more about Palestine.
No, you're just incorrect on that.
So what's the main difference then?
Ali, who was the imam, the proper caliph after Muhammad? That it's a strictly religious. Ironically, the difference isn't even whether Ali was an appropriate caliph. It was whether he was the second or the fourth.
Saudis are Sunni as well, right?
Basically everyone's Sunni except for Iran. That's not quite accurate, but it's good enough because no one else mattered.
But why are Sunnis more likely to be like democratic?
No one in the region is likely to be democratic, Ali.
More so
Stupid fucking
Well, in fact, Iran is closer to the democratic than most of the other Islamic states. They at least go through the farce of an election. But at the end of the day, none of them are actually democratic.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Shema
Well, I've got a question for you. What does it say to you that Holly's asking all these questions and Mixed isn't interrupting at all?
Makes sense on the toilet, clearly.
Shema Yisrael
Clearly.
Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad.
By the way, this just in, Ismail Haniyeh did not die in his bed like a dog. He actually died on the toilet.
That's right.
Is there a bracha for that?
Where do you bring this, by the way, or is it just a joke?
No, it's true.
Daniel, I bring it from a very authoritative source, and how dare you question it?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Daniel, let me answer your question.
I looked up the word gullible in the dictionary and I found it.
No, I tell you why it doesn't make sense. And this is why, never mind, it's a joke.
It's a joke, but I'm also curious why you think it doesn't make sense.
I will tell you because they planted that helped me. They kind of like using a push. They planted the bomb under the bed, and it's not a huge bomb. And basically,
What do you mean by a bomb?
it's like a 3-inch by 6-inch like cube.
What's a bomb?
Yeah, it makes a big noise. Okay, and then people fall.
Okay.
Anyway, the cube.
So Daniel, is what you're saying is you wouldn't be satisfied by agreeing?
Well,
Yeah, 3 inches is we'll get.
Yeah, 3 inches. You don't 3 inches. You don't feel anything. Anyway, the cue to detonate it was there were like people on a tree dressed in green, like outside, waiting to see when the lights turn off. So when the lights turn off,
that's just what the Zionists want you to believe.
Yeah. Okay. I'm a Zionist, so this is what I say it doesn't make sense.
You a Zionist?
Unless,
when he goes on the toilet.
yeah, it could be, but this is why I said like it doesn't. Yeah, maybe he goes to life when he poops.
Ismail Haniyeh actually is one of those people who takes off all his clothes before he poops and then has to shower. He's just like,
well, if he is doing this with the lights off, I would consider it indiscriminate bombing. If you go to the toilet without lights, it's indiscriminate.
Yeah,
Indiscriminate bombing?
for the record, it is a war crime if you assassinate someone on the toilet.
Why?
Is that
No,
true?
no, it depends if it's number
That's like-
one or number two.
No, that's like base. If they're on the toilet, they're shooting at you.
Norm, it's a war crime if you sit down to pee and you're a man. Like, let's talk.
Toilet is like
I agree
it's like-
with that. That's a prime.
toilet is like an embassy. So
What
once
is
you're
the
in your
psychological analysis of a man that sits down to pee?
As a man that sits down to pee, it is for cleanliness purposes. I don't want no splashback. I don't want to
That is the least shocking revelation of the morning that you took down the
option. You don't have to worry about aiming. That's why.
It's more likely that because you're closer to the source.
See, for the record, you do have to worry about your levels.
Well, also, it's easier to read. You can learn a language.
Right. And just for the record, I only do that at my house. I don't do that in public. I will stand. But at home, yes, I piece it.
You don't have to share any, Jadis, you don't need to share anything on Clubhouse. Like, I understand the openness, but
Come on, you see, this is the type of thing that you will never be able to take to chatter. Oh my God, my love is here. Hi, chatter. Yeah, this is the type of thing that you will not be able to take to chat. What?
Ron got jealous because they were like
He's my future husband.
My 5-year-old is going through a stage where he poops by putting his feet on the toilet and squatting in the air.
What do you mean? Is there another way?
Get in those little stools that he can rest his feet in front of him.
Like it might be,
I don't think he wants his butt touching the toilet. I think he's
the squatting.
Just get him those little
I
stools.
appreciate that. You should try this though.
What is it?
The squatting position may be working better for him.
Yeah.
Like seriously, like physically.
It's called a squatty potty.
Yeah, you can get a squatting potty.
Yeah, it's much better for them. Because their feet don't touch the floor, so it's like they feel like they're gonna fall in.
It also puts.
Oh my God, you're right now. I totally forgot that sensation because, like, I've been full grown for like 40 years. But you're entirely right. I remember as a little kid being afraid of falling in the toilet. I haven't felt that in a long.
What is that? Only in the toilet. What is that?
What is
Well,
what?
I'm really glad I brought okay, I'm gonna look in the squatty potty.
I think we should change
Is
the
that right?
title of the room.
Slotty potty?
Squatty potty, yeah. We're a full service room.
I heard slutty. Slutty potty.
Oh, well, whatever you're into, we're not judging here.
Wait, could you mod me, please, so I can change the title of the room?
No.
Listen, this is not funny. You're modding all these men who you like less than you like me. This is not right.
No, the reason is because you're out of control.
Not today.
And for the record, I think you're denying Nora her femininity, Norm, and that is not.
And also, don't assume my gender.
That's also true. Daniel, you're blue. You're in need of a dye.
Yeah, you're not a gender. You're a blender because you're blue.
I think it's time that I would change my PTR. I want to change my brand.
I think it's time.
Yes, I agree. I want to see a new picture of you.
Actually, I want to see a picture of you. Can you send me one? Can you send me?
No, not like that, but I'm just.
Send me what?
Wait, of course you want to see him like that.
I'm telling you, I want to see it.
Okay, say that again. I couldn't hear you.
Can you send me a photo of you on your Telegram dressed
Oh.
so I can see you?
Oh, I don't have those.
I sent you a picture yesterday. Isn't that enough?
Yeah. Yeah, he sent me a photo by accident. He deleted it immediately. I wonder who he was sending it to.
Yeah, the world wants to know. But
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering.
Hey, so do you block Ewan?
Ewan? No, why would I block
I don't know. Someone apparently has him blocked.
He always comes in my rooms, and I'm always a mod. There's no way I'm looking.
I mean, there's other people that are mods on stage.
Why don't you share his
blocking you.
profile? Hold on, share the link to his profile, and all the mods need to change their blocking him, and that's it. So share the link, you click on the profile, if you're blocking him, you unblock him, and that's it, that's that.
Only because I know all the mods well, I will say that it would either be Tony Yahoo or Nora, because everybody else is.
No, my boyfriend doesn't block anyone.
Just saying, I don't know your boyfriend so well, so.
Yeah. So yeah.
It ain't me. I follow him.
What did you?
Okay, sorry, can you put the link in the chat?
Actually, before
Yeah,
we go down this road,
profile.
Sarah, just send him the link to the room because it might just be a glitch.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
that's
what
where we're
was
at.
the other day because he couldn't get in either, but no one was there. I mean, it's always the same people he has
Yeah,
out.
it's probably a glitch and he's just stupid. So Sarah, can you take care of it?
That's actually very good.
I've done it. Let's see. He's just clicked it on WhatsApp. So 3 seconds.
Who is it, Ewan? I had this happen one time. Someone couldn't get in the room, so I moved someone down.
It's Sarah's
Oh,
baby
yeah,
daddy.
don't worry, because if you're not a mod,
Yeah.
you don't have blocking power. So it's just one of the mods.
Oh, you know, I'm aware. I just think it's probably the thing that he sent the link to
I
the.
think it could be Nora.
Okay, let's
He doesn't
start.
seem, I mean, she really doesn't seem like someone who blocks a lot of people.
Okay,
Especially that
try.
Owen, he's pretty harmless. I'd be very
Tell him to
surprised.
try again.
Can you just call him Ewan?
No.
Ewan.
Ewan.
I think it's pronounced ew and.
No, it's a you, like a she.
You.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, it was Laura.
There.
Hey, Nora, like.
No,
No,
she
I
got
put
moved.
her to the audience.
Wow.
Oh, what's up?
She has absolutely blown up my idea of Kentucky Muslims.
What is that?
She did
I didn't think they would block Ewan.
Well, hey everyone, how are you?
Hey, Ewan.
How y'all doing there, Ewan?
I'm doing great, bro.
What did you do to Nora, Ewan?
Nice to see you, man.
I don't know.
Yeah, seriously, what did he do to Nora, man?
I have no idea.
I'm
Whatever.
pretty sure she was the one who had you blocked.
Yeah, because I just moved her and now he could get in.
Yeah.
Oh, what did he do?
Mind you, I mean, at the same time, like, Ewan had some problems earlier. It was a couple of days ago getting into the room, and then somebody sent him a link, and he came in, so that's all right. Abby, let's talk about medals.
I'm good as Mixed I have to give him shit. Mixed
Don't tell me you actually won it
Keep that up. That's interrupted it up.
Oh, my God, yeah, it's not that. My God,
Is he
he
sleeping?
you owe him $150 because he won the bet.
Do you know what he did to me?
What did you do?
He started talking in a room, like graphically, like a horror movie, like he was reading a script from a horror movie about a scorpion, and just like describing the scorpion and it slithers around and it stings. And he didn't shut up about it. And every time I change the subject, he starts talking about scorpions again, right? You know, that was like in the morning. That night, I see my new dog like sniffing something on the ground, a scorpion. I haven't had 2 years. I haven't had one. McZed starts saying this to me. The dog. He's a fucking witch.
Oh, my God. You went this too far this time.
It was unbelievable. I mean, you know, for 2 years, I have had nothing. McZed talked.
So you have like a.
You see, Ron, you need to be careful. Treat him well or you'll send shit down.
So I think you have a scorpion in your backyard and you blend the juice, right?
Blaming the Jews.
Exactly, you're blaming the
Again, the religious ones as well.
It's the Mexican Jewish gardeners that are in my back.
I'm very confused. Since when does Daniel have hair?
I always had a hair. It was just blonde.
Oh, look, it's in a picture.
Oh my God, he's so handsome. I hate it that he's gay.
But why are you only showing half your face though?
Because I still trying to kind of keep my privacy against all kinds of RG agents that are here.
Oh, okay.
So
it's over here?
Soren been in the room this morning?
Yes, he was here earlier.
No, he comes after work. Right now it's just 5 p.m.
Isa,
See,
who
I
did I
haven't
wake
seen
up
him since
to
they announced it
yesterday?
like that.
What?
Who did I
Boy,
wake up to yesterday? I fell
I
asleep in
hate
the room.
the Jews. I am.
Oh my God. Hold on.
I didn't know Daniel was gay. Daniel, you are not.
Yeah, that is very hard.
I'll leave for the record, all Jews are
The
hot.
moment he decides not to be gay anymore, I call dibs.
I fell asleep in the room yesterday, woke up like 5 in the morning my time to a Holocaust denier guy who's calling for a caliphate. Who was that guy?
Habib.
Was I in the room?
Habib.
Was I in the room?
I thought so.
No, it was the other room. It was Ron's room, like a healthy debate.
Daniel, who was that guy?
And he's available for weddings. He's available for weddings and bar mitzvahs. Okay, I'll get you his
Oh
number.
my God.
His name is Habib, I remember, and he had like a PTR on text.
He wanted a caliphate. That we're all taking over.
Yes.
We want to take over.
And he thinks that Hitler was right and all that, the whole shebang, like everything.
He wasn't the whole
Hitler
shebang.
was right, and it didn't happen at the same time.
Yeah, there was only a few people that died. Was one of the things.
Did you hear that the Jews had swimming pools in the?
Been justified, but it didn't happen.
Well, you did hear that the Jews had swimming pools in the concentration camps, and they were, just happy and protected, right? That's what I've been hearing going around.
This guy was something. If it was scary enough about the denial, then he started about Islam taking over the world, and that he's going to save us all, and he's going to save the Jews, the Christians, and we have to face the facts that they're coming in and taking over. That's the first time I've heard that like hardcore.
You never spoke to MC, right?
MC? No, I don't think so.
I think it's along the same lines.
Yeah, but the guy said he was Jewish. Was that the one that said he was?
He said he grew up Jewish because he had a Jewish father and he doesn't want to talk about his mother, and then he converted to Islam.
Who is this?
And I asked him, Habib is his name.
Sadly, I know you're speaking about. Kelly was, I think, a mod in the room, and I think actually there was, was Daniel there? There were people having a really, there was actually, there was somebody, Bob, who actually was a Moroccan born, who actually was really awesome. He was like, no, the Quran does not say that. Because this guy's going on about how 800 million people are going to die in the next few years, and it's all going to be the West and Israel against Iran, and oh my God, just no. The guy was, and he kept going for hours, and he just was, yeah. And the interesting thing enough, that was really, really weird, is he was like, yeah, I grew up Jewish, both my parents are Jewish, and it's like, okay, well, what the hell happened? Because you you didn't just decide to leave with it. You just did a 180 and went to the extreme, insanity, mental health issues maybe. I don't know, but
I don't believe it. I think that's just part of the mental warfare.
Yeah, he was particularly unpleasant, but Kelly and Bob, I'm not familiar with, but Bob, we're in Morocco. He did a fantastic job of actually literally reading from the Quran in Arabic and challenging. Like, this guy was saying this stuff, and Bob's like, nope, here it is. This type, this story here, this here, and reads off in Arabic. And she's just is perfect fluent Arabic, and I'm just like, yes, whoever Bob is, oh my gosh, heart. So yeah, like I was talking about, no, yeah, if he's in the room, don't even screw it. He's lost cause shit.
It's not a question of that. He's like, that's the people that really, if he was for real and not just trying to play a game, I mean, that's the people that get radicalized that you really have to watch. I mean, the stuff about the caliphates and trying to do it in the U.S. was just crazy.
But it's honest.
He was either honest or looking for shock value. It was one or the other.
Can we go back to interrogating Rowan for his financial interest in chat?
Oh, no.
Yeah, Rohan. All right, 2 tests, go the big spot chatter. Come on, come on.
Hey, Diego.
Hey,
Oh, well, just to let you know, I'm still waiting for my chatter invite. So, just like when those open up, just add me at like the bottom of the list and you like make your way through all your invite people. I promise I'm well behaved.
No, and I too am waiting for a chatter invite, because I like to be invited places. So
You're not in Chatter?
no,
I got in just so that I could criticize it a little bit.
I don't feel the need to actually come from knowledge to criticize it. So like, I'm better.
Yeah, that's right.
Funny because it's true.
Although I will say that I have been convinced that, in fact, my accusation that Nelson's an anti-Semite is apparently outdated.
What do you mean he's an anti-Semite? What did he say?
Oh, no. There was a time where he was hosting really bad rooms, and apparently he has grown as a human being.
No, it's like pro-Israel.
Yeah. Apparently he's learned, and he's now understands the situation far better.
Yeah, he came neutral, and he had like a lot of rooms about the war, and I guess he heard both sides. One was propaganda, one made sense. He made a decision.
Exactly.
I still think that Abby shouldn't be blaming a Jew for scorpion on her. He totally, I mean, 2 years I haven't had
think-
one.
Well, I think you should blame the Jews, Abby. You just shouldn't give Zed that much credit.
I mean, can you? My dog was sniffing. Luckily, it was dead, but it was, it was actually a bigger size one. The little ones are the ones that really can hurt you. The babies are more dangerous, believe it or not. But I just hadn't seen one here. It's a big deal out here. We have them.
Are you calling for the
I
dark
was
side of
bragging
babies?
about how we have them, but I haven't seen them.
Abby is on one today.
Are you really complaining about a dead scorpion?
Yeah,
He's going for genocide of the
Zed
little
is a
baby.
fucking witch.
He's blaming the Jews.
Zed is a witch.
Yeah, and a scorpion can look like a stick and then it'll pop up.
Exactly.
Really?
You don't know because it's the color of the surface that it's on. It's like it's
Beige sometimes, yeah.
beige,
You
yeah.
motherfuckers.
But McZed didn't just say you're going to have one. He starts going off describing in detail, and every time I shut him up, he did it again, and he did it again. He was like wishing it on me.
That's just
a fucking wish.
I have to say, it's really weird he's been quiet this long.
I know.
Maybe he's out to leave.
Yeah, now he needs to
By a
say no more
scorpion.
scorpions.
You have
Abby,
to.
did you send him the scorpion?
No, but I should send him a hospital bill if my dog. You can really get hurt from those.
Hey, Daniel, meet up when you can.
No, man, cooking. Washing my hands. Give me a second.
What are you cooking? Anything good?
Now I'm making sauce for the pasta.
He's in Germany. It's impossible to cook something good.
Actually, this is why I have to cook. You cannot buy something good in Germany.
Oh,
Yeah,
but the German bread is my favorite.
Yeah,
like
they
every
do
time
know
I
how
go
to
to
bake. I will do
Germany,
it.
every time I go to Germany, I really have to eat bread because they have so much diversity of bread. You have potato bread, you have a black bread. It's amazing.
I got it.
It's a bakery.
We have good bread in Switzerland too, but it's not as good as Germany.
What about the pretzels?
Yeah, pretzels they're good as well, but it's just the variety of bread that Germany has is crazy, and it's all like very healthy.
Every fifth store is a bakery here.
But the people aren't fat, right?
No, it's actually no.
Not
No,
like in the United
because it's
States
very
now.
healthy bread as well. It's bread that it's not processed. You know, it's proper bakery. You know, like proper. Yeah.
Can you mute me? Can you
What?
mute me? I need to wash. Can you mute me? I need to wash my hands again.
No, it's okay. You're not annoying me. It's just Jeff. Let him be sensitive.
It's true, I'm very sensitive.
I'm actually impressed that this room lasted this long. It was supposed to die.
I mean, I slept through it.
I know. I was trying
Apparently
to
I'm
sleep
muted.
and I came back a couple of times, and you were going in a conversation with Nora, and then I remember vaguely I was also kind of like asleep that Aya was having a discussion with Nora about the Quran.
Yeah, Nora.
That
Who is
Nora
Nora?
was saying. Nora was saying that
Asleep
everything
to
was like he can
Nora
choose.
talking about the court.
Who is Nora?
Nora is a Kentucky Muslim that we
She's
were
in the
discussing
audience.
the Quran. She's
Back
on the
on
stage.
stage
On
now.
stage. She's here. She's here. We were having a very good conversation.
She's very attractive.
Does she know our Kentucky rabbi?
Diego, she doesn't
Well, I
like
did
Mexico.
ask her that. That's a good question.
Is she Louisville or Lexington? He's Louisville, isn't he?
She disagreed.
He's Louisville, but I didn't ask her.
No self-respecting Muslim would be in Lexington.
Laura, do you have you unblocked?
There is like that.
Mixed, you're dead, man.
Sorry, I had him unblocked on my unblocked and I had him blocked and he just unblocked him.
Nora, are you Lexington
Oh
or
yeah,
Louisville?
Nora, I moved you down because you were more and you had you unblocked, so I had to move you down.
Nora, are you in Louisville?
Use your green bean again.
No, good.
Why did you have him blocked out of curiosity?
Yeah, I don't remember either, but it's all good.
Hey, McZed, you might want to pay your debt stuff because I go to other rooms and people keep telling me about how you're in debt for losing a bet.
Mixed, do you know what you did to me?
No.
Guess what I found that night after you went off and you wouldn't shut up about it? On my floor. My dog found it.
Scorpion.
You know what you did.
Fucking asshole for that.
Oh man, listen, you live in the den of scorpions. It's not my fault.
It was your fault. I hadn't had one in 2 years, and you started going into minutia about every
About how you
molecule.
live surrounded by scorpions, and I guess that brought all the scorpions to come here when I was talking about
Were
it.
you like, are you like a witch? Were you like?
Yeah, I'm kind of like a Rumpelstiltskin. If I go to a place where it's obvious the plague that will befall it, I'll talk about it, and then the plague will happen.
The point here, Mazette, is that she's blaming a Jew for having Scorpio in her garden.
Yeah.
It wasn't in the garden. It came into the bedroom.
I was the piper of scorpions, not rats.
Guys, quick question.
Hold on, before you change the topic. Mazette, team won the bet.
That's right.
Biden stepped down even before the second debate. So he won $150. When are you going to pay and how are you going to pay?
I don't know. I gotta talk to Tim. Set something up.
He really needs the money because his country is burning.
Which country is he? He's Northern Ireland.
Ireland. Northern Ireland, yeah.
Is he Ireland or Northern Ireland?
Northern Ireland.
Right, he's Northern Ireland.
Hey, McZed, can I suggest sending him a gift card to a store that doesn't exist in Northern Ireland, please?
Maybe I should send him some scotch.
McZed, if you were looking for excuses why not to pay, talk to Solem. He will give you some ideas.
Yeah, anyway, sorry, Simon. You wanted to say something.
Maybe you should pay for his therapy.
I think that you should send him a gift card to a Jewish company.
A one-way ticket to Palestine.
Yeah, it was mostly for Danya because he has all this information, or Mayor, whoever. Was it Hezbollah that bombed the Israeli embassy?
When-
In,
when-
Argentina?
was it in
In
Argentina?
Argentina, it was Hezbollah.
Yeah. Okay. Can you guys send me
It
a
says religion
link?
in Argentina.
Sure. I mean, they're
What
like,
are the Nazis doing in Argentina?
they're trying to hide.
They fled.
They're probably all dead by now.
Yeah, right now.
Why does
I don't
Argentina
think
have a
anyone
large
that has
Jewish
been
population?
actually in the war is still alive, or
It's not that large.
unless you were
anymore.
born.
Well, Diego, why don't you tell us?
It doesn't really. Most Argentinians.
Diego, why does?
I only ask the questions.
I'm just asking you, do you have any idea?
Simon in the chat.
No, I really don't. But
You
I
don't?
do know about this thing called the Havar Agreement. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Why would Nazis and Jews end up in the same country after the war?
I don't know. I think it's really curious, but I mean, you come up with a lot of conspiracies when it comes to Jews, from what I remember.
Actually,
I mean,
the Jews
you know, I'm
were in
just a study,
Argentina before.
Student of history, you know? Can I say?
They're not zombies, right?
Yeah. You're a hack student.
Whoa.
I'm just interested in that stuff. If you guys ban that book, I get interested and I try to buy it.
Whoa.
It's just my nature. I'm curious like that.
Maybe we should ban like a few books that like teach logic and reasoning. People might get smarter.
Right.
You must own very few books because we don't ban many.
Right.
Diego,
Well, when the Nazis burned all those books, right, and most of them were by Jewish authors, I want to read those books. Like, why were they banned? I heard it's because they had lewd content and stuff, but since they don't exist anymore.
If you're in America, there's no ban books.
So, what is your opinion of the protocols of the elders of Zion?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
It's not banned in America.
I'm against that plan.
You're against that plan, but do you believe the book?
I don't know, man. I don't know. That I've heard that it's a hoax. I've heard others say that it's real. But I don't know.
Hoax.
What did you say, Diego? You're the one with critical.
I don't know.
But what is a hoax?
What you say, Diego?
Hmm?
You don't know what you say?
No, I mean I wouldn't know how to vet whether it's authentic or not.
You can't vet that book. You shouldn't vet anything. That's really good.
Is it true because it is printed?
Which book are we discussing?
Let it be written so that you
What I
know.
figured. Diego's not capable of being in a room and not talking about Jewish conspiracy.
Yes.
I didn't bring it up.
Yes.
You brought up our.
No, I asked you a question about.
No, you brought up our.
Diego, you brought it up. We were talking about the embassy in Israel that was bombed by Hezbollah, and you were the one bringing up why the Nazis were in Argentina.
Right.
The Nazis, not the Jews.
No, you said
You
why
did bring up the Jews.
also there. You
Then I brought up the Jews because the point is, you guys are asking why is Hezbollah in Argentina? It's like, well, why are all these?
And that's why is Hezbollah in Argentina, and you brought up a conspiracy. Hezbollah's in Argentina because they're Lebanon. Why wouldn't they be in Argentina? That's not surprising.
Right.
Because they're in Lebanon makes them
No,
because
because
they're in
they
Argentina.
are in Lebanon, so they would have an embassy in Argentina. What's hard to understand? There's not a split receipt.
But we're not talking about the Lebanese
Diego, I'll explain to
embassy.
you.
We're talking about the Israeli embassy, aren't we?
Right, but why would Hezbollah be in Argentina? Because they are Lebanon. So it's not surprising that they would have in the Lebanese embassy someone that can go to the Israeli embassy and make something go boom. This wasn't the
You guys have to help me though. I thought Hezbollah is South Lebanon.
The global school.
Hezbollah is part of the government of Lebanon also.
Diego, back to your student history. They're part of the government. They don't
I can't read
control
all
the
this.
It's a fantastic student of history.
Wow.
It's very selective. Very selective.
Well, it's not history. It's called. It's happening now.
So much fun without having to like deal with people who like have a clear animus against.
I like Diego better when he's about economy. Diego, can we talk about something else?
No, he was
Like
dead wrong.
IP rights?
No, legal arguments.
Did you guys resolve the IP debate?
Yes, Issa sobered up and she realized she was wrong.
No, I didn't say I was wrong. No, that never.
Simon, write that
concur. She said that everything I said was complete nonsense, and so did Diego. And IP rights and property rights for the win. It's under the same umbrella. Let's go.
Simon, can you put the microphone? Simon, can you put the microphone just a little bit further?
Hey, don't put that on the microphone.
Let's be clear, intellectual property is an important thing to protect for men.
Please don't disturb the microphone.
Yeah, don't swallow the microphone.
Women don't have intellectual property.
Correct, Diego, correct.
They're not capable of creating it.
Correct.
Men are the intellectual property.
Women are property, right?
Correct.
Hell yeah.
Exactly.
Say it louder.
Say it loud, say it clear.
I'm trying to understand the purpose of a gay man saying women are property, but
wait,
What does it say?
What do you mean?
Let
You
us-
should sell the property. Look at 9 and up, they could be sold for marriage.
It maybe makes sense.
Owner.
Look, Jeff, Daniel's just a minimalist, okay?
6'5" blue eyes, right?
I will not use them as sex slaves. I promise that.
Daniel, do you want to buy me?
I can't afford you. You're in Switzerland, which is very expensive.
Did you just ask that?
If you move to Guatemala, I'm back.
Oh my god.
A Zionist caliphate, I just saw it. Oh, that's funny.
What's the euro right now, Lisa?
She has a Swiss
I don't
franc.
know, like
She doesn't
1 to
care.
1 almost, I think, about, let me check.
1.4 something.
No, there's been changes in the last few days.
Yeah, actually, I haven't checked my little franc. Give me a second. I just have salt in my hands. Let me see. €1 is $109. So $1 is 92 cents.
Euro cents.
That wouldn't make any sense if you think about it. You're missing a penny.
What?
You overestimated by a penny, right?
Arbitrage.
Right?
No,
If
so
a euro is
that-
$1.09, then a dollar should be it should be what, 91?
Correct, 91,
Right.
but it's it must be the decimals, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, so the strongest one right now is the British pound, 79 pence,
Not for long.
and then the franc, which is 86 cents, and then the euro, 92 cents.
So I have to calculate the rate plus the VAT amount from each place. Like some places seem to take a bigger commission off than others. Then I can figure out if it's worth the purchase of it. It's a whole mental exercise. It's been so much cheaper to buy stuff in Europe.
Well, it depends where in Europe.
Oh, my last time was in France, but it's like 13%, 14% back.
I think if you're a middleman, you probably like that there are different currencies and that there's exchange rates. Kind of like people that seek rent and intellectual property are also kind of like middlemen who make money off of other people's labor. But if you're an entrepreneur, these things just make things more expensive.
I'm just trying to buy a fucking purse.
Simon,
That's it. I'm just buying a purse and seeing where I can get it cheaper.
So this is what
Not
happens
much-
when you have Diego to share on economy. That's his share on economy.
That's what happens, what?
I just believe in free markets. I'm like,
Let me explain
Ask
something to
Daniel
Diego.
to share on economy.
Diego, it's supply and demand. It's all about supply and demand. You nail
That's
the
right.
right purse, you're gonna sell it at a profit on the open market back in the US. So, correct, it's a commodity, but so you're gonna work the numbers, you get the best rate of exchange, you pay in the currency, you don't pay in your currency, you pay in their currency when you pay, and you get the VAT back, so it's all a formula. Then you flip it in the States because you have the commodity. And then feed your children. That's tough.
That's true, but like, for example, when the United States started, right, our currency was the Spanish dollar. And that currency was also the currency of Mexico, so there was no exchange rate. And that's more efficient than having an exchange rate, where a middleman makes a cut when he does that service for you.
I don't need a middleman. I just need a good Hermes store. Basic.
It's
I mean,
not
as long
more
as the
efficient-
distinction
it's
exists,
not-
there's gonna be a middleman.
It's not more efficient if the Spanish are artificially manipulating their own currency.
Or inseminate.
You're being very narrow-minded in your approach to economics.
Actually, it was the colonists who were manipulating the weight of the dollar.
Whoever was manipulating whatever, if you don't have control of your own currency, it is not efficient. Your claim is therefore denied, and you should go directly.
Plus the Spanish.
Diego, have you been colonized lately?
I will appeal.
So the Spanish are
No,
producing
actually,
the commodities that you need. I mean, there's like
You could be
nothing
colonized.
coming out of
That's funny you said that, because I don't know if you saw that Scheinbaum said that she wants Spain to apologize to Mexico. I don't know if you guys saw that in the news.
Really?
Colonization. Yeah.
With what, like a golden crown of I'm sorry?
I don't know.
She wants the golden shower.
Hey, you should just Scheinbaum things. I don't know.
Who wants Spain to apologize?
Mexico.
Scheinbaum.
Who is
I
it?
love that Diego has to call her by her last name rather than the president. I wonder why.
What did he say?
Oh my God.
Really Jew would say her last name.
Anti-Semitism by naming someone by their name. That's incredible.
That's right.
I mean, all the other times you would talk about. Well, frankly, you never talked about a Mexican president prior to.
No, come on, but we always talk about, let's not get that extreme. We always talk about presidents by the last name. We talk about Trump, we
Especially
talk
when
about
they're
Biden, we
Jewish
talk
women
about
in Mexico.
Maduro, we talk
Yeah,
about.
but you know,
Yeah.
if I would ask people around here who is
But the way
Scheinbaum, none of them would know who that is. It's not like Netanyahu or like, you know, who's the president of, I don't know.
Yeah, but even when we were talking about when the previous president,
You know, there's this
Lopez
funny,
Obrador, it was always the same.
Hang on. Is it
No,
Diego wants to censor himself? Please go ahead.
Well, wait, hold on. I do want to say something apropos to this.
Yeah.
There's this funny interview where the guy Kevin Pollak, who's in A Few Good Men, is describing this amazing scene of watching Jack Nicholson deliver that incredible speech for the movie, right? Wait, hold on. Let me land the plane here. So he says that every single time he did the take, he did it perfectly. He never made a mistake on the. He always did it in the same intonation. And he said that the first time he heard it, when he finally completed the whole speech or whatever, and he said, you know, who's gonna do it? You, Lieutenant Weinberg. And he took it as he's like, okay, who's gonna do it? You Jew. That's how he took it as an insult. And it was a funny joke when he's delivering that thing, because he says, "Who's gonna stand that post? You, Lieutenant Weinberg." I think I'm following you that same. Just fucking saying your name sounds like I'm saying the Jew who's gonna run Mexico.
What's wrong with you?
My Mexican rabbi that's here hates her. Really does not have nice things to say about
Well, she's a crazy lefter.
Yeah, crazy.
And she says that she's not Jewish. Whenever she refers to it, she says, I am from Jewish parents, but she never has said, like, I think she renegates from it.
She's literally the trans Bernie Sanders.
Isn't she anti-Israel? She's giving a lot of money through narco traffic.
Yes, she's an insane
Bernie Sanders.
Esau Twin, she's the same leftist. She's anti anything good. She hates capitalism. She hates.
Yeah, she's still a lefty hater. She does like a leftist.
Wait, who's this?
Scheinbaum.
The
new president.
Diego,
the new president of.
When does she come in? When she?
I just like saying her name.
Installed? Is she in already?
Yes.
Yeah, he likes a shiny bottom.
Fuck these leftists. Diego, you seen this woman?
I'm saying she's asking for Spain to apologize for colonizing Mexico.
Yeah, because she's a stupid leftist. Exactly.
Yes.
It's ridiculous.
And you're seeing this woman.
Yeah, you're not.
If any country ever did another country a favor,
Diego, you're not getting any pushback here, except for the fact that you think you need to say it to a room full of mostly. We don't owe you an apology for your people electing a fucking leftist, even if her parents were Jew.
Touche.
It's pronounced douche.
Mexico.
Touche.
Douche.
Oh, this is the woman from Mexico.
A woman. Oh, she's a woman.
But what is a woman?
So we keep repeating.
But what is a woman?
Well, what is
Mexico?
Took it from me.
Devoted to childbearing.
No, not even childbearing.
I think that's the thing, Simon, is that, like, for example, in this British riot thing, right? There are certain groups of people that are saying you're not British, even if you were born here.
It's funny watching the British riot or protest thing that's going on right now. Everyone involved are assholes. I think England would be far better off if they just killed everyone at these.
Like you say, good luck to both sides.
An asshole.
I mean, you know how many Americans I think that aren't American? Like, if you're a leftist, I don't consider you American.
Jeff, it sounds like you're saying that
You might be
people
born
on
in a
both sides.
geographical location that is called America.
Yeah, there are bad people on both sides, and Simon, that's stupid.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's stupid.
I mean, that's fine.
You can be born anywhere in the world.
I don't think that's a really dumb thing that if you're a leftist, you're not American. Unfortunately, there are a problem we have to.
But everyone's a leftist.
For sure, but you don't. No, not everybody's a leftist. Why?
No,
What he's saying is that
me.
if you believe in leftism, you don't stand for the values of America because America is
Right.
not leftist
Right,
values.
of course. But you're
I mean,
still
that's a very different statement than you're not
Yeah,
American.
well, I mean,
You're still
It's like if I said I'm a Mormon and compared to me, everybody has a drinking problem.
Right.
all I gotta say
it's
is
exactly
Ralph got it
like
right.
it's exactly like the president of Mexico to Diego. At the end of the day, all he's using is stupid. And we don't actually.
When I see
South Park got it right.
Simon, I think
He doesn't claim us.
I know he doesn't think of himself as a
Right.
socialist. He thinks
We
of all
don't
the
claim
other
each other, but Diego still thinks of her as a Jew.
So you think she's dumb because she's a Jew, or you think that she's dumb because she's a leftist?
I think she's dumb because she's a woman.
I think she's a leftist, and I think she doesn't.
Horrible.
Yeah, she does not consider herself to be a Jew, and we don't also consider herself to be.
Yeah, if you don't like America, you can get it.
So is she gonna like decolonize all of the Spanish out of Mexico, or are they gonna like be speaking like ancient, like South American languages after she's done?
Yep.
Is that the plan?
Yep.
God, I fucking
Well, they wouldn't be speaking South American languages because they're in North America, but yeah. Okay.
They're Central America. They're not North.
Central American language.
You still might know a little bit about this. They've tried to pander to the native population going back as far as the Juarez.
Wow.
Right?
I guess, I don't know, I've never heard about what you're talking about.
You don't know Benito Juarez?
Well, yeah, I
He
know
was the first
Benito
president
Juarez, but
to be fully
I know
native.
Benito Juarez, but I haven't heard about what you were saying, about your apology until.
No, I'm saying pander. I'm saying they're trying to get political power from the native population by arguing in certain ways or presenting candidates that appeal to that group. It's like, whatever, like in any country, like in Amir Khan, or what's the name of the guy of the mayor of London?
I don't remember.
Is it Imran Khan?
Oh, Sukhmadi Khan. That's
Is that Sikh guy?
Yeah.
No, he's a Muslim. He's a Muslim.
We haven't talked in a while. What's up, Joe?
Yo.
Wait, is the
Bill Maher
prime,
say?
hold on, is the Prime Minister of the UK right now Muslim?
No. The mayor of London is a Muslim.
What's his name?
Isa, London went in 50 years from 90% white to like less than, I think, 35% white.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a big fucking change.
Yeah, they're one of the cities that has majority.
Wait.
They're one of the cities that has majority of immigration right now, alongside Amsterdam and a few cities, and in Brussels as well, and of course Norway, and it's ridiculous.
So Diego, just as bad as Europe is, can we talk about what's happening in Mexico? Like, it's not so safe. You know, the trips to Cabo, the trips to these, like, people are still worried about going down there.
Luckily, brings the two president.
Yeah, she's
not
not
president
not in yet.
But
Is she
danger.
Oh, yeah, when did that ever happen?
Yeah, but Patty, just letting you know,
Yeah, we're
they're
not
not
going
worried
there
about the
anymore.
cartels. They're not worried about the cartels now.
In Mexico.
They're
Like, worried about
worried
the
about the
cartels?
history of colonialism.
I mean, my trips to Cabo are limited now. I used to go
No,
there
wait
a
a
lot.
second. Your trips to Cabo are safe. What you're thinking about is that your trips to Cancun,
I don't go
which
to
is basically
Cancun.
not Mexico.
I don't go to
It's
Cancun.
basically Guatemala. And that's where it's dangerous.
It was Guatemala, yes.
It was also dangerous in Cabo for a while too.
Cabo's not dangerous. I can vouch for that.
I went to Cancun. It seemed nice and polite there. What do you mean?
Did you have-
Interesting.
Did you have scorpions mixed in?
No, there's Mexico.
No, I didn't have any scorpions. But hey, looks like you got a few we could share.
It's your fault, was that?
It is.
That's what they are.
I don't think we've ever really had a chance to. I'm listening to you a bit, but I'm curious. You happy to answer a couple of questions? I'll take that as a yes. So, Diego, what is it? Do you think that Israel has the right to exist?
Oh my God, let's not go
Yes.
there, dude.
I think
you do.
I think that it exists.
There goes the neighborhood.
Yep, there goes the neighborhood. But think about this, because if it could happen to London, it could happen to you. Imagine if suddenly one day Israel was 80%.
I can't hear you. Go again. Say it. You're cutting in now.
Yeah, you one in the Matrix.
Imagine.
Start again.
I'm off the Wi-Fi. I'm saying if it can happen to London, it can happen to Israel. Imagine one day you wake up and Israel is 80-90% Arab.
Yeah. So the figures. Okay. So okay. Just to reiterate.
I wouldn't share it here, but I'm in favor of multiculturalism.
So you are in favor of a Jewish state in Israel. Recognize it. Yep. And
I didn't say that because you guys told me that Israel is not a Jewish state, that Arabs live there freely.
It's a Jewish
What?
state,
You said
Diego.
20%, 20%.
Israel having a right to exist, Diego, as a Jewish state? Do you?
Look, Diego,
It's a Jewish
I didn't say
state.
you guys have to decide, is it a Jewish state or
It's
not?
not. So Diego, I want to say it's a Jewish state, but it's not just for Jews. It's Jewish state in the meaning that we have Saturday as a day off and we have Jewish holidays, and that's it. But everything else, like, it's multicultural, and we have 20% that are not, as you know.
Secular.
It's secular, but it's Jewish because of the 20%.
Diego, are you a
Try and
Zionist
just have a
or no?
You know, do you mind if I just have a conversation?
Diego is
one-on-one, just
an
briefly with you, right?
anti-Jewish Zionist, so he wants to take for Israel so that he can send all the Jews there.
Is that right, Diego?
No, I consider the Vatican to be Zion, so I am a Zionist. I don't think I'm a Zionist.
What do you mean? I consider
I'm gonna understand what this is about.
Diego,
Okay,
what do
you
you
believe
do?
the Vatican is actually Zion. Okay,
I consider the Vatican outer space. Like, what do you mean? I
Zion
consider.
means, Diego? Do you know what Zion means?
It's actually a place, dude.
It means the Vatican.
Diego,
on the hill in
He
Rome.
does. He does. It means the
Diego,
Vatican.
I'm asking
That's-
him a question. Do you know what the word Zion means and where it comes from?
Please, it's a rhetorical question, so please, why don't you illuminate the room?
It's not a rhetorical question. I'm trying to ascertain.
You're the one saying that it could be the Vatican.
No,
I'm asking
leave
you,
it.
do you know what the etymology of the word Zion is?
I don't,
It's all
but
simple
I would
question.
like to know. I would like to.
It means penis in Hebrew.
Jerusalem. It means Jerusalem.
What?
It means city on the hill.
Is it
which
like
that's what the Vatican is?
Is it an abbreviation of
It does
Jerusalem or
not mean
something?
city on the hill, regardless of what Reagan told you.
He also called it a penis, by the way, just.
But how is it? How does it
Yeah,
connect etymologically to Jerusalem? Like, what is it? Is it
Zion
like
is
that?
Jerusalem.
It's Zion is
Mount Zion is like it's an actual place, Mount Zion, you know, and it's a place that is in the Middle East, specifically in Israel, specifically Jerusalem.
Allegedly.
And it's a mountain that looks like a penis.
Hey, Diego, have you ever left the
That's
United
interesting.
States other
But
than
hang on.
Mexico? Have you
But
ever?
he's
have
a
you ever
historian.
gone to
He's a well-read
He is
historian.
Mexican.
Yeah, well,
No.
Mexicans
Okay.
don't start me on it. They're usually in my backyard digging up scorpions. Could you tell me, Diego?
That's the type of Mexican that I am, by the way.
Yeah, have you ever,
I'm a
have you ever
landscaper.
left the, oh, really?
Yes, by profession.
Do you work on mostly yards or do you work,
He's a lawnmower.
as a lawn?
I don't discriminate if that's what you're asking. I'll definitely work. If you pay me, I'll work for you.
Diego, have you ever left the United States other than Mexico?
No.
No. So how do you not know that something's there?
That's a double negative. I don't know.
I know it is. I'm asking you. How do you not know?
I went through the negative.
loss.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, you said allegedly there's a Mount Zion.
No,
Why
I'm
would
saying
you say
allegedly the Mount Zion is in Jerusalem. I'm saying it's in Rome.
Have you been to
So
Rome?
they walked from it. So the Israelites walked not over the Sinai Desert, but they actually walked from water to
Look,
Europe.
it's okay. When the Europeans came to America, they thought they were in India. They called them Indians.
Yeah, they came with
Diego, and you're a person who actually says he's intelligent and a historian.
No, I like that. So the Jews were Romans.
Us talking
And they
over
got
each other
lost.
is not helpful. Jason, shh. Diego, just out of curiosity.
Jeff, I'm trying to be nice. I tried to be nice.
You don't have to be nice. I'm happy for you to be not nice, but like I'm speaking, so you shouldn't. Diego, out of curiosity, I'm not interested in whether you've left the country. I'm more interested in whether Jesus left the country. Where did the entire narrative of the New Testament take place? Was it Rome?
It's no, it's not Rome.
Where were you? Where was that?
But what about the Old Testament, Diego? Was that in Rome?
Jason, it's not your turn to shine.
Are you asking rhetorical questions, or you like?
No. I'm actually sitting here waiting for a response, which is why Jason keeps trying to interrupt. Where did the story of the New Testament
I'm not
take
your
place?
stooge, Jeff.
No, Jason, you just. Where did the story of the New Testament take place, Diego?
I'll let Jason speak for me. Go ahead, Jason.
No, he's down the audience now. So Diego, why don't you answer the question? You're a well-read historian, so tell us.
No, I didn't say
Please.
that.
Look,
No.
I'm trying to help you guys. All right. I am a
Oh,
Gentile.
wow.
I can communicate with Diego.
Jason,
All right.
no one's perfect, but you don't have to demonstrate it at the moment.
Well, Jeff,
Well,
please.
Jason, just hold off, maybe just for a moment.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm not silencing you because you're a Gentile. I'm silencing you because it's not your turn to shine.
I'm saying I can help you
You clearly
guys.
know the answer to the question you're asking, so I defer to you, please.
Diego, if you can't answer where Jesus lived, you are in fact not a Christian. You are officially have adopted the religion of retard.
No. I still believe in it. Even if I can't
Diego,
answer these questions.
but Diego, yeah, you don't have to answer.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what? Diego, you're beneath me. Go ahead and answer Jason's questions.
Yeah. So
No,
Diego,
So first of all, goyim is plural. You are a goy. And since you don't play nicely, you can now you have to fucking deal with Jason.
yeah. So Jeff is a singular. Jeff is singular, and Diego is singular as well. And so Diego, so you're saying Mount Zion is in Rome, and you talked about people getting confused and thinking stuff is India.
Diego.
And are you saying the Old Testament took place in or around Rome? Is that like the theory?
No,
That the Old
Jason,
Testament.
are
most
you
important guy in the Old Testament that wasn't God himself
Let Jason
ended up
ask him.
in Rome.
It's Jason's turn. Let Jason-
So Diego, go ahead. Say
So
that
I'm
again.
saying the most important guy in the Bible outside of God himself, who the only guy that actually also walked on water, ended up in Rome.
And who's that?
No,
Michael Jackson.
because for
His
the
name was
people,
Simon, but then he became Peter.
but you know
Okay.
what?
But what's that have to
Diego
do?
is-
But
and
what's that have to
Jesus
do?
You're
But what's
going to
that have to
build,
do?
Diego, he's not in the
you're
Old
going to
Testament.
build my church upon the your rock or something like that. And he is buried in Rome, and that's where the basilic is built on.
That's
So,
very nice.
yes,
stuff,
for
but it's
us
not in
it
the
has
Old
a different
Testament.
meaning.
But it's
For
not Old
us, the
Testament.
Christians, the Catholics actually, not the Christians. Catholic Christians has a different meaning. So yeah, we believe in Rome as
That's all
being
nice.
broken up.
But Isa,
But
Isa,
Peter
what
is
about
not in the Old
Capernaum?
Testament.
Have you ever heard of Capernaum? Capernaum? It's this house, like it's on the sea
Capernaum.
valley. It's got a great view on the water, and I think he might have lived there. Do you know about that
But-
place?
The Capernaum, he's
but hold on.
not
That's
okay.
all fine,
But-
but we're talking about
Capernaum, how do you
Peter.
say it?
We're talking about
Yeah.
Simon.
Okay, so
Actually,
Diego
we're talking
says
about the
that
Old
Simon
Testament.
is Diego says that Simon is like the most important guy, but Diego, Mount Zion, it occurs or its place in history predates Simon, right? Do I have that wrong?
No, you have that right. And Simon doesn't.
Let Diego answer.
Testament.
Let Diego answer.
Yes, my
Diego.
Simon walks on the water as well.
Maybe the mountain
Diego,
wolves
New
do.
Testament.
So
Correct.
Diego, if Mount Zion's place in history is prior to Simon. Do I have that wrong, Diego?
Right, just like Simon is prior to Cephas, otherwise known as Peter.
Okay, so what is in your view? What's the relationship between Mount Zion and Rome and the narrative in the Old Testament? Is the Old Testament in the same place as Zion and Rome, or in a different place, or how are they connected?
I'm very offended.
Jeff, please calm down. Jeff,
Jeff, hang on here.
good Jew, be a good Jew. Okay, Diego, I would really appreciate if I mean, Diego, it's fine if you don't want to answer the question. That's the thing that I was really struck by, because my understanding is there is an Old Testament narrative, there's a connection to Mount Zion, all that occurs in the Middle East, and Rome is not in the Middle East. But you're saying Mount Zion is in Rome, and so I'm like,
God
okay.
has the power to change all things, Jason.
So did God move Mount Zion,
That's
or
right.
were
He can actually move mountains.
okay? But would you say so? You're not saying that you're not saying that the Jews are the Etruscans. They're not okay. And you're not saying you're not saying the Etruscans were black and then the white Romans conquered them. And Etruscan culture is lost to history, but maybe the Jews were the Etruscans, but it sounds like this is not what you're saying. So, okay, so, hey, that's cool. So God moved Mount Zion. Do I have that? Is that approximately what you're saying?
And God could also make the Romans Etruscans and the Etruscan Romans. Yeah.
And God, yes, and God could
That's
make.
all I'm saying.
But can they make
Okay.
Diego intelligent? That's the big
So the real Mount Zion is in Rome now.
Black is white, dude.
That's
And that's okay. Thank you. I mean, Diego, thank you for answering my questions. That's a lot for me to chew on already.
Well,
Diego, maybe you should get off the app and just kind of
The Mayan
ruminate on it.
gods? Do you pray to the Mayan gods? Like, who are you praying to?
Wait, I have a proof to Diego. If you go to Rome today, you will see the Arch of Titus, and you will see the artifacts from Mount Zion etched onto the wall of the Arch of Titus. So
I will say that God's punishment to the Romans for killing Jesus is to make them Italians.
Right.
I will say that.
Do you eat spaghetti or lasagna, Diego?
I love Asian pasta.
Asian pasta.
Udon, ramen, that kind of stuff.
Nah, Italians do it better.
Yeah,
That's true.
you're right.
That's true too.
No, I
That's
think
what I'm
that
saying. The Italians do Zion better too.
No, that's just weird nonsense in your head.
no, it's just too much truth for you, McZad. Too much truth.
Diego,
Too much truth,
you can
not
get
enough
yourself
history.
a leaf blower. I've got some work in my yard you can handle.
Did anybody
That's where I come up with all these ideas, by the way.
Did anybody kick Harry Bolsa?
Did someone kick Harry? He sent me a message that someone kicked him.
Very clear it was not me. I did not kick him.
I got kicked in my Harry Ballsack.
Yeah, Harry Bolsa.
I would love to claim that I kicked him, but it doesn't matter that.
Nora, did you kick Harry
Well,
because he called you out?
I did not kick him.
Well,
I was actually surprised when I saw his messages were gone in the chat. I was like,
Yeah, because I had
Oh
you
my
blocked
God,
too,
this is what
because you said some bad
happens
shit. You said some bad stuff, it happens, right?
Abby, I have not talked to you. I have not.
No,
talked to
I thought
you.
maybe I heard you
100%.
saying something, that can happen, you know?
Yeah, I did not.
Yeah,
kick him.
you said you can't mod people. They take it
Nora,
responsible.
what did you say? Nora, what did you say?
Who's talking to me?
Ask her if the
Nora.
state of Israel has a right to exist and Jews have a right to have it as if they're indigenous.
Nora, are you
Israel.
Nora, are you a Zionist? Are you a Zionist?
Thank you, Jason. Oh.
No. You're not a Zionist, huh?
When did the social room become annoying?
I don't know.
When I got here, Jeff. That's when
No, you make everything annoying, I agree, but like, I don't want to blame this on you, actually.
No, right. Everybody's angry that you're very good looking.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate hearing that. You know. So that's why I use a black and white photo, because with color it would just be too annoying. But
Yeah,
so
great.
Nora,
No one's talking about
No. Nora, it sounds like you're not happy with the state of Israel. You don't support that kind of.
She lives in the state of Kentucky. She's entitled to just be
I
unhappy.
think the state of Israel should go get back Mount Zion that God told them to.
By the
Maybe all the
Romans,
Jews should just go all the way back to Rome where they belong.
I don't
But
think
Yeah,
can we
go
all the
go
Jews.
stop in Kentucky to pick up some good bourbon first?
Yeah, let's do it.
And stop in Montreal for some bagels.
No, Abby, we can't get the Kentucky bourbon. It's a rock.
I'm gonna boom the room.
Okay,
It's a good idea.
3,
Everybody,
2.
say goodbye to the room.
Goodbye, everybody.
Right, it's obviously like a sense of like irony behind it, like especially because there's these cities in the north, like you got New York mayors saying that we provide sanctuary for immigrants, and they condemn deportations, they condemn Trump's enforcement of the border. So sending up these migrants, obviously, it's kind of like a point to just show them that their ideology is not what they actually support. And obviously, it's not going to help the homeless crisis. So I agree with you there. So if we want to help the homeless crisis, we shouldn't be busing these people in. But these people are going to be in the country regardless unless we do something to enforce immigration. So I don't think assuming we didn't bust them to New York, but they'd be in Austin, Texas, Austin, Texas, which already has a homeless crisis filled with opioid addicts. It's gonna harm the city.
Oh, bro, you're my love you, bro. Relax about that.
Is that any better or no?
No, you're trash, bro.
You are trash.
Yeah,
That is trash. But people are forgetting about the news coverage with all the Democratic leaders, the mayors that were in El Paso, all these guys that were Democrats complaining about all of these people being pushed into their areas because the federal government wasn't funding it, wasn't reimbursing them. A lot of people aren't going to remember that because it was just 6 months ago or 8 months ago or whatever. But even New York's mayor came out and said, hey, we don't have any more money. Like our schools or like all this, it's overwhelming. They were complaining because the federal government wasn't stepping in. So maybe that should become the headline again.
Okay, so this is where like I'm really like trying to like reach the other side, and I do think that this is where like I think Max said this as a point, foreign policy, and I do think that there's something to it where like I'm trying to collect my thoughts. I thought that there were policies that America was doing to stabilize Central America so that there were less influx of migrants due to like political or social turmoil. I think conservatives, in my opinion, conservatives are against giving money to anything outside. I do think that that's like an investment which can help reduce the migrant crisis to America, but in a way where the dollar amount can be stretched to a part where like it can help alleviate the issue. I do want to know if you guys have any thoughts about that, and I do think that that's something that can be done with the support of both parties on both sides.
So, like sending foreign governments money.
I mean, not necessarily foreign governments per se, but there are like aid groups that do operate in Central America that help with what's going on, and also like helping the police there or like the military there. I do like I now that I'm thinking about it, I do understand how America has had a nefarious role in like toppling governments in Central America. So I do understand where America's history on that, but I also like do think that maybe correcting it to in a moral way could help alleviate issues, right?
Well, there's two ways to look at this. You could either look at it as sending these agencies, whether they're actual government agencies or just local organizations, sending them money is the right thing to do because we're going to be helping people in those countries and providing them an incentive to stay. Or sending them money is the most simple and easiest way to handle things, because that's just not true. It's not the simplest way to handle things. Enforcing the border by far is the easiest way to handle these things. And providing incentive for people to come into the country is not going to help. So I wouldn't say per se that sending these people money would be completely unhelpful, although it comes with far more questions and uncertainties than just enforcing our border. We don't know these agencies entirely. We don't know how they're going to handle the money if we send them at all. It's just going to cause more controversy and more questions. Why don't we just enforce the border like 70% of Americans think we should?
Yeah, if you change the foreign policy, you don't even have to take care of the border, because that will take care of itself. People are not leaving their country because they don't want to be in their country. They are living in their country because the United States has made it hell for them to live in those countries. Like the U.S. economy depends on illegal immigration for cheap labor. Like you guys brought up NAFTA, you need to understand the ramification of NAFTA. When you took all your factories and you sent them to China or Vietnam or Nicaragua, what you thought was going to happen to the people that...
Man, your view's biased, man. Come on.
Isn't this the reason why Kamala Harris is getting shot at right now? Because she was the border czar that was supposed to go there for the root causes, use these big ass investments. Just hold on, Matt. So we can say that she was. Hold on, bro. She was going to go out here to figure out what the root causes were by making large investments in all of these countries in Central America to deter them from coming to America, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes. So what you guys are talking about,
Just hold on, man.
you're talking about NGOs, right? NGOs.
Oh my God, bro! Just answer the question. Come on. Was that not her job?
The policy does not work, Samoa.
All right, so Kamala Harris's policy didn't work.
No, it's not only Kamala Harris. You can go after Reagan.
Not you're breaking up.
Doesn't work.
All right, chaos. So investing in those countries to build it up to deter them from traveling, making the track up here. That's what she was planning to do, right?
No, I don't know. So I'm actually not familiar with those policies, but I do want to address one thing with dope though. Like when America gives like, again, I'm not. I don't know, man. Like I can only tell you that I'm ignorant of that.
He called in Java. Give him a break.
Oh, here comes the Python guy. But no, I do think I do think this though. I think when America gives out like money, they have a huge stipulation. They don't just like give out money willy nilly. They do want to like see stuff. They do stringent guidelines on how that money can be used, especially with third world countries, specifically speaking. So I think that America does like flex its financial muscle there, and it's and I'm pushing back on the statement that America doesn't just like give money willy nilly. They do like do their research about that, and they do like come with heavy penalties when if it's.
Okay, well, the U.S. government, I think most people in the country would not trust the U.S. government, even if they have specific guidelines. Most people, the U.S. government has had guidelines and standards for who they send money for the past 100 years. Too many scandals have occurred where the money that they send ends up being used poorly and ends up hitting the U.S. back, and we end up suffering from it. So I don't think we should just trust the government to do that. And it is also worth noting that some of these countries that we would be sending money to, like we have migrants from Venezuela, ironically coming up here, and Venezuela is a shithole because of socialist policies, and it is. And I know Matt's going to disagree with me because he literally has the fucking leader of Venezuela as his PTR, but Venezuela is a shithole due to their government policies. Us sending money to Venezuela, it's not likely going to help unless the leadership changes. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that is precisely the problem, right? The United States government used USAID, which is the arm that do charity overseas, as a fucking baton to beat people over the head, right? Like they don't give money, like Kia says, they don't give money just nilly-willy. They give money in order to further their policy, and those policy does not work. When you mentioned Venezuela, yes, Venezuela refused to play ball, and Venezuela does not accept money from the United States. And what they went and do, they put you in a box, they crash your economy, right? And then now they created suffering in your country. Is actually people want to leave the country. Like we have seen this playbook over and over and over again, and it doesn't work.
You think the U.S.
Now you guys are complaining, huh?
So you think the U.S. is what caused Venezuela's economy to crash?
Yes, that's yes. You literally go listen to John Bolton explain how they did it under the Bush administration. Bush, the son, not the father, the son. Like John Bolton explained exactly how they did it with Chevron.
So,
those things are not.
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely like again, this is the thing is that like let's not like forget like USSR and America had like this whole like Cold War on like how the policies needs to be like shaped in countries that are like young countries. So there was a huge fight about that, and America did like play dirty by like trying to like crash the economies that didn't like follow its policies, and they do in that shape or form. They did exasperate the country's like issues. So there is truth to it, which can't be sidestepped, unfortunately.
Yeah, can I?
Venezuela's
We have to ask why it works.
economy. Venezuela's economy under Cesar Chavez was doing great, apparently, but what happened at the U.S.
No, it was doing great because of oil prices. I would definitely blame Hugo Chavez for focusing on a one-product economy. That was a mistake that Maduro actually successfully maneuver, right? You cannot run your country on one economy, i.e. oil. So when the price of oil crashed, everything crashed along with it because they didn't have the revenue to do so. The United States seized on that and put more sanction onto Venezuela when they were going broke. So you put more sanction, you put higher tariff, then you're telling that the neighbor country that if you do business with Venezuela, we are going to punish you. What do you think they're gonna do?
So here's a tangent that I'm witnessing right now.
Should it fell in line?
Years, it's like so fucked up, right? And it went from American homelessness to homelessness to blaming immigration policies that American hold that is contributing to some homelessness. So help me understand the correlation between these things, because all that from immigration place, like from their policies that American hold, they have visas. That's just one aspect, right? There's a long list of ways they solidify these policies and incentivize this immigration, right? Where people come in with visas, they work, they make money, they can send money over to their families in the country, in another country.
That's talking about robbery, that anyone's for rape. What the hell?
So I'm trying to see where the fuck y'all going with this, because there's a little bit everywhere and there's no conclusion whatsoever.
No, I'll explain. It's all connected. That's what people seem to not understand. When you say if one person is homeless in New York, right, and the U.S. policy is pushing Venezuelans to come to the U.S., now you have 10 Venezuelans, now that's 11 people that are homeless in New York City. You don't see the correlation there?
I kind of wanted to talk about the foster care to homeless pipeline at some point. Never mind.
Yeah, this is Zach. I'm actually new to the room, but let me touch on this real quick. So before Hugo Chavez, the Venezuelan oil profit was mostly going to the big oil production companies, right? ExxonMobil, right? Example, okay. When Hugo Chavez took power, what he did was actually they took that money back from the oil companies, the money that was going out of the country, and invested in Venezuela and uplifted hundreds of thousands of people from poverty, right? Well, for whatever reason, the United States elite were not happy with it, and therefore Venezuela was actually sanctioned. That sanction caused economic situation for a lot of Venezuelans, and that's why they are leaving. Now, the same thing can be applied to Libya. Libya was a stable country, had a dictator, yes, but a benevolent dictator. There are two kinds of dictators. You have a North Korean dictator, or you have a Muammar Gaddafi or Saddam Hussein. So Muammar Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein were benevolent dictators. They were dictators, but they take care of their citizens when it comes to education, healthcare, infrastructure, right? Now, when Libya was overthrown, what happened? That all the weapons went to the Sahel, destabilized this West African part of the Africa, right? And you have a lot of migration flowing into Europe, right? So all I'm saying, my argument is very simple. Do not destabilize other countries and expect that you're going to eat your food, nice. It's not going to happen. People are going to come to you because you destabilize them. That's simple as that. Now, I'm not in the U.S. I'm actually outside the United States. That's just my opinion. U.S. foreign policy, Western foreign policy is really bad. That's why it's important that countries like Russian Federation, Chinese, Brazil, India, they need to step into this and direct the world to a different path. And I yield back.
Okay, so if we're going to talk about immigration, and this, I feel like we're going on a tangent at this point. The assertion now is that us, assuming that everything we talked about is correct, us destabilizing these countries or us not being able to provide for these countries is what has caused this immigration crisis, at least in the U.S. Europe has their own thing. They can do whatever the fuck they're doing. Probably not helping them either. That's just not true, because for the past 8 years, we saw a dip in immigration. Dude, after enforcing immigration under Trump, immigration was a lot less than what it is now. So these countries have been destabilized since before then. And us providing incentives for them coming here is what is allowing them to feel free to come up to the U.S. We could allow, or we could discuss not interfering in foreign governments. Obviously, I think most Americans would be in support of that. But us acting as if that is what's causing this current immigration crisis and we're helpless until we solve other governments' problems, that's just not true. We could be doing a lot more in the U.S. to help us.
It's not and do the accurate though, right? Like Trump had real quick though, right? So Trump had this policy where he threatened to take funding away from Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, right? And everybody said that shit was racist. But the point that he was making is, I'm not going to give you funding unless you secure your own fucking border. And it worked. So that kind of tells you that, hey, if I'm just giving you free fucking money and people are just stealing it, how is that actually solving the problem?
And brain drain also affects their population,
Hold on,
their
what do
nation.
you mean by it worked? What do you mean by it worked?
Yeah, so the stay in Mexico policy, the Mexican military securing their southern border, Guatemala, and right, like this was his point was, if you guys don't secure your shit, I'm pulling off funding, and they did it.
Okay, and then that stopped the illegal flow of illegal immigrants?
Yeah, so it stopped it significantly.
You forgot what happened to the Mexican border?
So this is kind of going to Dove's point, right? So when Joe Biden gets into office and he reverses 100 executive orders, a lot of it having to do with the actual border, you can see why the uptake became what it is.
Yeah, these immigrants aren't stupid. Like, they know that if we have a president who's lenient on enforcing immigration, they have a green ticket to come in here. Like, we literally let in hundreds of thousands every other month. So how is that going to be not an incentive for these people to come in? They know that they have a chance of just staying in here once they cross that border.
Well, it's very easy fix, right? Invest more money in security of the border, on your border. Also stop, corporations from going in the world, other countries and with U.S. military support. Stop doing that. Let the corporation have a fair, just. Let me finish, man. Let me finish. Let the corporation in these countries have a decent agreement on how wealth is extracted from these countries, whether that would be carbon or minerals or whatever it is. Have these countries have agreement. That's it. But don't use the military to overthrow states, overthrow countries, create chaos because your corporation wants to be rich. No, that's not going to cut it. I agree. Every country has a border. Well, if you fly in a plane, there's no borders, right? And it was not God's plan to have borders here. But the point is, we have borders right now. We're nation states. I totally get it. Every border has to be secured. I totally get it. But
God have a border? What?
Well, it wasn't God's plan to have a border, but that's not. You're going on that. You see, you're getting triggered by that. But that's you. But anyway, the point I'm talking about, at least you know where the Bible says there should be borders. But the point I'm talking about
here, you literally had Canaanites, Israelites, all these tribes.
I'm not Christian. I'm an African animist, so I don't believe in any Muslim Christianity, none of that. I have my own religion.
Oh, I get it. I get it now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm an animist. Yeah, I have a traditional religion. I don't believe in this foreign stuff. The what I'm telling you right now is, secure the border. That's absolutely 100%. You're entitled to do that. Deport whoever you want to deport. Yes, but what I'm telling you is, but don't also let your corporation go out with your military support. Start stealing everybody's wealth. Thank you.
Right, and we can look at one country in particular in Central America, and that is Costa Rica, right? You are not likely to see an illegal immigrant from Costa Rica. Matter of fact, you're not even likely to see a huge community of Costa Rican in the United States, and the reason is the way that the U.S. behave with Costa Rica, where they have fair trade agreement, where they have a really good relationship, right? That allow the Costa Rican government to actually treat these people fairly, having fair right. It is probably one of the best countries in Central America. So those people don't move, they stay in their country. Now imagine if the same foreign policy they have toward Costa Rica was applicable to all the other countries in Central America. You don't think these people will stay in their own homeland? Like the idea that we think people wants to leave their house, wants to leave their home country to come do menial job here is insane. It is insane. The United States knows exactly what it's doing. Hold on a second. The United States knows what it's doing because you know why? There's not a single United States citizen that will go cut sugar cane in Florida. Not a single U.S. citizen
not
will
go do that. That's your argument.
Right?
Wait, you saying nobody will you fucking
Would you?
Would you go cut sugar? Would you go cut sugar cane?
There's three of you.
Yes.
They're witness
Anyhow,
you can just drive a truck over and put it back.
They know exactly.
The only reason
Who
is
will do the job.
I'm not sure what you imagine Florida as, but there's advanced equipment with advanced machines. Nobody needs a bunch of illegals to come over here and fix
sugar
shit.
cane with a machine. You don't even know what sugar cane. You don't even know what sugar cane looks like. Because
It looks like bamboo, but it's there.
Sugar cane is processed. You know that it cannot be cut with a machine. Like
But you cut it with a machine.
Do we even do sugar cane here?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You see, you don't even know that you grow in this country. Right? Secondly, you need those
Okay,
illegal
you're gonna
immigrants.
stop that shit.
Can I finish, please? Secondly, you need those illegal immigrants to pick those fucking oranges, those strawberry, to work in those almond farms. Hold on a second, sir. To work in those almond farms to give you your almond milk. Because you know why? American citizens will not do those illegal jobs.
That's your example.
Oh, this dude's a moron, bro. They make more money off hiring
Yes. Okay, I was just showing you how annoying it is that while someone is speaking before they land, you start screaming their fucking name repetitively. Calm yourself. Okay? You may now make your submission.
So the African spiritualist, right? Doesn't that kind of ride or kind of rock his kind of narrative where he was talking about how the corporate, the concept of corporatism is actually the only ones benefiting off of this cheap labor that Matt's talking about?
Like the only people making money is the corporations. They make more money hiring illegals than they do hiring Americans. Because they hire more Americans, they have to wage the raise. They have to raise the wage in which they pay Americans. So in order not to do that, they hire illegals because illegals are willing to work for less. This is a proven fact. While you're rolling your eyes, this is a proven fact that they can get away with paying illegals less because who's tracking the money? No one's looking at the money because they're illegal. They're not going to go complain about how much they're getting paid because they're not supposed to be here in the first place. So it's cheaper for them to go to these rice fields, with sugarcane fields, as he said, or pick oranges and shit like that. It's easier for them to get away with the dairy industry. It's easier for them to just hire illegals because they can pay them less. They can pay them literal pennies on a dollar. And y'all are okay with that shit. So to use that, Matt, and say that no Americans will ever go work there, that's not the truth. The truth is they don't want Americans to work there because if they do, they're going to make less money. That is a fact. So when y'all do this whole arguing for illegal immigrants to be here, what y'all not even understanding is they're making money off the back of y'all. And y'all want to sit here and complain and bitch at us. We're trying to tell y'all what they're doing and y'all mad at us for us exposing the game they're running on y'all. Y'all are fucking pawns. And y'all are getting mad because we're calling it out for what it is. The government has been using y'all since forever. It's never been a good thing. Y'all keep falling for the same bullshit, same old bullshit. And the fact that they care more about illegal immigrants than the homeless people in their country should show you right then and there they got ulterior motives for y'all. But y'all want to come here and talk
And that's well said, bro. But on Matt's behalf, though, he is Haitian. Yeah, I'm just saying.
No, I'm a natural born American citizen.
All right, so now he's denouncing his heritage. That's crazy.
It doesn't even have to be. You said they're dumb as shit. I have double nationality, and I've said this on this set many times. I have like two nationalities.
I'm gonna talk over niggas, bro. That's weird shit, bro. Y'all hear me talking just because you a mod don't mean you get to just talk over people.
Okay, Chaos, I'm gonna remind you that while Matt was speaking, you were saying Matt, which is you attempting to bogart his response. So we're not doing this today, Chaos. You're gonna calm the fuck down.
Hold on a second. Why am I a mod? I'm not a dead. Why am I a mod? Nathan, why am I a mod? I'm not a dead.
You know you're a tether, Matt.
Yeah, you're a tether. What the hell?
My mother's an American citizen. She's the tether, not me.
Bro, all of a sudden, right? All of a sudden. 5 weeks in a row, you've been a mod on Thursday. Now you got a problem?
I just saw that.
Wow.
Yeah, what I don't understand about these rules sometimes is like, I get it, everybody cut each other off. That's not the problem. The issue is that it seems like y'all allow people to get bullshit off, and then when people try to challenge their bullshit, then motherfuckers want to get erratic. Like the niggas just got a bunch of bull.
I don't think.
Well, chaos, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's not about whether or not somebody says something that's BS, right? If you feel like it's BS, that's perfectly fine, but allow them to finish their point, and then you can challenge their BS uninterrupted, but allow them to be uninterrupted while they're spewing the BS that you called it to be. Please and thank you.
I would agree with you, and I would agree with you. I would definitely agree with you. But the problem is though, is that these niggas do this shit all fucking day. All day, these niggas cut each other off.
Can you control other people though, Chaos? Can you control other people, or can you allow the mods to moderate the space? Like you can. Well, how about we allow Tally to moderate with the space? If she asks for us to let someone land prior to interrupting them, let's do that. Okay. Simple as that. Let's have the conversation. Okay, that's fine, but let's have a conversation peacefully, y'all.
That's what I'm doing though, and I keep getting cut off by people telling me that I should not cut the block, and I agree to that. So like.
Okay, well, carry on.
Oh my god. Okay, well, we have a pause. Let's one person unmic and respond to whatever was going on. I lost myself in.
Matt, you are Heather.
I just want to say there's like this alternate universe where y'all mics actually fucking work. Like I barely can hear you sometimes, Chaos, and that's probably why like they talk over you. Like your mic is as shitty as fuck. Kind of like it's kind of like Lion, right? Like Lion, like Mr. Lion, like his mic is shitty as hell.
Yeah, I've noticed that when somebody else is talking, Chaos starts to talk, his mic drops to 0.
Yeah, so it's probably why people interrupt you as well, man. It's all good. Go ahead.
I don't think it's just the mic. I think it's also the zestiness. That's probably why there's a lot of over talking.
I still think something that people overlook is how often foster children that age out end up homeless when we're talking about that homeless conversation from earlier.
Fucking kids.
Oh my god. Okay, well BBL,
That's
now is
fair.
time. You can we can transition into that if you'd like. I don't have any stats on hand. But yeah, you can.
Yeah, I mean, I just speak from firsthand experience. I was in and out of the foster care system up until I emancipated out so I could raise my son. And that was horrible. Like, there are times where I would actually just leave my foster home because it was better to be just out in the world than in that foster home, just due to how broken that system is and unregulated.
So there's no safety net for the children when they leave the system?
No, not really.
No, there is. It's called getting a job.
You horse's ass. I did have a job. And
Oh no, I went through the same system. Not standing on top. I ruled the roost, mate.
Okay, he's just trolling, clearly, and it shows.
No, this is
I
100%
don't.
authentic me. Anybody ask anyone.
You're authentically a troll.
No, nobody asked though. She was speaking. Yeah, like I said, I went through the same system. I don't have any of the complaints you do. It's obviously specific to you. You just suck. It's okay. You'll be better later.
I am better, thank you. Yeah, even though I went through my trials and tribulations in that system, I was better. I graduated high school, went to college, got my degree. I now live in a nice house and stuff, and I still try to give back to my community and help foster children by mentoring them and donating items to them, and just trying to be better until one day, maybe after my kids are grown, I can foster and hopefully be a better patron of the foster system so that these kids are less likely to end up on the streets, so that they have a chance. Not only
Okay, so for me, like in my state, there was I think her name was Micaiah Bryant. This girl was almost out. She was in her late teens, but because of some, kerfuffle involving the adults in the situation, she actually ended up dying at the hands of police. So I one day would like to foster those older kids so that they can have a smoother transition into the real world. That's the plan for me.
That and the disabled children too are very underrepresented. Oh, sorry, Kath.
Yeah, and the transgenders and the minorities and all the other ones the white girls love.
Hey, Giant D that dick, bro, and go on mute.
No, thank you. I'm not a homosexual like what BBL would probably want to go adopt.
No, it's your.
The trolling is
I'll pray for
something
you.
worth
I'm
engaging
so
in.
sorry.
That's,
I'm so sorry for that.
I'm enjoying that there's so many liberals on the stage that I am just triggering the fuck out of. It's very enjoyable.
That's crazy. Oh,
it's like six of you. And it's like it's crazy because it's not usually that many of you up here.
James, I heard you were a statist. You're not a liberal, James?
What's a statist?
You kowtow to the government. You lick the boot.
Me? A statist? What?
Yeah. This is James, right?
Which James did you think was this? That's the
Yeah,
wrong
James
James.
Snyder. Yeah, you.
That's the wrong James. Me, a statist. You clearly have not spoken to me before.
Oh, my bad. No, I've seen you before.
I'm a populist. Through and through.
James, you be bootlegging?
Oh, goodness. He's a bootlegging statist. He loves the boot. I heard about you, James. Don't hide behind it.
I love you.
Yeah, everything you heard about me is true. That's 100%. I am what you say I am.
This is a Pepe burner. This is a Pepe.
I just think it's funny. He's talking about liberals, and he's not very far from them.
The worst autocratic empire to ever exist. The DNC and their liberal trolls and puppets that follow them around like parrots and repeat every word they say.
No, I mean, like,
can't
you're
stand
only
them.
like a little bit to the right? Like, you don't actually.
I am a nationalist. I'm as far right as it gets.
Nationalist? No, I don't think so. I'm afraid not.
No, completely nationalist. I would shoot the boats as they come across. Alligators in the border patrol.
Oh my god. Okay, so while we're here, I saw that Joe in an interview, I believe it was, said that he is not confident at all a peaceful transfer of power.
Oh, man, you know how to talk about that dementation right now, man. That nigga's
okay.
You lead a Trump and shit on this shit again.
No, let's do it. I love
So
that.
all I was saying is that I think it's a sort of unfounded fear. Since Donald Trump is not currently in power, why are you expressing that there should, be some issue with the transfer of power should your camp lose? I don't have any, fear that January 6th Part 2 is going to happen because the circumstances are different.
Well, good morning, everyone. I think the
Good
reason
morning.
why I have that fear is because I don't know if you guys watch Meet the Press, and it's probably because
Yeah, with the objective journalist, right?
that's fine.
Pepper.
She's brand new on stage. Let's shut up and hear her.
Okay, so pretty much like every time she has one of the Republican Party guests come on, she had Tim Scott come on, and she also had I can't even remember their names, but every time she was trying to get clarification on whether or not they will concede to the winner, they never gave a straight up answer. They just keep saying if the election is fair. So that's subjective. So that just depends on what one person thinks is fair and one person doesn't think it's fair. We know that Donald Trump has said that the election is rigged, so I think that's kind of where that sentiment comes from.
Doesn't Democrats do the same thing with Russia, talking about them interfering with our election, that Donald Trump was the actual president? Russia. So I mean, both sides do it, right? Like, both sides say, this was unfair, for whatever the reason is, so why would you say now that I'll agree with the unfair election before the election even comes? If your terms aren't met.
And the Mueller report, they literally launched an investigation on this guy because they thought Russia helped them win. Like, people just forgot about that. It's crazy we forgot about that. The Mueller report, the Russian spy accusations, They impeached him over it. It was a 3-year investigation, but nothing came out of it. And then they talk about denying elections.
And then the only spy they found was Fang Fang, and she was over in Adam Schiff's office. Or whose office was that? Sitwell, whatever.
Are you guys talking about the stuff that came out about Hunter Biden today?
No, we haven't talked about it yet.
There's more cocaine.
No, it's actually not about cocaine, surprisingly.
Was it all prostitutes?
No, not that either. Good guess.
No,
actually,
Donald Trump is the blackest president, but Hunter Biden has got him beat.
no, it's yeah, actually he does. But no, remember how we were told we were conspiracy theorists? Remember the other thing we were told we were conspiracy theorists about is that Hunter Biden was using his dad's position in foreign countries to influence them to pay him money. Remember all of that?
Yeah,
You can let her complete the statement and then you'll find out.
I put the link in the chat. It's on BBC, so if anybody wants to critique my source, on there. But basically, you know how he's facing charges right now regarding tax evasion? So during this case, prosecutors have brought out other information and have now accused him of accepting money from a Romanian oligarch who sought to influence U.S. government agencies. Court filing made on Wednesday in a Los Angeles federal court said that the Romanian national hired Biden for legal work in 2015 when his father was vice president under Barack Obama. The filing only identifies the Romanian businessman by his initials, GP, but the media has identified him as Gabriel Popoviciu, who at one time was facing corruption charges in Romania. In the filing, prosecutors said they plan to introduce evidence that Hunter Biden and an associate, quote, received compensation from a foreign principal who was attempting to influence U.S. policy and public opinion, and prompt the U.S. to, quote, investigate the Romanian investigation of GP. The document also said that Biden and his associate were, quote, concerned that lobbying work might cause political ramifications for the defendant's father, Joe Biden, and wanted to conceal the true nature of the arrangement. In total, prosecutors believe that Biden and his two associates split $3 million in payments from Popoviciu. Popoviciu was also sentenced to 7 years in Romanian prison on real estate fraud charges in 2017, although he had denied any wrongdoing. So, it was a conspiracy theory.
But isn't that the same playbook that Joe is that with Ukraine?
That is. Everybody was talking about it was in Ukraine, but this one's about a Romanian guy. But hey, we conservatives are just a bunch of conspiracy theorists.
Ukraine again?
Trump got in trouble for not paying his taxes too. Didn't he get in trouble for that?
No, that's wrong.
This is not the same thing. Hunter Biden right now is facing charges for tax evasion, yes, and Trump also got in trouble for the same thing. However, Trump did not get in trouble for working with foreign agents to influence U.S. policy and using his position of power to gain money. Like, this is not the same thing at all.
When was Trump charged criminally for tax evasion? When did that happen?
Well, he wasn't charged criminally for tax evasion, but what I mean is people have tried to come at Trump for maybe not being fully honest on his taxes or inflating the value of some of his properties, things like that. But this is not the same as what Hunter Biden was doing.
When she says it's the same thing, shouldn't we air that out that it's not the same thing?
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, but I was just saying that people have said stuff about Trump and his taxes too, but this is not. This is just another, what I'm trying to say is that this is another thing that has come out of this tax evasion case, which is something that conservatives have talked about for a while.
It's just really weird that like we kind and running for president.
We're not in London. You can stop the singing.
I hate that shit. I'm sorry, I really hate that shit.
Right, but did you have the same smoke poke when they were talking about?
That Popo, she got interrupted by the chaos people.
I hate that. Fucking nerves, like for real.
Like chaos people?
Y'all be nice to chaos.
We're paying so
Don't
much
be
attention
nice to
to
chaos.
Biden, but Trump he's been found guilty on 34 counts, but that's okay for the conservatives, right? Like that doesn't matter. The law is shit when that happens. But then when Hunter Biden is getting prosecuted or getting in trouble for tax evasion, which Donald Trump won't even show his taxes, and he's the one that's going for president, then the law is great. Then the law is like, yeah, get.
But Donald Trump did show his taxes.
Yeah, Donald Trump did. Also,
Yes.
Trump was convicted on those charges before the Supreme Court's ruling, and when the Supreme Court put out their ruling, all of a sudden they moved the sentencing from like July 11th all the way to September because they have to rework their case because there's a lot of evidence that now is inadmissible given the Supreme Court's ruling. And there have been other cases that were pending against Trump that have been thrown out after the Supreme Court's ruling. So there's a pretty good chance that these charges may not actually hold up, and he may never end up getting sentenced.
Also, Paul, you remember those are a very big thing. First, everybody was saying, "Oh, Trump is the first." Everybody was saying, "Trump is the first person writing a document for the taxes. No one's ever done that." And then when he released it, it went to, "Oh my God, can you believe that he does it? He takes advantage of the system. That he only pays this much in taxes when he should pay this much." They moved it.
Also, to be fair, I'm much more worried about someone using daddy's position to try to influence U.S. policy. There was a guy who recently, senator from New Jersey, Menendez, I don't know if you heard about it. He has just been charged and decided to resign from being a senator because they have a playbook of evidence against him and his wife for receiving money, cars, properties, even gold bars, for working with the Egyptian government. And he actually did try to influence U.S. policy. They have evidence of it in favor of Egypt, just so him and his wife could make some more money. So, I think that's a much more grave offense than not showing your taxes.
I think Paul brings up a good thing that people need to actually have a conversation about. An accusation can be just as damning to a political campaign than an actual guilty verdict. So when all this shit gets aired out, the election's going to be over. So by the time we get to a point where, let's just say Donald Trump is vindicated enough, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore.
Right,
The tax thing.
You're in the matrix. Don't in the matrix.
Yeah, the tax thing. So what made the Democrat side look even worse was because they also take advantage of those same tax loopholes. Every single one of them does. But they wanted to make sure that Donald Trump looked like they let Donald Trump hang out to dry by making it sound as if like he's somehow doing something that's not already legally in the tax code for him to do. Wow, the great thing that what Donald Trump did, especially under Hillary, is he says, "Hey, you take advantage of the same tax."
Yep, I was going to say that. Yep.
And if you have a problem with it, then change the tax code.
This is one Obamaism, though, Lion. Like, I brought up the thing about Biden, and she immediately jumps to Trump and taxes and doesn't even once address the fact that Hunter Biden was colluding. We have now proof and evidence that has been brought in this case to show that he actually took payments from a corrupt Russian or Romanian oligarch who wanted him to influence U.S. policy. And Hunter Biden was concerned about how it could potentially affect his dad, even though he's going around to all these other countries using daddy's name to get money. And these people or these governments wanted him to influence U.S. policy in exchange. But you know what? Let's bring up tax evasion or Trump not showing his taxes instead of addressing it.
What I wanted to say was that both groups actually played this political game. When Obama was in office, they didn't really have anything on his person except for the fact that they would say that he's not an American. That's one. The other side of it was I don't know if you remember this, but does anyone remember the debt ceiling clock? It's no longer there. They took that down after Obama Obama left office. Donald Trump takes the office and it's gone. It's no longer an issue. So they're using political points or whatever against each other. The tax thing was a big one, ladies and gentlemen, because the wealthy people don't pay the same type of taxes because they found tax havens like trust. Trust, you can put your money, assets, and everything that you have in it, and the trust is going to pay your taxes like a straw man does.
Let's let Melissa and Paul go at it.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish a sentence, though. It'd be great. And therefore, what I'm trying to say is the Democrats also do the exact same thing. Every one of these wealthy people do use a trust to hide money from the government. It's a legal way of doing just that. And so what happens is they put it out there that Donald Trump doesn't pay his taxes, knowing damn well that his money is in a trust and he's not obligated to disclose that information if he doesn't want to. The only reason that he did was because he was under the political magnifying glass from the media. That's it. That's the only reason he did it. So therefore he does it. And now the Democrats, because they didn't think he was going to do it. So what they turned around and did was, oh, let's move the goalpost to another position. Oh, he doesn't pay enough taxes. But the thing is, none of them do.
Well, but he never released it. It was leaked from the New York Times, and that person was prosecuted.
No, I'm fine. I'm not here to argue. I'm doing my makeup before I have to go to my job because I work every
Run away, run away, run away.
Yeah, what if Trump's son-in-law was made a lot of millions in the Middle East?
Out of office,
What do
out
you
of
mean by
office, out of office.
Are you suggesting Kushner broke the law or something?
No, never. See, this is the problem. Like when people are in the business already, and that's one thing. But when people aren't even in the business, but they're making buttloads of money, that's a problem.
The whataboutism is strong today, so what's going on? Nobody has yet to address my article. Yeah, nobody addressed
You bring up Biden, he's conjoined to Kushner. You bring up
everything that Biden
won't touch it.
Just a year ago, Biden was denying that his son was even involved in any of this stuff. He denied his son had a laptop during the debates in 2020.
It was all
Nobody's pressing it
conspiracy
on.
We're just conspiracy theorists over here. That's all we do all day.
I just think
Let's
it's
not
like
destroy the liberal bubble. People hate Trump more than they care about reality, and that's fine. That's fine.
Maybe we all just live in different realities.
We all do already.
Well, that's why Melissa wants to talk about it, so we can kind of clearly see where reality is objective
They
and
don't
where
want to
reality
talk about
is.
it, Samoa. They're too, they don't touch it. I guess that it must be true then, if they won't even talk about it, that's no objections to what I said.
We've always lived in a multiplicity of realities. Black people think that they're white. White people think that they're black. Women think that they're men. Men think that they're women. Fat people think that they're skinny. All sorts of different things. Crackheads think that they can sing. Yeah, everyone is. This is America.
Somalis think that they're Jew.
Yeah, also that's another one. That's another big one. White people think that they're Jews. You see what I'm saying? It's the place where anything is possible in your own head.
Lion, now the chaos is back in the room, yo. You should.
Oh my
He
God.
never forgets where I come from. He always brings up that I'm an Indian. He insults my nationality.
I told, hey, see, listen. What you
Which chaos are we talking about here?
So what I'm going to say is this to that. That's not, look, I'm going to put it like this. My wife is very polished. I am not. But don't get it mistaken as if you're going to get some sort of actual legitimate sympathy from her on, especially a man, crying about things that are being said to another talking head on the internet. Come on, man. Come on, really.
Oh, she was sympathetic. She was like, she said my apologies for my husband and any hurt that he may have inflicted on you. I apologize on behalf of his name. She was.
Yeah, but then she went on mute and said, "This bitch ass nigga."
Exactly. They're like, where do they make these whole ass niggas at? Gotta destroy that place.
Yeah, but Lonnie, what's the beef with? But Lonnie, what's the beef with chaos? Can we solve that? I don't have a beef with Cam.
We can't hear your mic, we can't hear your mic.
You did take a couple of shot at him a couple of days ago, plus yesterday.
I don't, you're gonna have to remind me, I don't remember.
You gotta ask him because he ain't forget.
I have beef with James.
Nobody wants to address Melissa though. She laid the gauntlet down. Nobody want that smoke.
We
Nobody.
have nothing to say because we were conspiracy theorists again. Like, how are we? We're like 3-0 right now, right?
They don't care
All
about Biden.
conspiracy theories turned true.
None of them care about Biden. They all care about.
What's more, we don't care. Like, you know what? I don't know who I want to lose more because y'all Trump and Kamala people cry so much. I want both of you guys to lose so you can cry on this app all day come November 6th.
Bro, we didn't say Hillary Clinton, bro. Yeah, we didn't say Hillary Clinton, bro. Come on.
But we're just tired of being called conspiracy theorists when we're really truth sayers. So y'all can get with the program.
I think they're just looking for people in this room to be like, oh no, how dare you say that? And then like no one really is there. A lot of people suspected like Hunter Biden are doing this. They're just waiting for more details. So I don't know. I don't think that probably.
Thinking where he been?
Hopefully
We had been called Alex Jones. Thinking where he been?
But hopefully he can find them.
When the laptop thing first happened, everybody said, "Are you conspiracy?"
No,
They did. They did.
I
As soon as you brought up a laptop, conspiracy theory. Even Biden denied there was a laptop. Now all of a sudden there's a laptop.
No, even at the FBI coordinated with Twitter to stop the information during the election. The FBI coordinated with Twitter to stop the New York Post spreading of the article. The FBI. That's crazy.
And then Mark Zuckerberg said that the FBI came to them. No, and then Mark Zuckerberg came there and told them to dial down the algorithm on Facebook.
Yeah, that's like, for me, when I heard that like he went to get his laptop repaired, I'm like, that sounds like something really stupid that it would happen, right? That's me personally. And there's a lot of people that are like, no, but I don't know if they're in the room. If somebody spoke and said conspiracy theories, have at them. But like, as far as I can see, I haven't heard anybody here say that, right? So just find the crowd that's calling conspiracy theorists and tell them I'm a truth sayer. You know?
You're saying like you've never heard anybody deny the validity of Curious George in the room. We need Curious George. We need what's that chick's name? She calls herself a feminist all the time. All those things.
Are you saying that there was no deniers of the validity of the laptop?
No, mofo, no. I'm saying that I haven't heard anybody in this room say it, right? Like, what do you want me to speak for like the half?
No, this was last year, bro. Come on, man.
You know what?
It's like 3 years ago.
In general, in the public, like, I don't just mean this room.
I mean, there's
in
retards
general,
everywhere.
in general,
don't
the
do
media.
that. Get him, Melissa.
No, in the media, conservatives were labeled conspiracy theorists for saying that there was a real Hunter Biden laptop, and not even just us as people. Even conservative lawmakers were called conspiracy theorists for that. But it turns out.
Just listen. Just hear me out, Melissa. There's a reason why there's a business in making buses that are not as good as the other buses, all right? Like, that's the way I look at it. Like, come on, you're going to Congress, there's a lot of
Giving an
things
offering.
going on.
You're giving an offering.
Tomorrow, right now, nothing would make you happier than me say something about that, right? About the laptop.
You could just
right?
move out of the
Nothing would
way
make you
so
happier.
Melissa can get her smoke.
I'm just saying, I'm saying no one is fighting into it because I don't think anybody here denied it. If they are, they'll go at their throats. Like,
well, how can you
can't talk about it?
How can, huh? Wait, who's saying this? Who's saying they can't talk about it?
That's what you sound like. You sound like you're saying that because nobody on this stage said it.
Oh my God, is it the fucking guy?
You want to just move away from the subject completely. We shouldn't talk about the laptop whatsoever because nobody on this specific stage said that it was fake.
Let me have it nicer with James. Hey, James, you keep on bringing
Now
it
we're
up.
gonna steal Melissa's thunder.
And now, again, instead of talking about the laptop, you want to talk about Ditman.
We've all fucking established that I'm very tight from the A. And when it descends into chaos, it makes my blood boil. I fucking hate it, okay? I fight everything inside of me that makes me want to be controlling and domineering, okay? I did that because of my Southern heritage and the way that I was raised to be polite. But just know that my 6'4" father is inside of me. And that if I wanted to, I could dominate all of you, okay? So act right so that I don't have to.
Yo,
Yes,
my
possible.
sick
James.
poor father is
James.
inside of me.
James,
So now, the
James.
only person who's actually saying anything in response to what I said is Leanne in the chat. So now Leanne's saying that it's all accusations and nothing's proven. So, okay, Leanne, we'll wait and see when it's proven, just like the last case of Hunter Biden where he was convicted on all charges. So we'll wait, and then we'll revisit this in what, like, say a month? And we'll have a real conversation.
She wants to come up, go for it.
She never comes up. She's a
James,
chat warrior.
James,
James,
just
James,
you don't think like something weird going on here? They brought it up 3 times, man. No one said anything, right? No one said anything 3 times. So
Bro, why can't we fight the football?
And when nobody engages it with it, James, we kind of move on, right? And I'm just saying, look, man, they're not showing their head here. Let's move on. Like we all.
Yeah, let's just move on. We were wrong. We don't want to admit it. You were right. Let's just move on and pretend it never happened.
What do you mean, James? I said that.
We want to fight the football.
This dude really needs to get me on like the side.
Let's just pretend like it never happened. We never said it. It was never. You were never a conspiracy theorist. This is ridiculous. It's all fake.
It's giving aggressive energy at 9 a.m. because we've been called conspiracy theorists for the past like 4 years. So
nobody has said that to you. Nobody said that to you. You're literally sitting
oh my
here
god! And you guys don't pay attention to living under rocks. People living under rocks.
Like you're living under rocks.
Just to please Melissa.
I will. You were wrong, and you know you're wrong, and you don't want to hear it.
Just to please Melissa. Melissa, people are making claims. Did they have actual proof that these things existed, or they were just saying,
yes, we got one.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Can you repeat this, please?
Yeah,
Harvey's
Melissa.
going by.
So when people are like making these claims, right? Do they make these claims based on factual evidence that they link to these claims, or was it just like calling things out because they felt like?
This was happening in the media. They were saying that we were conspiracy theorists for the Hunter Biden laptop. We were conspiracy theorists for Biden's cognitive abilities.
Again, my question was, when these claims of Hunter Biden's laptop and like corruption was happening, were those claims backed by proof that can be linked back and said,
yes,
hey, this is why we're making these claims?
Yes,
okay.
there were people that had proof. There were witnesses that had seen the Hunter Biden laptop. The pawn shop owner even spoke out about it, saying that Hunter Biden had come in and sold it. There was evidence that this actually happened, yet we were told we were conspiracy theorists and that it was all fake and an illusion and not real.
I mean, again, this is where like I told Mike, but I want to be precise here. So I think the article that you posted talked about him being paid for political influence.
Yes, right? About Hunter Biden.
The one from BBC?
Yes.
So I'm assuming that article that is posted came like 55 minutes ago, which was shared today. So this influence plot was like alleged, well, like what, 2020, 2021?
Yeah.
During the elections? Like,
people were talking about it, yeah.
Okay, so at that point, when people are talking about it, did they actually have proof that he had like whatever we have, whatever I'm seeing in the article right now, did they have that then?
There was evidence going around that he had met with foreign agents, that his bank statements showed a huge influx of cash that didn't seem to be accounted for in any other way. There was many different rumors going around about Hunter Biden specifically colluding with foreign agents, yes.
Okay, so you said there were rumors going around, right?
Now, we wouldn't call it a rumor, but there were many reports within the media.
Okay, all right.
You want to be more specific?
Again, going back to those reports, like most of those reports from back then, which has like receipts that says, hey, this is why we say this. And then again, I'll give it to you that when people if they call you conspiracy theorists, they're wrong because you like showed proof. But if you're saying that they called you conspiracy theorists back then, right, they didn't have proof, then I would have to say, yes, that seems like conspiracy theorist mentality, where like making claims without any proof. And then like once the proof happens, then it's like, so that's where I would like push back and say, hey, you can make claims, but if those claims don't have proof back then, at that point, was a conspiracy theorist.
We had
Wait, did you?
So that's why the claims were made.
Yeah, like,
right. Did you?
I think I'm trying to like clarify and say, hey, give me articles that were established back then that had claims and also like had like proof as to like why those claims are made. And then again, here's what I'm saying. I'm just saying to validate, it's easy to validate. like to validate this, we just need to like find an article that
I have
makes
one
it like,
if you could let me.
okay, yeah, from back.
Okay, so the main thing that was circulating around about Hunter Biden colluding with another government or company was about Burisma, the company in Ukraine. I'm sure everybody's heard about. And so Chuck Grassley, who sits on the Senate Judiciary Committee back in 2023, there was a unclassified memo from a June 2020 internal FBI report that outlined claims by a foreign informant, and Chuck Grassley put the document out there. Basically, this memo contained a claim that Hunter Biden was hired by a Ukrainian energy company, Burisma, in 2013 as a way to gain support from his father, who was the U.S. vice president at the time. It also alleged that Burisma made two $5 million payments to the Bidens as part of its efforts to remove Ukraine's prosecutor general at the time, Viktor Shokin, and that there were two audio recordings of both Hunter and Joe Biden that supported this. The informant also told the FBI that he had learned these details during conversations he had with the Burisma chief executive and other company officials in 2015 or 16, and you can continue on. So there were official articles that were in main reputable news sources going around. There was an internal FBI memo that was leaked. There was an informant. There was a lot of information, but again, we were called conspiracy theorists.
Going to the prosecutor being fired, Joe Biden was on a panel discussion. I put the tweet from Rudy Giuliani in the chat where he's on record in the video saying, I get on a plane in 6 hours, and if you don't fire this guy, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch, he was fired. Like,
But none of us are covered for that, right?
I understand this might be new information for people who are not paying attention, but just because it's new information doesn't mean it's wrong. We've been talking about this, Melissa, for 3 years. Like,
Can you repeat what you said, Monica? Sorry, I had a call briefly.
yeah, like, just because it's new information for you doesn't mean that it's wrong. Be skeptical, but do your own research, because we've got the research, and then when we share it, you're not inclined to look at it or investigate it.
So their response is that this was a community effort. This was a geopolitical, every country, every ally that we had all thought that this prosecutor was corrupt. That's how they fortified the justification on why they did what they did. Is that good enough or no?
So, Melissa, like this is where like I'm looking at the article that you posted before and then the one that you posted recently. Like the article says allegedly again, and like I know that I'm being very like cautious there and saying, I think if it's proven, right? Like why haven't we like seen that when under his under his prosecution? And I think the only thing that Hunter Biden was charged with was lying on a federal form to get a gun, and not this.
No, so it has been brought up. That's why I brought it up today. Chaos is because there's a second case against him for tax evasion charges, and in that case, now the prosecutor has brought evidence, which was the first article that I posted about him colluding with a Romanian oligarch to influence U.S. policy in exchange for money. So there's a court filing that was made in California, I believe it was LA today, about that. I haven't got my hands on the court filing, but the accusation that was, let me see. Okay, according to the court filing made on Wednesday, the Los Angeles federal court, Romanian national hired Biden for work in 2015 when his father was Vice President under Obama. The filing identifies a Romanian businessman by GP, although U.S. media has identified him as Gabriel Popoviciu, who was facing corruption charges in Romania. In the filing, they said they plan to introduce evidence that Hunter Biden and an associate received compensation from a foreign principal who was attempting to influence U.S. policy and public opinion and prompt the U.S. to investigate the Romanian investigation of the GP. The document also said that Biden and his associate were concerned that lobbying work might cause political ramifications for the defendant's father, Joe Biden, and wanted to conceal the true nature of the arrangement. In total, prosecutors believe that Biden and two associates split $3 million in payments from Popoviciu. So it has been introduced in a case that is currently being brought against Hunter Biden.
Cool. But again, I think that nobody's above the law. If they committed some crime, they have to do the time. So again, if Hunter Biden did some sketchy shit, lock him up. I'm not going to be against it.
What about his father? Should we lock his ass up too?
Sure, man. Unless he did it in an official capacity, then he gets official immunity.
There you go.
I mean, I don't think they're probably going to be able to link anything back to Joe Biden himself, because I think even as it shows in that article, seems Hunter Biden tried to go to great lengths to kind of distance it from his dad because he knew how much trouble that could get him in. You know, maybe we will or we'll never know if Joe Biden was aware of it all or not.
Well,
But I think we'll have
testimony from
trouble.
Tony Babalewski, business partner. Joe Biden was very aware. He was a part of it. He even talked about James Biden and.
I know the brother. I know his brother, but I think we'll have.
No, I'm talking about the meeting with Tony Babalewski where Joe Biden, or I think Joe Biden and James Biden met at this cafe or whatever that was, and they used the term plausible deniability.
Well, yeah, but that's exactly.
That's Tony Babalewski's statement.
Okay, so exactly plausible deniability or not. Especially after the Supreme Court case, I think we'd have a hard time getting.
No, so this is where, like, so I.
Well, he's the vice president. He doesn't have the same protections as the president.
Well, at that time, yeah, sure,
Yeah.
but I think they went to great lengths to distance him. And I think they would be able to use plausible deniability, and that would be a problem.
It doesn't happen in the liberal bubble.
I was going to say, like, back to like the conspiracy theory label. Oh, give me a second. I usually like. I mean, no. I just muted myself with that. The label for conspiracy theories, like a theorist, like I use it sparingly only when like people can't like give me proof of like what they were saying. Like for instance, if someone were to say all geese are male, and then they're like. I'll be like, okay, like, do you have any study for it? And if they can't say a study of it, well, it's a conspiracy theory. So I tried to do that. But again, there's proof, man. I'm not going to deny it.
Well, I'm tracking a story on X right now about George votes. I mentioned it in the room open.
You're breaking up a little. Is it me or?
No, it's my microphone. I don't have a good one today.
Yeah, that microphone.
Did you see it?
Yeah,
You gotta repeat
you
everything.
sound extremely low, and also you're not a victim, Sasha.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's really bad. We can't hear anything.
It's only Monica. I hear you perfectly.
So
Continue.
while we're waiting on that, I do want to say I just found out that Revolt TV, which I believe is no longer associated with Diddy, is going to be streaming an interview between Carisha and Saucy Santana, and she's going to talk about those Diddy allegations. I'm going to stream that so hard.
That's on top.
In the Coonery channel, of course. Yeah, on this.
Another thing too, Tali. Shout, you're not a victim. Shout, you're not a.
Surprise dick. Your fucking hairline is the.
Yeah, what was the date of I wanted to talk about it was we all know like they told Trump to take like this like cognitive test or whatever, right? And then like when he passed it, like they started going into like the validity of like the doctor's education, right? But like so the media was doing this whole thing on cheap fakes. Does anybody here follow Nicholas Fontecaro on X?
No, nobody here follows Nicholas.
Okay, so he
Fontecaro.
Fontecaro. Okay, so like he made a compilation of all these reporters, because all these reporters try to distance themselves, right, from like the fact that they were saying, yeah, they're cheap fakes and whatnot, right? Because after the debate, everybody looks like an idiot, right?
Do you mean deep fakes?
No, they started calling it cheap fakes, right? That was like what they were pointing for. They were calling them cheap fakes. And so they were saying like, oh, this just is misinformation. He's fine. Even when they had that special counsel, and they're saying, yeah, his main memory is hazy and he's poor. He's like a well-meaning old guy, right? Kamala was like, no, he's fine. Like this is just like what? Well, anyway, all these reporters kind of backed this up, right? But now, like after the debate, everybody's like, boy, what the fuck? Like this guy, if you believe like what they were saying, you're just like, oh shit, like this is not a cheap fake, quote unquote. This is actually like an issue, right? So they're trying to distance themselves from that, right? But this guy, Nick Fondacaro, made a compilation of all these reporters like saying that, right? And like saying how it's just a bunch of like conspiracy, that he has some mental condition, like propagated by the right. And yeah. So I'm just trying to find his post. Like I know it was post-election, so I'm trying to find out when he posted it. Because yes, he posts a lot of shit on Twitter. So I'm trying to find when he actually like posted this.
Again, I have no idea what you said, man. I couldn't even follow anything that you said.
Like TLDR reporters told us that all these questions about Biden's mental health and all these videos where he's stuttering are conspiracies and like deep fakes that they call cheap fakes. But after the debate, people saw that his like cognitive powers were not there, right? So now the reporters look bad because they've been spinning this narrative that all these questions about his cognitive abilities are just misinformation. So they try to distance themselves from that.
Gotcha.
There's a
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Wait,
there's a
but
compilation of them.
So the reports I saw initially were like people were like slowing it down or editing footage. That's one of the reports that I saw, like that claimed that some of the videos were like edited. But dude, I said this before, like the debate like crushed Biden. Like there was no way he was recovering from that. Like that performance was like the worst. And like again, the whole muting the mics thing really favored Trump better because of the fact that it made him more measured and more composed. It made him feel like he was like playing the part of a presidential role. So like, I mean, I said this as soon as the debate happened. It's like, yeah, Biden had a stood a chance at that point.
Yeah. And that's and I do agree. There's a lot of like videos where they're like slow down and whatnot. But the thing is, the reporters are taking these and be like, well, these are all like videos, and like there's no need to worry about his cognitive abilities. We've seen him when we're like talking like him when we're in like in the press, and he's fine, right? So they're also like not just discrediting like these videos, right? They're saying like, yeah, all of that is just fake, right? And this whole idea that he's not cognitively there, like that's not true. We see him personally, and it's not that. So that's where like the reputation is kind of at stake, right? Because they're vouching for him personally. They're saying, hey, my personal experience, you don't have to worry about this. So,
I think the thing that was like also alarming, Ethan, is if you remember right after the debate, it was almost like scary how quickly all of a sudden all of the liberal stations completely changed what they were saying about him, and all of a sudden they agreed with all the conservative ones, and they were like, wow, his performance was so terrible.
It's almost as if they were instructed.
Yeah, exactly. All of a sudden, they were given a fresh new sheet of notes that's like, these are the new talking points as soon as this debate ends. But we were just conspiracy theories, you know. And yes, Leanne, call me conspiracy theories, please. It makes me feel better.
I think you were asking for that.
All we're just like, yeah, we're not donating a single fucking dime to this geezer. You gotta figure something out. Yeah. No, that's what's funny to me. That's why, like, I'm trying to find this compilation of like all these reporters that switched up, and they're like, yeah, he's not cognitively there, just saying, hey guys, he's fine. This is just like propaganda.
Have you seen the meme where it's like that dog that's sitting in a house that's on fire and it says this is fine?
Yeah, Sharper's attack. Yeah, exactly. And that's what like ticks me off, right? And then Nick Fondacaro actually has like he has a compilation of it, and it's so funny because it's like all of these reporters and like the way they're just like laughing it off and they're vouching for it, and I don't want that shit to get lost because I think I'm pretty sure like the media is not gonna like, you can't even search it up, right? I found the video before and I can't even find it again. But that's what I was asking. Does anybody know the date of the debate? I don't remember. I'm driving.
Or what was the question?
The date that they had the debate. Because after that, they switched up and he had like this compilation ready.
It was the 27th of June, according to Google.
27th of June. Gotcha. Oh, you'll see the whole CNN, like when he got shot, they were just like, oh, he just stuck down and got down from the stage. That was like the first headline by CNN, I think. That was crazy.
Yeah, loud noises makes Trump fall. That's what they said.
Oh, damn, wait, James is here. Hey guys, I'm a liberal now. Sorry. All this is fake. The video I've been saying is I'm looking for it. Doesn't exist, guys. In fact, I'm going to send you some nice propaganda about how Kamala is the.
That must have made you feel intellectually insuperior. I'm sorry about that. It's okay. You'll get over it one day.
Maybe one day, James, but I need therapy.
Not today, though. Sorry, bud.
I'm going, just because of that, I'm going to go and apply to Medicaid. All right? I'm going to commit tax fraud. I'm going to use your taxpayer money for my therapy, and then I'm going to rub it in your face. No, I have medical care through my company. Well, not my company, the company I work for.
Good, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Speaking though, maybe this is a topic everybody, will join in on. Did anybody hear what's happened in Bangladesh recently? Like the last really been the past couple months, but it's been increased last week. Yeah, the students overthrew their government and their prime minister fled to India, and they released the political prisoners that were in jail, and one of them was a Nobel laureate prize winner, and he's like 80-something years old, and they want him to be the interim leader, so he was brought in as the interim leader today, and the students, the people, and the military are all in support of him. But there's videos that were online of reminiscent of, I guess the liberals freaking out about January 6th, where all these students in Bangladesh were in the parliament in Bangladesh, like just standing on top of the desks, throwing papers everywhere, lighting off or shooting off like gas canisters and all this stuff.
You always notice how it's quotation mark students?
Yeah.
During the Ukraine Donbass revolution, what they call the Revolution of Dignity, that was also quotation mark students. China's revolution.
If I can find one of the videos, though, of these students.
Maoist revolution, students.
I see there's going to be a press conference at 2:00 too. Trump from the Mar-a-Lago, Florida. On Discord if you guys want, even though it's dangerously close to my laptop, so someone else may want to put it on there.
Okay, I found the video. I just put it in the chat.
Anybody see the craziness in UK? Looks like a civil war going on over there.
I was gonna ask Holly who was having a press conference at 2?
Trump.
Okay. And yeah, James, I saw that too. We were talking about that for quite a bit. Well, we were talking about it a little bit yesterday, and it turned into a whole immigration and assimilation conversation.
Yeah, I feel bad for him at one hand, but on the other hand, I don't like redcoats, and it's just like, fuck you and your king.
Okay, this is what people pretend January 6th was.
Exactly. That's why I said that. Because they're like everywhere. There's like, I don't know, 200s of them.
They're identical. Look, if you look closely, you'll find somebody with bull horns. We had that. Ours was worse.
Okay, I do believe these are students. They're literally protesting inside the state building and vaping. Disgusting.
They do
Why?
look young. I agree.
Yeah, when I say students, what I'm saying is that's the target group that these groups use for their, I guess it's revolutions or coups, whatever it is. You see students being used in all of them. Ukraine, Russia, China, even in South America, Venezuela, it's students that are fighting against Maduro. I'm not sure what it is. It's just we.
It is true, because even these students, mostly I guess the prime minister, her father, there was a statue of him, and because I guess if anybody knows or remembers, Bangladesh used to be part of Pakistan in the 70s. It was kind of like a bloody war where Bangladesh became their own country, and he became the leader after that, I guess, and then I don't know if there were people in between him and her, but she was the leader for the last 15 years. And so they tore down the statue of her father, which is, I feel like, also.
I found it, guys. I found it, guys. I found the supercut. Holy shit, I found it. I'm about to drop the link. All right, never forget. You know what? I'll wait till James leaves because he's going to think I'm actually on his side. There you go. That's the supercut. This supercut is so good.
Like, just don't ever start with Aiken. He is like.
No. He caught me saying something the other day about like medicine, and he's like, "This guy's a liberal," and I'm like, like if this guy knew that I was not and then he would just reverse me as liberal, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, when you start
no one here thinks I'm a liberal, and then he's like, you fucking liberal, you think we're conspiracy theorists, and I'm like, holy shit, like. I'm just like, holy crap.
There's so many times.
I'm like,
it's always shit. I always try to pretend to be right wing. You're like a goiper. One of those pretend right wingers that actually just
not
like that person on the person on The View.
If you could, you can recount the story of when Jacobus tried it, because I don't think knowledge was there for that, and it was so funny.
When Jacobus tried what?
Tried you.
Oh my god, we went back and forth in chat for the first time, bro. I couldn't stop. Here's the thing, I'm really good at trucking, and I'm really good at texting while trucking.
So, no, the part where it was talking about long hair in the Bible, and he tried to make it like...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that happened on stage.
Oh, yeah.
You dug up some insecurities.
Oh, yeah. He was saying it's a disgrace, right? And I'm like, okay, I can see how, like, person, they try to say, like, it's feminine. And I was like, look, if God really thinks it was feminine, why would he have, like, Samson have, like, this covenant, right? It was, like, from the Nazareths, right? To do this, right? He was, like, the strongest little guy, the most masculine, like, man that has lived in Israel, right? And you think that, like, he's like, yeah, but he had to do all these other things. I'm like, so what you're saying is God found it so disgusting that he had long hair that he had to do all these other things so he could make up for it. But God asked for the requirement. Yeah, remember when Jacobus was like, yeah, name one woman that's ever won an argument in history. And I'm like, Sarah's wife, judged by God to be right. Yeah, me and Jacobus will go back about the Bible.
Long hair is really gay.
I mean, sure, man. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? Oh, yeah. I was just like, you know what's kind of gay? Wearing scarves. I'm like, oh my God, it's cold. Let me put an accessory on my neck. Let me hunch my neck. It's really cold here. Like I need.
It's gay to be one.
But then he's kind of talking about like.
I've been trying to adjudicate this one for a while, like flip flops on men.
Okay, flip flops are definitively fucking gay. That's one of the
also, as a straight male, I've never wore a scarf in my life.
And you shouldn't.
In the Bible,
there's no debate.
In Corinthians 9:16, it says, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your.
Jesus wore cowboy
next to being uncircumcised and how he was disobeying God or something. It was a lot.
Oh,
Philgar, how do you feel about this? I know someone who always calls flip flops slippers.
That's just justification.
That's flaming gay. That's like super.
I think if you're on a beach or you're doing some sort of yard work, maybe it's acceptable to wear slides.
If you're trying to catfish the princess trying to find Cinderella, you call it slippers.
The only time it's okay to wear them is if you're in the hospital because you got injured, and they make you do it.
Yeah.
A manly injury.
Yeah, it has to be a manly
100%.
injury. Those little sticky fucking socks they give you, no, you just gotta walk around and fall.
Yeah. No, you have to fight the nurse. You have to be like, it's a free country, and then shake like the heart monitor, like kind of like semi-violently, but not enough to fuck up the IV fluids that are connected. Like, you're wearing like sticky socks on the bottom. Alright?
I think shorts on men is a problem too. Like if it's
Only
above
above
95 degrees, you're okay.
Yeah.
But beyond
Bring back
that,
skirts. Bring back skirts, man. That's how wars are fought back then, with skirts. Right? You got all that light movement for that hand-to-hand combat. Bring that shit back.
I actually agree with James. When it comes to shorts, they gotta be below the knee. Gotta be.
and it has to be over 85 degrees, or you have to be working out.
No, so if they're below the knees, now you are wearing capris, and I hate to break it to you.
You're doing the
It
European
looks better.
shorts. Have you guys seen those? The European guys.
The booty shorts?
No, they do the shorts that are past the knee, like half calf, and it looks like capris.
Oh yeah, it has to be past the knee, but it has to be above the calf. It's a real weird short rule that exists for guys. That's why it's better to just wear pants, because no matter what, you get it wrong, you're going to be gay.
But what if your pants are the kind that are like 2 to 3 inches above the ankle? I saw that was a trend.
That's also gay too. It's called what do they call it? Flooding. It's gay. It's gay to flood.
Yeah, high water.
They were just elongated capris.
You get soggy pants and you let them air dry like a man.
If you're swimming or exercising, shorts are acceptable.
Look, no. You have to go there with blue jeans. And I'm not talking about like some skinny jeans. So there were like bootcut jeans into the ocean, okay? Whatever. You want that shit to come off, okay? That's exactly what you want right there. Put some socks on while you're at it. Nobody wants to see your toes, alright? You're a man, alright?
Swim with your boots on.
And not them short socks, them woolly socks. Because I mean, you're gonna buy a pair of socks, they better serve you throughout the year, right? Only men, only men that are buying like clothes because of the season are gay men, alright? This ain't no Lululemon shit. Woolly socks, jeans, and a belt, then you can get into the water, okay?
And the belt has to have a loop that weighs 10 pounds, and you have to keep it on.
Have to.
And I personally will correlate size that matters to the size of your belt buckle. So if your belt buckle is tiny, I'm going to make assumptions.
Yeah, Yosemite Sam, he had one that was hanging, obviously. Like by all the pictures, you can see I'm looking at. I agree, Sally. This seems sound.
I think an actual conspiracy theory to introduce that I don't have any evidence for.
Let's hear it.
I feel like somebody might be trying to kill Taylor Swift.
Well,
that's not a conspiracy theory.
Well,
her concert was canceled in Vienna yesterday because they found 2 people with bombs outside of it.
Okay,
yeah.
Melissa, that's kind of evidence, okay? That's the
I
kind
think
of
the
reason
girls
to
in
believe.
England were stabbed at a Taylor Swift dance party. I'm just saying. What did Taylor Swift ever do? I'm wondering. I'm really asking.
When you confront with demons, you ask demons to come play. That's what happened.
But what demons?
I'm gonna be
I don't know.
for the holidays, and I'm genuinely concerned that there's gonna be some terrorist-related activities.
Oh, James, I really took you
Christmas
as
time,
a
Thanksgiving
Swiftie.
time in Europe is not a good time for the radical Muslims.
yeah, so when the Paris Olympics thing happened, I know someone else tried to say that it was disrespectful to criminals, but the angle we were talking about, not criminals, dang, sorry, Freudian, Christians, disrespectful to Christians. The conversation we were having in a room was, hey, this, like, sure, the French in their colonies haven't had rules or codified, like, laws about being anti-gay, but now that the demographic is changing, are they going to be able to have this sort of free, liberal, sexual cusp of culture that they have and not have conflict with the growing demographic of people who are anti all that stuff.
Well, as they say in France,
Well, I put the article in chat. It was in Vienna, Austria, and it was, I guess they received intelligence that there was a plot, they call it a terrorist attack at the Ernest Happel Stadium, and they canceled the 3 scheduled shows that she had, and they arrested 3 teenage suspects ages 19, 17, and 15. But I haven't seen anything about a motive. But my question still is, what did Taylor Swift ever do?
So, there was at least one of them pledged allegiance to, hold on, I'll see if I can find. They pledged allegiance to some Islamic state. At least one of the teenagers pledged allegiance to some Islamic state, like, early in July. So I think they were using that as potential, like, motive.
There's a lot. The Swifties are strong, and the Swifties love their Taylor Swift. So I don't know. Try to comfort Taylor.
Now that's a war I didn't predict. Taylor Swift versus radical Islam. You know, I'd like to go see that battlefield.
Swifties.
Yeah, I would like to see. Oh my God. Yo, talking about the Pledge of Allegiance, I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness, so we weren't allowed to pledge allegiance. And now when I get a chance to do it, it's so fun to me. And then my wife, when I see my wife, I'm like, put your hands up, say the words.
7 a.m. and it should play the pledge on every channel.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, listen to you, Silver. Listen to you.
That's some top-tier statements
by
in
law
there.
required to get up and play.
We should have a fun version of the United States.
We do have, I don't know if they're still doing this, but we do have the little babies put their little teeny tiny hands over their little teeny tiny hearts, and if they don't recite it, certainly the teacher does. So we start out our patriotism early. And I support.
Yeah, we should have a belt system for patriotism.
White,
blue, red, and then stars. Okay, and then the star is to be exceptional. Right?
Yeah, say Kamala Harris's first words were freedom. My son's first words were the Pledge of Allegiance. Full thing. He said it all word for word, beginning to end.
I think the problem is that middle class and below should have a separate language that doesn't use words like bad but less good. All right, so we can have a better outlook on this country. That's what I'm thinking, guys. What do you think, Stickler?
I think all statists should be armed from helicopter.
What the hell, Stilgar? You can't breathe our clean American air in our disgruntled cities and have these kind of takes. It's not fair. Are you even American?
Just because of that, we're gonna place you directly under the chemtrails.
I am a meat popsicle.
Speaking of the conspiracy of chemtrails, Alex Jones seems to be right. There's a lot more gay people these days. Maybe it is in the water. And I saw a couple of frogs yesterday, and I could have sworn it was two gay frogs that were fucking.
Well, even about the gay frog thing, here's what's unfair about the gay frog. There was a scientist that really got fucked over, right? By this, and when this came out, he was his data was showing how the chemicals we put in we put into the water changes the environment and bring sexuality of frogs, right? And so the company that had this chemical tried to hire him, right? So they could own his work and they could suppress it, right? And he didn't want to do that. And when people heard say Alex Jones say they're making the frogs gay, they just ran this whole thing to discredit this. But this chemical is banned in Europe, right? For the same reasons. And so it just became this meme, making the frogs gay. Have this crazy idea. He was saying that in reality, there was hard research behind it. There was an intent of suppression from the company that was making it. And there's already this is an already banned substance in Europe, right? Because of the effects that the scientists also observed. So it's just crazy to me to think that one of the most memeable things that Alex Jones has to say was weird suppression of actual dangers that chemicals are putting into the environment. It looks weird to me.
Well, it's because Alex Jones is a psyop. He gets on there in his little goofy costume and jumps around all day. Dogs, he kills clown and connect the reality, which is like what you just said, to that ridiculous clown, and then it delegitimizes it. Alex Jones is a psyop. He's a fed.
There's a shitload of psyops out there. Have you all seen the thing that's happening with Instagram? You can be watching the same post, and you'll get in the comments, right, that are displayed to you are tailored to your preferences, right? So it's not by most amount of comments, right? Sometimes it is for funny posts and stuff, but for a lot of these political ones, it's things that you either agree with, right? A lot of these videos exposing how even on the comment system it's come to cater to people, right? And so it's if they can do that, quote unquote, to just put them in an echo chamber to far more engagement. They can also do that to skew narratives, right? Just what happened with Facebook and the suppression of Hunter Biden's right? So it's just weird. Everybody knows that their phone is listening to them. And we've all kind of accepted this, right? We've all accepted this in some way. You talk to anybody in tech security, right? Even if they're running Linux Tails on to boot up their computer, they're still blocking their front camera on their laptop, right? But no one cares. No one really cares. Phone's fucking listening to you. What the fuck? We're all okay with it. It's all cool.
Love the tiny room, guys. Tiny rooms forever.
Oh, please don't do that. We try so hard around here.
What? Tiny rooms? I like tiny rooms.
I know. It just depends on the time of day, what the topic is.
It was me.
Yeah, it's still in the
Melissa, I'm glad you killed it for a little bit. Because here's my thing. I like the conversations we have more when it's smaller because, there's less showing of the ass. We can actually get our points across before some people come in and just tune out.
Well, some people are on 10, 24 hours a day, chaos. I don't know what
we have to
is on it.
Chaos with a K, because that means talking about my boy Chaos. I know, because I know damn well you're not talking about my boy Chaos Gundam. I know damn well.
Yeah, it's his birthday, by the way, guys. Just to let y'all know.
Happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday.
Yo, happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday again. I love it. Yeah. All week, man. All week, man. I love it.
Dude. Oh, yeah, no, I had two birthday. Well, I had one birthday party yesterday, and then I have another birthday party today.
That's how it should.
It's for.
Hey,
what
is this double dipping shit? Whoa.
No, so what happened was, a couple of my friends wanted to take me to one of the concert, and then we went to emo night after that, and then today we're going, hell yeah.
This sounds like birthday communism.
It is birthday communism.
James, chill out. They have top checks. This is forgivable. Chill out.
We can't have communism, even birthday communism.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, the golf girls come out every single Wednesday to a magical place on the St. Mary Strip in San Antonio. It's wonderful. We all congregate. We listen to our favorite emo bands. It's great. And then we're going to another goth bar this evening.
I haven't listened to the Depresso for playlist yet, but if I don't see Queen, what is her name?
No. I'll send you that. I'll send you that link. But this is all specifically communistic depression. The best type of depression. Okay? The depression that you know you're not gonna get out of because the system is fucked and the government is subsidizing vodka, so nobody will take arms because you can't even close the bottle. Okay? All right. It is a very nice distillery.
On this
Oh
one.
no! I'll send you that. I'll send you that one, right? I'll send you that. I have a bunch of playlists, but this is like exquisite. This is like Long Bridge, and there's foggy. There's no cars coming either way type of music. All right. This is like take a little bit too much nicotine, almost get that nausea, right? And then just like no hope, right? It's great shit. It's great shit. I love it.
As a woman, and I haven't started a sentence that way in a little while, but sometimes I just feel like I should cry. And I appreciate you contributing to the circumstances that I have to create around myself to ensure that the tears will flow. Thank you, Incan.
No problem. I feel you. I've been there. I don't cry because I take like a lot of nicotine for it, right? But I do fucking feel hopeless and a lot of despair. And it's great making up ideas of how things will get better. The nicotine wears off and the music stops and go back to regular shit. But it's fun. I think that's what playlists are for, right?
Absolutely.
If you had whiskey and grabbing police officers' gun into
Whoa.
Stilgar.
Not Stilgar being a silly Billy and reaching for the service weapon. What the fuck?
My tax is paying for that weapon. I can touch it if I want.
My favorite thing about Stilgar is that I just feel like he's a heavily tattooed white guy who listens to Led Zeppelin a lot, and that makes me happy.
So when I say that all of my social media thinks that I am an emotionally stunted white man, and by that my social media thinks that I'm Stilgar because we think the same things are funny. And
Honestly, I feel like Stilgar is probably one of the more emotionally progressive white men of the room, surprisingly enough.
Fuck being progressive.
It's Cindy.
I am very sensitive. I touch myself.
Wait, whoa. What the fuck?
Fucking love Stilgar. Stilgar and Brad for White Wednesdays, or I'm not showing up next week. If they can't be mods, I'm called unfair elections for mods.
Yeah, make Stigler a regular.
Dude, bro, Stilgar as a mod is fucking funny. Brad should be a mod. I want us to bring back Katrina for a day just so that Stilgar and Brad can hound the shit out of her. I don't care what anyone says. That shit's funny as fuck.
Brad goes too far.
Oh, I can't stand her, man. Me and Brad on that one, I can't stand
No, you're gonna have to buy me a drink first.
Stilgar, I would happily buy you a drink if it meant you and Brad could just hound on Katrina. I'm sorry. No, like there are certain levels.
Did
to
you
that.
did
Like,
you
I
ever
just-
hear Mike go after Katrina? Because he is really like
Mike with the Hulk picture?
Yeah.
Or Mike with the vagina sweater?
Mike versus Katrina was a sight.
What about Ike? I feel like hasn't Ike hounded her before?
Katrina was the worst, white lady pick-me of white lady pick-me's I've ever
Yes.
heard in my entire life.
Cora. You can't forget Cora, the white lady pick-me.
Cora's up
Okay.
there.
No. Cora. I can do Cora in small doses. I enjoy her for certain conversations, but for others, I'm like, dear fucking God, take your Depakote and shut up.
Wait, is Cora the person who believes in the spiritual thing where she talks to things? So she sent me a message talking to me how she went to the Amazon and something, and I think I should know this message.
No, it's because you're
That's not Cora.
like you would fucking click with it. It's a white lady.
Carla. That's Carla.
Okay,
The Oregonian Cora.
Is that where you support all drugs being legalized?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Cora's more of I feel like, if we were to drop acid, we can make cool art and go on walk together. But outside of that, I'm not too fond of Cora. We share a lot of the same.
What did Cora do to you?
So I like Cora for certain things, but when it comes to us being on the same side of an argument, I need somebody else on my roster immediately. I need to trade teammates. Me and her cannot argue the same points because she ruins the points.
Maybe it's just like you.
I don't see the
Okay,
difference.
because I'm a good Catholic.
Come on, that's an oxymoron.
New category of BBL Catholic.
That's an oxymoron.
Listen, just
Catholic is
because,
right. This is-
you know what, Nathan? I may be heavily tattooed. I may work in plastic surgery. I may eat shrimp on days that are not Friday or mixed blend fabrics, but I am a good Catholic.
If you can't mix blended fabrics,
No.
this is crazy. What?
I also
Wait,
may,
like, how many different styles
may
is
have
this?
gotten my tubes tied, which is very much against the Catholic faith, but I'm a good Catholic.
No. A lot of confessions to do. How many Hail Marys do you think this is gonna take?
Bro, I've been Hail Mary my whole life, and I've got a long way to go.
God damn. I need to drop some acid. Now that you mention acid, I'm like, when's my last trip? It's been a while.
If
Allegedly.
Cora was here, she'd ask
Allegedly.
about peyote drinking. She'd be like, "You ever tried it?"
No, please.
Oh, shit.
Peyote ain't it, bro. Peyote ain't it. You have to eat so much of the goddamn fucking cactus. Like people who say like I've had peyote, I'm like, hey, how many did you eat? Yeah, bro, not even close. It's like you get fucking nauseous doing it. Like
I just wanted
that's
to
what people like
I'm
they
sorry.
extract the mescaline. I'm so sorry, Beth.
No, I didn't. Sorry. I just wanted to do a Hispanic assimilation check. Do the Water Mexicans have their own birthday song, or do you like do out?
No, they have their own. It's called Las Mañanitas. I didn't know this because but like my girl's family surprised me with like a surprise birthday party, and they started singing a song, but they were looking at me like, obviously, you know the words, and I was just like mumbling like 3 seconds slower, you know. So
Puerto Ricans have the feliz, feliz en tu día, amiguito, que Dios te bendiga. Yeah, that.
Cumpleaños feliz. Cumpleaños feliz. Yes.
It's happy birthday to you. Get it right.
Like in James.
Las son las mañanitas, something like that. I was just like,
Oh, that's my
It's a bit
nickname,
of a-
Mañanita.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I really like beans and rice representation in the room right now. Keep it up, everyone.
Man, fuck that.
I did.
We are our proud Taco Bell Americans. Our leader is knowledge.
I cannot with Taco Bell.
Oh, I can't either, bro. There's
You
this thing
guys don't
in
know true authentic Mexican food.
It is the truest authentic Mexican.
Look, if you've never had a Mexi melt and some cinnamon twists, I can have.
Bro, I was gonna say, no, y'all, there's this thing called
How many layers do you think a burrito is supposed to have, Nathan? Exactly, Nathan. Right?
Listen, you're asking a Bohemian about burritos. That's where you went wrong.
Well, you have entire cooks in here that make real Mexican food. I can't believe it. I cannot with you guys.
Bro, my thing is y'all literally hear my pots and pans clicking every single goddamn day because my husband has me in that kitchen every single goddamn day making Mexican food.
Have you seen my kitchen? I bought this house for the kitchen. I love my kitchen.
I like mine too. It's really nice. What is
I'll make it a
it?
house.
Y'all want to know what I'm actually thinking of trying pretty soon here? So stay with me on this. Oxtail lasagna.
That's fuck. What?
No, it's good. You'll like it for real. Pretty good shit. It's like a beef.
Nathan is trolling you guys, just so you know.
Oxtail lasagna? Like, what are we like
No,
our
so
food,
what
like
happened?
the Rasta hat? Like,
Yeah, no. So my Haitian friend sent me his mom's recipe for it. She used to make it whenever I come over, and it's really fucking good. Like I know what you're thinking, but it's good. It's really fucking good.
Asian friends make oxtail lasagna? Haitian?
I'm down.
Yeah, this wonderful
real,
Haitian
real
woman would make me oxtail lasagna, and I thought that was some fuck shit at first because I thought I was gonna get like, some good Creole food and whatnot. That was not the case. I was confused. I was lost, but I ate it and it was good.
oh wait,
Listen, that sounds like you going to a Korean woman and asking them to make you Italian pasta.
Okay, look, Cindy, I'm gonna say this and with all the like the respect and love in my heart. What the fuck is kimchi? Okay? What the fuck is kimchi? I don't
Kimchi
get
is delicious.
Kimchi's fire.
Kimchi is
Kimchi?
excellent.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right. See, James, this is why there's a
It's
psyop
for me.
out there.
I eat
There's a
kimchi.
psyop out there. There's a psyop out there to get people to like fermented cabbage. Yeah, it's good. It's good for your gut the same way pills are like I don't know, like what's it called? Like
It just you haven't had a good batch. There's various types of kimchi too. So if you don't like the traditional Korean lettuce kimchi, try the radish kimchi. You might like that.
There's only
That's
one
really
way.
good.
Korean sour.
I was just about to say, there's only one acceptable way to eat cabbage, and that's with a little sausage, and it's called sauerkraut.
No, good.
That is actually really good. I will agree with you on that.
And I'm Jewish. and I'm
Cucumber
fucking
kimchi
sick.
is really. Shame on you for being sacrilegious, but at least you're doing it with your chest.
Don't you fucking say that to me after you 10 minutes ago saying the same shit? I got tattoos. I'm a good Catholic. I eat sausage. I'm a good
Oh no, I admit it though. Like I definitely have a long way to go in my reparations with my relationship with God, and I know this. I'm aware of this. Like I'm very honest about it. I have a very complicated relationship with a man, but we're working on it, one day at a time.
This is why I'm agnostic.
Yeah, no, but I was gonna say, yeah, there's a lot of types of kimchi. So like, there's some radish kimchi, chongmakmu kimchi, which is like a white radish, cucumber kimchi, perilla leaf kimchi. Like there's a lot of kimchi. So one that you don't like, you may find another that you do.
Speaking of religions and stuff, somebody pointed out something really interesting to me the other day. They're like, hey, look, you're agnostic, right? So like at any point you could just be like, hey, I'm gonna subscribe to this, right? I'm like, why not have fun with it? He's like, why not have fun with it? And I'm like, this makes like a really good point, right? So I decided to subscribe to the Adrian pantheon, and that's what I'm gonna do now from now on. And I'm just gonna like become really good at its theology. And then when there's like a Christian person on the TV, I'm like, have you considered the Adrian pantheon? And this is gonna be like what I do in Clubhouse now.
I do that
like
learning. Traditional Chinese. I try to use them a lot as my example. Throw people to fuck.
Oh, God. Are you gonna be like Alex?
Yeah,
Where this is
bring a cow and bring a fire.
I like that. I like the Taoist ideas. Like, well, what is the Tao? Like that's really interesting. I'm gonna do that. I'd be like, well, our chief patron god Wari suggests you be scalped, and that's the way that I look at it. So yeah.
With the Hebrew Israelites, I always bring up the Han Chinese. I'm like, well, you're not Han Chinese, so get over it. You're not special. Most of the chosen people are Han Chinese.
We need to get Lion in the room right now. He's the Hebrew Israelite. Oh my God, that'll be fun. Oh, have y'all been getting messages on Clubhouse or catfish accounts?
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Oh,
so tired.
They're fucking.
All the fucking cryptos. I'm like, God damn it, King Solomon, this is all your fucking fault. Ever since I started sitting in rooms with him, I get crypto messages and I hate it.
Oh my God! Like I said, I did a bunch of fake profiles, like Agatha with 13 followers with an AI voice. Hey, how are you, beautiful? I'm like, oh dang, I'm so hooked on this AI voice. Holy crap, it's crazy. But yeah, I'm starting getting a lot of those messages on Clubhouse.
Not a fan. Not a fan. You know what's kind of crazy? In my adult life, I've gotten more birthday presents from people than ever in my childhood, and I thought that was strange, but I just realized it today.
Well, you have more to offer as an adult. Hey, wink.
Ah!
BBL, it's there. You don't want to put it on it.
Remember my birthday,
It's funny. Everyone always wants to assume that I have a BBL due to my name, but the name is literally just a joke because I work in plastics. Actually, if we wanted, the only plastic surgery I have is my nose, you hoes.
That's a lie, guys. I'm actually for OnlyFans.
Whoa. Have you ever...
Listen,
man. If you're subscribed to that, just know you like gay shit, because I be pegging that.
What the fuck?
Y'all heard it. And Ken admitted to this. Nope, he likes gay shit.
I'm not gay, I was joking. That's the excuse.
Got him in 4K pixels, everyone. Got him. Homosexual activity. High risk homosexual activity.
So Mom, let me guess,
Repeat after me.
You're like,
Zesty.
you're like
Repeat. Zesty.
You didn't get that from a long
Yeah, keep talking over, baby. Keep talking over. We don't want to hear that shit.
You're like
Yeah, we can't hear you.
You're the
Yeah.
exception. You're 1 out of the 10, right? You're not the 9 out of 10. You're the 1 out of the 10, right?
Yeah, just like a ill-informed person, you regurgitate stupid shit.
Yo.
You know, that really relates a lot to the Taoist mentality of 1412 and ancient China.
That's very wise.
I'm not sure if they had it in 1812, but hey, I said it.
Hey, Adrian, what's the thing with the Tao, right? It's like the path that can't be followed, and then the dual meaning of it is also like the path that must be followed, something like that. I forget. It's been a while since I got into the whole like Alan Watts shit, and then like Lao Tzu.
I'll tell you, the ancient Chinese are one interesting ass culture to research. I'll tell you.
Oh yeah, dude! Like the technological advancements they had, and to think that they were so close to like meeting with the Roman Empire, if it wasn't for bad directions. That's fucking crazy, man. It's crazy.
I'm glad they didn't give the Romans guns. We'd all be speaking Latin right now.
Oh yeah. We all be like understanding like the one and like true translation of the Bible, the Latin Vulgate, right? So we were deprived from such joy.
I do think it's significant.
We're all building the wall,
Their
right?
guns didn't invade anybody. You notice they had guns for like 1,000 years and never like walked across like to their neighbor and were like, "Hey, fuck you, give us your shit." What good people with Chinese?
Yeah, but didn't they do it with the what was one of like the 4 generals? One of the 4 generals established this area, and they had like these horses, and these horses were very prized. They didn't want to sell them to the Chinese. The Chinese just went over there and just literally just took over the whole city. What are these prized horses? I forget. Like they literally just took over the entire freaking city. They invaded it. I forget what it was. I'm looking it up.
You know, the one day you're right, the Han Chinese dominated all of China, the whole Chinese peninsula, whatever you call that area. They invaded everybody over there. They just didn't go far.
Yeah, a lot of restraint, honestly. A lot of maybe it was that or logistics, I don't know. Or like the fact that everybody was so fucking huge.
Well, everybody else was savages. I'm sure once you get out to Europe and it was us running around with sticks and stone stuff, you know, we were still ice cavemen coming out of caves. Well, they had giant buildings and walls and swords and automatic crossbow weapons. Like, we looked like savages then. I wouldn't want to believe either.
I'd say the main thing the Chinese almost got right was the Chinese remainder theorem, which is like the precursor to modern day encryption. So it's this day the biggest challenge the United States has is keeping up with like Chinese mathematical enthusiasm, and their natural prowess for that kind of math in general is impressive. So
yeah, I wish they weren't an enemy. I think they'd be a good friend.
You got the cool Asian, you got the Japanese, right?
Yeah, we got an Asian guy. We got one. We got Asian friends. We're not racist.
Yeah.
Is it like Japan the Nazis of Asia?
I said, do we actually have Asian men who come in here? I know we have a
Yeah, we got school.
He's not Asian.
Yeah, acts like he is.
Well, Samoa is the closest thing we have to an Asian guy. He's Polynesian.
And you're
here, stopped in here one.
You're 1 to 3.
Samoa will suffice.
We've got chaos.
Yeah, he's Asian. That is true.
Well, actually, they call it a subcontinent of India, so I just slapped them with the dotheads.
With a dothead, they yo chill.
There's more to China.
Reset button. You'll chill that reset button, buddy.
Chaos knows I adore him. I actually felt so bad earlier when we were talking about the domestic race. I was like, damn it.
Yeah. Why is Chaos catching all those strays today? Like, I'm trying to think, like, he's catching so many strays.
He's
like,
this
like
player, so. No, it's because there's another Chaos that starts with a K. And I think, like, all the shots that were after him ended up at the good Chaos for some odd reason or another. But Chaos is great. I think he's one of the favorites here.
Yeah, he is. He's like really chill. I don't think I've ever seen him like.
I mean, he does pick the worst arguments though.
Samoa. If you think it went unnoticed how you got heated about the statistic, And then Cindy said something about chaos, and you just immediately just jumped on like, what about Indian men? It went, oh, we will now go unnoticed. So, all right? You're just like, I don't like this, so let's do this.
I mean, for me, it was just one of those situations where I was like, like we can't address one social group's like domestic issues without addressing them all. So in that case, it being said, like unfortunately, like they do have a high rate. Although Chaos did do a much better job than Samoa did about like PR control.
What I'm talking about is colonization, right?
If I may,
I just want to point this out, right?
Samoa said
because it is Tether Thursdays, and we spend a lot of time doing the black and white of things. I thought it was interesting to talk about like more global views in other communities outside of like Black and Caucasian. So in honor of Tether Thursdays,
as long as you don't touch like indigenous people of the Andes, I'm good. You'll even go for
So I think that it's clear to kind of see like the Eurocentral perspective in equality, like egalitarianism, looking at certain ancient cultures. They're saying corporal punishment is wrong. Corporal punishment is violence. Corporal punishment is abuse.
It's really
that's
funny.
basically what it is.
I actually have a hot take regarding parenting that is going to get a little Caucasian here for a second. I think in the realm of discipline, Caucasian parents do not discipline their kids, and that's why most of them are silver-toothed little bastards. That's all.
Oh hell, my mom kicked my fucking ass.
I'm talking about these new age parents, Don. The new age parents are spineless. They're spineless.
I feel like a good majority of, no matter what color they are, they don't want to hit their kids. You know,
But this is the problem with like the study. The studies say that corporal punishment works with cultures a lot better that are used to it, and cultures that are not used to it, it actually it has adverse effects, which makes fucking sense.
Well, you're already framing it weirdly. There's two variations of that. The way you phrase
No, I'm talking about the study that they did.
I would phrase it, which is pain compliance.
What? Yeah. No, I'm talking about the study, the 50-year study. I'm referencing a study about the different cultures implement this type of a strategy of discipline and those that don't. Like obviously, if you move into a culture that's outside of yours and the norm, when somebody fucking puts hands on you, you're gonna be like,
Bro, I'm gonna do this way. Obviously, my parents weren't shit for the most part. But when it came to discipline, they disciplined me so good that I was a compliant ass motherfucker for the first 13 years. And I appreciate that. I can even give you a good example. Y'all ready for this? My mom had a saying, A+ acceptable, A average, B low average, C can't have dinner, and she meant that. D don't come home, she meant that too, and an F that fuck you, do not come home. And I appreciate that she did that because that made me into an intelligent, functioning human being. When I was with her, of course. When I wasn't, I don't know, I guess I was feral or something.
Probably 20 years later, they say BBL, you were abused, right?
That's like corporal punishment, right?
Some would say so. I would say that I was just, I don't know. Like there was a lot of stuff at play in my situation though, so I can't really. God bless the woman. She tried her best, but she was a failure to launch. So, right.
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Like you never really want to fault your parents. I think it's kind of like bad to fault your parents, right? Like the whole example of like Noah, like getting laughed at his child for his baby. It's not good to criticize your parents, right? Because then you just like disdain what like they're saying and stuff. But at the same time, like to think there's not better methodologies, right? If you can see the things they fucked up, and to think that like copying what they did is just going to be like okay, or just need to keep one aspect because that's just to like not do that is to like deny that they did something correctly. I just don't think it logically follows, right? I also think that people fall into corporal punishment not because it's like something that makes sense to them, it's because they don't know anything different. Much like parents that like abuse their kids, right? Like their kids are more likely to abuse like their kids, but it's not because like they don't understand firsthand like the issues of that, right? They live through it, they have like a lot of experience, but they don't know anything else, right? So it seems to be like ignorance of other methodologies, and so they fall back to the methodology they know, fall into the back of things that we know.
Does
so
anyone,
like,
sorry, Ethan, right now we're being streamed on Twitter. Does anyone know which of these accounts is John?
I know.
One mic.
I mean, there's this.
I feel like it's a Sanskrit.
Yeah, the squiggles over here, the
No,
paintbrush
I think
language
we heard the
hasn't said.
squiggles speak. Okay, squiggles. Oh, that's so racist. Could you unlock?
Squiggles is funny.
Bro, I said Sanskrit. What do you mean?
Just so we're clear, Miguel, it's Sanskrit, not script.
And I'm
pretty
sure. I'm pretty sure Squiggles did talk earlier.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, you did hear it.
Yeah. Let's see.
My guess
Who's
would be.
here?
That's my guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Bring that.
I don't want to just keep so random and be racist, but I do want to ask, now that I've clicked on your profile, what are your thoughts on the controversy surrounding the Algerian boxer in the Olympics? I see you're Algerian. No?
Y'all just mad that an Algerian woman that was yoked as fuck beat the shit out of that American.
That was an Italian.
Whoever.
I just wanna know.
But you're right. She's a little bitch that couldn't take the ass beating. I agree with you. That was not even a man, like they said.
Yeah, no, and I mean the conversation. I don't think you were here for the conversation that ensued. That conversation we had.
Hit so hard. Like, have you seen Ronda Rousey fight? Like, she comes out with her fucking eyes black and swollen.
Okay, well, we did interrupt Incan. I just, for the first time, I'm not sure which one is, Evan.
I would just, you know.
Say I interrupted you.
I interrupted Incan.
If you're still worried about like the Twitter stream, I would just, anybody who's downstairs come up, and if you don't come up, you get kicked.
I just want to say, I'm trying to do my best here of a panel of extremists, and I'm trying to do my very best Twitter, all right? But they won't listen, all right? Let me link my GoFundMe and chat. Help me out here.
Not a bitch on shot.
Bro.
Oh, my bad.
Here's my thing. At the end of every single day, my opinions are my opinions, my life is my testimony, and Twitter, you can suck my dick because you love me, and you will continue to love me regardless.
And he was the worst offender, all right? I could have put that okay, yeah. No, I was just saying about the
Bro, listen, I've been canceled many, many times, but I'm still back and always back because people fucking love me.
I'm just here to say it's not me screaming on Twitter.
What's up, Justin? How you doing, though?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, we know. It's
Yeah, no, I was saying, I think there's better, things to do than corporal punishment, right? I think that people just fall into it because that's what they know, right? And then, but I think that, I'm not saying eliminate it, but I'm saying there's better options for, specific situations. Like, you find a situation where you need corporal punishment to be, even necessary, right? And, the perfect prescription. How often it's used, it just doesn't make sense. I think the evidence for this is, when kids get to a certain point, so many people have, this experience with it, yeah. There's this one moment where my mom tried to hit me with a belt and I just grabbed the belt and I didn't let go. She never hit me again. It's what the fuck is happening right there, right? And what the fuck is happening? What's happening is the child is now putting this boundary of don't hit me, right? But you're still disciplining the child, right? There's certain restrictive corrective action that you're doing, and it just seems that now you stop doing it because the child is saying no, why are you? If you believe it to be good, why are you ceasing to do it, right? And
let's brought in the question, right? So let's brought in the question. So they're trying to examine the individual experience, or the individual experience, and how it makes this person feel emotionally, physically, so on and so forth. Could there be an argument made that when it comes to the macro outcome, that corporal punishment actually reaps more fruit when it comes to the betterment of the collective?
Compared to what? If you compare to no discipline whatsoever, obviously, right? But if you compare to other methodologies that I would ask you to choose, right, from, so you don't think I'm making a biased argument, then that's a conversation that becomes full of nuances, and eventually you're going to come to a conclusion of hey, there's other forms and methodologies of punishment that seem to be more effective, where corporal punishment would be used. This requires parents to be aware of it, be more also consistent with it. Look, it's so easy to hit your kid, right? You get done with it.
Wait. So let's compare the education outcomes from these Oriental or these Asian communities, which implement corporal punishment. Chinese, South Korean, that's corporal punishment, right? You know, a Filipino.
Yeah, my mother.
But corporate punishment is natural. It's the way that these countries move around. Then when you're looking at their actual education and all that, they're hyper focused on that. Could you attribute that to the corporal punishment, the disciplinary action is taken throughout these cultures? And if you can, isn't that a good thing?
It's a multi-tier model, if you really think about it. I mean, culturally, education is very important. If you can't with the education side of things, well, you're a failure. Like, just flat out, you are a failure.
Yep.
You can't do anything without having your
freedom of speech in the United Kingdom for people that don't agree with it, what they agree with a two-tier justice system. Remind people what the people of the United Kingdom did. I like America. I love America because at least in America, you have controls, and back in the day you have bullshit and blah blah blah. You can do what you gotta do. You know what I mean? So I like that about America. So that's really it. But in terms of Great Britain these days, good luck. I hope you enjoy your Islamic Shahid Republic, because some call Republic, whatever you end up calling it. But God bless America, and I hope you do your two-tier Shahid justice system. I'm done. Thank you. You're such a terrorist.
Spoken like a guy from a colonized country.
What colonized country am I from, Diego?
I don't know. You can tell us.
Fuck me, you really killed the room, man.
It's the same way you blow yourself up when you say Allah. What's the difference?
Sarah, is it true these memes I see where it shows different headshot or not headshot, mugshots, and two of the guys are arrested for X number of months or years for hate speech online or something like that, and then the third guy is some violent action.
Yeah.
Is that all true?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's also the Prime Minister is releasing all these murderers and rapists to make room for the people who are rioting, the white people. It's okay. Whoa.
This fucking world is falling apart. And by the way, Diego, your boy Trump is releasing a crypto today.
Oh no! I actually contacted Ramaswamy yesterday.
Did he respond?
What a coincidence. Well, no, I sent him the proposal, the thing that we talked about.
Yeah, good. Keep me posted, bro.
Yeah, I will.
Holly, you and my husband, he's moved to the UK. He's been here for the last year, and he's seen it. Yeah, he's seen it. It's been crazy. You and we were just talking about what's been happening the last few weeks.
Hold on, you guys got married?
Yeah, we got married a month
we got married.
When?
A month
ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God, congratulations.
What the fuck? You got married? That's the good thing.
Jack, I want to say something about the colonization. You know, my country was colonized by Muslims for 800 years. And when we kicked you guys out, we had the greatest economic boom the history has ever seen.
Yeah, Diego, yeah.
I'm just saying.
Are you a chick or a bro?
I'm still trying to figure that out, dude. I haven't figured it out.
Well, I know this. Here's what we know. We know Holly's a chick. We know Sarah's. No, Nora's a chick. We know Joy's a chick. But are you a chick?
Bro.
You want Diego. Should we make a bet? Who wants to bet that he's a chick?
I will. Yeah, I bet that chick's a chick.
If you get married, I think that's a good thing. Get married, bro.
Something a chick would say.
Yes, it's true. Get married.
Did you guys get married from meeting on Clubhouse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's so good.
Yeah, man. We met in when was it? Into 2022, right?
Yeah, she fell in love with me by me trolling LeBron.
Nice.
Wow. Are you guys together now, or are you guys like?
You guys ever rub it in Ethan's face?
We're about to have a baby. I swear to God, she's
What? This is like a Netflix story. Wow.
Yeah,
It's like a scam movie.
No, it's not a scam movie. You don't call love scam. Fuck you for that.
No,
That's an inside joke from
yeah.
Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Sorry, I took that too serious. But I like that. Congratulations, by the way. You know, we might disagree with politics or anything, but love, you can't take that. Congratulations.
I mean, I just think it's hilarious. Like I just want to talk to LeBron and just let him know how happy he's made us.
Wait, Diogenes needs to know this because he has a Clubhouse girlfriend.
Well.
They're getting married. Or they got
We
married.
got married.
They met on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I know the dog fucker and the poor man looking for his masculinity.
Wait, what? You think I'm looking for my masculinity? I love this. This is great.
Okay.
How many baby Diogenes?
Did you find it? Did you find your masculinity when the phallus entered your oral cavity? Oh, híjole! Ay.
Your Campo side is.
How's your comp going, Diogenes? How's your comp going?
Diego, I heard you're shying away from charges of anti-Semitism in the most unmanly way. Is this because Mexico or Spain Mexico just elected a Jew?
You have to play both sides now.
Oh no! What a confusing situation.
I think what happened was that I want to have fun on this app, and these guys want to get into a fight. And I said to them that it wouldn't be fair because they're not really known for the physicality. It wouldn't be a fair fight. So I said, you know what? I'm not playing your game.
Jews?
Hey, speaking of lack of masculinity, Diogenes, how's your open marriage with your wife right now?
Oh, here we go.
Please tell me.
See, he's not fighting. He's not fighting because it wouldn't be a fair fight.
Yeah, how can I?
Yeah, I know.
No one is going to praise Diogenes for beating a spineless little wimp. I mean, come on. Anyways,
that's so funny. That's so funny. So how's your open marriage? How's it being?
Very comfortable in my sexuality. I don't need to explore.
I mean, what your wife explores and you explore. You have what? You're trying to hook up with multiple women.
Oh, absolutely. I've been clear from the very beginning. No,
you should just convert it. It's on Diogenes.
Look, I've been very clear from the beginning. I'm here to repopulate the world with as many white Diogeneses as can conceivably carry in as many wombs as possible, and that's something that I'm comfortable owning that.
Is that what's on your Tinder profile?
Country, like most countries, was founded by the sacrifice of my forebears, and it was not founded for other people. It was founded for me, and I have a sacred obligation. I have a sacred duty, and honesty is very important to me.
Hey, have you flown over to your trailer yet?
I mean, hey, if she wants to fly over the trailer's open.
Did you
I make no bones about my poverty, please. I'm a poor man. I'm a humble poor man.
You don't have 1 second. Did you see on X? It went viral that white British chick, the one that raised, and it was like white girl summer, and all these white girls.
What is this guy?
Wait a second. Let me just finish. And it was all these white guys posting like white girl summer. And one of the guys had like 102,000 likes. And the boyfriend commenting under, would you believe who her boyfriend is? Did you see that in the spring in the Olympics? And it was like, you motherfuckers. It's like, I want to tell you something, you're a journalist. You know what you can't control these days?
I'm having trouble understanding your words.
Nothing. You can't control this. You keep saying you don't understand anything. I thought we can speak English. No. You know what's funny? You know, like the girl that won the Olympics for the Great Britain, and you motherfuckers were posting on X. You're like,
she won the whole Olympics.
Yeah.
She won the whole Olympics.
What? She won the Olympics. She won the
whole Olympics. The whole Olympics.
Wait a second, motherfucker. And you
the whole Olympics.
You people like
every Olympic.
No.
All of the Olympics.
You're such a fucking retard. And then you're like, white girl.
Oh,
and then it turned out. Wait a second. And then it turned out her boyfriend was black, and all you motherfuckers are really your purse.
This is
Go ahead.
This is interesting, though. This is good. Anyways, Diego, are you an anti-Semite or not?
It depends on whether or not I like the person.
Lol. I gotta take this.
Like,
So did you
I think I had to. I wouldn't kick Nora out of England if I lived there.
Hold on, Diego, I'm trying to get this answer now. I asked this question earlier, did we resolve it?
Matrix.
Bro, fix your fucking internet, please, bro. It's so bad.
So Diego, did we figure out the thing yesterday? Is he a chick or not?
See, that's the thing. Berlusconi said all the beautiful women can stay.
Really? That's like the oldest joke in the world. King, fix the internet. It's supposed to be in a first world country.
Yeah, your mama was messing it up last night, so.
I'm sure. God. Dumbest shit I heard all fucking day.
Then you should listen to yourself.
It's like you're talking shit. It's like you're talking shit with fucking hurtful.
It's like you're talking shit and nobody can understand what you're saying.
Bro, I'm telling you the exact
Bro,
thing.
I'm telling you that
And what is the internet working here?
And what is the internet working?
Diego loves the fireworks, don't you, Diego? Minimal moderation. I love it.
Hey, King, you know, the Democrats won me over. I think J.D. Vance is weird.
They're all fucking weird.
What do you mean you think J.D. Vance is weird? So J.D. Vance is weird, but who the fuck is this Tom Waltz guy? He's a gay guy. Like, he's a fucking transgender, gay straight alliance. I guarantee you, he and Elon would get along. I would be surprised if Elon didn't tell me that he loved this guy. And you know what? Based on Elon's age, this guy might have loved him too.
The thing is, you have a little bit of background. You were in the military. You said, I don't think you know your father. J.D. Vance changed his name 4 times. Should I try?
Wow, you were in the military and you spent in a trailer park. Amazing.
Wait.
Anyways,
J.D. Vance changed his name 4 times. 4 fucking times he changed his name.
I didn't know this.
Would you do that?
Is this
Would
true?
you find that
Is
those
this
actual
true?
cows?
Is this true, Diego?
Yes.
Change his name
He changed his
multiple
full
times.
name 4 times.
This matches the eyeliner, Diego. Like he's clearly a fucking prima donna. This guy, what a queer. He's definitely weird. Look. You want to talk about cucks? This guy's actually cucked. He named his son Vivek. He, his wife, and Vivek went to the same. They were in the same class at the same fucking school. Yeah, you want to talk about cucks, Ewan? Yeah, like let's be clear. That's some fucked up shit.
By the way, Ken, you're still.
Wait.
I mean,
At least he didn't have a. Wait a second.
At least he didn't have an open relationship with his wife, Diego.
Wait a second. Are you mad that he didn't marry some trailer park chick like you did, Diego, and you skipped out of your child support payments?
I never skipped out. I don't have child support payments, but I never skipped out.
Not you, Diego. Not you, Diego. So I get the white guys mixed up. The degenerate, whatever the fuck it is, the homo. What is it? So it's like, did you? No. The Jonas. What do you even call yourself? The Jonas, the degenerate, the homo. What is it? Not Diego's a
I think he calls himself a proud white man.
A proud white man. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he calls himself a fine white man himself, right?
Hey, don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. Brown is all right too. Just needs to stay outside the house.
What am I jealous of? All you motherfuckers supposed to think like the British people like white girl summer, and it turned out that her boyfriend was a black man taking her down. Like, what are you gonna do about that? Find a Confederate flag? You dumb motherfucker. Like, things have changed so fucking much. You have no fucking idea. And it's not even Diego. Sorry, Diego. I have to apologize to Diego. I keep getting his name mixed up with Degenerate. You know, like Diego is like a cool dude, does his own thing, whatever. But this guy, what is it? The old gender.
It's okay. He's named after a Greek philosopher.
Diogenes? How do you even say this fucking name? Diogenes?
In English, we pronounce it Diogenes.
Diogenes. Man, thank you. I need a white man to tell me how to pronounce this name. Good, thank you. This is some bullshit. So you're like, you motherfuckers are posting on X. It's like Diogenes, white girl summer. And it turned out her black boyfriend was taking her down that night. And what can you do about it? Come on here and scream fucking racism. You're such a dumb fuck, honestly. And that's why people laugh like people like you, Diogenes. You've probably been arrested 4 times or the FBI, you stupid dumb fuck. And you can't control your liberal women. And that's why you lose every single fucking election. You dumb fuck. So what are you gonna say about this? This has put me in a good mood because you have a dumb fuck like Diogenes and you have Diego. Really. I don't agree with everything that this man says, but yeah, he's usually right.
Where my family comes from, we have villages and cities that are named "Kill the Muslims."
Oh,
that's literally the name of the city.
Then I'm gonna be a best friend because we have the same thing. You know, this Islamic Kusumkup has to go. Same thing. Why is he quiet all of a sudden?
He's probably in a He works in construction.
I'm sure he does.
He's a landscaper.
No, I'm a landscaper.
Oh, sorry.
Construction.
I got your voices confused with it.
I got the name fucking confused. That's why I apologize to Diego. Thinking the wrong fucking name.
Here's something that people don't know. Do you know why California has such beautiful gardens? Because before we Mexicans came and started doing the landscaping, it was all Japanese landscaping.
I know the answer.
Yeah.
The indigenous people, they gardened for thousands of years.
No, it's because the Mexicans came and fucking gave people good food.
The indigenous people. Finally. It's the Pomo.
Fine. I don't know why Diogenes, whatever the fuck the Kusumkum's name is it in South Dakota,
fucking North Dakota, Iowa, Minnesota, and one of those fucking so-called states that he's in. I don't understand why he's there, you know? He's not there.
I'll tell you this.
He should
I
be
want
there.
to refer to you as a Chew. I know your name is a chick, but I keep wanting to say a Chew.
Ishmael, my brother, you know better than this, you know? It's like the Diogenes, the generous, but the Mexican people, bro, if you go to California, at least California is, you can go there for a fucking holiday. You're not gonna go to fucking North Dakota for a holiday. Oh,
I think he's from California.
Huh?
Well, he's from Virginia, but he grew up in California.
See, he's just wasting his time. Go back to California, go back. I watched a new documentary. It was this Mexican bro. And he wanted to be an astronaut. You saw the movie on Amazon Prime, right?
About a Mexican astronaut? Hell no.
No, it happened, bro. In 2008, bro. I'm telling you, it's a movie on Amazon Prime.
Oh, a Mexican went to space?
He went to space, bro. He came to America as a legal immigrant. In 2008, he went to space. I tell you.
Illegal immigrant?
Illegal immigrant, bro. And he came to America and he became an astronaut in the United States.
Is this the sequel to Gattaca?
This is a true story. I'm not even joking. I watched this movie 2 weeks ago.
What's it called?
And I read the book. Let me bring it up, bro.
It's called Gattaca.
No. I'm not even joking. Like, I joke a lot, but this is a true story. Hang on.
Hey, well, you know, we didn't cross the border crossed us.
I know, bro.
It's funny when you hear someone who hates Mexicans living in Los Angeles, you know, they don't realize that the city's literally named a Spanish word.
Oh, New Mexico.
Or San Diego. Or San Antonio, or any of these places.
Let me find this movie. It's called A Million Miles Away. You have to watch this movie.
I thought you were going to call it Space Cowboys. I thought that's what it was going to be.
No. The movie is called A Million Miles Away. It's based by his books, bro. It's this illegal immigrant. He comes from Mexico and he comes to America and he applies for 12 years in a row to go to NASA, bro. And he doesn't make it. And he tells his wife, she's like, what do you want to do? And she's like, I want to go to space. And he goes to space in 2008, bro. This is like a
I've never heard of this.
Bro, Google it. It's called A Million Miles Away. It's on Amazon Prime. I'm not even joking. But this is an actual fact. He actually makes it to space. And he goes to the
that would be awesome if it existed, but that's another conversation.
Like, he goes to the shuttle and stuff, you know. He goes outside the hemisphere, you know. But yeah, bro, and you look at his story, like, his grandparents start picking up grapes and shit, and by the time he retires, he owns the fucking grape field.
Wow.
You know? That's why everybody loves Mexicans, bro. They're good people.
They are.
That's why.
Did you know that statistically they're the hardest working people in the world?
Of course they are,
bro.
hours. Of course. That's why nobody has the problem. Who has the problem with Mexican people, Mexican government? You know, they are called illegal immigrants and all this bullshit. But when you look in the back, this guy came there illegally and became a United States astronaut.
Maybe now that we have a Jewish president, or we're going to have a Jewish president, maybe they'll treat us differently. Maybe we'll become the greatest ally.
I just hope they treat Mexicans okay, because Mexicans are good people. I don't understand anybody ever having a problem with Mexican people. You know, what you want you want a good conversation, a good friend. What do you want from Mexican people? Honestly, this is bullshit. Like, I don't see Mexico fucking doing a suicide bombing, carjacking, and all this bullshit. No, bro,
go there, do the hard work, and do that shit.
Just don't piss them off because they'll hang you off a bridge or something.
And of course, that's with every people. If somebody's gonna fucking kill someone from South Sudan, I'm gonna go to South Sudan, I'm gonna kill them myself. No fucking difference to a Mexican.
I don't know. The Jews in this room before, when they were tearing me a new asshole, they were doing it by kvetching. I kind of I was like, I wish they'd just like actually fight me rather than all this kvetching.
You should have fought back. I wasn't here. But no, but we love Mexican people, bro. They're good people. And I don't think anybody that's ever met a Mexican person has a problem with them, honestly. This is bullshit.
The only guy that had my back was Zach.
Oh, maybe, Ishmael. But Ishmael? Yeah, I get that, but it's like Mexican people are good people, bro. Like nobody, if you've literally met a Mexican person and you're like, look, I'm starving to death, I need a meal, a Mexican person is not gonna turn you away. It's not even fucking possible. It's not even conceivable.
Okay, what about a British person?
Fuck them, bro. They're gonna turn you away and shoot you in the dick at the same time. That's how America became independent.
What about a French person?
Same thing.
What about Sweden? Come on.
Sweden?
Lots of it.
Bro, Sweden don't even feed their French kids at school that they go there, bro. It's like you get good people from Latin America, good people, South America, Mexico, the United States, good people, Southeast Asia, Vietnam. I like people from Vietnam. I like German people actually. Bit fucked up, but now they're good. And that's pretty much about it. Thai people, I like Australian people, Chinese people, and American people. But Europe can get fucked. Europe is the most diabolical, disgusting continent you can think of. They gave us racism, fascism, communism, Marxism, sexism, egalitarianism. I can go on all day long with the isms that Europe gave us, bro. It's the most Europe
capitalism.
Something here in Africa.
Capitalism. I like capitalism, but the rest of the isms they gave us, the Second World War killed over 60 million people. Really. This is a disgusting crime. The First World War killed more than, 18 million people, Diego? Before America got involved.
It's white people. Do you even care?
It's white people?
It's
white people.
It killed white people. Do you even care? Like, do you really even care?
He's saying no, he doesn't like Europe.
I don't like Europe.
Yeah, you
What
don't
part
like
of why don't like Europe?
Why do you care about World War II?
He's okay with Slavs.
We killed a few, like, Japans. I guess you can be mad about that. Japanese.
Why do I give a shit about Japan?
No, I'm saying that's the only other people in the world now white.
True. No, it's not true. What about, those African campaigns by the Wehrmacht?
Yeah, a few thousand Africans as well.
Oh, a few thousand Africans.
Their lives are more
What the heck?
than the millions and millions of white lives right there.
Oh, so the white lives. Oh my God. Bro, World War II killed 60 million people in Europe alone. They were all white people. Had nothing to do with black people.
That's my point. Why do you care about that? You should be happy, shouldn't you? You just said that Europe produces so many isms and is a terrible place. Shouldn't we? Don't you want the annihilation of all of us? Like you should be.
Why the hell would I want another 60 million white people dying?
Because you just said that we produce some of the worst things ever.
Yes, but I don't want European, even though I disagree.
Your ideology doesn't make any sense. If I told you that one group.
Listen to me. Just because I hate European idealism doesn't mean I want European people to die. You get the difference?
Yeah, I'm saying that.
I don't want European people to die.
I'm saying that you're retarded. If I told you that one place, one society was producing all the destruction of ideology
Bro,
to the
it is.
world. I'm not going to disagree with you right now. I'm making your point for you real quick, which is that if I told you that one place produced all of the destruction ideologies to the world that created all of this disparity and destruction, but then said I didn't want them to die, that would be dumb. That would be a dumb.
But I don't want to kill
thing
people.
to even think.
Bro, I don't.
I mean, come on now. You don't, just say you want white people to die. That's what
Maybe you just want to send them to Mars.
If I wanted white people to die, I would say I want white people to die. I don't hate white people. I'm just saying that Europe gave us all these isms that I don't like. I don't hate white people. I don't hate Asian people. I don't hate any other people. The biggest people that cause me problems are my own people in South Sudan. Not even Australians or not even Americans or anything else like that.
Well,
I don't hate white people, bro. Like, I don't want them to die. Like, what part of that don't you
Sudanese
get?
have given us no isms.
Exactly. But they still cause me problems. You see the point? And it's South Sudanese. North Sudanese are like fucking Islamists Kusumkum, which are my enemies.
Have you not seen that meme
You
he
get
did
the
of the
problem?
hut in Africa and it says time lapse over 10,000 years?
Yeah.
Diego, my biggest problem, like Diego, my biggest problem are not white people. It's other Islamic North African people are my biggest problem.
Those motherfucking Shiites.
Shiite, Sunni, Islamic, these are my biggest problems. It's not white people. Like, I don't give a shit about white people.
What I want to question you is to when you're back about all these isms that were created, like fascism, feminism, and genderism.
I never said feminism, bro. I don't give a shit about feminism.
Hey, listen. Oh my goodness. What I want you to do is I want you to look and see who's behind all of these foundations and findings of movements.
Tell me who's behind all this.
Don't ask them to notice.
They
You can get in trouble.
in little hats.
Oh, they have little hats. Thank you, Heinrich Himmler, for your good suggestion.
He can't help himself. He's white.
This is like a good knowledge Heinrich Himmler. Yeah, with the hats and everything else like that. Bro, I'm telling you something. I like Pax Americana. It's the best thing. But I'm telling you that I don't like Europe in general. You know why I don't live in Europe and why I live in Europe?
Because the French are assholes.
Because you're not European? Because you're not white?
Because it's fucking cold, bro.
There you go. That's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. You're not
It's fucking cold. I'm not white. It's fucking cold. Why would I want to live in Europe? And
the women.
Africa's very hot.
The women are not worth the cold. What are you kidding me? The women in Africa are beautiful, slim, tall, and they don't have this fucking feminist mindset. You know what the problem is with you people? Not you, Diego.
I mean, that's a good line, but I cannot betray my race or my people.
Huh?
I'm saying they may be beautiful, but I cannot betray my race or my people.
So Chick, when you're
Bro, go marry every white woman you want to marry.
When you're watching the Olympics and you see
America, I can't
see
talk
the nine,
to white men.
the nine,
Bro.
The Chick, real quick.
I don't
see the nine black.
Bro. Just give me 1 second, bro.
Who are racing against that one great, beautiful, blonde, great.
Bro, I don't give
that great.
How many blonde girls you married?
Gorgeous woman you've ever seen. I mean, that woman was gorgeous, beautiful compared to all those African women who were chasing behind her.
Bro, who gives a shit how many women you marry? You have one wife. Who gives a shit? Like,
well, that's an
speak for yourself.
That's an African mindset to have, many wives.
But I don't care, like, what woman you marry.
Even if they're your first cousins.
Bro, she's probably cheating you. Bro, in America, what is the divorce rate? You have like 8%.
No, people are retarded.
So it's like, bro,
there's
like,
a 50% chance
why are you telling me what woman you're marrying? I don't care what woman you're marrying.
That's not the point.
I don't care.
is objectively universal.
I don't care. You can marry whoever you want.
Dave, I'm not wrong here, right?
I don't care, America.
I don't think you should be able to marry whoever you want. I don't believe in miscegenation.
I don't care. Miscegenation can be a crime. Go marry all the white women you want. Like nobody.
This
When I
isn't
was talking about
sub-Saharan
Diego, I
Africa. We
wasn't
can't marry
talking. Bro, you came here, America. You came here when I was talking about Diego. Diego, you can marry all the white women you want. But to put miscegenation as a crime, I don't care. I never said this. I never wanted this. Did you ever hear me say this? You're trying to put in my mouth like I'm supposed to marry a white woman. And I told you no, I don't give a fuck. Marry as many white women as you want. Is this thing a deal? Go ahead.
Why do I don't get upset.
Like this is like not even an argument. We're talking about something else.
But check. Now we have a competition. Let's see who makes more babies.
I don't care. White women are aborting their babies. Black women are aborting their babies. All the hoes are aborting their babies. Who gives a shit? Like, you don't, like, are you sitting here? Bro, white women are aborting their babies. White women are marrying black men. Black women are aborting black men's babies. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. You have like 85 years of life here. If you want to marry a white woman, go ahead. I can't do nothing about it. I can't stop you. This is a waste of time and a waste of argument.
We're not arguing about that. See, when I see a white man though who marries a different ethnicity, I kind of go, nice. But when I see a white woman with a different ethnicity, I'm like, oh god. No, I'm like, no.
Well, but the thing is, what are you gonna do to stop it?
Well, nothing other than like go. That's gross.
Well, other than what, murder them?
Kind of like
he's gonna vote for Donald Trump.
Kind of like Shaman. No, don't vote for Trump. Trump wants more of that.
But what are you gonna do about it? You can't do anything about it.
Shame them. We're gonna publicly shame people. I think we bring shaming back.
And yet, that's the
more aggressive way.
But why does that matter?
What do you? Why does it matter?
Hey, check. You would never shame your daughter into like doing things.
Think about this. You know that British athlete, the woman that was saying
She
I think
has
the way to second Americana, Pax Americana. Wait a second, bro. At the end of the day, when all these white people saying, "Oh, it's white girl summer," you know who was sticking her down that night?
Yeah,
it was a black man.
I know. Just
what are you gonna do about that?
Well, I mean, I can't do. That's not the point. Is that I can't do anything about
point?
it. The point
You
is
can't
that we.
fuck all about everything. Like, why don't you control your life? Make money, fuck as many women as you can, and go back to Jesus Christ, your Lord, and live your life. Like, who gives a fuck?
Such a bad mindset. To make money, ask as many women as you want. That's
go to Christ.
That's a mindset.
Go to Christ.
He said as many as you want, Keegan, as you want. If you
I
want one, that's good,
bro.
Yeah, but Keek really means to.
As many as you want, bro. Like no.
Keegan, you want one?
You
more
guys
for me.
Thinking like white women like the divine goddess and everything else, but most people can't even pay their fucking rent. They're not giving a shit who they're fucking as long as they're fucking. That's what you don't understand, America. You don't get this, bro. Nobody gives a shit who you're fucking.
This is a problem.
No, I'm telling you the truth. Nobody gives a shit who you're fucking, bro. Like, go fuck whoever you want. Go fuck up. Go. What?
You sure care who people.
Why? Who gives a shit?
Oh, wait a second. Check. Don't you care who your neighbors are?
My neighbors are.
Yeah. Yeah, like, don't you care whose kids are going to be next to your kids?
Bro, Diego, I'm in South Sudan. I'm South Sudanese. All neighbors are South Sudanese. They're all my people. I don't know.
No Jews in South Sudan?
I'm not Jewish. I'm not said I'm Jewish.
I'm asking you.
Huh? Wait a second, bro. America, shut up, please, for a second. Go ahead,
No, I'm saying, well, in some of our, when we live in more successful countries, we have this immigration issue, and then we have to start thinking about who the neighbor is.
Well, you know why you have an immigration issue in America? I'll tell you why. because the Democratic Party is the party of angry women and beta male. That's how you lose.
I agree.
You can't even tame your own woman in America. So stop telling me the woman I should have in
But even the Republican Party has this problem. Like Don Jr. is married to Kimberly Guilfoyle, you know?
Lady Van.
Of course, bro. Let me tell you something. Your women are hoes in America. You men in America can't even control your own woman.
Donald Trump.
So why the hell?
Wait
Wait a second. The men in the Democratic Party are weak, beta male, dick sucking men. That's a fact. And the women are sluts and hoes that had abortions on demand that have never been told no by a man in their entire life. This is another fact. So don't come and tell me about the bullshit in American politics. I don't care.
We agree.
So when you keep telling me, wait a second, bro. So when you keep telling me about the bullshit in American politics, go deal with your whole women and your bitch ass men. This is none of my business.
We agree.
I don't care. Like why does he keep coming for me? And I told him like an hour ago, like I don't give a shit.
But that's you care enough to find the irony in it.
Yeah, and it's
I'm telling the truth.
But you say why care about who people are having sex with? We're saying we have to because of the destruction of our society, the destruction of a Christian.
Go fix the society, bro. It's none of my business. Go fix the society.
Yeah, exactly. I know. That's why we worry about who people are having sex with. I worry about who people have sex with. I worry that
bro, you can't control who your women have sex with.
We have the Jamals, and Dwayne.
Bro, how can you control your women have sex with?
I can't love this anymore.
Bro, what are you gonna do about it, huh? Vote them out of that?
Kick them out.
You can't even do that. What are you gonna do about it? Vote
people
them out
say
of
that El Salvador did the right thing. I don't know if you know what El Salvador's been doing.
I know about El Salvador, bro.
They've locked up
El Salvador did vote the women out of their homes, bro. Bro, I'm telling you, in America.
Oh my God! I can't. You gotta let me talk. I can't. So El Salvador, and people might know. You might know this. I'm talking to everyone right now. El Salvador locked up 1.5% of their male population. And that male population that they locked up 1.5% of was committing well over 50% of all their violent crimes. Kind of sounds like a group I know. But listen, when they did this, guess what? Oh my gosh, their nation, their GDP rate went up, their crime rate went down, their birth rate went up. It's amazing what you can do when you get actual criminals and thugs off your streets and lock them up forever, not for years, but for their life. They're in prison for, if you've committed murder in El Salvador, they don't lock you up for 20 years. They lock you up for life. There is no parole. There is no justice.
They throw away the key.
I love it. I love the idea, Cheek, and I'm saying that you can do these things. That people said El Salvador will never be safe. Well, El Salvador is now the safest nation other than Canada in terms of violent murder rates than any other country in the Western Hemisphere. So you don't tell me we can't do this. Just tell me how we can implement it. That's the way.
Don't tell me. What are you saying? Tell me how?
Tell me how to implement this, and we can do it. We can. All it takes is.
You're asking a South Sudanese.
Yeah,
he has no answers for you.
I keep have answers.
No. You asked me for respect. Wait a second, my brother. You asked me for respect, and you asked me to reply for.
All right, never mind. He's retarded. I never asked.
What? No. When I actually showed you respect, then I get disrespect. This is disgraceful way of being as a man. Honestly, shameful. Shame on you. But anyway, shame on you. No, shame on you.
I read a story.
Shame on you on the
It was in the 12th century.
Shame on you, bro.
And I'll post it here. The 12th century.
Shame on you, bro.
Disciples who came to South Sudan. I know this story.
There was no South Sudan.
Okay, the region of South Sudan. You shut your.
No, you don't even know.
You shut your Sudanese mouth.
You shut your African mouth right now, brother. Now listen. Three disciples came down who were Catholics. They said, and they said, listen, we're gonna plant a bunch of apple.
I think that you are.
Okay, no, listen. Oh my gosh. Let me finish my story.
I want to hear this one.
So 3 disciples came down, and they said they came to the region of South Sudan that had not existed yet. Because
What was it called?
I understand that you guys don't establish countries until white people do it. But listen.
What was it called?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll post the story in the.
No, you won't. What was it called?
So 3. Let me finish the story. So 3 disciples.
No, what was it called?
All right, I'll pull up the story. I understand. You're retarded. Let me.
I'm not retarded. I'm just asking what was it called because I'm not gonna get shamed on your thing. It's like, what was it called? Just say it. Like, it's not so hard to say the reason what is modern day South Sudan called.
What the location was called?
No, not you, Diego. America.
I'm just getting the story. Give me 1 second. I'll find the story.
Oh, of course, you're gonna find the story.
No, I know. I mean, it's.
It was probably called Ethiopia back then.
I'm sure.
Honestly.
I'm sure. Take your time. This is what I get for listening to a song for far too long that doesn't even know the region at all. That's how to get it.
It was probably called Ethiopia back in the time that he's talking about.
No,
or was it part of Egypt or what?
Do you even know when Ethiopia got the name? Diego?
No, I don't. But was it part of Egypt? Is that where you're going with this?
No, it's not. That's what I'm going with this. I'm going with this with like old school biblical names because he doesn't know what the fuck he's about.
Was it Sheba or what?
No, it's wrong.
Abyssinia.
That's Ethiopia, love.
You're talking about Ethiopia.
No, we're not. We're talking about Junub Sudan.
Okay.
The south of Sudan. I mean, there's so many countries that border it. There's Sierra Leone, there's Uganda, Kenya.
Sierra Leone doesn't border South Sudan.
Okay.
It doesn't border it.
Okay. Sorry. Is it close?
No, it's too far, bro. It's like another 600.
Okay.
Unlike you, Diego, I actually do, but it's too far. You're not even close.
Okay. Well, I know that at some point,
I'm pressing America because he's being a dick. But you, Diego, actually know how. You know what? If most people know like 80% of the shit you knew, my country would be in a better situation. But I'm just pressing America because he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. That's why I'm doing it, to be honest with you. Because he has no clue. He has no fucking idea how South Sudan got independence. And let me ask you, America, who was the first country to and the second country to recognize South Sudan as independent?
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find your story.
Now, 1 second. You have no fucking idea. You don't. Just give up.
No, I don't. I'm not saying I know South Sudan's history. That's not what I'm. Oh my god.
Just say you don't know, and I'll tell you.
Okay, I don't know. Please tell us about South Sudan. We actually all want to know about South Sudan because that's the next place that all the whites are going to go. South Sudan. We're going to invade South Sudan. So go ahead.
Thank you. It's very important. Number one, he was recognized by Barack Hussein Obama. Number two, he was recognized by Bibi Netanyahu. And then he was recognized by... well, they did help us. I don't want to go into the whole history, it's going to take too long. But the rest of the United Nations recognized South Sudan in the 9th of July 2011. Okay? So that's what I'm saying.
If United States and Israel are your first two recognizers, that's a really bad sign.
Why?
Because they're the only two countries. There might be like a couple, like the micronation of Tuvalu, and a couple of others that like recognize Israel's current borders. and everyone else in the world
But
disagrees.
Israel is not South Sudan. Every single country recognizes South Sudan.
Okay.
You didn't Google this, by the way, Diego.
Yeah.
Every single country recognizes.
It's like every company in the United States recognizes Pride Month, but it doesn't mean it's
No,
good.
it's not. There's a big difference between Pride Month and country. You know this, Diego. Like.
No, I'm just saying when there's every country this or every corporation that.
I'm telling you,
it's usually the side.
I'm sure you have internet. I'm sure you have internet, bro. Every single country recognizes Sudan, South Sudan as a country. You can Google it, bro. We just almost. Did you see the game the other day? America beat us by 1 point in the basketball, South Sudan.
Wow.
With LeBron James playing, by the way. Did you see that?
Wow, that's really bad for the United States. It makes it look stupid.
You should see it. They only beat us by 1 point. All refugees, you know.
Do you remember when the Afghani 14-year-old boys beat the women's American team?
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
I think
a team of Afghani boys played the American basketball team, female team of like 25-year-olds, and beat them.
It's true, but I was just saying, like, I think this should be a Pax Americana. Even though, like, I get a bit of satisfaction of getting close to being in the United States, I really do think that you people in the United States and America are literally the best in the world. I believe this. Best. B-E-S-T.
We are in the elite class. This is true.
You do represent the best in the whole entire world.
Yeah.
I believe in America, and my soldiers do, and I do. This is not even an argument. And we don't want to fight America. And we care about America, you know?
As long as we keep offering aid and weapons?
No. Sometimes I think Americans get so paranoid. We just give a damn, you know?
Yeah, it's amazing how you can make people give a damn when you give them free money.
America actually gave money to my enemies. It wasn't even to.
Well, you gotta play both sides if you want to make a profit.
I think you should understand that not everyone is your enemy, Diego, honestly. We don't hate you, bro. Like, we just don't hate you. And I think that your generation might be traumatized by the Iraq war or the Afghanistan war. But we don't hate you, bro. And I hope that your generation can realize that.
Why do you hate our British brothers, though?
Fuck the British. They're all scumbags. These motherfuckers colonized Africa for like 200 years. Fuck England, fuck the British. They can all suck.
Was it better when it was colonized, though?
Fuck them all, bro. Bro, if I was at that age, I'd be a suicide bomber. I'd block the British. Fuck them all.
I can't find the story right now as I'm doing a quick Google search. I think it's from a book, but I'll find it at some point. We can talk about it because
the British gave us Milton and Keats and John Stuart Mill.
Oh, bro,
all that stuff.
Bro, I hate Britain so fucking much. I don't even want to bother with the suicide bomb. Bro, if I was in 1956 and in Junub Sudan and they told me the British were here, I would literally put a suicide bomb in my fucking chest and blow myself up. Damn. I hate the British. These British, let me just finish. These British people are the scum of the earth. They're disgusting. They're the most racist, terroristic, scum people you can ever think of. I don't give a shit.
Are you sure you're talking about British people?
British people. This is what I'm talking about. These people are the most disgusting, heinous, vile,
They stopped it
consumptive
after
people.
the-
I can, 1 second, bro. Let me just finish.
What's their religion? What's their religion?
Let me just finish. The Protestant Church of England. Who gives a shit? These British people.
I just want to make sure we weren't talking about what America calls little hats.
No, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about what you talk about Zionism and stuff and all this stuff. The British people, white or black, these people, we hate them in Africa. We hate them the same way. These people disgust me. When I see a black person representing Great Britain or the British Empire in Olympics or in football like Bukayo Saka, these people, they make me sick to my stomach.
Like when you see a movie with Hugh Grant, you like fuck and spit at the screen or something? Like, what do you say?
I would just, bro, I wouldn't even go there, bro. I fucking hate Britain. This Britain.
You don't like the movie Bridget Jones' Diary?
Fuck no, bro. I don't like this shit. Fuck Bridget Jones' Diary. I'm telling you, Britain is like disgusting. Every single person that respects Britain is like a disgusting parasite to me. Honestly. Especially when they're black. How can you be a black person that supports the British Empire? To me, you're like a scum, like you're a cockroach. You're worse than a snail. Like you people that support the British Empire, that you're black, you're like worse than the dirty toenail under my
You're like a pro-Israeli Arab.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got it.
Fuck these people that are black and support Great Britain, fuck them all. I don't give a shit what happens to them, honestly. And I'm telling you the truth. That's it.
But you don't exactly feel the same way against the French? Like it's not personal because they didn't go to your
The French can suck my dick too. You know? I hate the French. Bro, I've told you so many times I can't live in Europe, bro.
What about the Spanish?
I don't give a shit about the Spanish. Whatever they do.
They were very good colonizers. All the countries that they colonized love them. They actually say thank you for bringing your good genetics and technology and religion.
I don't give a shit. I actually don't give a shit about the Spanish. That's like a so old school, like that's like child's play, you know. But the British and the French, fuck them. I don't care. Pax Americana, I can deal with. But the British and the French, fuck them and fuck their supporters. That's it.
Amazing.
And I don't care about those people.
Italians?
None of my business, bro. I'm South Sudanese.
How about King Leopold and the Germans?
None of my business. I don't like the Congo either.
Okay.
These are my people. You know this, Diego. I don't give a shit about the Congo. Like, people keep saying, oh, they like decapitated 6 million people's heads in the Congo. I'm like, if the Congo had their hands, they would have shot my people. So, like, who gives a fuck? Like, people don't understand the whole history here. Like,
there's a lot of history. That's the beauty of being American. We only have to worry about 250 years of history.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing existed, as far as we're concerned, before America.
Bro, can you imagine?
Dang, I looked up the GDP for South Sudan. You guys suck.
I know, bro. We're independent in 2011. Who gives a shit? We're well aware of this.
I mean, you guys
So
are
what?
poor.
We know,
I'm surprised you're on Clubhouse.
I'm surprised I'm wealthier than you being born on
He does a few Nigerian print scams on the side.
I got
That's good money.
I got you. We exploited people 2 years ago. You exploit our grandpas now. I got you.
Bro, it's okay, bro.
Hey, how good are these scams going to get now that you guys have AI and like instant like voice recognition stuff where you can like change your voice and it sounds perfect? That's going to get interesting. As long as the boomers are around, they're going to keep giving you guys money.
I just think there's this list that keep taking me all this crap. And it's like South Sudan independent 2011.
Diego, what do you think the GDP for per capita in South Sudan?
And they're making less than $2 a day?
Well, no, what do you think is per capita again, Diego?
I imagine it's less than $2 a day.
You know what, let me do the math on per day.
If you Google South Sudan, how much money per day on average, it'll probably say less than $2. Let me do.
Oh, yeah.
Most of the world, I think it's like 30-40% of the world makes less than $2 a day.
$2.15 per day.
Yep.
Wow. And $422 per year.
Yeah. What's the average size of a Sudanese family?
South Sudanese?
Yeah.
There's about 11.5 million in the whole world.
Hold on, let me see. Birth rate in South Sudan. 4.47 births per woman. That's pretty good.
Wow.
I think you got some 5, 6, 7 years.
What's the life expectancy?
No. That's including Sudan.
It's including Sudan.
Yeah, South Sudan survey found the average household is 8.7 people based on a sample size of 8,700 households across the country.
No. We only had one census in 2008. And the most recent census, we had 11.5 million people, almost 12 million people.
Okay, that's not what.
It says South Sudan has one of the highest birth rates in the world.
Is it South Sudan or Sudan? Please send it.
South Sudan.
Because
South Sudan.
I'm currently in the country, Diego.
You guys are fucking like rabbits.
Yeah, you're the crazy.
I'm in the country. I would know better.
How many you got, paycheck? Any that you know about?
Pardon? What do I know about Joy?
How many children do you have? How many do you know about?
That he knows of?
That's right.
I don't have any children. Oh my God.
Dr. Jordan, it says that you are a Jewish American prince. What does that mean?
We're in America. We don't.
I'm talking about Africa. I don't care about Africa.
No, Pax Americana.
You'd much rather talk about the Jews.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, until Africa does something significant, it's done.
I think it's like America.
Okay, what is South Sudan produced to the world?
We're gonna be left
Other than your rabbit
family. Do you want to tell you a dirty secret about South Sudanese?
Clubhouse room killers is what they produce.
No, you want to be left alone. I get invited to these rooms, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna have this.
Are you? I would ask if you're drunk.
Wait a second, bro. And it's like I get invited to these rooms, and I'm just like.
Wait, you're South Sudan?
Yeah, I am.
Oh.
What's up?
Okay.
AB, are you Jewish?
No. It's a safe zone. Jews here, right?
Well, I was asking if you're Jewish. Are you not? So are you Muslim?
You know, it's like enemies. Diego. I come to your room to chill out, and then I have enemies on my people.
An enemy?
No one's an enemy in South Sudan. You know why?
Enemies.
Because you guys are living in huts. We don't.
Enemies on my people. You know, I can't even have a conversation. It's like enemies on my people. Number one,
Does South Sudan have running water?
Wait a second, my brother. Wait a second. Don't make me come for you because I can't too.
Okay.
It's like enemies of my people.
They have the Nile River beside them, so yeah.
I
actually we can cut off the Nile to Egypt, and then Egypt turned the bomb up. And then you know what the Egyptians say? La la, la li la, hi, so come.
Like you have like a developed septic system in every house.
Jump in. Wait a second, Americana, Pax Americana, my brother. It's like.
Do you know what that means? You keep saying it.
I know what Pax Americana means. I keep saying because I wanted to come back. I want America back. Yeah.
Make America great again.
100%. That's why I keep saying Pax Americana.
Everybody's rooting for America. America's like fucking John McClane and Die Hard. Like everybody wants him to win.
Bro, that's why
I know when America was great. When was it great for you? Can you tell me when was the great time?
I'll tell you when America was great. Now tell us. I'll tell you. When in 2001, when George W. Bush said, stop talking, you asked me a question. I'll tell you when America is great to me. When in 2001, when he said he is going to destroy all the jihadists, Islamists, Kusumkum, and he was going to give the people in the South Sudan, billions of dollars. That's when I said,
now watch this drive.
Wait a second. Let me finish. Wait.
Get to the point.
Guys, you keep interrupting. I can see you interrupting. Wait a second. When I said Pax Americana for the first time in my life, 2002, when George W. Bush sent us fucking weapons to destroy the jihad bombs. Go ahead. America. What other plane didn't you blow up the Twin Towers with? Go ahead.
It wasn't a plane.
What was that?
Let's see, the joke's on you, Dick. I don't know. You have to Google dancing Israeli.
Oh, don't Google dancing Israeli.
My God.
You guys should actually Google squirrel riding a wakeboard instead.
Wait, Archer, don't you worship the Jew? That's
AB, wait a second, AB. Wait a second. Let me answer your question. AB, why is it always the clitless, jalaba women that kind of an orgasm always talking? This is the problem. Wait a second. You are clitless. You can't even talk. You can't talk to your man. You can't talk to your husband, and yet you find comfort in clubhouse rooms. This is very sick.
Wait, do they circumcise women in South Sudan?
Wait a second. South Sudan is very different because our women fight. Wait a second. Our women are not clitless, jihadists, kusumkum.
But your women fight in South Sudan? That's probably a good reason.
Wait a second,
I'm studying software engineering. Okay, so I'm going to get a job way better than you.
What are you talking about?
Work, AB. Time out. AB, you shouldn't want to work.
What? Is this like a Pax Kusumkum that I'm dealing with?
No, I keep, when you start talking, I'm going to be honest, no one cares.
It should be Pax Americana. This is what should be. And then when you enemies of South Sudan keep talking to me, we destroyed all of our enemies.
You live in huts.
It's 2024, bro. You have no clitoris, bro.
South Sudan.
You can't even have an old.
Who's an enemy of South Sudan?
You're literally.
Your GDP per capita is $4.
Wait a second, bro. You
guys can barely afford iPhones.
Bro. How am I speaking to you? You stupid fucking retard.
You got the Obama government fund. I got you. I can set those
God.
up.
You're such a fucking idiot. Bro, these Muslim women are not gonna fuck you. They can't even fuck themselves. They're clitless hoes. You dumb fuck. So why are you sitting here trying to like excuse yourself for Islamic women? You dumb fuck. Bro,
why are they either so skinny that they look like they have an Indian, or they're so fat?
Bro, you're a clitless damn fuck.
They're either they're in starvation. Why is that?
Bro,
A chick, you need to learn the secret of the G spot.
How can I learn the G spot when it doesn't exist?
It does. You just have to become a Latin lover and know where it is.
Go ahead, Diego. Educate me.
He's South Sudan. You guys live in Hut.
AB, you can't even wear a hijab in a terrorist Kusunkum state. Next question.
Dude, you sound so honest.
It's true. It's true. Diego, this is a waste of time. Talking to clipless, discussing the love of woman. This is a waste of time.
What you're saying, though, and that's what's weird about it.
Madam?
When you say
Ma'am,
Jalal,
wait a
it's
second.
exclusive to Sudan. It's not exclusive to
Good evening,
Arabs.
guys.
Just say hello.
Good evening somewhere.
Just say hello. When you
I'm
say Jalal, she don't know what the fuck you mean. Jalal means Arabs.
I hope everyone is having a beautiful day.
Yes, alhamdulillah. All praise.
We are, but the problem is that a chick doesn't have, he doesn't get amusement from women. So sometimes he starts getting kind of nasty.
Bro, why do you cut up the
He's very
corners for the women?
We have to deal with the rap of it. We're tired of this. Like, please, now you guys have to cuss out because of your insult behavior. Even in the community, we cuss him out, okay?
No, but Mariam, you got to there's some.
He's a tribalist. He's a tribalist and he's fascist. And he's one of those Australian children that never went back home.
He comes.
I mean, he went back home, but he never really lived there like that. Culturally westernized.
Wait,
See, again, he's talking to me language.
Okay, sit down. So it's like, Diego, so you bring in a bunch of Jalapa, I don't even know who these people are.
He doesn't know what Jalapa means.
Ma'am, I like you, ma'am. I think, ma'am, you have a civil war in North Sudan at the moment. And you're gonna drag my people into this war.
No one dragged your people. Your people don't like
You're
you.
about to.
Your people
You're
are
about to
people
drag
that
my
don't like
people.
you. They don't like you. You're a colorist. You're a second colorist. Just because I'm white, shut up. Shut up. I'm not mixed with Arab.
I'm going to.
Don't you do that. You just a tribal colorist.
Wait, do we have two South Sudanese?
Why you get so upset?
How about that? How about I don't give a fuck?
Hey, wait, Miriam, you don't sound like you live in Sudan, though. Or do you live in Europe, Miriam?
Ma'am, ask your terrorist cousins. They ask you questions.
Miriam, your
terrorist cousins are asking you, do you live in Europe? Go answer them.
Miriam, do you live in Europe?
You can't answer your terrorist cousins.
Carlos, you definitely live in Europe.
I'm gonna smoke your face, bro. Don't come from America, you know.
Are you white or are you black?
You mad blood.
Are you white? Carlos, are you
My
white?
nephew do you damage, bro. Don't come from my sister Mary. You fucking mad.
Nice, Carlos, are you white? You don't sound white. You definitely sound very aggressive in your language. So I was
Yeah, you sound like you have testosterone.
You do sound dark skinned, Carlos. Is this true?
You sound like you have a 9-inch dick.
You sound like you can't change your 12-volt battery.
Just saying that.
You sound like you're loud on buses.
You sound like you're
You sound like you want to leave and beat your wife.
I'm listening like a scumbag that collects welfare every single fucking day. Who gives a damn? Who gives a damn day? What do you mix race with? Like a pussy?
Which side of your family betrayed?
The trailer is.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, what mixed race are you talking about? Bro, pussy. What are you gonna do about it? Like, you people talk about mixed race. What are you mixed race with? Like a pussy? Like, you don't know what's done. Like, what do you keep talking about?
You know something, a check?
Yeah, thank God you're back here.
Hey, Miriam, do you agree with what's going on in Britain right now? That they're trying to kick out the immigrants? What do you think about that?
I don't really have an opinion on it.
Thank you,
Other than lock them up.
Scum, you piece of scum, you're trash, Miriam. They should kick you out first.
They should kick me first. Well, I have British citizenship, so I won't be kicked out, and I'm not a criminal.
One day.
Hey, how are the riots?
I don't know.
Everything okay over there? Well, I know that you guys feel safe because the PM had your back or whatever, but
You're lucky that the British were such cucks to get rid of their guns. God, they are cucks, and that sucks for my British brothers. But it's gonna come to America in the next 10 years, and it's not gonna look as pretty as it does in Britain. I'll tell you that. Just you be careful.
What about in America?
Nah, you be careful in Britain. You might get stabbed by one of your Muslim brothers, or you just might be kicked out because white people get so fed up. I hope a lot.
Yeah, they only kick criminals out.
I think he repeats himself.
I have full British nationality, so I don't need to worry unless I commit a crime.
They can't take that nationality away from her.
Yeah, they can. I guess they're not allowed to do that.
Actually, they can. Charmaine Bagam.
Yeah, that's the point. Oh my God! You are 5 seconds lower than everyone else in this room.
It can happen. Look, I was talking.
I'm gonna go look up IQ levels for South Sudan.
I think you have an IQ level over there.
Don't go down that rabbit hole. All he's saying, Chief, is think white and get serious.
Oh my Lord! Chief, this is terrible. 58.16 is the average IQ of South Sudan.
Wait, 58? That would be literally they wouldn't be able.
You're mentally retarded. You're mentally retarded, Chief. I'm so sorry.
That's why he sounds like he's drunk.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, my brother.
I think like these people are talking to me right now at the moment.
Oh my God! Wait. Guatemala? Guatemala has the same point. Have we got Isa?
The same point at the moment. When you're talking to me at the moment, and you don't understand this because it's so goddamn slow.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
Room because you're not the room.
We're getting close. We're getting close to one dog too left. One dog too left. Here we go. Carlos, you're next, buddy. Carlos, you're next, buddy.
No. It's like, you know what's happening at the moment in the United Kingdom?
What's happening?
Let me put on my British accent. So the first time in the history of the United Kingdom, which I love, by the way, people like you, degenerates, they don't even work. Wait a second, Diego.
Wait a second.
I love at the moment that is happening at the United Kingdom. People like this motherfucker, they don't work for the United Kingdom at the moment, are controlling their two-tier government system. And I love it because these people thought they were going to go to Britain and made a better life for themselves. But they're fucking retarded. And this is the best. Shut the fuck up, you dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up, you dumb fuck. You're like a damn fuck.
I'm from Europe, bro.
Bro, you're from Europe. You're from Europe.
I'm from Europe, bro.
Hide yourself.
I have Portuguese.
Bro, go jihad yourself.
And I'm black skin. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, go jihad yourself.
He doesn't have
Go
kinky
jihad
hair.
yourself and
He's got that good hair.
Who the fuck you talking about?
Bro, go jihad
Hey,
yourself.
shut up, bro, fam. Go back to
Go
your country.
jihad yourself.
Go back to your country. I'll go
Bro,
back
go
to my
jihad
country.
yourself and shut the fuck up.
I'll go back to Portugal. That's my country.
Bro, go blow yourself up.
I'll go. What do you mean? What you say, brother? What I did? Like, what the fuck? You said I'm a fucking dirty terrorist, bro.
Bro, go blow yourself up, you jihadist.
Fucking pussy, fam. Shut your mouth.
Bro, what are you gonna do about it, huh?
You gotta talk to everyone here.
You gotta jihad Europe.
Shut up, bro, man.
Shut the fuck up. You gotta jihad yourself.
You get the fuck out, man. Get the fuck out of Europe, bro.
Hey,
What are you
guys,
gonna do?
let's just focus here. Pretend like if we were Germans
Bro, are
in
you gonna jihad yourself in Europe?
1925.
Don't have European blood in him. He has no European.
Bro, are you gonna jihad yourself in Europe?
Go back to Africa. Go to South Sudan.
Germans 1925.
Go back to South Sudan.
Bro, are you gonna jihad yourself in
Go back
Europe?
to South
What are you gonna do
Sudan.
about it? What are you gonna do about it? You gonna go blow up your mosque?
Yeah, we're gonna fucking kick you out, bro. We're gonna.
Bro, go blow up your mosque and go blow up yourself. You damn fucking
Stop
jihadist.
coming to
You
my
dumb
country.
fucking terrorist.
Stop coming to my.
What are you gonna
fucking
do
country.
about it?
You guys are coming to
What
Spain,
are you gonna do about it,
Italy.
you dumb fucking
Yeah,
terrorist
man.
jihadist Kusumkum?
Man,
What are you
shut
gonna
up.
do about it?
Hey, yo, hold on.
Hold on what? Are you gonna go
You know
blow
where
up
I'm really
yourself,
from,
you
bro?
dumb jihadist Kusumkum? Huh?
Fucking
What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it, huh? Go stab some people, huh? Go prove a point. Go prove a point. I'm not gonna shoot your bitch ass. Like, what are you gonna do about it? Shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch ass. Shut your bitch ass up.
Gentlemen, let's imagine
Bro,
we
shut
were
your
all,
bitch ass up and you're gonna go shoot yourself, you dumb Kusumkum, and you're gonna jihad yourself. Shut up.
Okay. All right, but let's role play here. Let's pretend that we were living in Switzerland and we were
Fuck
all
off
people.
and go jihad yourself.
How this black motherfucker?
Shut yourself, dumb bitch up. Like, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it?
You said they can't even role play.
Carlos, what are you gonna do about it? Go jihad yourself.
You
Shut
can't do
shut-
that because that goes Diego.
Bro, Carlos, shut the
We
fuck
don't
up.
want you in
Like,
Europe. We don't
shut
want you.
your mouth,
We
bro.
don't want
You're not
you.
supposed to be in Europe. You're supposed to be drowned off a boat in
Diego,
fucking the coast
imagine
of the
how they feel like
Mediterranean.
they ate breakfast.
Go drown yourself in the coast of Europe. Go drown yourself in the coast of Portuguese. Portuguese, Angola, Portuguese.
Where you from? Sudan.
Portuguese, Sudan, Portuguese, Sudania.
How dare you talk about other immigrants? Yeah?
Shut
You're
the
a fucking
fuck up,
immigrant.
you jihadist.
You fucking refugee, fam.
Hey, one at a time.
Shut your mouth, you motherfucker. Stay there in that fucking island and pray to God that the Europeans let you into the fucking mainland coastline. You dumb fuck. Go there right now.
It's a
because
peninsula.
they might let you in. Huh?
It's a
Go there,
peninsula.
Carlos.
Peninsula. Yeah, Iberian Peninsula. Obrigado.
Inshallah, Bismillah, Kusumkum Poditum.
Here's the thing, check. They really had a problem with Muslims. That whole peninsula was.
Fuck all these Muslims. They're like a. They're like
Dude, they kind of like fake shit.
Bro,
Like
like
they were
Carlos,
shit.
Carlos, what are you gonna do about it? Like your prophet is a pedophile, a child molester,
Hey,
and a
chicks,
sex
English is
offender.
better than Carlos's.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. My English is like fluent. It's too perfect. Like what is the English gonna do? Like Carlos, my English is better than your pedophile, child molester, and a sex offender. Carlos, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Are you gonna like be a child molester and a sex offender? Huh? What are you gonna do about it, Carlos? What are you gonna do about it, Carlos? Shut the fuck up, you dumb fuck.
Shut the fuck up, you immigrant, fam.
Shut the
You
fuck
run away
up.
from
What are you
war
gonna
to
do
come
about
to
it?
Europe, fam. Dickhead. Shut the
Nobody's going to Europe,
Get
you
the
dumb
fuck
fuck.
out of my
Like
continent.
that's when you put up this Angolan flag because you have blocked
Hey,
all the
get the
white
fuck
people,
out of my
black
country.
people,
He's not in your
everything that they
country,
do for
bro.
you.
You're in a white man's
Carlos,
country.
you're a dumb scum
Carlos, you're in a
motherfucker.
white man's country.
Shut
No,
the
Portugal's my country.
fuck up. You're
I'm
in
not
a
even
white
black.
country.
That's the funny thing.
It doesn't matter.
Bro,
You're
you're
not
like a
black.
dumb motherfucker. What the fuck you gonna do about it?
That's the funny thing.
And you're not white.
I am sure you are.
I'm a mulatto. You know mulatto.
You're not
You're
white.
a mulatto.
You're not
You're
white.
mulatto.
You're
You're
not black.
mulatto.
It doesn't matter if you're black. You're not white.
Get that off Europe, man. You black.
Carlos, you're mulatto. You dumb fucking scumbag. What mulatto are you, Carlos? Huh? Angola?
Mulatto do mulatto.
Mulattos or mulattos?
Mulatto. Listen,
shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking scum.
Okay, Diego wanted to ask a little favor if you want to ask my cousin. Okay, Diego, ask your question.
I wanted to see if they could pretend to act like German men in 1898. In other words, talk like civilized people rather than all this fucking ghetto talk.
People have no rights.
You know what? No white.
No black.
You ain't got no white.
Bro, you have like a fucking British fucking accent and you talk like a dumb. So what are you
Oh my
God.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch.
With your shitty Sudanese passport.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Like, my passport's too powerful for you. You dumb motherfucker. What the hell are you talking about?
I know what that means.
Yeah, you know? Diego?
Yeah, it means monkey. Macaco.
Shut the fuck up, Carlos.
In Spanish, we say mayate.
Sound like a dumb, stupid fuck. Like, what are you gonna do about it? Huh? Carlos?
Why do people come to Spain and Portugal?
Nobody's going to Spain and Portugal, you dumb
Like I
fuck.
see you fucking monkeys from Africa.
Nobody's going there. Nobody's going there. You're trying to go to Spain and Portugal. You can't even wear gold medal, you dumb fuck. You have the Angolan flag. Huh? Shut the fuck up, you dumb
Carlos, do you know who opened the gates of Toledo?
Huh?
The Jews.
Here we go.
I'm
The
telling
Jews did
you,
everything
it's
wrong.
always one group.
Always one group when you're broke and you don't know what the fuck you want to do. Always one group. Huh? Carlos.
And you know what's interesting is that why can't we genetically see why they're different than white people? It might be because they.
I want to hear Carlos. This dumb, stupid, so-called motherfucker. Carlos, go ahead.
Well, I mean, we did look up the IQ level of South Sudan. It doesn't look too high for you.
Pac American, I'm not talking to you.
Check. He goes by Charlie.
Charlie? Like a dumb cunt? Charlie, not you, Charlie. I want to hear from Carlos. Is this cunt like Angola?
I'm in my country.
Do you know what the funny thing is? What the funny thing is?
Well,
yeah.
You know I was born.
You know you're born where? You're born where? With the Kenya, with a poor tummy up. Carlos, you can't do fuck all about that, you dumb cunt. What the hell are you gonna do about your dumb fucking situation, you dumb cunt? Shut the fuck up and fuck off, Carlos. You kusunkum.
It's like, I want to hear for them. I don't say, shut the fuck up.
Negro.
Negro what? Negro what? What are you gonna do about it? Monkey, my God. What are you gonna do? You're worse than a damn fucking racist, Carlos. You goddamn kusunkum, kusunkum. You can't even try it like that, you dumb fuck. Hey, yo, if one of the thing is like, yo, what? Yeah, I'm an immigrant. You're an immigrant.
More lighter skin than you.
No, I'm a lighter skin than you. Yeah.
My family.
If my family went what?
My family.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking faggot.
Go back to their country.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb
Who are you, fam?
And like my family is what? Nobody cares about the
Get the fuck out of Europe, bro.
Bro, your mother to give you a fucking living. Huh?
You fucking
What are you gonna do about it, bro? Shut the fuck up.
All right.
What are you gonna do about it?
Wait,
Hold on,
hold on.
what are you doing in this room?
A chick says that he's cool with Americans, but he hates the Brits. And he's happy, and he finds it extremely ironic that you guys are gonna get taken over by Muslims for all your colonization. I want to ask you, Tim, because you're on the ground. Who's winning this riot war, this race war right now?
For the moment, the government.
Ooh. Not good.
They just sentenced a couple of the first rioters. A couple of them got 2-3 years. To put this in perspective, they give child rapists and someone who was downloading pornography less time than that.
Are they going to put people away for retweeting?
They've arrested them. I don't know if anyone's been sentenced for that yet. Yeah.
This could get out of control pretty quick.
Housewives
What are they going to do?
have been
What are they going to ban X?
Housewives have been arrested in their homes for retweeting information.
Are they threatening to extradite Elon Musk? Are they nuts?
No. That guy's that's a satirical account.
Oh, okay.
It's so funny. I saw so many. I got triggered by it because here's the problem. People like that. Sorry, I'm eating. People like that exist. That's the problem, right?
So you don't even know what's satire anymore.
No, I had to look at his account. Thank God he has it. Thank God he has it in his bio. Who are you?
Hey,
Sounds like you
a check we did.
might be a little bit hungry.
Sounds like your dog saw a check.
I'm eating.
You know, there's
No,
one
but
type of
that's,
dog that's 15% of the population that commits 50% of all dog murder.
But see, Tim, I told you this thing was going to die down.
No.
I told you it was going to blow over.
It's gonna evolve. People are no, bro. This is not going away. You have no fucking idea. Dude, you were like, "Oh, it's going to go away." I'm still going on in the fucking streets.
Well, the only question is, did it get worse yesterday? If it got worse yesterday,
no, it's complete fake news. So the left introduced. They said there was misinformation on their behalf. Basically, they planted this idea of a post that there was going to be like 100 riots that never happened. So basically, it got their side out to vote, or whatever, got them out in the streets, and then they got a big propaganda photographs of United Britain, where they had all the, no one on the other side showed up, right? Because it wasn't organic. And then every newspaper, right, who are meant to be on different sides of the spectrum, are all have the shared headlines and the same photographs of these United Against Hate marches. Just like when they all told us to stay home from COVID, right? It's just propaganda. And one of the think tanks are fucking, they're probably the ADL, I suppose here, called Hope Not Hate. He basically admitted that. Yeah, the list was misinformation, he said, but look what it got out to millions of people this morning or something that he said in reference to the newspaper headlines.
okay, it might be organic, these riots on the white side, but it's not organized. And I don't know how you guys think that unorganized riots are going to allow you to take over a country.
Well, of course they're not organized, because they're completely organic. Someone apparently looked into it, and all the arrests, the people that have been charged, all live within 5 miles, some very small distance, from where they were arrested. So it's not like paid activists or professional activists or hardcore blah 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 groups. It's literally local residents that are fucking protesting, and then they're getting arrested.
Yeah, but I think the point is that there should be some type of leadership if there's actually going to be some type of revolt. If not, then this is just BLM riots all over again, without the stealing of.
Yeah, like for example, the British have unions, right? Back in the day when you guys had your union riot, like that was organized activism,
Dude, if anyone tried to take a leadership position at the moment, and with this fucking government, you'd be in prison.
Yeah.
And anything anyone does on one of those marches, you would be held accountable for.
Here's something interesting. I was reading about history of England trying to invade Ireland, and one of the things that they found very frustrating is that there was no central point of attack for the English. So there was no like single leader for the Irish, and so like they didn't know how to take over these people. That was very frustrating for them. But that may be a but
decentralized.
Yeah, decentralized might be the only way at this point. Actually, centralization might be a weakness to the government if you think about it.
Well, yeah, because at some point, like this is not going to. People are not going to tolerate this. The internet, like, unless they're somehow able to, and maybe they're crazy enough to do it, but unless they limit X, right, Twitter, and its ability in the UK. Because by the way, you see, during at the beginning of the Ukraine conflict, the British government blocked RT. You cannot get RT at all in the UK, and even Telegram groups, which were set up to be like mirror accounts, right? So literally just post the articles, they get taken down as well, right? So like, if they decide that something is going to hurt their ability to control and shape narrative, they may do it. And they have such a fucking majority in Parliament, like no one could stop them. If the Prime Minister and his party decided right now that they wanted to fucking ban X in the UK, nothing could stop them. They have that much of a majority.
Wow, that's crazy.
Did you see one of the Labour, which is the current party in government? I think he's like a city councillor or something. He's not in government per se, but he is a member of their party who called for the slitting of their throats and on camera, and he has now been suspended from the party. But let's see if he gets charged, right? Like, let's see if there's actually two-tier policing or not. Will they imprison? Right? A man was sentenced for more than 2 years in prison for shouting at the police during a riot. Right? That's one of the first cases so far of people that have been sentenced, custodial sentences. This Labour councillor, literally to an audience with holding a microphone, and did the gesture as well of slitting their throats.
I think I might have mentioned this already, but it occurs to me that they do face a problem. If the riots got bad enough and there was enough like racial war going on, then the government effectively could lose a large swath of its police, right? Because they'd have to choose a side.
They'd have to do what?
The police would have to choose a side if it got bad enough, right?
But you have no
if there was a civil war.
But you have no idea about the British police, unfortunately. The British police are completely cut. Like, they're in pride parades and fucking taking the knee. They took the knee for BLM. A fucking foreigner gets killed by a policeman, right? And then they're protesting, police killings and shootings and whatever. The British police are famous for not even carrying guns. And this was in a different fucking country. And they took the goddamn knee. The Prime Minister, this motherfucker, Keir Starmer, took a knee, right? There's a photo of him taking a knee. The police, and yeah, but the
They're
police,
not like American police. They're weaker, right?
No, they're the worst. They're the hall monitors in school. I think of the worst kind.
Well, we have a joke. I mean, when I recently saw Bridget Jones' Diary, and when Hugh Grant and Colin Firth get in that fight, it's very pathetic. It's very British, I guess is what it's supposed to be. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't remember.
It's like that thing where like they want to fight and hit each other, but they never land a blow. But they keep
flinching.
Have you literally not saw the footage of our quote unquote prime minister hitting up literally a punching bag? No.
Oh yes.
It's quite literally the epitome of weak men create bad times.
So that's what I'm saying. So how are you going to take over a country if you don't have, military or police support, and you just have unorganized rioters?
Well, police is one thing, but I would say that the military isn't an issue. One thing, I don't know about Americans, but one thing about the British military is that they are told from day one about illegal orders, right? And for now, here's something of interest. There are more British Muslims that have joined ISIS than have joined the British military. And the British military is almost entirely white straight males. And they're usually the ones from the bad estates and the bad towns and whatever, which are basically all of the places people are rioting. The military, I have almost no doubt, would never, would they do public order control? Yeah, sure, with riot shields and stuff, if it got really bad, but they're not going to be fucking shooting their fellow citizens. That's just not going to happen, no matter what the fucking government orders them to do.
Do you guys have martial law?
Yes, there is legislation for that, yeah.
Okay, because, we don't have
that was talked about during COVID. Yeah, well, unfortunately, where I live, it's very normal. I grew up with uniformed military in the streets and army checkpoints and, fully automatic weapons and soldiers. On a, depending where you live on a daily basis, I didn't really live in an area that had that. But, the legislation's there on the books for them to do if they wish to.
I mean, Will or Keegan might know that our martial law has to be a presidential act or something, right? Or an order. You can't
would it literally be nationwide? It wouldn't be a state by state basis. It wouldn't be governor. No.
We can have National Guard, but I don't think the military can step foot inside a regular city and take over. If I'm not mistaken. Will, do you know this? Will's not there.
No, sorry, I wasn't listening. What'd you ask?
I don't think we're allowed to have the military do operations inside our cities, right? That's an anti-martial law thing. We can have National Guard. Yeah, but not the regular military, right?
I don't know. I don't know the rules, but they normally don't. No. It's always just National Guard.
Yeah, but what's the fucking difference between the National Guard and the actual regular military, right?
No, there's a
big difference.
Did the National Guard literally not go to Iraq, right? That's not very national.
They don't normally leave, no.
2 weekends a year. Or what is it? 2 weekends a month?
Why are there National Guard units that there are whatever the equivalent is for the Air Force? And, there are actual pilots that are part-timers, right? It's insane. What the fuck does a National Guard need F-16s for?
I don't know. But you guys should see this movie called The Siege with Denzel Washington and Bruce Willis. Because that might be coming to Britain soon.
Bro, it's been blowing my mind actually reading more about Rhodesia. And basically, it's actually very interesting in the context of sort of the US, where people think that, I'm just going to move out into the middle of nowhere and get a lot of guns and I can fend off the horde. And it's just Rhodesia shows you that that's not the strategy. That's not what works. That's actually, you get isolated and they pick you off bit by bit, and then they rape your wives and children. And so Rhodesia's actually Rhodesia's
conquered by guys that look like a chick.
Maybe Rhodesia's a very kind of haunting example, and even South Africa itself, right? That's what they want for us, right? They want us all to be South Africa.
That's right.
Please. You want to fight that? That's what you want to do.
T-Rose, what type of dog do you have?
She is a Rhodesian Ridgeback.
Don't you make that up? think I know what type of dog that is.
And no one knows what type of dog it is. Rhodesia is now Zimbabwe, but Rhodesia was once known as being more British than Britain.
She's bred in Africa, but she was bred by white people.
That's right.
I got you.
Their first primary role, what they were originally bred for was tracking and holding back lions for hunters. So they're fearless, incredibly strong, and they have a very unique characteristic where at the top of their spine they have hair that grows in the opposite direction, like a ridge, and it actually stands up on end when they're like on alert. Yes, I'm right.
I had a dog who would have that kind of hair.
Is it long hair or short hair?
No, short. This is short.
And what type of what's the size of this dog?
The males can be like 100 pounds. So like, think of like a Doberman, but not those colors but fierce dogs. The males they were bred to, but when you see them, like you'll understand why they were.
Are they?
They're not Jack Russells.
Both me and my wife came in with dogs to the relationship, and I have a Bernese Hound dog, and she has a mini Labrador. Two very different dogs. I mean, my dog's
the second
140 pounds. Her dog's like 19.
The second role for Rhodesian Ridgebacks was for being explicitly racist and keeping the natives off the farmer's land. There's like I literally shared this photo, and it's from a BBC News article, and it's like a mother with her two young daughters, and the Ridgeback standing proud, protecting them from the locals at the gates. Right? It's just like it's iconic. Yes, big shot Ridgeback. Yes, and so funny, like because like I had heard this, right, but it's only when really I got my own. Like, dude, they don't like dark people. Like, it's so fun. You couldn't even train a dog to do that, I don't think. They just don't like them. Yes. All right. Mm-hmm. You love pretty white girls, though, don't you? You do? No, my dog is 100% racist.
Good looking breed.
That's right. That's right. So, what the fuck's going on in here that Nora and the Gourmets?
Yeah, it's funny. She just took the room first, is what it is. There was
let me guess.
Yeah.
The Jews?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very expensive.
No,
It was a second room.
I got kicked.
Not.
This is what happened. I came in. Issa goaded me into saying something. They all got offended. He boomed the room, made another room, and then they all went after her.
Oh, wow. It's hilarious. Issa tries to claim blah, 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 but she does. She goads the fights on sometimes, you know? Like, I joined that room with no intention of really fighting. I want to collect my motherfucking money. And the next thing you know, Issa's like creating drama.
Oh, yeah, I come in and she's like, oh, look, a Jew hater. And it's like, nice.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I'm like, yeah, I am.
Oh, you mean I understand history?
We're not all look at patterns.
Oh, and then they're like, and it was hilarious. They were like, oh, you see, he talks a lot of shit in other rooms. Then he comes into our room and he doesn't say a little thing. He powers like a mouse. And I was like, some might interpret that as being respectful. Like, fucking guys.
Hey, why do these fucking faggots ever come into our rooms? Right? They don't. They hide in their little fucking enclaves together. Fucking weak ass bitches.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then they're the most childish fucking grown ass men, like doing the mute all, kicking people to the fucking gulag, and you know, anything. And then of course they try to get personal. They don't know anything about me. They personally attack me. It's hilarious. And Norm's the fucking worst of it. Knows something about me, which is hilarious. He knows nothing. And a guy with a fucking nose and a Jew for that thinks he can fucking make personal remarks to other people. It's like, bro, like, give me a fucking break.
Oh, they always look the same.
Beauty matters, my friend.
Well, not for the.
It's amazing how universally everyone's sharing that like Norwegian pole vaulter video, right?
Yeah.
Like everyone's just legit.
too narrow for me, but she's beautiful.
It's funny. She's a very pretty girl, but I wouldn't choose to procreate with her for other reasons. But it is interesting, right? Like they're not posting of some Caribbean woman, you know. If you go on, like just look at it. Even a Jewish website like Pornhub, I guarantee you, the majority, like just look at the data, the analytics. Like when given the right, free to choose, it's free. It's blonde, blue-eyed white girls. I guarantee you. That's what
every time.
Like I guarantee you, there's more videos of Tyrone getting on with some blue-eyed Roman Catholic girl than Tyrone with an Asian woman, right?
I mean, the most famous woman in a painting in the world is the Mona Lisa. I mean, it is what it is, man. I think that there's
photo. Her actual
is it?
Yeah, her name was Shaquisha. They painted her.
Because we was Spain?
We was Queens?
We was Mona Lisa.
We was Kings.
Where does Mona come from your languages? Because like Mona is an Arabic name.
Mona means monkey in Spanish. I'm not kidding. It means female monkey.
Money.
It also means puppet.
Huh. Mona?
Yeah, or it can also be used in Mexico. It's used to call a woman a hoe.
No, it comes from Madonna.
Yeah, it comes from Madonna.
No, I continue to try to say that it's truly objectively universally known that a white aesthetic of blonde hair, light eyes will always be just extremely attractive.
Yeah, the girl with the pearl earring. That's
How many illustrations are there of black angels?
Well, they don't know.
The pearl necklace?
Sorry, the pearl necklace. My bad. Yes.
Even the British rudder.
Even
That's right.
What's his name? Windsor's mother, or what the hell is that? Whistler's mother. It's always the white women, even the old ones.
My wife is light hair and light eyes, and she gets hit on a lot by other men, other races.
Gotta watch that.
Gotta stay.
Dude, like there's this video of these like Mike something. He owns like he's like a distribution of the pornography back in the day, and he literally, it's amazing to watch. It's like 6 minutes, but it's actually a little bit funny. But it's just amazing to let them say in front of their own, right, all the stereotypes, and that, like, he literally says, exactly, how can you hold these two thoughts at the same time in your own head? One, we're the master race, and two, it's every Jewish boy's wet dream to sleep with a Roman Catholic girl, right? So, what is it, right? Because you're either the master, like, I would never, ever put my dick in an Asian woman. Sorry to tell you, right? Pakistani, Indian, whatever, like, no fucking way. None of them, right? But if you really thought that these people were cattle, but why would you be one to fucking sleep with them? It's bullshit. So they sign up themselves into like, we're the master race, but then the first chance they do, they all want to get with the nice blue-eyed like hair girls.
Actually, that's interesting. There's no other race in the world that it has the term self-hating associated with it.
That's right. White women, though.
That's what the IDF does, right? They literally hire Russian psyops to be a part of the IDF's propaganda.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that they literally rape prisoners.
Oh, well, they also do that, but they no. But
and they argue in Parliament fiercely about it as well.
Like Slavic models to be a part of the propaganda videos for the IDF. Look at our Jewish women.
You mean Europeans?
Europeans.
That's right.
They just.
Dude, they got so butthurt when they were like, because it was Pepe. Pepe loves to suck Jewish dick sometimes, right? He's like, oh, but they're high IQ, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, really? Because the last time I looked it up, they have the same or equal IQ, I said, as that of Mongolia. Oh, fuck, they got up in their feelings, and then, what was the keywords that you searched for this, and blah, 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 and I provided the link. And they were like, oh, well, why didn't you say Lithuania? And you're like, because Lithuania is 2 points higher, right? There was no country with 94 IQ. There was a couple of them, including Portugal, Malta, Mongolia, and Israel were 93. There was no countries with 94, and the countries above it were 95, including Lithuania. I was like, I didn't say Lithuania because it doesn't have a fucking equal IQ, although it's next to it on this list, right? I didn't mention Malta because most people probably don't know where Malta is, and it's a small island nation, and you probably cry it's not a big enough status set. Who the fuck knows? The other option is Portugal, and whatever, I didn't mention it. I chose to enter Mongolia, and I'm like, well, you're the racists for fucking thinking that there's a problem with that. Anyway, they were all like, oh, but the Nobel Peace Prize, blah, 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 and, the survivorship bias, and okay, whatever. Yeah, they think the Jews won fucking World War II because some asshole figured out survivorship bias. You're like, man, okay, amazing. What about Barnes Walls and Pointsy Bomb and every other fucking technical feat that was developed, like radar? And I'm breaking the Enigma machine, but the Jews, they were the ones responsible for winning World War II.
I mean, they're not even that good at that. 6 million, that doesn't sound.
Oh my god, do you know what I love of this? It's like, you see when you tell them that the Holocaust didn't happen, you think they'd be relieved?
I like to show. I have a picture saved that I feature sometimes of Jewish women who were pregnant during the Holocaust.
Pregnant what?
They were pregnant. Why would they allow women to get pregnant and carry out their terms?
Dude, why did they have?
Why would there be a roller coaster at one of those places?
Why is there a swimming pool with diving boards? Why was there a swimming pool at Auschwitz?
Why can't I take a radar to Germany right now and try to find the body?
Yeah.
Why are the picture of the Holocaust victims? Why are they uncircumcised? I'm not even kidding. Look it up.
There's photos.
Look it up.
I'm good. I don't need to know.
This room is definitely not very much used right now, even though this is a ESA room.
Meet Jews.
No, that was a mass exodus. That's how it was left with some people in this room because the other room is going now, maybe closed now, but
No, it's shadow banned because of the title.
Yeah, I believe that too.
Someone changed the title. What is it?
In the other room, they're talking. Oh, let me see what it says. I can't see it anymore. Something about legal sex, and they're fighting about the prophet. I was in the room by their account. Someone was screaming, "Yes, they," typical Randy stuff.
Is Diego still on the phone?
Yeah, Diego's still on the phone. This is where I was, you kind of go through and you're like, okay, they can't be.
American, you used to like the Jews, if I remember correctly. What happened? You were pro-Israel.
When? Well, no, you're just mad I've never been pro-Palestine.
Listen.
Honestly?
Listen, I'm not mad, but I thought that you were pro-Israel.
No, never.
Honestly, I wasn't pro-Palestine, but you see this stuff like raping prisoners and shit. I fuck them, yeah. And I've been incredible. It's been disgusting to see this footage of these cities or towns just absolutely fucking leveled. I think I can now say from the way they're Parliament and the people broke in to like defend the soldiers and shit. It's just like, no, fucking, I'm pro-Palestine. These fucking people are evil demons. Like, it wasn't even, like, I'm sorry, but it wasn't even women. They were fucking men up the ass, right? Like, the soldiers and the people were fighting so that they could have gay sex, gay rape with prisoners. Like, these fucking people were demons. That's right.
Hello, Miss Greg.
Oh, is he here? The man himself?
Oh, wow.
Come on up stage.
He's right next to you.
Amazing. Are you gonna try and get out of this bed then?
Because well, he said earlier that he was ready to set something up. Because if you're talking, we can't hear you. There's something wrong. You should leave and come back.
What is Adrian Ditman only have one T on N in his name?
Who?
Adrian Ditman on the bottom.
Isn't that the fake Elon Musk name on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone trying to be funny?
Or a little bit. Hey, I got a question, Ken. I'm trying to figure out. I think I need to update my encoder on my laptop. Where do I find that at?
Your encoder?
I guess something.
What's the problem you're having?
I want to be using OBS and I want to be able to record on OBS, but it says my encoder's not up to date. What does it say? It says no, you are using an if you're using an NVENC or an AMD encoders, make sure your video drives are up to date.
Yeah, your drivers or the drivers or the codecs either are not up to date or are missing. I don't know. I'm not a Windows guy, right? So like this stuff is like once upon a time may have knew, but to be honest, I'm so thankful I've forgotten. My Macs don't have driver issues. It's just not a thing. My recommendation to you is get a Mac.
That's easy.
But
Macs are what people do that don't want to like get into these situations where they can't get the job done. That's what they get as a tool. You know?
No, it makes sense.
Oh, but I can't have animated wallpapers and like the fucking like the thing tweaked out exactly how I want. And it's like, yeah, it's all fine and dandy until you get a virus. It's like having risk-free sex. What would you rather have? Would you rather have like risk-free sex, or like have this thing where you're like always susceptible to a virus?
Well, I mean, this works, but I like the cheaper version because I can afford it. So risk sex is going to be.
You can afford it for now, but it's all front-loaded.
It's all front-loaded.
You see what I'm saying? Like it's all the appearance of. No, it's like my friends that are like, it's like take Thomas for example, right? Thomas drives around in a Japanese shitbox with his legs are squeezed together, squeezing his testicles, and he's like, I'm saving all this money. Yeah, but your testosterone's going down. You see what I'm saying? Like, is it really worth it? When you're finally married and you want to have a kid and you can't get her pregnant? I use this only as a metaphor, okay?
That makes sense.
You know, people think they're being like real sly by saving a buck. But it doesn't work that way. I have a Windows computer. They sometimes have to use it for special occasions. And every time I update and like I can't do anything,
You know, like where you shut it down because it's like updating forever.
Yeah, Windows machines are. Dude, I just even I hate Windows devices. The devices are usually plastic pieces of shit.
Right.
So I have to use. There's a software to talk to cars that I have, and I have a partition where I just run Windows on my MacBook.
Just to use that stupid thing.
What stupid thing?
The OBD2 reader.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have problems like that, but like I just haven't had the time to do Parallels or VMware or whatever. So
there's a native software built into the operating system called Boot Camp, and because like you could order, if you were crazy, right, you could actually order a Mac, like a Mac Pro, with Windows. So if for some reason if you wanted the hardware machine, a Mac Pro, you could order one from Apple with Windows installed on it.
Oh wow!
The older Intel ones anyway. But so there's native software or whatever to do it. And like I installed Windows on this with like an installer or whatever file directly from Microsoft.com.
Yeah, but they got rid of Boot Camp for the Apple M1 chips.
Oh, okay, yeah, because it's not going to be it's not Intel, it's not going to be, I'm guessing it's not going to be compatible. Right. So if you're running Apple Silicon, it's not going to be compatible yet. No, it's an older MacBook I might use for.
Yeah. So, but to answer the hardware thing, so I have this very expensive Windows computer, and like it feels cheap as shit. Like the plastic around it just feels bad.
My old Windows machine, I remember being able to hold it on the edge, like the corner, if I was going to walk from one room to another with it. And if it was open, and the whole frame of it would flex. Right? The plastic, it would actually twist with the weight of it. If you just held it by a corner with your like fingers and thumb, right? And like it would flex. It was a weak piece of shit. Where my Apple is like just complete solid aluminum, right?
The best monitor I ever bought is a Pro XDR master race computer, or screen, I should say. You know how you've never been on a Reddit? They have the ultra wide master race.
No.
Subreddit? No.
No.
It's.
I have currently. I could give one to my friend. I've got 5 Apple Thunderbolt splits in this room when I'm sitting. I'm staring at 3 of them. Do you know what's funny? During COVID, I got bored and I actually connected 6 of them. I gave one of them away. I used to have 6. I connected all 6 to the one machine. Just for
and they daisy chained and all worked?
Yeah, it's native. It's designed to yeah.
Man, that's
from factory.
That's hardcore. Is that so? Do you have a?
I'll send you. Many.
You have a Mac Pro? Is it a trash can design?
Yeah, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 trash cans, and I actually have 4 cheese graters as well, but 2 of them are really old. I was actually going to keep the 2 oldest ones. And have you ever seen where people make furniture out of them?
No.
Anyway,
that's kind of cool.
It's probably because it's just it's an interesting design or whatever. But the trash cans are kind of awesome because they're such small form factor. They're basically silent, and for day-to-day usage, they're incredibly powerful. Very, very affordable.
Do you like bright screens?
Yeah.
So you should get the XDR.
But they go very. But the problem is, then I'd have to get 3 of them.
It would be worth it. You would never go back. I'm telling you. There's 1,600 nits.
I know, but what are they also like $2,000 each, 1,500 each? Like I don't plan on spending 4 or 5 grand. Oh right. Oh yeah, the Pro ones. Yeah. Bro, I don't need 15 fucking grand on 3 monitors.
I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm telling you, 15 grand on 3 other monitors isn't going to change my life. The way I can enjoy 15 grand elsewhere. I'm gonna buy a second Ridge Pack, okay, for a couple of grand, and that's going to be much more transformative.
No way. Here's the thing.
No, I am literally planning on getting a second one, right? Like it's
in America, when you have like a relationship with Apple, they give you interest-free loans. That's what's so cool about Apple is that you can buy all this stuff without paying for it up front.
That's absolutely so true, my friend. You can open the Apple card and they just charge you. Basically, they charge you every month too for any Apple products. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, Diego.
I do have the Apple card, but I think before I got the Apple card, I was still doing those payment plans. And so, I got to enjoy Apple products even when I was, money was tight. And it's interest-free. As long as you pay on time, it's interest-free. So it's like, why pay for it? You pay monthly or something?
Yeah. If you monthly, it's usually over 12 installments. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm saying
Take
my brother.
a look at something.
That's huge. I would never buy a Pro XDR if I couldn't pay it over time.
No, hell no.
People.
Even me, I got the desktop. The desktop was kind of expensive, and I just didn't feel like paying it in full. So I had the Apple card, and here's the thing about the Apple card. I checked my credit yesterday for the first time. Somebody's like, download Credit Karma, download Credit Karma. I'm like, okay. Downloaded Credit Karma. Before the Apple card, I don't really mess with credit cards because, I'm not that good with credit cards. When I was young, like in my early 20s. But then I got the Apple card, and I gotta tell you, my credit's 750. Like that thing, if you pay it on time, you'll drive your credit through the roof, and then they'll keep giving you higher and higher limits if you request. I have a very high limit with the Apple card. But you start at like 1,500 and you go up. Or you start at 700, whatever they start you at, like whatever you qualify for. It's really cool. You really build your credit in this country with that card, and it's amazing.
Well, who started the credit system, Pearl?
What?
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
What did you say?
Diego, Diego, can you inform us who started the credit system in the U.S.?
I think the first company that did credit cards, the credit systems have existed forever, but the credit card, I believe, is Diners Club.
And who was who founded that company?
I don't know. Let's go and check. You want me to tell you what the early life says?
Didn't Diners become Sears and Roebuck?
No, Sears and Roebuck had a credit system going back before credit cards. That's one of the amazing things. When you guys see 1950s, right, and you see Don Draper with his beautiful car and his beautiful house, like the house was furnished, usually this was the typical thing, was fully furnished by Sears Roebuck, and they were paying it with basically like interest-free loans. So it's not like they went out there and bought all that shit, like, with hard savings. They would pay it over time, and that's what was great about America.
But Diego, interest-free loans, how would you make money off of someone if you?
So the money was built into the market. Sears would sell $100 table that cost them, no more than $30 to make and ship to you.
Yeah, that's true.
And they would allow you to pay. They would allow you to pay, $1 a month on the $100 table. So in 30 months, they had made their money back, and for 70 months thereafter, they're turning a profit on you. So whatever inflation was going on, they were able to eat that because, the U.S. dollar was doing nothing but getting more valuable around the world.
Yeah. It's a brilliant system. Now, how did it fall apart? Who knows?
Well, that system is still there. Every rooms to go type place that you would ever go to finances furniture and all that shit.
At 0%?
No, it was never 0%.
Yeah. There's
12 months
it's not combinable with any other offers, sir. So you're gonna pay us $5,000 for this $500 sofa.
Yeah.
we'll give you 0% financing.
What they're doing is essentially let's just make up a really simple number, right? Like, let's say there's 10% interest on it, right? Annually. They're giving you a 10% discount. They're just eating that, if there is one, to get the extra seal.
You're
Or they're maybe Apple's enough money just to quote unquote finance it themselves. Who the fuck, man?
You guys are forgetting about layaway, which you put money down and you wouldn't get the thing until you paid it off.
Yeah, but that's not credit, right? Like that's the opposite, right? Like,
Oh, but the other thing is, right, all of that debt that people owe you are receivables that you can then take a loan out on.
Yep.
So once Sears or Apple or anybody has developed, to make it easy, they've got $1 billion in receivables, they can go borrow $500 million as a line of credit and not pay corporate tax on them. So they could go borrow that $500 million, go build their shareholders a new headquarters and offices and all the shit that they want, and not spend a fucking dime of it in tax money. It's
true.
the same fucking reason that every time you go to a fucking restaurant now, especially a fast food place, oh, do you want to round up? Do you want to donate to this and that foundation and save the baby seals from being clubbed by retarded foster children? It's like, well, yes, I would like to help those people. Thank you for your donation, sir. Then they go and write that shit off as they donated the money to that organization, even though it's money they just collected. So they beg for money and then write every dollar that they give away for that purpose off.
If you want,
that's just smart business
for financing. There's a movie by the Fonz that is Henry Winkler, which he plays an evil furniture manufacturer. And he talks about this. Literally, that just came into my mind. The Fonz did a movie of the week about this.
I don't think it's smart business. I think it's corruption because technically they're not paying it out. So the tax break should be on the American people who donate, right? Or no?
Well, if you
eliminate taxes, I agree with you.
I
was gonna say this is just like a fucking.
In the course of a year, if you took your $10 that you donated and you itemized your tax return, that $10 would go into tax-deductible donations to a 501c3 column. It's just that company, instead of writing $10 off, is writing off hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands. I always round up. I'm giving them tax breaks. Just hate.
Sounds very Jewy kind of.
Yeah, 10 cents on 10% of the transactions conducted by a company like Walmart or Taco Bell or McDonald's or something.
Hundreds of thousands, millions maybe, because if they're doing it all across the United States.
All across their locations, yeah. So when you donate,
the whole point is just not pay taxes.
Yeah, when you utilize the convenience of donating at one of these companies collecting money for someone, you are subsidizing their tax write-offs with your donation.
Okay, but the workers, the regular employees who are salaried, still pay personal income tax. So, I mean, the taxes are still paid on that money. It's just the structure of it.
Oh, well, the money's taxed over and over and over again. That's why they hate cash.
Yeah. And that's the biggest tragedy of all. So, like, for example, if you want to pay your taxes, right, and you come with bills bearing the faces of your founding fathers, the tax authority will say, no, you cannot pay your tax with this. But if you bring them something bearing the symbol of Wells Fargo, JP Morgan Chase, or any of these other companies, then they'll be like, oh yeah, gladly.
You know what the biggest help to American small business, one simple policy change that would vastly improve American small businesses' chances? Issue a $500, a $1,000, and a $2,000.
Woo! Put Trump's face on it.
Yeah, someone mentioned already.
Yeah, put Trump's face on the $1,000 bill.
Yeah,
that would literally,
They found like one third of 500 euro notes, right? So 500 euro notes, like one third of them had traces of like cocaine or something like that, right? So they're gonna not do that, especially as they're gonna be trying to push people towards centralized digital currencies.
But Mandel's correct. If you issued a $500 bill, you'd suddenly instantly see this country, that inflation would go down and things would start getting better inexplicably.
How?
Why? I mean, if you want me to paint it out, because people that work in the black market, which is the free market, would suddenly be able to like transfer funds more efficiently. That's the short of it.
I see in the UK, anything bigger than a 20 is you're looked at like a drug dealer. 100 £100 notes. I've seen one in my lifetime. Listen, in the UK, I've seen one 100 note in my lifetime. This year will be my 30th year on this fucking planet, right?
Dude, you want to be a baller
and 50s, listen to me, and 50s, if you have like a lot of 50s, like you're treated with extreme suspicion.
Tim, you should do that. Go to your bank and just pull out like 10,000 euros in hundreds and put it in your wallet.
I feel like
with a money clip.
that if you get robbed in London, that's why. So no one's dumb enough to carry cash. So here, we're not, Bedouins like you are in London. We can walk the streets with our jewelry, our money. It's not like over there.
That's
we
true.
Can wear our Chanel bags. We can wear our ISL. You can't wear that in the UK. They will rob you.
London is not the UK.
The freedom young American men fought and died for in Vietnam and in World War II was so that entitled plastic surgery up broads could run around and frolic in the streets half naked.
Manville, you work in that industry.
Why do we have to be half naked?
$30,000 designer clothing and handbags without a care in the world. That is the freedom they died for.
Of course, it's the freedom we died for. What do you mean?
When that young man was inspecting the color and size of his intestines inside of the ditch the artillery strike on Normandy landed in, right? Because like I hope one day that my slut of a fucking granddaughter has a lot of fun on Fifth Avenue.
Especially wait. She's a slut because she carries Chanel.
Wait. No, you're missing the point.
She's a slut. She's a slut because she wore out her knees to get the Chanel.
What did you do for her?
Manville, as he was dying though, he said, "You know what? This is worth it because it's better than if I had died in World War I as a Brit, so that it would end up in the state that it's in right now." He said, "You know what? I'd rather have the designer handbags."
You guys are absolutely obtuse. I meant it just represents the freedom that we have here that they really don't have in Europe. You have to be.
And you're forgetting the facts that when we had this
in the background.
Yeah, so depending on which state you're in, the government's going to take your fucking kids away if you don't trans them. I'll take not having fucking designer gear in the London city centre over the fucking government taking my kids off me.
What are you talking about?
You're claiming as if like America's landed a free home to the brave, this fucking propaganda bullshit. You can't even like burn shit in your own backyard without a fucking permit from the fucking government. The fucking bullshit of regulations in the United States.
Yeah, but at least we have a backyard.
You can't cut hair without the government's fucking permission. You can't start a business without a business license. These are so cut by fucking bureaucrats and you try to cry about other fucking countries. Yes, we have a fucking problem. But these are a fucking joke.
Where are you from?
There's a lady, a bunch of Muslims that rape the governments.
Okay, that's right. Okay.
You're
in the matrix. You're in the matrix.
To the devil.
Stop coming after religions. What the fuck is this? What are we in Russia? Calm down.
You're in the matrix, man, though.
And God is silencing him, dude. Don't come after other people's religions, especially Abrahamic religions. Like, shut the fuck up. Okay, they're all variations of the same thing. Move on. Move
Why
on.
do you call them variations of the same thing?
It's very rude. You just don't do that. Like where I'm from, you don't do that. It's rude. Like, what are you doing? Randomly injecting the muscles. Like, what happened? You're in the Matrix, and you're talking on a Nokia. There's nothing to excuse.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for serving our country, Mandel.
Hey, Ray.
He's a cop. Thank you for enforcing victimless crimes.
I'm learning the Iraqi dialect. Keep that.
Thank you, George. Thank you, George.
Mandel, thank you for enforcing victimless crime law. Thank you.
Thank you for killing.
Mando, there's something wrong with your phone. I don't think you're in the Matrix.
Unfortunately, there is no law so obscene that the police would not be going to enforce it, up to and including the mass execution of innocent children.
We can't hear you. You gotta restart your phone or something.
All I heard was mass execution of innocent children.
There is no law.
That's all you wanted to hear.
Yeah, you can hear
No
now.
law. Well, you're not here to keep fucking speaking. There is no law so obscene
Did you
that
say
the police would not be willing to enforce it, up to and including the mass execution of innocent children.
Okay, thank you.
So, back to blue. Back to blue.
Yeah,
We back to blue big time here.
That's amazing.
Huge.
back to fighting Irish.
Why don't you thank Israel while you're at it too?
I back America.
You're very welcome.
I back America,
So yeah, what
okay?
I said while I was in the Matrix, if you don't want to use
Turn on
fine, they're allowing a bunch of Pakistanis and Bangladeshis to rape their fucking daughter. They fucking-
Yeah.
The Bangladesh are going through a revolution right now.
Yay.
Yeah, well, fuck Bangladesh
In multiple countries.
and fuck their visas. Bangladeshis belong in Bangladesh.
Why are they coming here?
That makes too much sense, Mandel. Continue.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's someone else in history once upon a time said something like
We must protect our First Nations Celtic folk who are indigenous to Britain. The indigeneity of the Celtic people on the island of Britain must absolutely be upheld. We cannot allow foreign colonization to undermine the societies and the cultures of poor indigenous pale folks of all kinds of genders.
Dude, I gotta tell you, you were painting your faces and running through the woods while we were doing mathematics and algebra advanced. I mean, okay, we can present these guys. Yeah. Yeah,
Really?
Way behind.
I think you got the times. I think you got the time
behind
for.
them. Wow.
Yeah, how's that working out for you now? Oh, yeah, you're living over here.
Talking about the Celtics, right?
It ain't working out very well right now,
Right, but we're talking about the Celtics. We're going back in history. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, but the Celtics.
It is written.
One group, right? So, like, during the time that the library in Baghdad existed and the Arabs were developing algebra and some other math, there were also guys that were like still licking the poop that came out of other people's asses.
Yeah, in Europe. Yeah, in Europe, of course they were.
So you're like, well, the smartest of us were doing cool stuff while the dumbest of y'all were doing dumb stuff. It's like, I'm not very surprised, right?
No, what I'm telling you is during the Arab Renaissance, you were still painting your faces and running through the woods.
No, but
who is
you?
You know, the Celtics, the parts of Europe, all of those areas. They were not advanced at that moment.
But the people.
But so if you had such an early head start, why is it that you now are living in these shithole countries?
I don't live in a shithole country.
No, well, you're from shithole countries.
I am not
Why don't you live in
So why are you claiming that you did? No?
Well,
British
your argument,
intervention
your
made
argument,
it a
no, no,
shithole country. and
your
American
argument
intervention.
does not.
So
your
you
argument
made
does
it
not
a
make sense.
shithole country, congratulations.
Sure.
But
Oh,
no,
because they're so
another shithole
superior
country.
though. So
The only
superior.
people that are making Britain a shithole are the fucking South Asians.
Right. Yeah, and I can't argue with that.
Even
No,
the
I
this one.
disagree. It's the white Christians who have abandoned their faith who are letting them in.
I
That's
think so
who's
too.
the
I agree. 100% agree with that, whoever said that. Who said that?
Bad Brits.
Who said that?
Pearl, do you believe that Europe is
Diego.
an all-white continent?
Diego's very smart. Huh?
Do you believe that Europe
White
could go back to
people
being
are
all-white?
indigenous. We must protect
To being
all
called
indigenous
white? Sorry.
people from
One second.
colonization.
Okay, what'd you say there? Do I believe Europeans should go back to being called white?
All
No, I
First
said you
Nation
think that
people
Europe. I
must
said
be
you think
protected.
Europe.
What the fuck? Shut up, Brando. No, okay.
Melissa Douglas is a stick up our ass that we think like we're meant to care or listen to what the fuck it is that she says all
No,
the
I'm
time.
trying to
Since you
understand
joined the
where
room
you're
again, you've done nothing but you shut the fuck up.
Right.
Me?
Like, do you just like the sound of your own fucking voice? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, you guys are talking over this guy.
It's amazing.
Wow.
I wonder why people want to eliminate
It's
white
almost
people
like this
and-
app
and
is
you're in a
called.
position-
You're a master of trolling and
and
it's
you're-
Yeah,
absolutely annihilated from
built
Europe.
the fucking free world.
Annihilated from fucking Europe. I wonder why everyone hates white people, because they're
Oh,
fucking awful.
because we're fucking, they hate us because they hate us, that's why.
No, you guys are fucking hillbillies. You think we want to
Okay,
ruin your
yeah, so
culture?
you just want to come and live in our hillbilly mud huts, is that it?
Well, they're
Yeah,
not
we-
yours.
yeah, okay,
They're
great.
not yours.
Well, they're not ours, okay, really?
You built big. Okay, the Catholics came and built everything. You built big.
Oh,
The French came and built everything. You
The
built big.
French built it,
The
amazing.
hillbillies didn't build shit.
I love
She
her,
really
the
built
arbiter
it.
of truth.
That's what they do.
She says it, therefore it is so.
It's
Listen,
almost
I
like
respect and love America.
It's almost
What's your
like she
problem?
wants
Fuck
to.
you.
It's almost like she wants to completely ignore the most successful fighting and traveling peoples of Europe, which are the Vikings.
I love the
Have a
Vikings.
heavy
We have a population.
contribution. The Vikings have a heavy contribution to England.
I agree.
And also to France.
I
right?
agree 100%. We have a good Viking population here.
And in
Original.
fact, it's the Viking bloodlines that are the smartest, most successful, and most effective at killing people.
Agreed. 100%. Can't match
They're
them.
not all that strong, but
No, but
But
they are
they were
impressive.
the most effective force.
They are impressive in person, like meaning their physicality.
So
They're
impressive.
like 6'5".
So impressive that Byzantium had a whole legion of just Normans. Yep. Who protected the emperor.
Sure. I'll buy it. Love the Vikings. Hail the
What was
Vikings.
the name? What was the name of that guard that was all Norsemen?
The white guys.
All the white
I mean, the
guys.
Vatican's called the Swiss Guard.
Well, no. The Vatican has the Swiss Guard now, but in the Eastern Roman Empire, in Byzantium, the emperor had a guard of Vikings.
I mean,
Right.
they're 6'5", 6'7". Wouldn't you want to guard blonde hair, blue eyes? Wouldn't you want to guard the Varangian Guard? Am I
Yes,
saying
the
that?
Varangian Guard. That's her. Yeah, the Varangian Guard.
10th to the 4th century, made up of primarily Norsemen from Scandinavia and Anglo-Saxons from England. Formidable warriors that played key roles in many battles, including one in southern Italy.
Yeah, they conquered Sicily from the fucking mullahs.
Right.
Because as you know, ladies and gentlemen,
Not
the
Spain. In
mullahs
Spain, we did it ourselves.
are a little Molignan, if you know what I mean.
Right. Do you have anything to contribute but right and yeah?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Totally, dude. Right. Fucking A. A firm.
Raj. He ain't for good, but
Hey, Manville, after the collapse of the Roman Empire, where were the last of the Romans to be found?
Byzantiums
In Spain.
and España. Particularly del norte de España. The reason I don't have Arab blood in me is because my Spanish line is from Santander. The source of the
Santander the bank?
Yeah, like Banco Santander.
Mm-hmm.
We're not Jews, but we act like Jews. And we need them.
Sounds like Moranos.
You were,
Don't trust them.
Your people are from the Camino de Santiago, huh?
It's Cantabria. What can you say?
Yeah, that's one of the Christian pilgrimage sites.
To be specific, my line of conquistadors that I come from is from Terán near Burgos and Salamanca.
So the center of the Spanish Scholastic.
Yep.
Well, those are learned men.
Yeah, considering they crossed an ocean and were successful in like the 1630s in Ecuador. Do you guys find it weird when you find yourself behind or next to somebody that you were behind or next to in traffic yesterday?
You're being followed.
Yeah, that's never happened to me. Like,
Right now,
someone's
I'm following
following
this
you.
guy.
Yeah, he's behind him. Yeah, it's weird.
You know
to see
how
him
he knows
take
he's
a
following
photo.
exactly the same person? Because his card takes a record of everybody's license plate.
Well, they're not following me because I'm in an undercover car right now.
Oh, nice.
Base.
This is not it's not my ride and it's not my normally assigned ride. So
How does it feel to be an occupying force in South Florida?
I'm not in South Florida.
Oh shit, you moved.
This is the Fed's car.
Oh shit! I knew you were glowing in this room. I could see that glow. It was
Well,
really green.
my Biden mobile is a Nissan Maxima.
Don't you have some rallies in Pennsylvania to visit?
No, I was already there.
It's done.
Usually, Nissan Maxima comes with the baby.
Nissan Maxima comes with what?
With the baby mama.
Well, I have been knocking them off the hood going through South Fulton County.
Oh my gosh.
White guy in a Nissan is very confusing in the hood.
Right.
It's like he is white, but look at that Nissan. His credit score must be average.
I want to make a correction. That's a Nissan Altima, my dude. Nissan Altima. Baby mama.
I want to make a correction. That's a Buick LeSabre is what it is. Okay?
I'm in a midnight edition Maxima SR.
Yeah, definitely. That's the only one, really, to be honest, only really white guys, right?
Yeah, it's a good car.
Is it what?
It's a dope
What you're saying the Maxima is white approved? I don't find it
Oh,
white
yeah.
approved.
Well,
I would never buy it.
It's a certain kind of dude, like a young, you know.
Let's
But
go.
I'm a mechanic. When I tell you that every Nissan Altima and Hellcat I've ever worked in always smells like weed. Tell me.
There you go.
Well, this one smells like weed because we had to test and transport seized narcotics there.
It's not even the weed, it's the fucking rats. The Philly blunt rats. Man. That's what you smell. Great. They're fucking great flavor.
Hey, Keegan, have you ever worked on someone's car and they forgot their gun in there?
I have not, but I have had one of my buddies.
I hate it when that happens.
But what type of car work do you do?
I do programming and calibration.
He installs secret compartments.
Oh wow.
Right.
For hiding things.
White guy in Mercedes. PLC 300. White guy in the hood.
Hey, Manville, are you trained to like knock on the door panels and everything?
What?
Stuff like that?
Finding compartments? Finding compartments?
Yeah.
I've done a lot of compartment training. I actually took a class with one of the Sinaloa cartel guys, Margarito Flores, and he taught us all his little traps and hides.
Yeah, you hide it inside the space where the air will be in the spare wheel, right? Like in the tire.
No, dude, these guys.
I've seen.
It's a whole other fucking level.
Yeah, I've seen like ones where like on a pickup truck, like the rear taillights actually like open up and like a motorized thing brings out weapons or drugs.
Yeah, I've seen workmen have that though, right? Like that's an actual product. With the side of the bed comes down.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's more intuitive ones which you wouldn't even notice.
Well, like they have freezers where they pulled, when you have aluminum semi trailers, even flatbed trailers, right? Because flatbed trailers get less scrutiny. They had compartments that ran all the way down the length of the flatbed. So
are they inside the I-beam or what?
Yes,
inside the frame.
Down inside the frame and inside frame rails running under the trailer. And
right.
Hold on the tab, and we just pull brick after brick out of the motherfucker.
Yeah.
But as you're going by, as you're an inspector and you're checking vehicles, it's a flatbed. You're looking for the box truck or the semi truck full of shit. You're gonna be more likely to let the flatbed go.
Hey, Mandel, you want to know my tricks? We take a large vehicle that has like a 20 to 30 gallon gas tank, and then we just make the gas tank 5 gallons, and the rest is just compartment for contraband.
That's been a thing, but at the level of like the Sinaloa cartel, they fill train cars with liquid product.
Yeah.
Like the fuel tank, the liquid in the fuel tank will be the product, and the actual fuel will be a smaller amount. Or they'll just put it on a train and put like some terrible chemical fucking symbol on it, and you're not gonna want to fucking open it up anyway. It's like, oh, hydrochloric acid. Yeah, let me go get that on my fucking skin as I splash it into my little test kit. Fuck no, right? You're gonna go check the water truck for the.
You know what the trick would be? Teslas, because they weigh 6,000 pounds. So if I take out the batteries and I modify the vehicle, that's the next way to get you guys.
Well, no, it's
you'll never see it coming.
It's simpler than that. You just put the drugs in a pod and order the pod move somewhere. Put the drugs in a car and then tow the car with a flatbed somewhere.
That's right. No, that was the was that on like Cocaine Cowboys or something? The guy was like, he just owned a recovery business and therefore he had plausible deniability of whatever was in the car on the back.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, just recovering this.
Are the pods protected by the Fourth Amendment? Like there's a good like protection there? Fourth Amendment, right? Yeah.
Well, you could argue that unless you had evidence that there were people inside the pod or you had a canine hit, that you really don't have PC to search it.
Let me ask you this, Mandel. How many times have you fabricated evidence to ensure that you get someone?
How many times have I withheld evidence because after that it was someone?
Oh.
Oh, do you not like answering questions with questions? Was that uncomfortable for you? How many times have you committed a felony and not reported it?
Apparently, every day as an American, right? 7 a day for is the average, I think.
How old were you when you first had sex, and how old was the person you had sex with?
Now those numbers are always weird.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to answer that one.
Yeah, no comment.
Yeah, who did you lose your virginity to? And when you're like a 12-year-old, they're like, whoa, what the fuck? You're like, I was 12 too.
Did you ever post anything online that could be embarrassing to the citizens of Spine County here?
Only close-ups of my butthole.
Have you ever had any affiliation with extremist or anti-government groups, seditious organization, or terrorist organization?
Now that's a question line that you do not answer at all. You get a lawyer and you say no comment.
You never talk to the police. It's shut the fuck up Friday every day.
That's right.
They start asking.
Have you ever seen the talk? Have you ever seen the YouTube videos? Don't talk to cops. The very charismatic sort of like Louisiana lawyer or whatever he is.
Yeah, that was a great video. Everyone should watch that video.
They really should.
But does everyone have the discipline to actually listen to what he says?
Mm-hmm.
No, people.
I tell you right now, Manville will tell you when he shows up at your door, people talk, right, Manville? They love to talk.
People think
We lost him.
He gone.
the problem is
You're in the
people think
Matrix,
talking will prove they're innocent.
Nothing you can say can be used for you. It can only be used against you. So you have everything to lose and nothing to gain.
Well, they think they have to prove their innocence to the police officer when you have to do it to a jury. You know, shut the fuck up to the cop because the cop's already something.
But the thing is, people understand this in theory, and then, like, Manville knocks on your door.
Yeah. No, there's the discipline to. Am I under arrest? No clue.
That's why I admire black people, because they actually keep their mouth shut.
I was just saying, I had cops at my door quite a few times. And I tell them to fuck off, and I shut the fuck.
Have you ever seen the like ring cam footage of like women going? There's this lady going crazy. You're like, "Fuck you! Get the fuck off my porch!" or whatever the fuck it is. I love it.
Or you just talking to them about random shit. You know, like, hey, do you like Taco Bell? They got a good number 3 on the menu.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
First of all, black people are the biggest fucking snitches I've ever met in my life. They can't keep.
That's what white people want you to think.
For 5 fucking minutes. Okay. Second point, I give people advice depending on their situation, and that situation is: are you trying to limit the effectiveness of a search, or are you trying to get out of a ticket? Because if you treat the cop that way when you're trying to get out of a ticket, you're going to get one, right? So if you're clean, right? If you're clean and you want to avoid getting issued the ticket for insurance reasons or anything, apologize, don't be a dick, answer the questions honestly, right? And at that point, especially, the way you are, depending on the circumstances, most officers are not conducting vehicle searches on every fucking traffic stop that they do. Now, if you are some 20-something motherfucker in a Nissan Maxima in the hood that smells like weed, your shit is getting searched no matter what the fuck you say.
That's you. That's literally you.
Fuck you, I ain't do nothing. Fuck you, I ain't do nothing. I ain't do nothing. Fuck you.
Yeah, step out the car.
That's how you get out of the tickets, bro. That's how you get out of the tickets. You first wave your hands around real quick. Then when you reach for the insurance card.
That's right. You will be liberated from the
when you reach for the insurance card, make sure it's always
But that's going to be a nice hospital.
Yeah, make sure it's always under your seat. Keep your insurance card under your seat.
If you somehow survive the bullet hole I'm going to put in, it's going to be more expensive.
Well, you got to do the cheat code before you get the bullet hole shot up. If you do the cheat code first, then Lester gets called in the cops go.
Yeah. But you gotta make sure. You gotta make sure that you crack the window like a quarter, like a dime, and then when the police come, you just talk to them through that. That'll go real well.
Yeah.
Oh, and don't forget, leave the car and drive, and kind of let go of your brake as he's walking up.
Oh, yeah, got your foot on that brake.
Yeah. And like make sure before the car stops that you're frantically like moving all around the vehicle.
Yeah, all your
and stuff.
And then also put the camera like you take your camera phone out and put it right in their face real fast too, like because they keep them on their toes.
Oh yeah, just go.
Know who's off.
Jam
it right in their fucking face. Make sure you let them know 45 times in a row that you know your rights too, because that's gonna let them know like you know your rights. Tell them like I know my rights. You be good, bro.
No, I think you should fucking record them. It keeps them motherfuckers honest. It keeps them honest.
But one thing but to be honest though, what I've learned from 2020 is that George Floyd is that kind of guy. You remember? I'm not that guy. I'm not that kind of guy.
Yeah. Well, any guy that says I'm not that kind of guy.
Did y'all watch the George Floyd documentary that came out?
No, we don't.
Which one? The one that was kind of breaking down what really happened.
The new one that Larry Ellison got all freaked out about. Yeah, that was explaining what actually happened in the case.
Yeah. I was look, bro. That all the information there was so readily available, and I'm glad that person made that documentary because exactly a year before Floyd had his great performance with Chauvin, they did a wonderful ballet. Too bad George Floyd didn't make it, but dude did the same exact song and dance, bro, on the north side of Minneapolis, like the same shit, like claustrophobic, this and that. You know, his mama died last week, and
have you seen one of the new Japanese doing the same thing? No, black guy in Japan. He's like, I can't breathe. No. They got him in the back of a car, and the Japanese cop doesn't give a fuck. See if I can find it.
Also, Chauvin was stupid for not taking the stand.
Man, Chauvin might as well have just fucking shot him, bro. Man.
It would have been, he probably would have got off if he had just shot him, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I know, right? Man, he was reaching, bro.
So, honestly, there was no way to get out of that except going like crazy on crowd control. If Tou Tao had just started fucking whacking everybody's phones with his baton, they never would have been in that situation in the first place. But now when cops are getting surrounded by camera people, and the camera people are like, why are y'all being so aggressive to us? We're not doing anything. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, you're threatening my kid's livelihood. Get the fuck on.
Or they should have got up off George and been like, you know, we're just going to let him go in your neighborhood then. Fuck it. Have this crazy guy. Sure, they kind of got sued, you know, for negligent duty or whatever, but at least he's not in jail for killing anybody.
Yeah, that's pretty much the new modus operandi of the Minneapolis Police Department out here in the Twin Cities, bro. Like, bro, when I don't really get pulled over. I don't think I've really gotten pulled over much since I was a teenager as a black man in America. But I did get pulled over once during the riots, man, and I shit you not. Like, it was like a little further north of the city. I was on my way to my garage, and I had a customer's car. I was working on the customer's car, so it was all blacked out.
Customer with quotes.
Yeah, they had no, seriously, like they had literally just bought the car and needed me to do some work to it. So I'm driving and the fucking police pulls me over just to check the tabs, like what's up with the registration or whatever. He pulled me over. He got to the car, dude. I rolled the windows down, saw it was a black man there. He literally was like, "Man, have a nice day."
Boom!
I swear, like it was like a week during the riots, like every,
It feels good, doesn't it?
George Floyd, man, bro. I was like, man, what happened? I was like, man, I got my motherfucking white privilege now, bro. Like,
When the fuck do I get mine? I get pulled over wrong.
You can buy them on Amazon, actually. And the number on the front of it, like the credit card number, is 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45.
Yeah.
Expire, you know,
Oh, by the way,
valid
by the way,
from birth, expires until whatever. They actually sell like an actual like for.
I have one. I
Like,
carry it in my wallet.
I actually thought the Illinois shooting where the charge the guy was supposed to be murder. I actually thought it was a bad shoot at first, but upon watching the video at 0.25 speed, you clearly see that bitch threw the pot of boiling water at the fucking cop the second before he shot. Like he literally shot her because she flung the pot of water at him.
I don't know about this one. I ain't gonna agree.
If you go watch the video, I
Yeah,
recommend
you're
one on
in like the
perspective.
fraction of a second, in like 0.7 millimeters of a fraction of a quarter second, she moved and some water moved. I get what you're saying.
No. After she ducked down and the officer started to come around the counter, she very deliberately picked up and then flung the pot of water at the guy.
Wouldn't that be a bigger
If it's gonna be a
retreat and go out of stuff?
the likelihood is
So
he
the
decided he was taking
officer
that
has
shot.
no duty to retreat.
Alright, you can always stand.
I don't know about that. Was she a suspect in some crime? What was she accused of? He has to do your retreat.
No, because then you can get him for failure to intervene in a crisis.
What crisis? He was the one who called.
Well, she's clearly mental health.
Clearly from what? From past experience? That's not how that works.
Well, what she did was put the pot down and go down to the floor, and then get back up, grab the pot, and place the pot at the office.
If he pulled the gun out, I would have hit the floor too.
Well, I mean, the situation would have been avoided if the partner had just not let her walk behind him and grabbed a hold of her and stopped her from going over to the kitchen. There's a lot of ways the Monday morning quarterback what the fuck happened, but they had a reason to be there. They were called for a prowler around the property, so the safe place to talk with her was inside of her home, not outside of her home. And they were right to be wary of like dangerous things like pots of boiling water or stoves that are on or knives in the kitchen. They just shouldn't have let her go over there.
I'm just confused on what makes her the suspect if she's the caller for somebody prowling around the property. I'm just confused on how that is the reach. What makes the officer think he's going to throw water at me? How did he get to that conclusion?
While they were on scene, they identified a deadly threat. She then went to that deadly threat. He then gave her command, hey, don't touch that. Don't pick that up.
Officers can identify anything they want as a deadly threat. They can identify your car as a deadly threat. If I go get in my car, am I now going to be shot because I intend to run an officer over because I started it?
If I drop down on you in your driveway while you hop in your car, while you're talking to me, and I'm standing in front of your car, and then you start driving towards me, yes, I can shoot you.
You said that her walking to the pot was the deadly threat. The pot itself was deadly threat. That makes my car a deadly threat, and my intention of just walking to it means that now you get drawn on me. I called you there for the suspicion of a crime that I'm not committing. I'm the person calling. But now I have a gun drawn on me for going to my vehicle or going for a pot of water in my home that was already boiling before anybody got there. I mean, come on, Bill. There's no way you agree with this one. Even his own department didn't agree with this.
Look, you can't throw pots of boiling water at police officers, even if they did.
I agree completely with what you just said there. She didn't throw a pot of boiling water is the whole point.
She did. It's on video.
When she got a gun drawn on her, she hit the floor, and maybe the water moved around. Now, I'm sure that's possible. That happened.
After she goes down to the floor, she gets back up, picks it up, and flings it out. It's on the video.
Yeah, you're watching different videos with me, or like I said, you're watching a fraction of a second.
No, it's very clear underneath his arms while he pressed out with his gun that the pot comes flying at the officer.
But you're saying he can read minds. He knew that this lady was going to go grab some water and attack a police officer. This was some ambush. How did he know this? What foresight does this magician have?
Training and experience, sir.
And he has training and experience of people throwing pots of boiling water on him.
Training and experience dealing with emotionally disturbed persons.
I'm saying this is somebody who has a pretty good mental fortitude with dealing with criminals and mentally disturbed persons on how to do it. I know when to shoot and when not to shoot. I've done it, and that was not no crime. I can definitively say.
Well, let's go to the elements then of Graham Connor. Okay, do you have a legitimate law enforcement or governmental interest of being there? Yes, he's answering calls.
did the subject who force was used against a grave bodily injury? Yes, boiling water in a pot presents a threat of grave bodily injury. Was the person resisting / not compliant with officer's command? Yes, they were not compliant. They picked up the boiling pot of water and threw it at the officers.
Or what is the most deadly thing that a suspect can have? The answer is two hands.
Was the officer's use of deadly force objectively reasonable given the totality of the circumstances, using facts known to the officer at the time?
I mean, I get it. He has
Does anyone
split
really
seconds
actually
to make a
think about
decision.
this? Like, is this literally worth the fucking oxygen?
I just personally, I've called the cops to my house before, and I've had asshole cops. I would not want to be shot in the head because, maybe my kid back room.
Talking about that
Have
right
you
now.
ever thrown a pot of boiling water at an asshole cop?
I mean, I've been making messages even the cops show up. That's a pot of boiling water on my
Like
stove.
in Arizona, the guy's in the fucking car or he speeds under the fucking ground, the cop fucking shoots him anyway. If you get into a confrontation with a fucking bad cop, like, God help you, you're gonna fucking die, right? Like, there's many fucking egregious examples of a fucking cop shooting people that they fucking shouldn't have.
Many. Name one that's egregious.
Waco.
He just named one. Waco is an also excellent example. I mean,
Bridge.
burned to death.
What's an excellent example?
Waco, Texas.
Waco.
Whoa. The ATF are not cops. Fuck you.
Hard for me to see a difference in the two.
I think you would jerk off just the idea of becoming a fed.
The ATF are one slight rung above a child molester in my eyes.
I mean, I agree. There's a difference.
What about the FBI then? Because
The FBI
Ruby
looks at
wasn't
the
exactly
ATF,
any
but
better.
they're not far off. The FBI are just IRS agents with guns.
I consider them more to be the Stasi, frankly.
No, that's the Secret Service.
Secret Service don't usually come after private individuals, except for their other secondary duty, which is counterfeiting money.
The Stasi is more the NSA, the ISA, and the other domestic intelligence guys. They're more Stasi-like.
And the ATF is the one that came off of the IRS. That's the one that's their little lapdog.
Well, they weren't really the IRS. They were the alcohol enforcement guy.
Yeah, you're right. That's the one it is. The Office of Prohibition or some shit. That's what they still do. Prohibition.
Yeah, they were prohibition agents. Yeah, alcohol, tobacco.
Why are they still called ATF if alcohol's legal? Like, it's fucking retarded.
Tobacco's legal too. It's actually illegal for you to make your own alcohol. It's illegal for you to make you can make your own guns. That's the only one that can't seem to regulate. But if you grow your own tobacco, again, it's basically
So
saying.
yeah, all cops good? Is that the line now?
No,
I don't agree.
No.
My
We assume that they're guilty until proven innocent.
That's right.
Oh.
Well, I mean, most of the cops are
hated.
Most of the cops are like most of the teachers, right? And then you have some
Undertrained,
teachers.
underqualified, they're deaf.
Oh, they're overpaid for their qualifications. They're paid a lot. I don't know.
Teachers are
Why do
educated.
people buy this bullshit? Oh, we're cops. We don't have enough money. Line like.
But
why do
teachers
you
are
guys accept that?
educated. Teachers are educated and underpaid. Cops are not educated and they get paid way more.
You really? Did you know Jazzy? Jazzy's now a fucking substitute teacher. That's not it.
That's true.
What I said.
Yes, Jazzy is taking a new job as a fucking substitute teacher.
Wow. So cops, like guys I work with only a few years on, they could break 200, 225 very easily.
Exactly.
Very easily.
What,
Yeah,
like with
teachers
overtime? What do you
make
mean?
30, 40K. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
They use overtime to do it, but you don't understand all of the stuff that we get, right? The off-duty activities are all at an overtime rate. Let me put it to you this way. I got paid $5,000
working 4 days on a movie set as security, just like hanging out with the cast and making sure people didn't go places they weren't supposed to. And I got fed the same shit they fed all the staff and the crew with.
Yeah, but that's
For the
not,
whole time.
you're not being paid by the fucking, your employer, you're being paid by, it's a secondary rule.
Right. So all of those off-duty gigs are paid by the people who are requesting the officers, and they are organized by the agency. And if you need X amount of officers, then you need one supervisor. Or if you have an X amount size event, then you need these 3 supervisors and this amount of officers and blah blah blah. But it's all negotiated and it's all paid out at incredible rates of pay.
And most people don't know about the
It's just
internal politics
not
of
a
the
thing in
police
the
department.
UK, you can't just pay for cops.
What?
That's just not a thing in the UK, it's so bizarre to fucking.
Oh.
You can pay the
So
horse.
like any jewelry store in America can call up their local police department and be like, hey, can I have an officer from this hour to this hour on these days? And they'll be like, sure, it's gonna be this much. He's like, cool, I'll give him cash.
I fed the police horses in the UK.
Yeah, most people don't know the internal politics of police departments. Like that's where the funding stuff comes in, where they're like, we need more funding. Is it police officers in the police department who are vying for that, and they're playing politics outside? Like New York City. You think New York City needs any more funding? They have more police. They're the largest police force on the entire planet. They have a bigger police force than some armies.
Pretty much.
Man, but what are they gonna do without him? What about all the rats?
Well, NYPD, they've got a lot more internal policies and a bunch of crazy stuff. I'd say like just look at your regular American cities. The Louisville Metro Police Department, the Nashville Metro Police Department. Those guys are in relatively moderate cost of living places, especially if they live in the suburbs. They get a free car. None of you motherfuckers get corporate free cars anymore. That's a very rare perk. Left, even for C-suite people. They get free health insurance. Some corporations offer stuff, and nicer corporations that are more selective have good benefits, but it's rarely better than the public benefits. Public benefits is that you don't pay for health care for your family. You have better rates when you actually do have to pay for your services. And on top of that, a lot of guys have tax benefits. So I know Atlanta Police Department, they don't pay Social Security. Their Social Security payment gets put into their city's pension plan, and they get a significantly greater amount of money from that pension plan than they ever would get paid out by Social Security. So if you were 19, 20 years old, you got hired by Atlanta, and you worked a lifetime there, you would have way more of a benefit than any normal Social Security benefit somebody else is going to get that's going to charge them the same amount. So it's things like that add up over time. And on top of that, a lot of cops retire with pensions around 80 to 100% of their salary. That has gone away in the private sector of the United States. So when you calculate the total compensation of a U.S. police officer with a 25-year career versus a corporate shill with a 25-year career, the cop's not the poor man.
Especially if they were 20 years in, at 40 they get another job, then they're pulling down 2 incomes.
Yeah, they're collecting one pension, they're working another job, they collect another pension. So by the time they're 60 and fully retired, they have 2 pensions plus they work part-time at whatever department will have them, so they keep their gun and badge.
I personally don't like police departments at all. I question their constitutionality.
I prefer anarchy, so I'll stick with the police.
I approve of the sheriff system. It's a very feudal type system, but I approve of the sheriff system. I believe the sheriff should be in complete control of all law and order by this county. But we've enacted police departments to cover up spaces where a sheriff can't access and his deputies can't do it. But maybe we should just rely more on the sheriff.
Townspeople have a right to set up a force to protect the town and enforce town rule. Right? so the city mayor has the executive authority to act on his constitutional mandate, state constitution wise, because the state constitutions are what creates
The political doctrine is subsidiarity.
I think we should funnel that through sheriff's offices. I think the city should be allowed to create its own police force through deputy sheriffs, and they contract it out. That's the way I believe it should be.
Aren't you just calling a pot by a different color? I mean, someone has a gun, someone has a badge, someone has a...
No, it's always better to have an elected official in charge, believe me. That's the best. I know sometimes it's not, it sounds
Yeah,
great.
but it's by proxy. You elect a mayor who appoints the police chief. Still elected.
Well, it's a little different. The police chief, they
No,
get
there's
calendar.
insulation then, and they're also
Here's
layers
what
of
you're not taking into account. What funds the sheriff's office?
Taxes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Who collects taxes? Who collects taxes in the county?
And the county treasurer.
No, the county government. Whether you have a commissioner system or a mayor system.
Yeah, I have no idea.
County.
It's like different everywhere.
The executive branch of the county collects taxes, right?
See, senor.
The executive branch of the county,
Sheriff of Nottingham.
at the county seat, is not the sheriff.
Or is it the legislative branch that collects the taxes? I don't even know.
No, the legislation passes law. There's an executive who has a treasurer usually, and some counties it's elected separately. Some counties it's appointed by the county commissioner.
Right, so the county commissioner controls where the taxes go. So if the sheriff and the county commissioner are not getting along, the county commissioner can choke the sheriff out of his ability to operate. Which is why the position of sheriff is not as powerful as the position of county commissioner. Now, the sheriff does not directly work at the pleasure of the county commissioner, which is why county commissioners set up county police departments, like Miami-Dade, where they have a director appointed by the mayor. But basically in Miami-Dade County, when you elect the mayor, you elect the mayor-sheriff, all in one. And the Florida state legislature just passed a constitutional amendment and told them that this is not okay. You will have a separate office of sheriff by constitutional mandate. He will have these kind of cars and he will do these kind of things. And he will answer the people, and he will not be beholden to the mayor's office, and the mayor cannot hold both offices. So the mayor can either run as sheriff or run as mayor. Can't be both.
Yeah, I guess you're right. There's an insulation between offices and always a check and balance.
Literally the difference between a police and the sheriff is geography covered. I mean, when it comes down to it.
Well, a county police department has authority in the whole county too.
Correct. What I'm saying, local police departments have one level of geography, and county, like here, I live in Westchester County. Westchester County Police, why would you be started here? You know nothing about Westchester County, New York. County police,
once again.
Oh, it's so horrible out in Westchester. I can't stand it. Anyway.
Is this kind of disciple of Naveen or something?
The county police system versus in some states, deputies have statewide jurisdiction and the other guys don't unless they're deputized. In other states, if you're a state certified law enforcement officer and you work for if you're state certified law enforcement and you work for an approved agency by the state's law enforcement board, a post system or a department of law enforcement in the state has approved this department as an official department, you have statewide jurisdiction as an officer.
That's how Missouri works.
You're just arguing over geography. You're just arguing over layers of geography.
Well, you have a state certification to do law enforcement, and you work for a state certified agency. You can enforce the state code anywhere in the state. In a lot of states, in some states, even though you're state certified, if you work for city of such and such, you're stuck to city of such and such.
Well,
You can't
boundaries.
exercise authority outside.
Hey, we're talking about geographic differences.
Yeah, in Missouri, it's used so that we can hire outside police officers to work the stadium for the Cardinal. You know, else then we'd be required to only hire St. Louis. But then they're like, hey, this bum town over here, this little podunk town, better send 3 officers over and work the.
Yeah, they get to make some money and they help you guys out with staffing, and it's a mutual aid thing. It's how it's used. Police departments don't just go into other people's cities and go, we got statewide jurisdiction, fuck you. If they want to work together well.
Sometimes we get those rare videos, and those are some interesting ones to watch. When a constable's arguing with the sheriff or something, it's like, whoa, how does it?
Yeah, you get out of your car. No, you get out of your car, motherfucker. I think there's a video out of Georgia where a county police officer pulled over someone, and the sheriff of the county showed up to his traffic stop, and they were almost fighting with each other. There was another one in Illinois where the police chief was unaware that the sheriff's office was conducting a warrant, even though they had called and told him ahead, and ran over there and got you didn't think to tell me this was going on in my town? It's like, we did, motherfucker.
Or the one where 2 different precincts had a warrant for the same place, and they kicked in the door. Or no, what it was is they were running a drug sting sign, and the other ones had a raid warrant for the house and showed up to arrest the police officers that were running the sting sign. That one was the funniest, I think, to ever.
Yeah, busting each other.
And then they get to a big
that meme with the Spider-Mans.
Interoperability is probably one of the weakest links.
Well, it is kind of funny when
communications wise, from frequencies and also from information wise, is probably the biggest Achilles heel.
That interoperability also prevents some of the. It prevents law enforcement from conspiring to fuck one guy over, right?
Yeah, but I mean, just even using the same tactical frequencies and being able to understand what other people are doing in the same place, that is not meant to fuck over someone. That's meant to make sure people don't shoot other people and have full transparency on what's going on. It's like, as someone who deals in the RF world, it's a complete and utter disaster.
Well, isn't it funny that
geographies?
Isn't it funny we pay taxes for police officers to bust drug dealers, and then police officers to bust drug buyers, and then it's the police officers that are the ones busting each other? I think it's just the irony of that day to me is just the most funny video in the world. It's like our taxes good at work.
Well, you could have a guy set up a police officer looking to purchase young girls for sex, and then another group of officers doing a vice thing where they're posing as an underage girl selling themselves for sex.
Exactly. Or the one with the KKK one where they're like, oh, we had 800 KKK members who showed up to this place in Idaho. Well, 798 of them were undercover FBI agents. It's like, well, then you didn't have 800 KKK members. You had 2.
Was it really that high of a ratio? Because that's fucking funny.
It's a high ratio. It's like the 80%. They've never had 800 people. They had 40 people show up. And most of them are undercover officers, local, county, federal. But they were bus people, and then it turns out that it's all set up by the cops. I mean, most of it's always a sting.
Well, hate, I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but as of right now, hate people ain't yet a crime. So what the fuck are they busting them for?
Yeah, I guess it's to see if they're like those people, the Gretchen, what is her name? The Michigan lady. They kidnapping.
How many agents were involved in making that fuck?
Well, they said there was 13 perpetrators. 8 of them ended up being agents. And then 2 of them were informants. Only 3 of them were even charged, and I think only 2 of them went to.
And one of them was legally retarded.
Yeah, and one of them was legally retarded. He had a low IQ below 80. It was 68 or something like.
Who's the biggest distributor of child porn on the internet? The FBI.
It's like,
they have to figure out how to justify their
That's
weapons.
exactly what I was gonna say. If they didn't have a problem to ask for money for, they couldn't get the money to fix the problem. But they have to let the problem go, or else they have no.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's a cycle of we let use retarded guys. Maybe that retarded guy was actually not retarded. Maybe we're the dumb. He gets free housing now, sitting in a federal prison. I'm trying to find that video of the cops busting each other. It's, they actually get into a fist fight.
No, the best one is a guy who calls, the fucking calls on the ATF agent.
Yeah.
And then he cries a little bitch when he's like, he's on the fucking ground. He's like, I got kids, or whatever the fuck he says, right? Like, it's
I have a heart condition.
Yeah, he says, I can't
No,
breathe.
he says
You
my
gotta
life
pull it
breaking or
through.
something. He says my life breaking.
No, he says I have a medical condition.
Well, so he's retarded.
My favorite one is where the ATF, like it's this kid, but the ATF are coming up on this guy. ATF are coming up on this guy's residence, and he's like, "Are those rifles legal?" And all the guy says back is, "I don't know. Are those level 4 plates?"
Yeah, it's time to run when you hear that.
And the guy's like, "Oh, this ain't worth a federal retirement."
No, that ATF agent that got arrested by that deputy or police officer, whatever that was the best video I've ever seen. Like, to see him so scared, like, yeah, be scared. The people don't like you, motherfucking. They're like the Royal King Guard of, like, ancient medieval castle. You just hate.
When the ATF agent was knocking on the door, and the lady called the cops on his ass for being an impersonator.
Yeah, and the cops came and were like, we don't know who you are. We don't give a shit about your badge. You get that?
Put your fucking hands up.
You know that they went home. They went back to their precinct and were like, guys, I fucking held that. They told that story all.
Oh, fuck the AFT.
ATF?
Nah, the AFT.
What the fuck's the AFT?
Oh my god, the fucking Brit. This is why British people participate in American political discussions.
What the fuck's the AFT?
Joe Biden said AFT instead of ATF.
Forgive me for not knowing every single fucking clip of Biden ever.
Joe Biden was in it before.
No, he went and made AFT hats that look just like the ATF hat. So we can tell I'm with the AFT. Okay. The Brit doesn't get it. This is why we
It's
have
just not that
in
funny.
Harvard.
Hey, have you seen the body cam footage?
He didn't be jailed for it. He doesn't have an ATF.
Have you seen the body cam footage? It's nice. People are posting it like 1 hour ago. Of the two cops, the one that gives the other one a boost up to the roof to see Crooks, the shooter.
Because the caption is AFT killed your dog.
Okay, we got the fucking point.
Because it means ATF killed your dog.
Yeah, I haven't seen the body cam footage yet. I definitely want.
The body cam footage is all after he's been shot, not before he's been shot. Did they release what happened before?
It's before. It's two cops. Two cops identify him, and apparently they said that he pointed his weapon at him. I haven't listened to it because I'm in fucking clubhouse. I'm just watching it on mute. But this was reported early enough by the local PD that one officer gave another officer a boost up, and Crooks turned around and pointed his weapon at him. He fell to the ground and like sustained an injury or whatever the fuck. But they both immediately put out a radio alerting. But these counter snipers were using fucking cell phones for some fucking reason.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you noticed all the leaks. They've all come from the local police department. Like the photo of Crooks, they took that. The little text message chain, the police leaked that out. Even his dead body, the cops were like, fucking take a picture, put it on Snapchat, and instantly was out. It was immediate.
Yep. That's true.
Fucking feds, can't trust them.
You can't trust them. No, they're the empire. We're their domestic empire, so they treat us a little different than everybody else on the outside. You know, we're like the house pet. So, you know, they like to pet us sometimes, but They'll shoot us in the head just like you would a dog. Or just like Christy Nellen would a dog. Dude. That's the one that shot the dog, right?
I don't think they're interested in Empire or serfs. I think they're only interested in downloading.
Well, they already have the Empire. 50 states that they beat to death with, they call it a union. But when you win it in conquest, that's not a union, that's an empire. We are an existing empire. The way that Rome turned from Rome into Rome 2.0 with Caesar, we've entered that state.
Yeah, well, have you read Garvin? His monarchy theory every 80 years? Washington, Lincoln, and Roosevelt?
I have not. I'll have to read that. But I do believe the era between Washington and Lincoln was the original America. Now, granted, it had slavery, and we should have ended it, and we could have been a better place for it. But post-Lincoln, too much change for the same country. Not just not slavery.
Slavery only ended when it was economically viable to end
it. I agree with that point.
Nobody made any attempts to end slavery before it was economically viable.
Yeah, and I think that it was going to die off no matter what. I don't think that we needed Lincoln to do the war.
It turned out that, designer purses and fucking Hellcats are way more motivating than a bullwhip to black people. Who knew?
The carrot, it works.
Yeah, they found a good carrot, it works.
I mean, it's literally, if we look at Rome 2.0, right, which is the second half of Rome, that's they just call it that in short. It's not really called that. But that's post-Caesar. We're almost following identically. Entertainment, consumerism, to keep the populace in line is what we've entered in now. And that's so the empire stays alive. Because after they kill Caesar, which they did, Lincoln was shot, what do they call them? Aristocrats take over, the oligarchs, and that's what we have now. We're stuck in the aristocrat state.
But we're worse. We're at the immortal bureaucracy stage because FDR created a vassal system and then died, and then made sure that no one man would ever retake the reins back of his system after he died. So he literally ran with someone and knew he was going to die and died with someone who was not a part of creating his system, was not considered a real part of his people, and would not be able to contribute his vision to it. So Truman could literally do nothing to wrangle FDR's machine.
Me and you still do the same thing.
Kennedy tried and wasn't able to either.
And it's out of control now, right? You see it too. It's out of control. Once that got started, it took off, and nobody's able to rein it back in. I think that's what you're saying too, and I think we both agree. I think that I blame Lincoln. I said I think too many times now. Sorry about that. But Lincoln is who I blame with the origination.
I blame Hamilton and Hay more than I blame Lincoln and Washington.
Well, I like
Lincoln and Washington were the figureheads. Hamilton and Hay were the architects.
You're right. But at least we know the consequences of these eras.
FDR's architect was a mix of Woodrow Wilsonite commies and New York robber barons.
Yeah, the Rockefeller types and stuff. I mean, I know they did some monopoly busting, and everybody gives them some credit for that, but people don't realize that he didn't do it for the credit of the people. He did it to put his butts in more power. We're killing the room here, going back with history. Sorry, guys.
And also, people have a misplaced notion of where democratic strong power comes from. And I was listening to a Twitter space that Taibbi was hosting, and his guest, made a very astute point that the setup of Minnesota that makes it such a stronghold, where it's able to produce somebody like Tim Walz, is this mixture of the Slavic Eastern European migrants that settled the state, the amount of hard iron ore work and heavy industrial work that went on that built that state. But what has occurred in Minnesota that is a problem for the Democrats is that those people sold out their workers and they brought in African migrants. And so they've got the city, and the city's generating a lot of votes for them, fraudulent or legitimate, but they have fucked over the base of their power in that state, which was all of the iron workers mainly, all the miners. And doing that continually in the Rust Belt, right? If the Rust Belt is functioning okay, that's one thing. If the Rust Belt is looking like England, where like all the industrial jobs are going away and girls are getting raped and hacked to bits by machetes in the street, even a lady as sexy as Gretchen Whitmer ain't gonna survive that politically.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't get that bad. I mean, with the current, with the current leadership of our economy, there's a possibility that we might get to that because it seems they want to gut everything that comes to resource collection in the United States. And they pretend like that's not like a giant factor of jobs, when it's like a huge sector of jobs. It's all gathering resources from wood, mining, coal, oil.
The black jobs are not jobs black people work. The black jobs are jobs where like you go to work with clean clothes and you come home and they're black.
Yeah.
That's what the black jobs are.
Yeah, the jobs that I would never want to do. That greater men than me do.
Yeah, so as that low skilled and mid tier skilled hard labor force goes away or gets used, a good amount of the reason for their existence goes away as well. Because a corporatist Democrat can't do shit. If he pleases the donor, he pisses off his base. His base, he pisses off the donors.
You know what my happiest moment this year was is when the decision of Chevron came down and it was cast away. I think that was a beautiful moment. I don't think people realize the impact that will have in the future going.
Oh, the court's like the last bastion of hope and an example of a living Christ, but insanity. But it's not incorruptible.
No, it's definitely.
And Robert is the weakest link.
Yeah, I like you said, I would call it the weakest link. I'm surprised it's the last one standing because you'd think it'd be the first one to go.
But all it takes is a hitman in the kitchen with a fucking plastic bag over your kid's head, and you're like, oh, okay, I guess I'm ruling this way.
Hitman in my kitchen with a plastic bag over my kid's head, and there's going to be some fucking pork. So it's like.
Well, when your opponent is a nameless, faceless thing that you can't understand, and they have clear demands of you, and nobody you contact is going to help you stop them, you're individually in a pretty bad spot, and you're probably, if you're like most people, just going to comply and prioritize, your people over your SCOTUS decision.
I would fall to my knees with a sword in my hand and I'd pray. God lead the way. I may be what you call a delusional man now, so that's the difference in other people.
Clarence Thomas might do that, but I don't think Amy Coney Barrett is going to let her little adopted African kid get suffocated over a roof.
You're right. She might cower out. You're right about Clarence, though. That motherfucker stands tall. So I saw that video thing.
You want to kill my wife? I'll get another one.
Yeah.
Nigger lover.
No, he was in that video of him when he was being questioned for his being introduced as the Supreme Court justice. He's like, I will die rather than quit. I'd rather die than quit my run for this, not run, but my want for this office. And it's just like, hell yeah. I mean, that guy stands the fuck up. That's why they hate him, because they can't break.
Yep.
I think that Kavanaugh tried the same thing, but his questions, they just gave him shitty questions, Do you like beer? How many times do you drink beer? 1 time? 2 times? Like, oh yeah, he drank beer twice in his whole life. They just made him say more than that.
Yeah, I like beer. I like beer, damn it, and tits.
But yeah, I'm like, hell yeah. That's a good Supreme Court,
beer and tits. I don't know this bitch. If I don't remember fucking her, it probably wasn't that good. Next question.
The Supreme Court justices remind me of, that weird guy on Game of Thrones, the old dude with the chain around his neck, Pycelle. And he goes back with a prostitute. He can run and everything, but as soon as he comes out to the court, he's all crippled. Like, that's how I feel like the Supreme Court works. It's like Star Wars. I don't like their black robes.
The rope thing is a little weird.
Better than white wig.
Like, I just went to my sister's graduation, and I'm like, wait a second, why is the chancellor of this, like, public research university in the state of Florida wearing a fucking Masonic, fucking necklace? He's wearing everything but the fucking apron, and like, the design of his fucking robes basically makes the goddamn apron. Why is this motherfucker, like, dressed like some fucking grandmaster of fucking lodge carrying out the ceremony?
Yeah, it's weird stuff. I think that schools education is a pipeline to weed out who can be part of their cults and who can't, and that's why there's a degree of conformity to it. If you can conform the best, then eventually they bring you into a situation where they're like, "Hey, stab this person. Let's see how much you can conform." And then by that time, you're too far in. You can't turn around.
I think it's not about stopping people. I think it's more like about talking to what you can do. And it's like a man built. If you wanted to sap energy from what you wanted to sap, you're going to sap energy from you a long time ago.
The CIA called me up and were like, hey, do you want to, like, go to foreign countries, on our expense and drop some
I'm sure.
I'd be like, sure.
Yeah, it'd be hard not to answer. Yeah.
So why did the CIA call you, Manville? Are you a waste of taxpayer dollars that they call you?
Am I what?
I don't think you heard that.
Are you a waste of tax? No. I said, are you a waste of taxpayer dollars? Why did they call you?
I'm taxpayer dollars very well spent. Thank you very much.
Then why did they call you? They waste money on tampons for men in Venezuela and in Sudan and in Mexico. They should call you that.
They didn't have Manville then.
That's right.
Now they're going to have these things that we're going to win. Venezuela's going to fall. We're going to have a new guy. His new name is going to be Jose.
I didn't say anything about Venezuela.
Instead of Nomad, we'll have Pedro.
Wait a second. In Venezuela, they don't need people with manual to replace all the CIA assets they have right now in Venezuela when Venezuela get overthrown.
Look, if I was brown or Arab looking right now, see that's the fucking thing, right? With England and Europe popping off and stuff like that, I might get more calls to do shit as long as that part of the world has people that look like me. So like, if England started popping off, they would start recruiting a bunch of Asian-looking college kids.
But Vanville, you have the whole world, and you're a white young man. Shouldn't you really be popping up and making money right now? When else are you gonna make money? Unless you're a pathetic, some white man at the moment that can't make a difference.
When else am I gonna what?
You heard me.
No, it's hard to understand through your thick ass accent, but
I have thick ass accent. I can be like, yeah, I can't understand your thick ass accent too. With the CIA trying to talk to me and walk over me and look after me at the same time, huh?
I understood you a little better there.
Oh, a little bit.
Almost. Not fine.
You are so Romery and said you're wrong.
I said Roman and said we're wrong. No.
Listen.
All I'm trying to say is that.
Listen, you chick ass motherfucker. Okay.
What are you trying to say, man?
I've got more money.
Oh, so now you got more money. So why you got the government?
I
really
want to have.
Why y'all people complaining about? then why your people complaining about immigrants coming in? Your people got so much money.
Well, because I actually, unlike an Asian person who is like as selfish as y'all can fucking be, I actually care about like the health and well-being of my community.
I'm
I
sure
would
you do,
like to
and
see
yet you go
the
for it.
people who are like
But-
me,
but-
who are
but-
around
but
me. I want to see
Ben,
them happy, healthy, doing well.
But then,
with a positive outlook on the future.
isn't that Vanville,
I know it's
your
hard to
vice president,
understand.
Vanville, your vice president married an Indian woman or a white woman. Does that bother you? I'm sure you're gonna see the talk about Vance, Trump, make America great again. But Vance didn't even choose a white woman. Why didn't your vice president even choose a white woman, huh?
There's nothing wrong with Vance not choosing a white woman.
Yeah. Your vice president, you keep talking about picking the lawful things and everything, but he picked a legal immigrant. You're such a bitch. Like all you people. You make me sick to my stomach.
That we're corny and we're ignorant and that sort of thing. This is what keeps us divided by people doing these kind of things. This room has been very peaceful, and anyone who's been in this room can put in the chat that it has been. We've been learning together. We've been gleaning from one another. And when we have ignorance that comes to the table, that's what keeps us divided. I have asked you to come up to the stage so that you can speak your piece. If you cannot do that, there are hundreds of other rooms and various audio apps that you can go on, and you can pull people down. You can talk about them. You can talk about their ignorance, but you are displaying ignorance. Don't do that, because this is what's wrong with our country right now. This is what's wrong with the nation. So I advise you to stop doing that, or I'll have to remove you from the room. Okay? It is a top tier room, and we've been having a really, really good conversation. We've been building on one another. When the person began speaking, began attacking them, that is really immature. And so, we do critical thinking here, we do maturity, we do love. And I just wanted to say that, but I'll go back onto the conversation that Wesley was having about the immigrants and whether or not that will play into the election process, whether they're allowed to vote. And if this continues on, I'll have to leave you from the room. And I'm saying that in love so that we can continue to build and people can learn and not be distracted. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And Jay, just to back up what you said, is this being an issue? If y'all look towards the UK and Ireland, they're having direct action protests. They are in the streets fighting over this. So the idea, so I used to think replacement theory was a little far-fetched 10 years ago when I heard it. But I've looked at maps that keep up with population, and the idea is, I'll break it down for y'all. This is how I think it works. There are globalist leaders that control the earth as if we're one big school. And they can take people out of one class and put them in another class. And they do that to their benefit. Well, they're doing that with populations of people on earth. Someone's giving these guys rides. Someone's passing out pamphlets in their home countries. Like, say, man, if you want to come here, this is how you do it. Someone's fanning the flames of this problem. Two cultures, they're not going to just all of a sudden artificially get thrown into the same cage and see what happens. And I think the idea, Jay, the reason they want us to fight, as soon as we start, just like September 11th that brought in the Patriot Act, as soon as we start fighting with each other, because a bunch of Muslims are over here and a bunch of Christians are over here, and we got them all shoved together and now they're fighting. Oh, imagine that. Then they get to solidify the idea that, hey, we need more powerful police, or we need, they get to justify their being. Look, we need big government because look how bad it is over here. They're fighting in the streets. Well, y'all caused it. And I don't know that we'll be able to undo that. I don't know that mass deportation is going to work. I don't know what the answer is on that, but I think it is intentional, and I think they want us to fight with each other. So that's a rough one, Jay. I don't even know what to say about that right now. Think about it.
Hey, real just to say, back to you guys over what you guys are saying. These days is interesting enough. CNN's even agreeing with us that Kamala Harris is lying about her border views and her, her being a czar. They're calling her out on her bullshit. Same thing they're doing with her VP pick. What's his name again? I forgot his name. Governor of Minnesota, right? Yeah, I mean, CNN is calling them out on their bullshit. They're fact checking the hell out of them. Funny that CNN is doing this, but yeah, CNN is even coming out saying that she is the border czar. She was appointed to that role, and she has neglected it, denied it, and she basically hasn't done nothing for the American people or the country itself in protecting the border. CNN has even exposed this dude for his lies of him going to war and carrying guns and ammunition and being in the fucking theater front line. I mean, they're exposing both sides of their lies. And if you ask me, it's a beautiful thing. But, to your guys' point, like I said, even CNN is coming up and agreeing with us. So it's interesting that people still neglect that. Even mainstream media is coming out and calling them out on their bullshit for their lying. And people on this app are actually still like, yeah, pro Kamala, pro Val. I'm like, what are you screaming pro about? There's nothing pro-American about them. But yeah, guys, good combo, great combo.
Yeah, Jay, right now. So yeah, Mike's open. This is gonna take.
I'm sorry, I just had to pop out the room. Welcome, Apostle Ken. How are you? You're welcome to speak. I don't know if anyone else is speaking, but if not, you're welcome to speak. And then World War III as well, and then Shannon. And so, yeah, go ahead and share. Welcome. Good.
Good morning, everyone. I'm in Western Australia. If people are not aware of that, it's 5 a.m. here, but I couldn't help myself. The discussion that I've heard so far has been a great discussion. I think it's much needed. A lot of what's been said so far, it's interesting. There are things that happen in America, but there are also similar things. There's similar traits that are happening in other countries like Australia too, because I think we got to understand that we're under a system, and that system is not working. That system that is trying to condition us to think a certain way, and it affects all countries. Obviously, America is all the attention is, but there are other things like what happens in Australia, what happens in New Zealand, because both countries for a very long time have been the guinea pigs, whatever the globalists are wanting to do. So a lot of times we talk spiritually or watching what happens to Israel, but a lot of times you can see where the direction of globalist agendas are going is where it starts off with New Zealand and Australia. That's why you saw a lot of the bushfires. That's why you saw a lot of things happening in New Zealand as it started the COVID and all that stuff. Well, Dr. Kirsten and I are well aware of the deceit and the deception that was happening during that time, as we had to deal with a lot of doctors that were on here and purposely misleading people. And so, from the standpoint or spiritually, this spiritual blindness that's even going on in the church, because these systems are even deceiving the people that should really be in the know, but because of they're divided by everything else, we're in this place where the church is not as effective as it's supposed to be, as God wanted them to be, because they're divided by doctrines and everything else. So I just find it very interesting that, when you look at things politically, yes, when I rather look at things biblically. Yes, there's a trouble. If you have to pick out of the two political parties, which is worse and which is better, I believe Trump's position is better. But at the same time, the bigger picture is that it doesn't matter what government's in power; they're under the same system, and so it's really just trying to. I believe. This is me, I don't know where people are in their faith, is really redirecting our focus, because God's answer to chaos is government, but it's not man-made governments, it's God. And a lot of times we become so dependent on man-made governments. Man-made governments solve the problem, they can only manage it. So therefore they're not the solution. The solution is redirecting the language or even the focus to God's government. When we start to talk the solution or answer, it changes everything. But then what it means is the believers or the Christians that are divided by political affiliation, they can start to talk the same language of God's government. Now we've kind of changed the trajectory. Is now we're all speaking the same thing. We're not talking Republican or Democratic, we're not talking Australian political party or anything else. We can now come on to be speaking the same language, same message, and that's where the church needs to be. And so, we need to be really awake, because here's the thing, I'll keep this short. In the kingdom of God, you can't cancel kingdom culture. It's already been decided. The end's already been decided that the kingdom of God is going to take over everything. We just have to be those ones to carry the message and believe that the outcome is in our favor. But then we also have to realign ourselves so that mentally, spiritually, that we're in the right place, because I really believe this is a season of purification and preparation. Yes, a lot of things can happen. We can talk about a lot of things, but this is really about us as the individual. Have we prepared ourselves mentally, spiritually, financially, to no matter what happens, where it needs to be, because oftentimes we can be distracted by certain movements, of what's happening politically, but we belong to a kingdom that's unshakable. It's nothing, no one, no China, no Russia is ever going to shake or cancel the culture of God's kingdom that He wants established. And really, that's the bigger picture here, because if you know the end, you become part of the process. You become part of the solution. Political division, we're more known by who we are affiliated to rather than who we submit to. When we submit to the same, when we submit to the same government, submit to the same culture, we become part of the solution and not the problem. And so, my position or where I am in Australia is more about who do I network with, or who do I work with that has the same understanding and the same revelation, so that we can be more of a force to be reckoned with. I love what's going on in this room, where you can come together and be people who want to just know the truth, because everyone is searching for the truth. Some people have parts of the truth. There's a saying that, the thing about the culture, everything about something or something about everything. Well, there's a God who knows everything about everything. He's all knowing. And a lot of times we get, as in people of God, we get divided because we play to the music of political parties, where they use race or they use everything. They do the same tricks here in Australia. It's just not an American thing that's happening. They do the same things here in Australia and every other country. But we hear more about it in America, which is a good thing, because you have a stronger voice. And so, but the same tune is played out here in America. It's played, they throw people a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But really the spin, if I can just finish with what I'm saying, that the same thing that they did to Adam and Eve, where the Lucifer came in and he twisted truth, he mixed the truth with a lie. That's what's happening with media. That's what's happening with political people. That's what's happening with people in the high places, because they're under the same system. They're networking one with the other, and that's why they're able to call the shots as they are, and people start to believe it, because that's all they're doing all over the media in Hollywood. It's because they mentally condition us to think a certain way, but they don't dictate the terms. Jesus dictates the culture that He wants to see manifested on earth. Nobody else. The problem is Jesus has been misrepresented by a lot of the body of Christ, because they're not interpreted scriptures as they should. I yield the mic. It's
Wow, thank you so much.
Goosebumps, lady. Got a goosebumps.
That was profound. I mean, if you guys aren't picking up what people are putting down, then I don't know what to say. There's a lot of good information also that's being put. Thank you, Jay Berner, in the chat. Please grab that. You can copy and paste it so that you can read it later as well. That means you just hold your finger down. For those that are new to Clubhouse in this app, hold your finger down when someone has put a link in the chat, and then you can actually go to your particular text messaging area, and then you can copy and paste it. So you just paste it in there so you can look at it later and send it to yourself. Basically what this is, and we talked about it earlier, this is spiritual warfare. And we do, and we will have to be accountable for who we align ourselves with spiritually. Know who your candidates are, know what they believe in. As I mentioned earlier, JFK, somebody asked the question, is he pro-abortion or pro-life? And they said, yes, he is pro-life. And they went on some of the statements that he mentioned. Someone else knows that one of the candidates does believe in same-sex being able to marry one another. They also believe that, quote unquote, a woman should be able to have a right to abort her baby at whatever trimester she's in, not counting the man as well about what he wants. But that's just one thing. Then you have to talk about the gun laws and talk about, the other party is about big business. But then we heard someone say they have and know what the history of BlackRock is and what they mean in Monsanto. It is a kingdom war. These are kingdoms that are clashing with one another. and have spiritual eyes and spiritual ears to hear and to see what is going on, it is incumbent upon us to intercede and pray for the people, our nations, and ourselves. The Bible says that nations will rise against nations and kingdom against kingdom. This is Matthew 24. There will be famines and there will be earthquakes in various places. These are the beginning of birth pains. For anyone that has ever been pregnant and delivered a baby, you know what birth pains are. Or maybe you've had a wife and you're going through that delivery process with her. The birth pains are something that don't stop. They gradually increase. There'll be a pain here, a shooting pain there, and then it'll be almost like it'll be like getting closer and closer in terms of what's called contractions. And that's before the birthing process takes place. So what we are having is we are having birth pains that are occurring. The Bible does say that the nations will rise against nations. We see that on the political stage right now with other country and heads of states shaking hands with one another, giving one another vehicles. I mean, I even saw where I think it was a Russian, Putin gave the Korean president a luxurious car, and they made sure that the media captured that. I mean, these are some interesting times where the leaders and heads of states were making their nation come against another nation, and these kingdoms will come up against each other. But the Bible says that every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided itself shall not stand. So in this time that we're in, you're going to be called to stand. You're going to be called to stand for your family. You're going to be called to be defended your house, not just the White House, your own city, your town, and the kingdom of God. So if you're not ready to do that, then you'll fall for anything. When I was growing up, my grandmother used to say, either you'll stand for something or you'll fall for anything. This is also a spiritual war. So who you align yourself with in the spirit is being noted. God counts everything. There's a record of everything on us. And so who we collaborate with is key. Who is revealing what to us is key. I said this to you before and I'll say it again. I saw in my spirit realm, in my dream, at this point, I think it's 2.5 years ago, where there was fighting going on as far as the eye can see. But here's the thing I saw in my dream. Everyone was fighting against everyone. Women were fighting against men, young were fighting against old, black were fighting against whites. It was a cultural war. Straight people were fighting against those that were not straight. It was every faction that you can think about was fighting against one another, and it was terrible. I woke up, I was like almost like in a panic, like, oh my God, Lord, what is that? And I heard sword. And so when the Black Lives Matter thing happened, which was like several months later, I inquired of the Lord. I said, well, is that what I was seeing? He said, no, that's a prelude to what you're going to see. Now, I think it's interesting that a movie came out after Leave the World Behind. And yes, I'm one of those people that I believe that they put the information in plain sight as to what they're doing, and they couch it with entertainment, right? So Leave the World Behind was one that is kind of showing you where we are now, almost like a coup d'etat. For those that understand what I'm saying, put in the chat or comment, please. But after that movie, Leave the World Behind, they were promoting civil war. So I decided I'm going to go to the movies. I'm going to shell out the money. I normally don't go to the movie theaters anymore, but it's so expensive. But I went and I saw Civil War, and I tell you what, it was chilling to me because it was like that movie, Leave the World Behind, with Civil War coming right after it, almost was like predictive programming. And so I do think that these things are coming about, and whoever is seated in that place, of leadership for each nation is going to be a part of that council for that particular kingdom. That is part of the beast system. I want to say this, and I'm going to yield my mic, and I'm going to see if Shannon is still available to speak. World War III. I see Steve has come up. Love to hear him speak, and Chris as well is still here. This is just me. This is Lady Ronette. This is not Augustus' room, preservation of the human race, but he allowed me to moderate, so I'm just sharing with you. When people started asking me about the elections, this was a year ago, I said it's going to be Harris or it's going to be Michelle Obama. They were like, no way, what are you talking about? Make no sense. And I said, because what the Lord was showing me is that when Biden was inaugurated, Everyone seemed like they were on the same page to me. And I'm going to go this quickly because I know I'm going to sound really crazy, but I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. They were all dressed the same way. And the inauguration had like Civil War infantrymen decor that was marching up and down the street of Washington, D.C. Is anybody on stage? Did anybody see the Biden inauguration? Does anybody remember it? Okay, I'm out here on the limb by myself. Okay.
Yes, me.
Do you remember, Jay Berner, where they had like the Civil War outfits on when they were marching down the street?
Yeah, they were totally different from the previous administrations when they was inaugurated.
Exactly. They had that kind of garb on, but also all of them were wearing purple, lavender, and that's a whole nother thing. There's a particular group of people biblically that would make the color purple, and that is, yeah, the Phoenicians, exactly, thank you. The Phoenicians were the ones that, had this purple dye, and they would make these clothing. Of course, we know that from a biblical sense, purple means royalty, but the enemy is ushering in their system, their royalty, their kingdom, and they all were wearing the same colors. And then you have the color purple that came out. All the celebrities were wearing purple. So I've been watching this, and then Kamala Harris ran on the slogan of Chucks and Pearls, right? Because she wanted to appeal to these Greek organizations, right? Greek gods that they actually believe in. And so she had the pearls, and I was like, I think pearls are in the Bible. And I went to the book of Revelation, and it talked about the harlot and how the harlot wore scarlet and purple and pearls. And on top of that, there is a beast system that's being put in place. And so I just thought, hypothetically, wouldn't it be interesting if, even though we know these are systems, right? These are kingdoms and these are systems, wouldn't it be something if they were manifested in a person, representative of a person, where Kamala would be the harlot and Trump would be the beast to usher in this new world order? Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and yield and let someone else speak. That was my thoughts. Hope you got that.
I want to say something real quick.
Paxton, before we'll go Paxton and then State. And the first thing I want to do is just say thank you. I'm from Texas. You got Jay next to you from East Compton. Ken's from New Zealand. And this is what Clubhouse is about. So I really appreciate you being here. We learned, y'all know COVID. How am I going to? So New Zealand has 5 million people. All right. In America, we've got the Homeland Health and Human Services. That's it. We got like 70,000 people at the Health and Human Services in America. Well, New Zealand has something similar, and they've got only 5 million people as a total population. The idea here is we can learn these other countries from this system. It's a global system. They, East Compton, New Zealand, Texas, we are all being pushed against a big system, and we can learn from each other if we give each other the time of day, let each other speak. Anyways, this is what Clubhouse is about. I can't believe they let us talk to each other. This is what makes them more powerful than us, is that they get the opportunity to speak to each other from across the world, to other leaders like Ken. Anyways, Ken, really appreciated your share. Paxton and then State, I suppose. Welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to say, when the Bible says nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom, the nation is the physical representation of a kingdom or kingdoms that control an area. So even Jesus is mentioning that you have a nation, it's physical, the rulership appears to be physical, but every entity and every zone that is governed by any laws on this planet, even those that are in the deep Amazon jungle, have a spiritual kingdom and rulers, principalities and powers over which, if you want to take control, you have to exercise Christ's authority, the blood of the Lamb. And that's a battle that many of us are no longer willing to fight. But that's the only route. Okay? That's number one. Number two, when we talk about these kingdoms, someone said this, and it was a preacher that I respect. If you buy land from someone and you think that you're buying the land from a physical human being. At night, you wake up. You might have to contend with forces that you did not know own the land. The true owners of the land are spiritual. And sometimes things either go well for you or terribly wrong until you decide to take authority and pray over the land that you signed the deed on. I say that because when Wesley was talking just now, he talked about the parallels. These people, they have sciences, they have dark societies that they belong to, from Nigeria to Australia to America. And they gather evil forces, summon them to give them an idea of how they will rule the world. The only problem is God created the world so that man can be free to enjoy himself. We messed up to some extent. But you notice that God still doesn't want to control human beings. And we have so much power just because we line up with exactly what God ordered from the very beginning that's unchanging, which God says if he is for us, he can be against us. It's not a battle that we are struggling to win. It's a battle that they have lost if we know how to exercise and stay in our position and place and speak one language and agree with one another. Think about this. God does not want to control mankind. Yet, some guy like Bill Gates wants to buy all the farmland. Klaus Schwab, and with his psychosis, wants to rule. And we have Elon Musk with his Neuralink and all that stuff. Monsanto. God is not going to allow that to happen. But we have to be in the right place with the right frame of mind, knowing that if this, at the worst case scenario, is a David against Goliath, Goliath will still go down. I yield the mic. Thank you.
God is not going to allow the enemy to take the whole world without intervening. He didn't do it in the days of Noah, and he didn't do it in the days of Sodom and Gomorrah. And what does Scripture say? Scripture says that in the last days, it will be like or worse than the days of Sodom and Gomorrah, in the days of Noah, and the sign will be the sign of Jonah. And so I'll go ahead and yield my mic. This is where we're at, guys. Okay, World War III, do you have anything you want to share? I'm sorry, go ahead, State.
Not to be broke. I just wanted to, I had a question as far as when we're talking about spiritual warfare and everything. But before I get to that, when you were speaking on, movies and what you think the purpose is, I mean, when you have discernment, you see things, differently from everybody else. I'm in video production myself, and one thing I always ask myself is, why don't the budgets ever make sense? It's like you see this movie being made, you see them spend, $10 million and they never recoup. It's like it's this Hollywood business that it's not a profitable business. You get that one movie maybe once a year, that does extremely well. But you always ask myself, like, what was the reason? Of course, then I started paying more attention to movies. I do the same thing. I, go to the movies, I'll sit, I'll watch, and I'll just see what they're putting in there. But then also I found out the thing that I was feeling was correct, because I also found out at the Pentagon, there's a $500 million budget yearly for Hollywood movies. And I was like, okay, that's a little weird. Like, why does the Pentagon have a $500 million budget for Hollywood movies? But that just came to my head when you brought up that point. But my question is for the room, anybody on stage, when we talk about spiritual warfare, we talk about kingdoms, we talk about the land, nation against nations. What kingdom, what land, what is God's king as far as like in the physical realm? Because to me it seems like in the physical realm, these nations and they're not for God. So when we say speak on it spiritually and it being a spiritual warfare, what nation would that be? Where would that be? What land is that on?
Yeah, look, that's a good question. I think when we talk about spiritual, I think just to give proper context, the spiritual will always supersede the natural. So, as Lady Renee was talking about, we have two cultures in this world, and they originate from what happened in the Garden of Eden. Unrighteousness produced a culture of the kingdom of darkness versus the culture of righteousness, which is the kingdom of light. So you have these two cultures, you have these two kingdoms that exist at one time. You have these two systems that exist at one time. So the bigger picture is we're just living in a world where we have the kingdom of darkness versus the kingdom of light. Well, light is always going to be the winner at the end of the day. So as Dr. Caxton was talking about, you have all these physical that are in power, but they're spiritually influenced by the kingdom of darkness. But then the authority, and who has the authority that's been given to God's people is us, the church. The kingdom of darkness only have the power, but we have the authority. We have the authority in the supernatural and the spiritual to cancel out their work. And so when we talk about spiritual warfare, there's really that's really when you look at the bigger picture, there's no real warfare once you start to function and operate in the authority that God's given, because they only have the power, but we have the authority. The problem is the church has not been using that authority as much. They get so caught up in the minors that they're not really focused on the major. And as Lady Ronette was talking about, and even Dr. Constance was trying to, yes, there's rumors, there's going to be nations versus nations, there's things, and but in the middle of it, and see, because it's hidden in plain view kind of thing, is that it talks about the deceit that's going to happen during that course of time. But then later on, where a lot of churches don't talk about, is the solution, is that Jesus himself says, they shall preach the gospel of the kingdom, which is the kingdom is a government. So he's saying that we should be, as the church, should be speaking the same thing, the solution and not the problem, or the solution or not the distraction. See, because the kingdom message or the gospel of the kingdom is about a government. And this is why when you remember Jesus, he was tempted with all these kingdoms and with all these governments that are causing worldly problems as we know it. But Jesus was not going to be tempted by a government of this world that are only temporal. There's only one government that's eternal, that's going to be here at the end. And it's not going to be the governments that we see divided. It's going to be his government, in which we have a choice to become citizens of that government. So back to your question about spiritual warfare, God has given us the authority to take over, if we can call it takeover. It's not going to be from China. It's not going to be from Russia. It's going to be from the church that Jesus is building. Is in the building or an institution. That's not the original concept that God the Father chose. The church is just a people. And no matter what color, no matter what profession, but it's a people that God has given authority to. Because really, the church was supposed to manage the affairs of earth, not man-made governments. Man-made governments are a substitute, and religion is a substitute of the original thing. What was here before existed? What was here before the church? What was here before religion? It was the kingdom. There was the creation of the earth. Therefore, it's the solution. Anything that started after the fall has become the problem. What we need to get back to is discovering what was here before the fall, before it was replaced by counterfeit or substitutes that we call man-made governments and religion. So back to your question is that we have the authority given by the King of Kings. There's no greater authority. So when we come to spiritual warfare, when we understand who we are, our identity, and the power that we have, the authority that we have in the spiritual realm, that's when things start to take different shape. That's when the world comes back to its how it originally was. That's when heaven comes back to earth. You're the money.
Oh my gosh, this is getting so good. I love it. So State asked the question, what is the kingdom? And I believe that Apostle Ken just broke it down so well. I mean, at the end of the day, this age, this is what the Word of God tells us, that the affairs of this age will always be at tension with the kingdom that's coming. So thy kingdom come, thy will be done. We had that, we did the Lord's Prayer earlier. Wesley gave a beautiful prayer. And then I went through the Lord's Prayer with everyone. And that is what we were talking about. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. All things will be restored. So when we look at the two kingdoms have things that are similar, but not quite alike. So what do they have? They both have rulers. They both have a duration of time. They both have subjects, they both have laws, and they also have education. They also have a mission and a goal. A lot of times when we're talking about the things that we're seeing the elites and the globalists doing and all that kind of stuff, we're talking about looking at their mission. We're looking at what their goals are. We're looking at Agenda 2030. We're looking at the sustainability that all of the corporations are adopting now, right? But we don't talk about the kingdom of God that is at hand. He doesn't give rulers what they want at the expense of the subjects, right? So instead, what he does is he promises that he will love them forever and they will be with him in paradise. And so that's like Matthew 6:10, Revelation 21:1. But there is a mission with that kingdom as well. What am I saying? That the kingdom of God is a real government as well that's established by Jehovah God. We call him Jehovah. We call him Adonai. We call him the Most High God. That is his kingdom, and it has its own citizens. The kingdom of God is the kingdom of heaven as well. That is one and the same. Mark 1:14 says, now after John was arrested, John was a disciple, Jesus went into Galilee preaching the good news of God. And he said, the appointed time has been fulfilled, and the kingdom of God has drawn near. Repent and have faith in the good news. So this is what we're called to do in this time, to give people the good news so that we can tell them that there are two kingdoms. There is one of the human origin, a human government, and then there is one superior in every way. The rulers are different. We have corrupt rulers. That's the title of this room, election corruption. But the rulers that are appointed by Jesus Christ himself, Yeshua HaMashiach, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, they are to be given more authority than any human on this planet. Why do I say that? Matthew 28:18 says, Jesus approached and spoke to them, saying, all authority has been given to me in heaven and on earth. So for those that follow him, we have that same authority. We're just not walking in our power here on this earthly plane, which is why the other kingdom, the kingdom of darkness, seems like it's winning out over the kingdom of light or the kingdom of heaven. And so we have our own rulers under God's direction. Those people are sent to the nations to be able to rule over the kings. And we are supposed to be ruling over the kings of the earth, not the kings of the earth ruling over us. And there is a duration. So the human-like government is only going to last for a short time. Kingdoms come and kingdoms go. But the duration of the God's kingdom is going to be unlike the man's kingdom. It's going to never run out. It's never going to ruin. And then of course we have everyone has their different subjects, right? So we have our ancestry or our bloodlines, if you will. But we have the bloodline of Christ, right? So anyone who does what God requires of them, they're a subject in that kingdom. So I am a subject of the kingdom of the Bible because I am doing what's required according to what is written in order to be a citizen of that kingdom. I'm not of this world. I'm in this world, but I'm not of this world. I'm a soldier passing through because I belong to another kingdom, not made by man's hands. And so the laws that I follow are the commandments, God's kingdom. Now, people will say, well, the commandments are done, Jesus here. Yes, but he came to fulfill the law. And so my moral character, your moral character should also be the example of the kingdom of your father. And that's what I follow based upon how I vote, based upon what the kingdom is saying. What is the kingdom citizens of the Most High? How do we move? We move in unison with what the Father tells us we should move. And so that means we love our neighbor. We don't kill our neighbors, right? Children. I don't want to kill children in the womb. I mean, this is just an example. You do what you do, I do what I do. This is how I roll. So even in education, in that kingdom and our kingdom, there's two different educational systems. Ours is the kingdom that has the highest standards for its citizens. So it's going to teach people high moral standards to be able to live by. The other one, not so much. Okay, I'm on the tangent. I'm sorry. I've gotten off now. Does anyone else want to speak?
Yes, can I say something, please? Thank you. Yes, so I think you're the one who mentioned something earlier. You mentioned the scripture about the no sign will be given to generation except the sign of Jonah.
Yes.
And so when we had the last solar eclipse, that they had this big, there was so much fanfare about this eclipse. So I was led to understand that there were lots of places in the U.S. that there were like X's all over. There were like cities called Nineveh, Nineveh this state, Nineveh that state, and it looked as if all these. It's like the U.S. was being told, these places. This is the sign that repentance, just like how Jonah was asked to go and ask the people to repent. So that's what's happening now. The church is being asked to wake up, start, make sure you repent and make sure you get the people doing the right thing, because that's the only how. If we're with God and we're listening to the Holy Spirit and He's telling us go right or go left, then we can succeed. But if we're out there sinning and doing what we feel we want to do, then we will miss out. So that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You know, something that Brother Ken and the lady just downstairs that mentioned on the campaign, you know, we need to be careful on the political arena. And many Christians, because of their political allegiance, have become careless. I'll give you an illustration. This is a true experience that I had. This person wrote me a note on Facebook, saying that Trump should basically not be running for office. He's a sinner, and Kamala is a better representative for government than Trump, and that she is a solid Christian. She doesn't even understand why I should be voting for 34 count fellow, and so on and so forth. And she ended, as is classic for a lot of people who are politically venomous today, ended it by saying she is a solid Christian, she knows what she's talking about, and that Kamala is the best candidate to run for office in the United States. I just want to hear your thoughts on that. Are you?
Were you speaking to Jocelyn specifically? Oh.
So you go ahead, sir. You go ahead.
She was trolling you, Dr. Jackson. Nobody could really think that, can they?
No, I was just asking if he was asking a specific person that question or.
I represent.
Oh no, I was saying the woman messaging him.
I represent mine with the picture.
Yeah, I would say, well, actually, go ahead. Let me take this call real quick.
No, that's so Dr. Jackson, basically, this is the way that I see what's being played out. It's just, it's making me nauseous, which is why I put the picture up there. Just a little funny. But if they say that she is a believer, if they say she's this, that, and the other thing, all you need to do is look at the track record. What does she believe in? What is her policies? What does she stand for? What is the platform she's running on? And see if it aligns with not Wesley doing her jam. And that's too funny. Yeah. If that is what that person believes, then they may be a slightly off because some of her actions in terms of what she's been, doing does not line up with the Word of God completely. So I would say that everybody should determine this. This is going to be the year of the separation of the wheats and the tares. This is the year, the separation of the sheep and the goats. That might sound like, spooky or whatever, but you're going to have to take a stand as to what side you're on. And that's going to be like, are you on the Lord's side or not? And what does the Lord say? Like, I was so happy when State said, well, talk to me about, like, what is the kingdom? That's a good question. We should know what we know, and we should not, whatever we don't know, we should try to get an answer to it, like now, before it's too late, because our souls are hanging in the balance here. So, yeah, somebody comes to me with, you should vote for this, which they have already. So I'm telling you this because in my own personal life, people have already came for me like they did when Obama was getting ready to get into office, like they did when, Trump was running, which the Lord specifically told me, very unpopular with people around me, but he said Trump is going to be a trumpet to the nations. I don't know what that meant. I just knew well before he was even considered to be a real contender. The Lord had showed me in a dream that he was going to be a trumpet to the nations, good, bad, or indifferent. He was going to be used in that way. And so now when people start saying, well, who are you voting for? It's not going to be like, the pandemic when people stopped talking to people because they wouldn't do certain things with their body that people wanted them to do, started asking all their health questions. And I began thinking, wow, what happened to PII information? That information that doctors say or therapists say they can't share because it's your own private information. We're going back to that again. So you should know, I should know what we believe in first, what's your moral code, whatever that is, and does it align with your candidate? Because these candidates or this election is looking very corrupted. And I'll go back over after a couple more people talk. I'll do a reset for the room for those that are coming in. And I just want to say, somebody made a wonderful comment. I forgot the gentleman's name. I want to give him credit though, because I thought it really touched my heart. It was the coolest. And the coolest said, the decorum in the room is amazing. And the coolest, you are amazing, even for making that statement, because we've been in this room for probably about 3+ hours or so. And everyone from every state and every country represented in this room has shared their valuable information. They've taught us some things. We've laughed, we've prayed, and no one has, except for the one person who tried to derail the whole room, no one has come up with any divisive conversation. We're building, we're learning, we're sharing, we're uniting, and that's what it's about. That's what
I missed that lady run that, man. I left too early.
Wow, yeah, it's cool. It's cool. So I just wanted to thank the coolest for making that statement. I thank all the shares. Even the recent one that Dr. Katzen just said, he gave us information about someone who was taunting him to give an answer. You don't have to answer anything, actually. You can say, I'm still researching. I'm still analyzing what's going on.
Oh no. Look, let me be honest with you. All I said, for me, number one, I actually told her, see, number one, your hatred, your bilious comments are an indicator of a very foul, deep-seated, troubling hatred for another human being. Seriously, it's not about Kamala or Trump or Biden. The fact is, you are called to love each and every human being on the planet. And you go to the lowest pole, politics, to decide and who. And then she said Trump was garbage. So it wasn't about me or who I was supporting as it is, who I should not support. And which was fun for me, to be honest with you. How are you going to tell another human being? And I said, to be honest with you, your self-righteousness
It's just out of place. I mean, I know so much about Kamala that if I ever posted past pictures of Kamala next to your picture and posted it on my own Facebook page, you might sue me for libel or something. That's how bad she is, but I am not even going there because my goal and my purpose from day one, God has told me where I stand, what I stand in terms of His kingdom as an ambassador, what I'm supposed to be doing, no matter what the election. So I know my place, ladies and gentlemen, I am absolutely comfortable. I know this person knows anytime they attack Trump, I come up with reasons why he should not be attacked. That's all. Because I said, if anyone attacks you, you will wish I was Paxton because I will defend you no matter what you've done. But right now, it's about you wanting a black woman in office. I said this and I added to it. I said, look, you want to vote for Kamala because she's black, right? That's one of the most racist and repugnant statements you can ever make. And why? Because if it's just based on the fact that she is black, then blacks are only 12% of America. Under the same guise, does it make sense for all the white people to vote for Trump? Because there are more whites than there are blacks. So Trump wins because of racism. Come on, it makes no sense. But I guarantee there are going to be far more blacks that are going to vote for Trump than even voted for Obama ever before in the history of America if they don't try to steal that election once again. Are you the man?
I think what we have to look at when you look at, and I'm sorry to have to go to scripture, it says the love of many will wax cold. It says the love of many. And when hate is present, love is absent. And what's happening is that there's a political drive to divide people, to hate one another because of your political affiliation. And it's driven by the systems of this world to create hate between one another. And a lot of times when you look at political governments, you can have the Democrats, you can have the Republicans or in Australia, but then you have the independents. Sometimes a lot of times in your thinking, you've got to come in as an independent and just look based on principle and law. When we talk about spiritual warfare, when we talk about the kingdom of darkness, they are advocates of lawlessness. It's lawlessness that the Bible speaks of. Why there's going to be so much hate in the world. So a government that promotes lawlessness, and if you want to see where God is in the picture, that God is an advocate of law. Law creates culture. Every constitution has law. Law creates the culture of the place. That's why in order to immigrate and become part of their culture, you've got to know the law. Because that has been created out of the law and every constitution. And as Lady Vanette was talking about, when you understand the kingdom of God, it has a higher law, it has higher values, it has principles. Why Jesus said to seek first the kingdom first, because that's the higher order of truth. That's what we need to tap into, because everything else is a lower level of truth. So it's really important we understand in our discernment that we come to that level of understanding of what the truth is, because it helps our discernment to know what is wrong and what is right. And so this is why it's so important we understand that we gotta raise the bar in knowing what the truth is. Everyone's looking for the truth, but the governments are doing a very good job at trying to separate us, to hate us. But if I was to, I'm with Dr. Paxton here. I don't really get into the political thing, but if I was to choose between the two, I will choose the one that advocates being obedient to the law, because as citizens of the kingdom, we obey our country. We obey the laws of God's government. That's the same principle that we have to obey the laws of the land. any government or any political party that has lawlessness, I know what's on that on.
That's for sure. And maybe you could probably help me with this. So when I look at everything that's going on, and I see a lot of things because when we look into the Bible, I mean, there's things that it speaks about that we apply, and whether we're talking about the weather, and but when I come across certain things and they are directly being done, and not even in this time in this war with Israel, because I guess there's 100 different reasons why people can say the attack was done. But when you look at what's being said from that side before the attack was done, one of the things that they spoke on and said that they will attack for is if they started making plans to build a third temple. I think his name is I'll get the right name in the article and video quick, and I'll put it in the chat. But even with the third one, and them believing in the second coming of Christ, which is going to usher in the second coming with the third temple, they also need a pure red heifer, the same way it says in the Bible. And I'm watching them have these pure red heifers shipped from Texas to Israel. And they're going through strategic, intensive examination of these heifers. If there's one gray hair, if there's one black hair, one silver hair, they get rid of it. So it's like right now, there's talks of building that temple, and they are actively searching for a pure red heifer. And these things are also spoken about in the Bible. So this is just me observing that happening in real life, these scriptures actually being in the Bible. And does anybody have any input on, because I haven't fully wrapped my mind around it all, but any input on that aspect of the war, and just even down to who we're voting for and how their laws and policies can affect that situation? And are these people trying to fulfill their own quote unquote fake prophecy, or the actual prophecies of the Bible? Because pretty much that's what the war is about.
Wow, I just want to jump in there real quick. Yes, I believe that they are trying to, the word, just like the word of God says that the enemy, Satan, the demons, they know the word of God, right? And they recite it, but they're playing on the ignorance of the people not knowing the word, or turning their back away from God, rebelling, and just not giving, two shakes to the wind about anything biblical. And so therefore, that's why they think they have the upper hand. But the red heifer itself is a representation of Christ because of the sacrifice of the blood for the children of Israel in order to be able to enter the Holy of Holies and be in the presence of God. So, and it's Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach, who is the example, if you will, of the red heifer, because it was no longer goats or calves or anything like that had to be sacrificed at the altar for the people, but it was also, it was by his own blood in which he was able to enter the Holy of Holies. And through us, we have eternal redemption. And so the red heifer is, and the building up of that area has been something that has been going on for years. If you read I used to follow some of the quote unquote Jewish magazines and stuff like that. But in this early spring of this year, Al Jazeera actually talked about Texas having red heifers, and there was some resemblance of, or analogy of, them building this Jewish temple with those red heifers the spring of this year with the Passover. And it's an article, I can try to put it in the chat, but it literally says that, what do Texan red heifers have to do with Al-Aqsa, I'm saying that wrong, AQSA, and the Jewish temple? The temple's movement planned to sacrifice the cattle seen as a step towards its goal to building the third temple. And so this again it started back in 2023, and then they reposted again at 2024 this year, that there were 5 pure red heifers that didn't have any blemishes, that had never even worked, that were given birth to, and they were looking to take those and try to, again, take them into the Israeli to build up this temple. So I have to read a little more in depth to see if they did that or not. But this heifer prophecy, according to the old temple, is that on that compound today, an Al Aqsa somewhere, it's richly pure and instruments in the garment, not just the red heifer, but they've been building these instruments and putting these garments together because they think that Christ has never come and that they're going to usher in the spirit. So we do have that kind of thing that is going on, which is part of the move towards the false antichrist rising. I mean, people don't talk about that enough, but there really is a third temple that is trying to be built, and this compound is supposed to be purified with this red heifer that you mentioned, and all these utensils and things of that nature. But again, God's kingdom is not one that's being built by man's hands. You know what I'm saying? And that they're trying to put all these things together, all these mixture of ashes and the sacred heifer cow thing and hyssop, which are some of the ingredients, and cedar wood, and they're collecting waters and all these things that supposedly are supposed to bring about the return of their God. And so we know that God is just sitting there on the throne looking at this like, oh my goodness, what am I to do? My people perish for the lack of knowledge. So I'm glad you brought that up. Oh, go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, I just always find that interesting. And also, I feel like, and this is just me looking and assuming, but I feel like in a way, Israel being attacked was beneficial for Israel. We can tell just by the response that the response that they gave back. And I feel like personally, the starting or attempting to build this temple, when you hear them say that they will attack if you make plans to do this, when you really dig into it and you look at just even the canals over there, of course you have the Suez canals, which is one of the main ones, but then you also have the canal that Israel started. I think it was completed 1898, I believe. I could be off a little bit. But they have also invested $55 billion to finish this canal. Now, this canal is going to connect the Red Sea to the Mediterranean. The Suez already connects the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, but it's a longer route and it can only be one ship that goes through. So if this is done, and Israel have a lot of control in that area, just because it'll be big, 3 ships at once. I guess it's pretty much going to generate them anywhere close to $10 to $20 billion yearly. But then it's also funny because the reason why the canal can't be completed is because there's something in the way blocking it to connect it to the Mediterranean Sea, and that's the Gaza Strip. So it's like all coincidence.
I think Brenda was trying to say something too. Brenda?
Hey, Brenda, are you there? And I think
I'm here. I'm here. No, I was just listening, so I'm good. Thank you. I'm loving this conversation, so I'm good.
Okay, QQ, is that how you say your name? Welcome to the stage, QQ the Destroyer. Welcome back.
Well, I wanted to say what's up to Dr. Caxton and Ken. And shout out to you guys. You guys are great. I mean, really, this has been a really exciting room. Just so awesome to see all these saints coming together and slay these demons out here, man. It's something God has brought us all together here today for sure. But yeah, no, I was alluding to the fact earlier that it really doesn't matter what happens down here, because everything is going to be trying to get us emotionally attached to the world, when we're really trying to bring it to a close and created by like people that talk like this at this time, right? And they don't want it to end, and they think that you're too radical or that you hate life or that something like that. And that's not it at all. It's that you absolutely love the world and life, and you want to assist in the bringing about basically the end of it, right? Because it's a failed tragedy. It's something that hasn't been about God. It's not about God, and he's done with it, and he's not going to be playing games. He's not a God that messes around, right? And so people are under this illusion that some political figure, someone else is going to save you, and there's nothing that can possibly happen here that's going to save what is prophesied to happen. There's just, and it sounds pessimistic, but that's the joyous news, and that's the hard transition to make. Is that to be someone that's like, okay, what do you mean? You want to bring it down there? You hate your life? No, man, it's a rejoicing thing, because that this is not what really counts in the end. And it does count the way we live. I'm not saying just exclude yourself from everything. Obviously, we have responsibility here to be servants of God, be kind, loving people, right? And that's the hardest thing in all of this, right? Is to find people that are really going to do God's work in that way, right? For people that need help when there's starvation or suffering, right? That we're seeing that. And, if we get caught up in these guys' conflicts, because we know that there's basically like agreement between all these freaking entities of all the powers in the world. They're all having caviar and figuring out how to get child trafficking going together. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's basically what we're in, and that's another evidence that the Lord is allowing this. He's allowing us to reveal to you just how bad it can get when you forget about Him. And this is just the beginning of Him showing us that. And where it's incumbent upon us to show that we are people of God by doing what Jesus would have done, right? That we can do that in greater things. We can actually be moving out here, but we don't have the Holy Spirit, because a lot of people are religious and they're caught up in the 2 times a week they feel good about going to church, but life is allowing their kids to live in fornication, which is the common trend now, is to, there's no real concern about marriage in general. It's like all these things that are of God, all these things that He wants us to uphold are being just totally dismantled. And so we can still do everything we want to do and more, man, and nothing can stop us. And that's the key too, is that if you move out here, yes, it does come with risks, and that's the for the Lord. You got to be willing to die out here saying His name, and come to that for some of us, and it will come. Even those that are the elite will be tested, right? And that's what we're seeing. Everything about your life here is going to be tested, and everything that you think is just come so easy. That's where we're going to see what we're made of, And so, just praying here right now, Lord, give us the strength to uphold this, to defeat the demons and the addictions or anything that we might be facing your children right now, God, that we're just struggling to get through this right now, God, that we see this and we can't figure it out, and we know the only solution is you, God, and that is where we rejoice in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen, bro. Welcome to the room. I do want to say before you jump in, if we can see if QQ, who was in the speak, if he wanted to speak, and then you'll be next, sir. I just want to pay respect the way that the people came in the room. QQ, did you want to speak? If not, we'll let Ted go ahead and Ted up. Go ahead and speak, sir. Going once.
Oh, okay.
Going.
So you, all right. I'll jump in.
Yeah, he's not able to speak, I guess, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead, you for letting.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a man of God. I try my best to what's right, to live humble, to live in the purest way I possibly can, right? There's a lot of distractions in the world. The Bible warns us about these sorts of distractions. It is hard to keep your children from succumbing to these distractions. Because they don't think our free will. You know, God created free will. God doesn't allow certain things. It's people just making the decision to do certain. You know, so free will is part of the equation. And that's how you know you have a loving God, because a loving God wants you to make the right decisions in your life. And when you go to him, that means you're going to him on your own volition, right? That you are making that decision. You are pure in your heart, right? God doesn't want robots. He doesn't. You understand me? We wouldn't have all these issues, right? You see, robots, you know, you assign them a task. God guides and all these kind of things. He doesn't want. He wants us. You see, he says, believe. Blessed are those who believe, who have not seen. Blessed are those who believe in him who have not seen Jesus Christ's wounds. So you believing, it's you. You're the one that's making a decision to believe. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him. You see that? So we are tasked with believing and trusting in him. So that's what I try to tell my children to do. Whatever they do, they must hold God's word close to their hearts, close to their vests, and not make any and not make bad decisions. And the devil is alive in the world. He's very, very actively working to get souls, because he's condemned. He's done. He's finished. So his only mission is to destroy you, and he will do whatever it takes to destroy. Right? When the devil came to Jesus Christ, when Jesus Christ got baptized, the devil knows. The devil knows that if he can tempt Jesus Christ, right, to do wrong, if he can do that, then that means he would win that battle. But Jesus showed us how to resist him, right?
What about when the devil comes to you and tells you that a man that identifies as a woman is a woman? Do you accept that?
Hold on. So, hey, welcome to the stage, Mike. Hey, Tim, go ahead and finish. Let's try to let him finish. Lady, are you good? Like, I really like the way the room's been running. Tim, I'm sorry that you're interrupted.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, that's the devil right there, trying to intervene, trying to throw you off your game, to upset you, to rile your spirit, right? But you have to be steadfast. You know, that's like Jesus said, get thee behind me, Satan. Get behind me. You see that? Don't come in front here. Get behind, right? So that is what you have to do every day of your life, right? The last thing I'm going to say is this. I'm going to wrap up right now.
And I'm sorry, this is Lady Monette. Tina, go ahead and take your time, and then when you finish speaking, then we will do a reset of the room before we have any other people speak. Go ahead, sir, take your time.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. What's happening in our world today is just like what I said earlier, when the devil went to Jesus tempting. The devil is tempting our Christians, right? You know, the pastor told me one time, he says, the devil will follow you into church. He will, right? What you need to do is rejoice, right? Rejoice. When you start tapping your feet, the devil runs out of church, because you have committed to praising Jesus, to praising God and Jesus. But when you sit in church solo, right? That's the devil playing on your spirit, playing on your soul. You have to rejoice every single time, get loaded. You have to, because he doesn't like it. The devil likes when you're in quiet, and you're not praying. When you're in a quiet place and you're not praying, the devil comes after you right there and then. You understand? So that's the last thing I'm going to say. People, arm yourself in the word. Okay?
I love
I
that.
told after him when you're done with your research.
Yes, and we'll be orderly about our conduct, so just to let you know. Yeah, that was very good. Arm yourselves, and stay prayed up in the spirit, because that's the warfare right now is not carnal, but it's principalities and rulers in high places. It's not people, it's spiritual. And so I just want to, I'll go ahead and let Wesley speak. I'm going to reset the room, and then I'm going to let Wesley speak, and then I'm going to go to my key. And if there's anyone else that would like to come up and speak, please do so. So this is a preservation of the human race. This is Augustus, is the founder or co-founder of the room. There have many who've come back together to share and impart what they feel about the upcoming and pending election here in the United States of America. And Augustus named the room Election Corruption. In the beginning, he put election corporation, but then he put election corruption. And the reason why we talked about corruption is because corruption means to be deceitful, or someone who is being misleading. And that can be a person, or that can actually be an organization. And so there were some people who shared that there is a globalist agenda at play, and that this is not just something in this election that will impact the United States, but it will have a ripple effect, possibly on other nations, as they watch this democratic process that is supposed to be fair and based upon the citizens and how they are to vote. Why do people think that so far there's some shenanigans going on, or some things that look like they're not lawful or corrupt? Is because someone mentioned that the campaign funds that Biden had while he was still running for the presidential election, he moved him over to Kamala Harris. And supposedly, not just supposedly, but according to our law, you're not allowed to do that. So there are some links in the chat, and you can go back up and look at that a couple hours ago, where we put in the what was it called, the Secretary of State, and the requirements per state for the level and the amount of contributions that you can have. There's a maximum limit, I think 5,500 or something like that per person per state. And so that looks to be a little bit off. People talked about how this election could play into what we had in the past, COVID, and the upcoming monkeypox. Possibly it could be the next level issue on the agenda. People talked about this possibly looking like the Game of Thrones 2025. They talked about, someone mentioned that they already were familiarized with the fact that there are a lot of people talking allegedly that Trump will already and has already been assigned as the next president of the United States, and that there are some FEMA camps in the works that was spoke about. People talked about the Rothschilds, and that there's this is what was said, that there's children and adults that are a part of this family that is orchestrating things. People talked about real soldiers, especially soldiers of the Most High, should be ready to fight the good fight and to unite in servitude to the kingdom that we were talking about, the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven, not the kingdom of man. We talked about that this is a spiritual issue, not just a physical election issue, and that who you align yourself with very well could be who you're spiritually aligning yourself with. And I shared that this is not about a vote, but it's about the soul. And it's about the soul of the nation. And it's about them wanting your soul more than they want your vote. We talked about, of course, spiritual warfare. We defined what that looks like. We talked about kingdoms clashing, the kingdom of man, the kingdom of God, and the citizens that are aligned with each of those type of kingdoms. We did the Lord's Prayer. We prayed for those that feel like, they've gotten away from the line, they want to get reconnected, they want to be saved. We talked about repentance. We talked about 2 Chronicles 7:4. My people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. Then I will hear from heaven and I will heal their land. And we talked about the fact that when we were all, having to stay in our homes and saw all kinds of things going on around the earth and people trying to be made to fear. That was our 4-year time period to do what 2 Chronicles 7:4 is, but it's not too late. We do need to pray, humble ourselves, and seek the face of our Creator in this time, because it's not the salvation and the saving of man that's going to save our nations. It's Him who sits on the throne. We talked about this beast system being developed, and that the beast system is part of the global issue that we have. Somebody talked about, went all the way back to the 2020 votes and said that it's just being admitted that the votes that came out of Georgia were not voted correctly. And then we also talked about the cyber attacks that are occurring as well, and that these cyber attacks may have something to do with the technical issues that may ensue with the polling and the voting that may come up. Maybe we're seeing a prelude to that with these big cyber attacks that are increasing. We talked about, is there a potential for civil war to take place in this nation? People talked about immigrants and whether or not immigrants will have any say in the voting process as well. And someone had mentioned that we have to be careful who we submit to, who we collaborate with. People mentioned SPARS 2025, Event 201. And with all that said, that's just a little bit of what I've captured for this room. It has been a wonderful room. People have been vibing, if that's what you say. People have been getting along. People have been sharing and learning. I'm learning just like everybody else about things that I don't know and things I should think about. People have jarred my memory on some things. And so this has been a really great room. We don't do attacks in this room. We don't come for each other at this room. If you have a difference of opinion, let's be adult about it. You just have a difference of opinion, no name calling, any of that, or you will be put back in what they call as the goo. So with that said, Wesley, do you have anything else to share before?
That's a $20 room reset right there, y'all. You're lucky we're not charging yet. Thank you, lady. That was perfectly done. I just wanted to pass the mic to Ken. I know he's got some other stuff to do. See if we can maybe squeeze out a tiny bit more from Ken before he takes off.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you, sir.
And what happened to our guy? You see what happens? We got the Holy Spirit.
That's right. That's right.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just like everybody else, and there was a good summarization, Lady Renette. But I think, when we look at when we talk about that we live in two worlds, we live in the kingdom of darkness and the kingdom of God. That's just the reality. And what we understand and why you don't want to be so tied up with one political party, because things aren't as they seem. That's the bigger picture. What you're seeing, because there are some hidden things. You can say there's behind the iron curtain of politics. There's some things that you don't see, but what you also don't see is the spiritual activity that is going on while this is all happening. You see the manifestation of it through political behaviors and patterns that come from that system. But things aren't as they seem. So it's really important that we understand that. The other thing too is when you look at the name religion, when you look at it, it's defined in Wikipedia. Religion is something, when you're in search of something that you believe that you've lost. What did mankind lose at the fall? We didn't lose religion. We didn't lose Christianity. We didn't lose the church. But we lost the very thing that was here before the foundation of the earth, which is the kingdom of God. That's why Jesus came to preach about the very thing that we lost, that mankind is in search for. That's why the scriptures describe the kingdom as the pearl of great price. Or as you can say that religion means that religion is like a search vehicle until you find the kingdom of God. So therefore, religion is temporary. It's not eternal. It's not, as Lady Ronette was saying before, everlasting. But it's something that's temporal. But people are trying to search for the eternal. because there's spiritually, we have spirits that are eternal. And so once you understand that and you understand the bigger picture, is that there's a bigger picture to what we settle for. The problem with politics, we settle for what we know. It's like religion. We settle for what we know. But Jesus wants us to seek after what he wants us to know, which is seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. There lays the answer right there. Because right focus produces right results. And man-made governments not produce right results year in, year off. It is religion. The problem with religion and the concept of religion is that the devil likes to finance lies. And he'll finance religious buildings, and you'll things, religious buildings where that they look like $1 million, or monuments that look like $1 million and covered with gold, because he's very good at funding things that are a lie. But when it comes to the truth, and when it comes to the truth and the truth of the gospel, it's up to finance that truth, because we've been deceived so much from a global perspective. This is why we got to get back to what did God originally intend from the very beginning. Because if you don't know the purpose of a thing, it's easy to get misdirected by competing alternatives like religion or political language or the media that twists the truth. And that's why I say don't be known by who you're affiliated to. Separate yourself from the deceit that is coming from the media, that's coming from political parties, and start to find out why you were born, why you are here, and where your life is going. Because once you have the answer to those three things, you'll start to find that you're going to be more effective the times that we're living in. That's what I'm going to say for now. God bless.
That is so key. At the end of the day, discover your purpose, why you're here, who you are and whose you are in this day is so key. Brother Ken just said, you have to look at the bigger picture, right? It's about you and who you are, and who do you think you are, and just like Christ said in the Bible, he says to one of the disciples, "Who do you think that I am?" Right? Who do you think that I am? And the disciple replied that you are the Son of the living God. And he said, flesh and blood did not reveal that. And so it's by the Spirit that you will get an opportunity to know who the players are in these kingdoms and who you are as well. So is there anybody else that would like to share? Oh, wait, we have a couple more people that came up. Let's see. QQ, I'm still waiting to hear from you. Inspire Nation, I'd love for you to speak, but I want to say this. If you have a ticket, if you have a pink ticket, please do feel free to join the room. You do that by going up to the top there where it says Preservation of the Human Race and join the room so that you will be able to get any information that is coming that's hot and new. We do not have we don't have replays in this room, so it's live and you'll get the information as it unfolds. And I also invite you to follow any of the speakers that you see here on stage if they have resonated with you in any way while we're on this app, and also invite you to join Ladies House, in which I do give more information, specifically about end times as well. So welcome, Inspire Nation, to the room. Are you speaking, sir? I don't think I can hear you. Can anybody hear you speaking? Okay. All right. God bless you. We can't hear you. Can you try again? Okay. If you're having problems with your audio, you may have to go out of the room and come back in. Sometimes that makes it work. But can you try again? Have a great day, Ken. Thank you.
Thanks, Fire. We're gonna leave the room.
I got this one again.
There we go. I got
What's up, Wes from Tex? Wow, man, it's been a while. Still hanging out in Clubhouse. That's great, man. You too. Hey, Chris, hey, too, hey, lady. I followed you guys back, Jocelyn and Sunshine. We all know each other. I don't know why it's like unfollowing me, everybody, but I went through the list and deleted some people so that I could follow y'all. It's only letting me do 2,500. That's kind of weird. Hey, lady, great reset. I kind of felt like I was in the room. I felt like I'm going in the Matrix, but just wanted to say hi, spread the love. Great job. Thank you for being positive on this app. It's really, really, really important to push the right side. West protection is what I'm talking about. Stay up there. Love you. Peace out. Inspire Nation.
Yeah, man, glad you're here. It's good to see you. Yeah, hopefully Lady lets us have some more rooms like this. This has been really fun. It reminds me of old Clubhouse. We should have gotten more into the globalist elite control of humanity, but you can't win them all.
Yeah.
Hey, but we're still fighting against it, though, right? Sorry, we're still fighting against it. We're still fighting the good fight. That's just awesome, though, right?
Absolutely. Again, if you have the pink ticket, please feel free to join the room. And if there's any other topics that you guys think that you want to talk about, you can feel free to put them in the chat, or you can send us, I guess, what they call the chat or back channel, whatever that thing is called now. We'd be happy to try to create some rooms around your interests. This election thing is really, again, I think it's going to be very pivotal. It's going to be very key in talking about in the upcoming months. Right now, everybody in this nation anyway is still like reeling from the summer months, not really paying attention. Kids may be going back to school, so you're focusing on that, or the end of your vacation days in. But I'm telling you guys, everything starts happening around the fall. If you go back about 4 years ago, remember people started getting quote unquote sick and not well at the end of the fall, going into early winter of 2019. I believe, this is me personally, something may have been released or whatever during the late fall. And so we're going back into the fall, and I'm telling you guys, I think it's going to be different than it was this past fall. So I don't know, what do you guys think? Is it going to play into the election? Will we have any other cyber attacks you think that might impede upon the election, that maybe adding to the corruption? Any power outages, anything dealing with the illegal immigrants that are coming in or have been coming in by the thousands? Anybody have any insight on that or any opinion? Let's see, I'll check the chat. Let's see. Gina says, thank you for having the topic. It's much needed on this app. I agree. We're trying to step out on the water like Peter and be brave about this and try to have it where it's fair and balanced discussion. Somebody else said, Wesley's talking about reading the book on martyrs. It's really good. Anybody want to share? We can close the room if we're not having any more shares, or if no one would like to speak. We've been in here for hours sharing, and I'll stay around as long as the conversation keeps going. If not, then we ran our course.
What y'all think about old style voting, like paper ballots?
Oh, Lex, that's good.
I'm kind of passionate about this issue. I think immigration and the integrity of our elections, if we mess up these two things, then we don't make it as a country. So they're at the top priority list of mine. So as far as how to have election integrity, well, so the system currently is designed to where we don't have it. So they designed a system that they could cheat, which is fine. I guess I would have done it if I was them too. It's kind of like the banking system. I guess I would have done that too if I was y'all. To fix it, I propose that we have 1 day a year. Well, first off, let me say, we should have, instead of a census every 10 years, Lex, like we do now,
We should have a census every 2 years or every 4 years at least. That way we know the numbers are right. Right now, the voter rolls, they're screwed up. They've got like apartment buildings that say Lex lives on the 4th floor at 100, and there's not even a 4th floor of this apartment building. Then there's like dead people voting. It got weird. So the voter rolls need to be refreshed. We can do that through a census. We can do a census instead of every 10 years. Chris, I guess we were doing it every 10 years because we didn't have the internet back then or something. I don't know why they decided every 10 years. But in today's world, we could do a census every 2 or 4 years. And then as far as how to vote, we go in person. You got to walk down to the post office or the school, stand in your little line and vote. There's a tiny bit of effort that is required from you as an American to vote. You get ID'd. We make sure you are who you are. Maybe one country, let's see what you think of this. I think it's a little invasive, but I think it's kind of cool. You get like a fingerprint. Instead of the stupid sticker they give you, your thumbprint would have black ink on it that doesn't wash away for like 3 days. They know you're not voting twice. If you ain't got a thumb, we'll do your pointer finger, et cetera, et cetera. But some kind of a physical mark to make sure there's not 2 votes, an actual day of voting, so call it a national holiday. Many men died, so we're allowed to vote. So it should be a national holiday that we're even allowed to do this. Go in person. The only way that you're not allowed to go, or we shouldn't force them, if lady breaks both legs and she's in the hospital or whatever, obviously give her a paper ballot. Let her mail it in.
I rebuke that in the name of Jesus.
I regretted saying it immediately. If there's someone in the hospital, or if they're deployed overseas, if they're in war, they're overseas, all right, it makes sense that that person should still be allowed to vote, and they can do a paper ballot in. But everyone gets a paper ballot. Let's mail it like the California system. That's ripe for corruption. I know guys for a Mountain Dew, they would just give you their little ballot or paper ballot. Here's a Mountain Dew. All right, here you go. Much less for $30 or $100 or whatever. So I think a tiny bit of effort. You got to walk down there. You got to vote in person. Maybe a mark on their finger. But I just want to know for sure that y'all voted for Fetterman or Stacey Abrams or whoever it is. What? Y'all did what? I don't want to question in the back of my head. I want to know, like, those Americans are really dumb and they voted for that guy, and that's okay. I love that you're free to make dumb choices. But right now, I question the election, and that is a dishonor to the men who died and fought for our right to have a vote. Anyways, Lex, sorry, I'm driving, I'm fixing the car, I'm doing all this other crap, but yeah, Lex, you got me in on that. You hooked.
Hi, Wesley. I had to say something on what you said. So people that want to steal and cheat and do corrupt things like that, no matter what you do, they're going to find a way to get around to do what it is they want to do. So I know you mean well when you say, oh, let's do the census every 2 to 4 years. The thing is, even with the census now, every 10 years or whatever, or even if you do it every year, not everybody's going to answer the census. Not everybody's going to do what they're supposed to do. And as far as cheating and the election being rigged and all of this, I think that every time the other side wins, I think the other side thinks that the other person cheated. For one thing, I thought if a president is really, really dumb and he won, I'm like, oh my gosh, he had to have cheated. How could he have won? How could so many people see this person is not too smart and voted for him? But bottom line is, the powers that be, they decide who's going to be in there anyhow. So even if your guy wins, my guy wins, the bottom line is they may not still sit in that seat. So we just have to pray, and whoever is in there, we make sure that we do our due diligence to pray that they will make right decisions, and pray that we will hear from God and do what needs to be done so that we can survive. Thank you.
When you say things like that, like about the voting, like when you guys make voting seem like it's a big conspiracy, I think that's a bit problematic because it's like, it takes about 600 million to about $1 billion to have a political campaign. So do you think that they raised nearly $1 billion just for you to say that voting doesn't matter?
Yeah, the powers that be, Jocelyn, the powers that be is we the people. I think everybody kind of forgot that. The powers that be are we the people. The government works for us. So we the people. So my question to you, Jocelyn, do you think it's possible to have a secure election? And my second question would be, do you think 2020 or whatever the election is, the next cycle or this cycle, do you think the election is currently secure? So do you think it's possible that we could have a secure election that we all know for sure? Because I do. I think there's a way to do it.
Well, I met an engineer some years ago, and he said that the election machines can be rigged in such a way that every such and such a vote goes to such and such a person. He's an engineer. He's not just an engineer like somebody who's working on the roads or somebody who's working on houses. He's a type of engineer that deals with those machines, and he said it is possible for that to happen. So, I mean, we're humans. So, I mean, even if we have a safe, a safe and secure system, it's possible that even if the person won fairly and squarely, other people may say, "Oh, this was a cheating," because that's humans do those kind of things. I mean, I'm pretty sure both sides have done that in this country. Republicans have said the Democrats cheated, and Democrats have said the Republicans cheated. Isn't it part of American culture? It is what we do.
Yeah, look, I think that if we had a physical piece of paper, whenever Lex goes down to vote for whoever, obviously it can go into an electronic system, so it's easy to count, but there should be a paper ballot that we can go look at that got Lex's name on it or his fingerprint or whatever. So the idea that, oh, well, there's nothing we can do about it, and look, they accuse each other of it all the time, so this is just our culture. That's crazy talk. This is a solvable problem, and your friend that's an engineer is exactly correct. The machines can be janky or messed with or hacked or whatever, but we could have a redundant system. I refuse to let go of this one. There has to be a way that we know for a fact Philadelphia actually voted for Fetterman, and there shouldn't be a sliver of doubt in the back of my head. Like, there's got to be a way to do this.
So this is really good, a good balanced discussion since it ties into the topic, election corruption, that we possibly could have corruption with whether it is a rigged machine and or if it is a voting system that is based upon a card reader, or if it is a mailed-in vote, or if it is a paper ballot. And so paper voting system. And so currently in the electoral voting system, a paper ballot is, for those that don't know, is a system that you cast your vote using paper and a stamp, right? So the voters use the ballot, and the ballots are not shared. And a ballot may be simple, a piece of paper that a particular individual who is voting will write the name of the candidate on it. But there are other government elections where they'll use like pre-printed sheets, and they still should maintain a level of secrecy as well. That particular voter, whether it be a male or female, they'll put that ballot in a box at a particular polling station. And so again, there are many advantages, right? That one of the advantages is very simple. way to cast your vote. People who are not as literate can easily cast their vote. They don't have to get all, kind of, intertwined with the electoral voting booth kind of thing. It also, another advantage is it's a very affordable system because it, basically just requires the paper and, ballot box that the Electoral Commission is actually using. Now, for the disadvantages, it's slower, right? Because now you gotta wait for somebody to physically count the paper ballots up, and it's time consuming. There are instances where there was fraud. India is one particular nation that had electoral fraud occurring as a result, and you can't really declare a victor, a person in the election immediately because you're still out there counting the votes, and it can go on for weeks if because you're still trying to identify the candidate. And so there again are advantages and disadvantages. The voter can enter into a booth by opening up a curtain, and they can just pull a lever, and it can automatically, tell you who you want to vote for when you're looking at the electronic way. So there's advantages and disadvantages, and I'll just say this: I think anything can be corrupted. There can be solutions, and even those solutions can be corrupted. So you put a stamp in your hand doesn't mean that somebody can't come by in the black market and duplicate some kind of stamp. Evil is evil. Evil's going to do as evil does. So I think that it's appropriate topic to add to the topic of the room. I have no real answers. I'm just putting out viewpoints.
Yeah, didn't they talk about the boxes, the voting boxes were stolen, the things that had the paper ballots, somebody accused the other side of stealing them and all of that. So, I think they said that in Sweden they have some system that when the children are like age 3, they do a test to see if they're gonna be criminals or not. So, I don't know, how many of us will pass that test? You see. And is it even worth it?
So Renee Robinson came in and said, I'm sorry, I just want to say, it would be helpful if the speakers would give facts from credible sources. Who is they? I'm not sure what you mean. So you can put in the chat what we were talking about or who was speaking on it, so you can know who they is. But I will go ahead and say this for those that are just coming into the room, that we've had a very fair and balanced discussion. People have been making quotes for various sources, and some have been opinion and their own viewpoints, and it's been a very smooth room. We've had contention, so I just want to set that precedence again as those that are coming into the room, so that we can have an overstanding, and if there's something that we don't get, we'll be happy to answer the best of our knowledge. And Chris, if you're still there, I'd like to make you a moderator if you're cool with that, because I have to step away in a couple of minutes for something I have to attend to. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm also chilling. Are we keeping this room open?
Yeah.
You want to keep it going, Chris, or do you want to? It's kind of low right now with the people speaking, but if we give it a few minutes to see if anyone wants to come up that's been apprehensive to share, we'd be happy to hear you guys out. This is a super safe space and literally the best club on Clubhouse. So if there's anyone who wants to chime in, I'm cool with that. I'm at the pool with my kids, so I'm just chilling watching them. But yeah, I'll listen in here, and if you guys want to keep it open, I'll chill and chime in. But yeah, if no one comes up, probably better to close it. Sorry.
Okay, sounds good. Well, thank you everyone for joining the preservation of the human race. We've had a wonderful, wonderful time. I've learned, you've learned, we've loved, we prayed, we shared, and we really had a lot of people that came through the room that added value and not just fluff and stuff to the conversation. It reminded me of the rooms that we've had 3 or 4 years ago where people were more on one accord, and really trying to understand people and hear people out. And so I really did enjoy this room. I don't come on as often, but for those that are actually sending me comments as well, outside of this particular app, they seem to have enjoyed it as well. So again, until next time, I ask that you guys continue to stay prayed up, be aligned with the Creator, the one who created you, and as you see the kingdoms of this earth clash, which they are, the kingdom of the Most High God and the kingdom of man clash, you will have to decide which side are you on. And so with that said, I will let you, Wesley, determine when you want to close the room. Thanks, guys, for letting me share. Peace and blessings.
Yeah, if y'all want to come up on stage, feel free, talk to the world. And if not, I'll let Chris get back to his lifeguard duties. See if we got any comments. Coordinator viewpoint. Yeah, we got nothing. I think we beat the internet today, Chris.
I have to go.
Good job.
Sorry.
Okay, Jocelyn. Where are you from, Jocelyn? Are you from the Nordic countries or somewhere over there?
No, I'm from the Caribbean, but I grew up in London, but I spent most of my life here in the US.
Cool. Awesome. I love this app. I love being able to talk to people from all over. I think it's truly special what we're allowed to do here. So yeah, Roger, hope you have a good day.
Thank you. I had a lovely time. You all have a wonderful evening. It was a beautiful experience meeting and speaking with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jocelyn. I just added you back as well. And
thank you.
Really enjoy the room. Thank you so much, guys. Hey, Wesley, it's always been a pleasure, brother, and Chris as well. Hope to see you in these clubhouse streets. And if you have not, please check me at IG. I do have a Telegram and also my chat. So I need to hook you guys up if you haven't been in there in those rooms. And so we'll be going ahead and we'll be closing out this room. We're going to do a countdown in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thanks all.
It really inspired me. That's great. Doubling the cashback you earned at the end of your first year is what we do. Well, I'm doing everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double.
Legitimate, I don't think. Wait, you wouldn't go along with the congressional?
What if he stepped down before?
It's legal for him. If Congress passes a law, then it's legal. I mean, then I think it will probably go to the Supreme Court again.
But Normo, do you think the Democrats are that dumb to do that? I know we said it. It could be a theory just throwing out there what possibly could happen. I just don't think Democrats, and like I said, I'm a Democratic shield, and not totally against them doing this. If they want to disqualify him from running, that's one thing, and I think that would be dumb to do that. But to wait till after he's been elected and then try to pass a law to disqualify him from being president, I would be 1,000,000% against that.
You have to like drop the whole concept of being a Democrat. Like Democrat, the term itself, you might as well sell that shit. So you might get
That's always
the most anti-democratic thing ever. I'm not saying it's not possible, by the way. I don't agree with what you're saying too much. I don't know if it's necessarily a stupidity thing. I think it's more of a strategic thing. They might decide that's the ideal strategy, just like how they decided at one point that running with Biden with his terrible age situation and mental capacity at this point was a good idea. They thought that was
They
good.
were guaranteed that they would lose for years to come.
And it was already a guarantee that they were going to lose under Biden. That was
I'm talking about
they
if they did that right there. I mean, they would not.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's not. No, I got you. I'm just saying it's not something completely implausible. I'm not saying it's smart.
Oh no,
I'm
I
just saying
agree.
it's not something completely implausible.
I agree with that. I said I do think because he's throwing a theory out of what could happen, but I don't think they would. It'd be like using a nuclear option. I don't think they would do that. I think they got a little bit more morals and a little bit more sense to be like, we lost this one, let's just take this loss and try again instead of trying to be a sore loser and just keep him out of office that way. I just wouldn't agree with that. Like, I would be out in the street protesting, and I'm a Democratic shield, literally.
Yeah, I don't think it happens either, but I think he's right completely. But they wouldn't be that dumb.
I think the system would turn against the entire concept once it was initiated anyway. Like, it's one thing to say that even at a leadership position, that one person's idea is a threat. And it's a whole other thing to say that the entire system would allow that to happen all the way to the end of the process, through the Supreme Court, through all of Congress, through independents like me that wouldn't go along with it, even though I'm going to vote, with them initially. Like, I don't, that's where we have to just rely on the system itself. When everybody says that the system when everybody says that Donald Trump will not anoint himself king and change the rules to be president forever because the system will stop that from happening, we have to also use the system's going to stop the Democrats if they pull something stupid like that. That's like, that's just not going to be okay. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think 2025 in my opinion, it'll be worse.
If the system breaks down at that point, then the whole fucking government, the country is breaking down. Like, the system has to work better than that.
All right, that
You have to believe
the
it.
Lord Lifer report is starting, so I gotta tell you.
Time for you to come out and tell us what you want to see done, and hopefully we can get those things taken care of. So please come out this Saturday, not Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. right here in this very room. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. Any additional comments from the board?
Have you recognized? Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to say thank you all for coming out. As everyone knows, this information tonight, everybody has been waiting on. So good to see a lot of Dalton residents out, just because they want to know what's going on with their tax dollars. Please just give with respect. It's a wealth of information based on what was just given to us. And once we intake this information, please work with us on our next steps of whatever we get. I just want just let everybody know that at this time, if anyone was at the meeting on Monday, you guys see that we are in a financial crisis. And I want you to trust your trustees that we are working for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Norwood.
Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. I would just first like to say that I'm so happy to see everyone. You all know what they say, a family that stays together, a family that prays together, stays together, okay? So I'd also like to just thank our residents, right? Two Dalton residents. We know that these last 3 years have been a little difficult for us, right? We've had to make a lot of tough decisions regarding the town as a board. And I thank you all for trusting us, believing in us in the process, and knowing that we have a plan. We have a plan. I think that these last 3 years have made us stronger than ever before. I just want you all to know that I love you guys, and tonight is a good night.
One last thing, Mayor Pro Tem. We definitely want to thank Mayor Lightfoot for taking on, when I tell you, this devastating task. We thank her for taking on this task and helping not only the trustees, but also the residents. Thank you, Mayor Lightfoot.
A few other acknowledgements. I want to make sure that we will be, partnership has been critical for the Board of Trustees and the village as well. Dalton Park District has been a tremendous partner to us, so I want to make sure we give the space and having the meeting rooms when we've been locked out of our own village hall taxpayer dollars. So I want to give a round of applause to Commissioner Sandra Wells is there. I saw Commissioner Gail Towers. Commissioner Willis Harris is very close, as well as our president, Cleo Jones. I want to give them a round of applause. I don't know if I missed Commissioner Rochelle, if he's present. But thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. This partnership means everything to the community, and it's part of the way that we move forward. So we have to give that acknowledgement. Further acknowledgement to the hard-fighting Dalton firefighters who come and show up every day for us. I know the community loves you, and we appreciate everything that you're doing, and we are working hard to get you guys made whole and made correct. I will have a few other comments about the report to preface the report, and some of the things we did make sure that it was an independent report. So the board was kind of given some kind of snippets ahead of time, but we wanted to also maintain the integrity of independence. So there are some things we'll be seeing for the first time, some things we've had kind of a heads up to, but it's given us some direction. So I'll preface some more comments. At Monday's board meeting, there were also some actions voted on by the Board of Trustees that have left confusion or ambiguity, because the board has voted to begin some layoffs for budgetary reasons, and all of those have not been implemented at this time, or they're in various phases. So we are working with our attorneys. So I asked if Attorney McGrath can kind of also give an update to the community on what's going on there.
Thank you, Trustee. A couple of updates since the meeting on Monday night, which a lot of items were brought out, specifically the village's finances, and why we're here tonight to go into more detail. But the board has decided to implement a hiring freeze. It was not able to be put on this agenda in time, but they want to know that, let the residents know that there's going to be a hiring freeze. That the village is just not able to hire any more employees in any department. There were some layoffs, and there's most likely going to be more layoffs, unfortunately, in the future. Since Monday's meeting, there's also been a number of instances of harassment in the workplace, threats to employees and elected officials. All staff and employees to document those incidents. And we are going to forward them to the Cook County Police Department, who by ordinance is the Inspector General for the Village of Dalton. And they will have the stronger arm to take action in regards to workplace harassment, retaliation, political work happening in the workplace, those kind of things. The ordinance, you can get a copy of it. It was passed about 10 years ago. But the the clerk can get a copy and post it. And I think it'd be a good idea to let everyone know what the sheriff is authorized to look into, and it's a lot of it. Once again, based on the board's directive, different individuals aren't following the board's directive. There's a deputy chief that was placed on administrative leave. He disregarded it and shut the very next day. He then received a notice that he was terminated, and he despite being notified that he was terminated and in discussions with the Fraternal Order of Police, the FOP, he again showed up today. Once again, the mayor has changed the locks at the village hall. Everyone recalls how nice it was to walk into the village board meeting on Monday night when the Madam Clerk and the trustees had key fobs to get into the village. Once again, this is about the third time that she has changed the locks, so the elected officials do not have access and cannot get into the village hall, which belongs to the people. I got a call from an attorney this afternoon who unfortunately says I have a couple lawsuits that I have to file against the village. It's been pending in court, and I can't serve the village because I can't get to the clerk because the doors to the village hall are locked. So it's causing some real issues, and federal judges are aware of what's going on. But the locks have changed. Emails were shut off, and I had heard that Mr. Lacey and others brought in their own IT person in an effort to gain access to their emails that were shut down. I don't know the status of that, but there's a lot of stuff that happens really, really quick. Things happen every day. You just cannot believe what's going on with this administration. But we're doing these board members are doing the best.
Yo.
A very good presentation for everyone.
I can't wait to hear this shit.
We move on from there.
You changed the locks and shut down the emails. That's crazy.
Thank you for that update, Attorney McGrath. So that, having said that, we're going to move to the next item on the agenda. We have a few, I would say, quicker points that we need to vote through, and then we'll go into the presentation. But I don't think that should take extremely long. I think we've all had the opportunity to vet these items. So I'll turn over to Village Clerk Allison Keith.
Again, most of you guys know that my minutes are never put on the agenda for the regular board meeting, so I have to get them approved here. So I'll quickly go through the meeting.
All right, I'm gonna cut in just because the thing we're waiting for is not happening right away. So in case people are not aware, so there is a young black woman by the name of Tiffany Hinyard. She's been accused of running the township of Dalton, and she's like the mayor of Dalton, but she's also some kind of figurehead in another area that's really close. I forget the name of it, like something village. And she's been running it basically in a super corrupt way. There's been some serious allegations about, funny things with money, her going on trips and spending up all of the towns or counties' money, not county, but the township's money on lavish trips to Vegas and expensive steak dinners and not paying bills for the city, and then kind of hiding the numbers and not being transparent about where all the money goes. And so like basic things that the city needs, like purchasing police cars for police officers to do police shit, is being, like we can't afford any police cars. Like what's going on? Like where's our money at? And she's been like accusing members of the council or whatever of backstabbing, and there's all these excuses. She even went on Roland Martin Unfiltered to try to clear her name. Roland didn't ask her no tough questions. Shit was a damn shame. That man should be ashamed of himself. That shit was a clown show. But basically, she's been accused of all this shit for a while. And so they recruited Lori Lightfoot, the former mayor of Chicago, to do an independent report. So it's somebody who's not as a part of the township,
people backstabbing, fighting, bickering, to do an independent reporting audit. And they're going to do a report of what she found, and everybody is expecting her to report on a bunch of scandalous shit. And it's about to make news if it is. Some of that stuff has leaked already, and so it doesn't look good. And if she reports as expected, Mayor Tiffany Henry is probably going to go to jail. So, Black Girl Magic to Black Girl Tragic. This is a cautionary tale in DEI hires and that inclusivity, diversity shit people be on, and that unity politics shit, in my opinion. But yeah, so it's something that you guys can look into if you guys want more details, because there's been a lot of stuff.
But wait, she was democratically elected, not appointed under DEI, right?
Huh? She was elected, but what she campaigned on is being a Black woman and diversity and shit, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's not a DEI hire. Come on.
Shut up, Constance.
Come on.
Is she black?
Let me ask you this.
If she's black, then she's
Right,
doing
so for the simpletons in the room, I didn't mean it literally, idiots.
Oh, he was just joking.
I was kind of joking too, by the way.
I don't have time for this dumb shit today. You're blocked for life. All right, back to
Are they going over her report right now?
Community partners is additionally, they have a tow contract with the city of Chicago, so they are a very large and reputable company. But to answer your question, because I did kind of ramble a lot of things off there, but I just felt triggered, something came through me. The reason was because of contract disagreements. At this moment, it will be 2 companies, but as we review their contract, it may go down to 1.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that record, because we don't want any pending litigation until we find out exactly what's going on, that they will remain in rotation until we move further. That's all. Thank you.
So noted. Any additional comments?
And I'm sorry, that's just for the tow company that we approved in 2021, because although we found out that there are 2 tow companies, we only approved 1.
Correct. Any additional comments? Hearing none, I'll ask Clerk Key for a roll call, please.
Trustee Norwood, Trustee Tammy Brown,
Aye.
Trustee House, Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Okay, I'm gonna switch the order around quickly, so I'm gonna take D before C. Item D is an ordinance. I want to make sure I get the terminology.
Oh, my bad. I thought they were doing the thing that I wanted to hear. So we can talk a little bit more. But anyway, if you guys want to know more about Tiffany Henry, you should look into all of the scandalousness Tiffany has been doing out of pocket shit for like a year now. So a while. I don't know, maybe more than that, but yeah, bro. This is like the opposite of how you should run shit if you're gonna be a mayor of anything. It's like really bad, bro. Super fucking corrupt.
Are they going over Lightfoot's report in this meeting? Is that what they're doing here? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Don, like I fucking said, yes.
Again, in the absence of refusal, because we are recognizing in many cases refusal to sign.
When they start, I'm gonna turn it back up. That's what we're waiting for.
To utilize this mechanism to make sure village business continues to go forward in the proper manner. So, and this is a procedural thing that we need, and we've been in communication with the bank, because at this moment, we have the clerk is the only person that will be authorized, which is if the mayor refuses to sign. So this gives us the mechanism needed for the bank to authorize the signatures as well. So that's the reason for this.
So this is like a very, one reason like being super public, because a lot of people have been asking for transparency, and a lot of eyes and attention, negative attention has been drawn to this township because the mayor's been doing out of pocket stuff.
Tammy Brown, Trustee House, Trustee Belcher. Motion passed.
Okay, and we're gonna cycle back to item C, which is the presentation and preliminary findings from former Mayor Lightfoot. I have a couple of comments. I don't know if any board members have comments too for segue to Mayor Lightfoot. So this process started, the request started because for we'll say up to at least up to a year, our administration and more importantly the residents have not had the opportunity to know what's going on financially with the records in our family. Also looked at patients and what happened in Vegas, and we were not able to get answers. While we are aware that there are FBI subpoenas and a probable FBI investigation, we feel and felt the need for some answers that the community deserves, that this board deserves, and that in order for us to be on solid footing to make a plan. From the pieces that I've seen, it mirrors exactly what we knew, is that we are in a dire financial position. That is something that I think as the numbers come, we can be extremely frustrating to the residents of this community. And we want to make sure that we are recognizing where we are and using this as a jumping point to where we can to get back where we need to be and to thrive it. So we want to make sure that everybody is taking in the information. We deserve to know this information. I want to echo the sentiments of Trustee Tammy Brown and saying thank you for all of the hours and all of the hard work. Not too many hours, we put a cap on it. But I want to say thank you for all of the hard work that has been put into this. We noted this as a preliminary report, but we felt it very urgent that we share the findings because we made promises to do this in a transparent manner with the community. So there still are some stages to go. I'm sure Mayor Lightfoot will talk about some of the hurdles and obstacles. And as a board, after the board has questions, the board will be present to answer what our next steps are. But without further ado, I want to turn over to Mayor Lightfoot.
Oh, she's present. I thought they were just going to read it. Lori Lightfoot's there. Lori Lightfoot. Oh, she got a PowerPoint.
Can you all hear me just fine, and particularly the folks in the back of the room? All right. First and foremost, I want to just emphasize a couple points that Trustee House and others have made. First of all, thank you to the trustees, to Madam Clerk, to Mike McGrath and Bert Olson. This has been a challenging investigation, to say the least, because we have not received the level of cooperation from the mayor and her team that I would have hoped. Nonetheless, we've had, I think, a breakthrough that's allowed us to be here in front of you to give you the information that I know that the trustees for sure and the members of the public have been seeking for some time. But I do want to emphasize this is just preliminary. We have more work to do. And as Trustee House said, we believe that it was very important to come before the members of the public so you would have some context for what the current state of your finances are as city government. As has been alluded to, I think there's going to have to be some tough decisions that are made, but you've got to make that with as complete a set of information as possible. And that's what this presentation is intended to do. Our work is ongoing, and we expect to finish with in expedited fashion. But as I said, we wanted to get to you as quickly as possible. A couple of points, just so we're all. I'm not an accountant, and I suspect many of you in the room are not. But we will be covering some accounting terms, and wanted to just make sure that everybody had the same basic level of understanding as we go through these slides. We're going to talk about how the Village of Dalton handles its accounting system. We'll talk about in detail about the preliminary assessment of the financial status. We're going to go over what we've seen as increasing expenditures since 2021, and unfunded expenditures, the current cash status, credit card use. Then we'll do a summary, and then we'll entertain questions from the trustees.
Oh, shit.
So let me just jump right into it. Many of you know that the village, in the same manner as other municipalities in the state, accounts for its finances using what's called fund accounting. That means, that's just a fancy word of saying the expenses and revenues are divided up into specific buckets of dollars, and those funds are what we're going to be talking about. The village maintains 3 categories of fund: a governmental fund, the proprietary fund, and a fiduciary fund. Under each category, actually, I'm going to pass it to my colleague, Amanda, who will go into more detail about these different funds. Go ahead, Amanda. Sorry.
So within each category, within each category of funds, there are underlying funds that are used to account for resources that are for different purposes. The first category, governmental funds, includes the general fund, which is going to be the focus of our presentation this evening. And the general fund is what's used to account for the day-to-day operations of the village. Additionally, there are what are known as special revenue funds. These are specific funds for specific purposes. This includes the motor fuel tax and TIF money. The final governmental fund is debt service funds, where the village's debt obligations are accounted for, which is primarily the public bond debt. The final 2 categories of funds, which we will not be covering today, are proprietary funds, which account for transactions that are more business in nature, operations that should be funded by customer payments. That's the water fund, the sewer fund, and the fitness center. And the final are fiduciary funds, which are held for non-governmental parties, and that is the village's pension trust funds.
So let's jump into the specifics. Many of you know that the village's fiscal year runs from May 1 to April 30th. So it's in those 12 months, but they span 2 years. Certain financial disclosures are mandated under state law that the village reports to the comptroller of the state each fiscal year. 2 documents that we're going to talk specifically about are the annual financial report, and you see the citation there, it's a state law, and the audited financial statements. The village has not, let me repeat that, the village has not complied with these statutory requirements since fiscal year 2021.
Damn.
There's no annual financial report available for 2021, and no audited financial statement for 2021.
Oh, shit.
Is the information that we're providing you has not been thoroughly audited by a CPA, but we do have information coming from an entity that essentially serves as the finance department of the village. Historically, from what we can tell, the village has had small or no full-time financial staff. At various times, even though statutorily there's a provision for a city treasurer, none exists and hasn't for some time. There's a provision for a finance director. There's been intermittent people that have served that role, but that role has been vacant as of May of this year. And before that, the person who held the role started working part-time as of the end of December in 2023. So as you can see, given the lean or no financial staff, there's a lot of dependence upon the John Kasparic accounting firm, which is functionally operated as the village's finance department for some time. What we have examined are monthly financial reports from January of 2021 to May of 2024, produced by the Kasparic firm. And as I mentioned, due to the village's failure to conduct an audited financial statement, we have to caveat the accuracy of the information, but we feel fairly confident based upon lining out not only the monthly reports, but looking at bank statements that match up with the information that's in the financial reports. And we had the opportunity to talk to some of the folks that the Casper firm who are responsible for managing the finances of the village, and that work is ongoing. As of May 30th of this year, the village's general fund was in a net deficit position, meaning that there is insufficient funds in that.
Damn.
As we mentioned, the general fund is used to account for the majority of the village's day-to-day operations, including payroll and vendor payments.
Damn.
The village's special revenue fund and debt service fund, however, are in a positive position, but each of those funds are restricted funds, meaning you cannot borrow from one to give to the other. And that is what's causing, in part, the financial crisis. What's next you can see is a graphic that depicts where we started as of April, where the village started as of April of 22, with positive of $5.6 million in the general fund.
They're down $3.65 million. Holy shit.
Negative 3.65 million.
Wow.
Wait, who's down? I just get back.
The village.
Holy
the village.
shit.
Just quick numbers. So in a 2-year span, we're talking about a $9 million swing.
Damn.
So deficit over that course of time.
Holy shit. What the fuck? That's bad.
Turning now to the increasing expenditures of the village. Over the last 3 fiscal years, the average monthly expenditures of the village have increased by nearly 30%. You can see in the graphic, in fiscal year 2022, on average, the village spent about $1.9 million a month. But in the last fiscal year, that amount had climbed to $2.5 million. These increasing expenditures have not been accompanied by corresponding increases in revenue.
Yep.
Again, as you see in the graph on the blue bars, the revenues have remained relatively the same over that time period, around just over $24 million, while expenditures have climbed from $23 million in 2022 to $30 million in 2024. Ultimately, in fiscal years 2023 and 2024, expenditures exceeded revenue. Specifically in 2024, it was over $5 million more in expenditures than revenues. To look further at the increasing expenditures, the table on the screen highlights the 2 village departments that are the main drivers of this spending increase: the General Administration and Administrative Compensation Department and the Police Department.
Jesus Christ. 5 million. Jesus Christ. This is bad, bro.
Administration Department. Turning first to the General Administration line, the increase in expenditures here has grown about approximately 47%. This was around $6.4 million in fiscal year 2022, and it was $9.4 million in fiscal year 2024. There have been increases in general administration spending in nearly every area, but there are a handful that stick out the most. As you can see on the first line, the largest driver of this increase is a more than double change in liability insurance cost. It's gone from 1.2 million in fiscal year 2022 to 3.2 million in fiscal year 2022.
Yeah, that's almost triple.
Other areas where we see large increases are miscellaneous expenditures, settlements, legal fees, and telephones.
Let me just add regarding the legal fees. These are, everything that we're representing to you tonight are things that have been booked in one of the general ledgers or otherwise. We know that the legal fees that have been booked so far are underestimated because there are a number of legal fees that have yet to be paid. And obviously, with the litigation that's been filed, particularly by vendors who have not been paid, those legal fees will definitely, this is a very conservative estimate of what those fees actually are.
Wow. This is bad. Holy shit.
Let me drill a little bit down also in what we're seeing so far with the police department. Those expenditures have increased approximately 21% since FY 22. Some of that is obviously driven by the union contracts and making sure that there's retro pay and that police officers are compensated according to the collective bargaining agreement. Within the police department expenditures, categories with large increases include overtime, other miscellaneous expenses, and I will tell you we don't know exactly what that is, but we're working on unpacking that, contractual services, other professional services, and medical insurance.
Bruh.
We wanted to highlight for you, particularly given overtime, what we saw as two outliers in officers. Officer Terry Young and Officer William Reed. Both of these individuals in the last 2 years have earned more in overtime than their base compensation.
Shit.
And you can see these numbers here.
I think those two dudes were like the mayor's personal bodyguards.
2023 earned $194.
Like one of them was her boyfriend too?
$290 total, given the base salary. And
damn, bro.
And then in FY 2024, that increased to.
I don't know if that's embezzlement or
dollars.
I don't know what the term for that is, but I know it's bad. I know that.
Officer Reed for FY 2023 had a total earnings of $145,450, and officer, and in FY 2024, $192,732.
I'm pretty sure that never happens. You have overtime more than your base pay, bro. It's crazy.
Team Chief Lacey has accumulated overtime. It's our understanding that he is not part of the collective bargaining unit and has not been for some time. Circumstances would mean that
they get an overtime pay more than their base pay? Their salary?
Yeah. FY 22, FY 23, and FY 24, and we're now in fiscal year 2025. Through those 4 years, he's accumulated $215,747,000 just in overtime.
So he hasn't even gotten paid the overtime he is owed? That's crazy.
Now we're going to move, ladies and gentlemen, to unfunded expenditures. And this is really focused on, as we alluded to, we're going to move to unfunded expenditures. And this is really focused on checks that have been approved by the board from warrant lists that have come before the Board of Trustees, but held and not sent to the vendors.
Uh-oh.
Based on
Jesus Christ, bro. $6 million of unpaid bills?
All of its monthly expenditures of available cash balance. Since that time, nearly every month, a portion of the checks approved and printed have been held by the village due to unavailability of funds. Per records from the John Kasperick firm, as of June 18, 2024, there are 589 checks totaling over $6 million that have been approved, printed, but not transmitted to vendors. And that is a big driver of the deficit in the general fund.
That's fucked up, bro.
$6 million in held checks, I want to caution, does not account for additional monies potentially owed by the village to vendors for which checks have not even been printed. These categories, which we are looking into, include, for example, invoices that have been received by village departments, but for one reason or another may not have been entered into the accounting system, which is called My Viewpoint. These invoices could have been entered into the accounting system, but not been approved by department heads or by the village administrator. And this could also include invoices that have not been approved by payment for the Board of Trustees. You're aware that from time to time, the warrant lists are presented. The trustees say, pay this, not pay that. Well, those checks that are on the warrant list roll over from time to time. And it probably makes sense just to explain really briefly. There is not a centralized repository for vendors to put their checks in electronically, their invoices, I should say, so that it's automatically in the system. It has to be either hand delivered or sent via email, it goes to the appropriate department head. Then it's up to that department head to approve and enter those invoices into the MyPoint system. And it depends upon the dollar amount of the invoice, who has final approval for those invoices to make it onto the warrant list. But that's the way the process works now. It will not surprise you that one of the recommendations that we will have when we finish our work is that the village invest in an automated system so that nothing falls between the cracks. The vendor will be able to see real time, where is my invoice moving through the system, and you'll know where it sits, either with the department head or otherwise.
Damn, bro. This is so bad.
All right, we'll turn now to discuss the cash status of the village. So the village has 22 different bank accounts. A majority of those bank accounts are designated for the special revenue funds or bond escrow funds. So the money in those bank accounts is restricted and shouldn't be used for day-to-day operations. I'll also note that these 22 accounts don't include the pension assets. The pension assets are held in separate trust accounts. Most of the village's expenditures each month are paid from one main operating bank account. As of June 30th, 2024, that bank account had a balance of $715,000. As of April 30th, 2021, that account had a balance of almost $1.5 million. So a decrease of over $750,000. In addition to the main
Jesus Christ, bro.
The village has held its excess cash in an account known as Illinois funds. Illinois funds are interest-bearing accounts that are managed by the Illinois Treasurer's Office that allow municipalities to earn interest on their excess cash balance. The balance in the Illinois funds account as of June 30th was only $3,900.
It started off at $2 million.
April 30th, 2021, that balance was over $2 million.
That's fucking sucks, bro.
In that time period.
That sucks. That's incredible.
The monthly financial reports include a summary of the unrestricted cash balances of the village each month.
Dang, bro.
Within these summaries, the balance reflected already accounts for those held checks that Mayor Lightfoot was just discussing, checks that have been issued but hadn't cleared because they haven't been sent yet to vendors. What you can see on the chart is that the unrestricted cash balance of the general fund has dropped from almost $5 million as of April 2022, and it is now accounting for all of the checks that have yet to be sent, is now in a deficit position of over $5.5 million as of May of 2024.
That's insane, yo. That is insane. And now they're about to go to credit cards. Holy shit, this is about to get bad.
We thought it was important to give you a little bit of insight into credit card use by village employees. We do not have complete information yet. It is our hope that we will get further cooperation and be able to have a complete picture of credit cards, but we wanted to share with you what we do know so far. We are aware that over this time period, from 2021 to the present, the village used 6 different credit cards at various points, from January 2021 through May of this year. 4 American Express cards that appear to have been used by various folks within the police department. The statements for these accounts were addressed to Ernest Mobley, Robert Collins, and Louis Lacey.
Mayor, may I interject there for a moment? Because we have, it was former Deputy Chief Mobley is present with us, and amazing, so I'm sorry there was no misuse on that behalf. So I want to make sure I state that because he's been an exemplary officer.
Yeah, we all we know was what we've seen in the paper so far. We have not interviewed any of these folks to get a better understanding of the specifics around in credit card use. We have some knowledge of that, but we'll share that as part of the final report. There's one American Express card for which statements are addressed to Keith Freeman, the village administrator. And there was one Fifth Third card which statements are addressed to the village. We've been told that that card is no longer in use. We understand from the records we've received from the Kasperic company and interviews that we've conducted that receipts for credit card purchases are rarely provided.
Damn, bro.
Further, we understand that the credit card balance, because it comes due, of course, every month, we all know that, is paid as a matter of course. And it was reflected in the accounting records as miscellaneous police department expenditures. We're looking into what is the reason and rationale for that. But what this means is that these credit card bills that are paid do not appear on warrant lists and are therefore not presented to the board for approval. Again, that will be a recommendation that we make, and the board is obviously aware of this issue, which is in part why the action that they took the other day to rein in credit card spending. We also understand from the Kasperic company.
I didn't hear you, bro.
A lot of fraud.
Yeah, this person doesn't go to jail.
Is provided, and
Several
that
people go to jail.
information is that the receipts are rarely provided. We want to highlight a couple
Amazon
credit card purchase.
Bro. $33,000 at Amazon. 4,000, 40,
You're having
4,700, 5,600. It's all on the same date. Target, Walgreens, Giftly, Best Buy. 7,000. Wow.
We were very concerned to see the top three purchases that were highlighted for you that were booked on January 5th of 2023. That's roughly $40,000, little more than that, in credit card purchases on Amazon in the same day.
$42,000.
Our understanding.
That's incredible. What the fuck, bro?
Understanding is that the village does not have an Amazon account. These are somebody using one of the credit cards and charging these amounts using your tax account.
Wow, bro.
We're going to see, as you can see, expenditures at Target, Walgreens,
Wayfair,
Best Buy, a number of charges that raise questions in our mind. Are these legitimate purchases using the credit cards?
Obviously not, bro. Somebody going on shopping sprees, bro.
Credit cards. I know that there's been a lot of interest in travel, and we are highlighting here on this slide some of the travel.
Oh, wow. There's that Vegas trip.
Birmingham, Alabama, and Montgomery, Alabama, in March of 2023 with 5 known travelers. Washington, D.C. in 2023 with 4 known travelers. Las Vegas, Nevada, with 8 known travelers. Jackson, Mississippi, in June of 2023, with 3 known travelers. Austin, Texas, in July of 2023, with 3 known travelers. Portland, Oregon, in July of 2023, with 4 travelers. Central and Southern Illinois, September of 2023. I think you're aware of what happened during that time. 10 hotel rooms booked during that travel. Travel to New York City in October of 2023, 1 traveler. Atlanta, Georgia in November of 2023, 1 traveler on the village's credit cards. And I caveat.
What's the amount?
We will and are continuing to look at.
What's the amount?
Say cross-pollination.
I want to know how much they spent on that.
And the credit card use there as well.
How much though? Don't leave that out. I need that info, bro.
So let me summarize for you.
You didn't tell us how much they spent.
Found so far regarding the finances. The general fund is used to pay the vast majority of the village's expenses. As you heard, as of May 31st of this year, the fund had a negative balance of $3.65 million.
Damn.
The village's general fund expenditures have exceeded revenues the past 2 fiscal years, ending April 30th, 2023 and April 30th, 2024. As of June 30th of this year, the cash on hand in unrestricted accounts is insufficient to cover the held checks valuing $6.1 million. We are in the current fiscal year of FY 2025, and the village has no budget that's been passed this year. The village's financial records have not been audited since FY 2021, and the village has not filed the mandated state annual reports since FY 20.
Yeah, somebody's going to jail, bro.
So where are we in terms of next steps? Regarding the financial information, there's a lot more work that we need to do. As I indicated, we just recently got a lot of information in the door that is reflected for the most part in this presentation, but there are other things that we have asked for, and we're hoping that we're going to get confirmed. Additional details regarding credit card spending and any receipts that might exist. Detailed accounting records and reconciliations, check register, which is important. Detailed accounting of intertrust fund transfers and balances. What we're seeing, and we need to know here, is that there is a transfer from one fund. In some instances, there's restricted funds into another fund and vice versa. Additional detail looking at what are the financial policies and practices in place and whether or not those need to be changed, updated, or beefed up in any way. Continuing to look at what happened in Las Vegas. There are two trips, one in May of 2022 and a second May of 2023. And as I alluded to earlier, the relationship and the intermingling of funds and personnel with Thornton Township is something we're very focused on as well. We refer to trustees.
Wow, bro.
She was trustee in 17.
Well, first and foremost, I want to thank Mayor Lightfoot, her colleagues, as well as our legislative attorneys as well for the time and effort put into that. So again, I'll ask for a round of applause for the work that's been done.
Please.
Defer to any of the board members if there's questions of the report that has been presented. Okay, I'm going to turn over to Trustee Norwood.
Okay, they might have questions.
There was a lot to digest there.
Hold on.
I just want for the residents that, because I know sometimes there are a lot of residents that still don't understand. For us trustees, our job is to oversee the finances. For the last 3 years, I know it looks as though there's been a lot of fighting, but we've been fighting for transparency so that things like this won't happen. We were locked out of my viewpoint maybe about a year or two ago. Once we did start sharing the receipts and the information with the residents, they stopped that, right? Police overtime. In the very beginning, we stated, hey, I wasn't even totally opposed to police detail of some sort, but what I stated was, for how long and how many, right? That's important. And it was important because now they never gave us this information, and now we see that we're spending millions of dollars in overtime, and the only one really protecting adults is her, and it's not fair. Vendors, you all have heard me say for the last few years, bring RFPs in front of the board. Bring RFPs in front of the board. It's extremely important that we have a process put in place so that as trustees, we can make the right decisions regarding vendors. We want these services to be provided to the residents. I want you all to know that we're never against you all receiving services, but we don't want to pay more. We don't want people receiving kickbacks and charging us way more for the services that the residents deserve. Hopefully, moving forward, we can get the mayor to work with us and provide solution. I mean, that just hopes. But in the meantime, we'll continue to show up. We're going to continue to work with the residents. We're going to continue to get you the information, right? And let's just hang in there. We're almost there. We're doing all the necessary steps in terms of a board, because we still want to try to work with this administration to the end. Our goal is still to attempt, no matter what, for the residents. So I just want you all to know that we want to work together. That's the goal. We are put here for checks and balances, and hopefully they can start bringing things in front of us. Thank you.
That is so embarrassing and just unfortunate. Tiffany Henry put them in that position. Yep, it was as bad as I thought it was going to be. Wow, that shit is incredible. Somebody else gonna talk.
I called a friend of mine. She just came on the stage, and then she actually worked for that, worked under the lake. I don't know if she had something she wanted to share. You got something to say, Kia?
I'm sorry, I'm here. I didn't really get a chance to hear the whole report or whatever she was presenting, but 9 times out of 10 is all facts. Huh?
I guess Akima was setting you up to talk about your experience working under whoever in Dalton. Or?
No, I'm not in Dalton. I'm actually with the township, and I've been there for many years before she was appointed. But what I stated was I didn't get the chance to hear the whole report on what Lightfoot was saying or whatever evidence she was presenting, but 9 times out of 10, it's probably all facts.
Okay.
Did you say facts, Kiara, like the trip?
Yes, Don.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't hear. Black. Oh, my thing. He's on me today.
The meeting and Mayor Lightfoot, I'm so grateful for this information that you provided, because it takes somebody else to come in to show that we've been trying to stop this and we've been doing minimal damage. So could you have imagined if we just sat up there and approved everything that was going on? Because she gonna ride off in her BMW and we'll still be here stuck. We have been financially raped.
Damn. It's a hell of a phrase.
People, they get anything they deserve.
Wow. I believe Tiffany here has a salary that is higher than the government of Illinois, which makes no sense. Shit is wild, bro. This woman's going to jail. And if she don't go to jail, I'm gonna be mad as hell on behalf of these people who I've never met. I've never even been to Dalton. This is fucked up, bro. It's a town filled with mostly black people, or a significant amount of black people, from what I was able to read. It's really fucked up, bro. There's no excuse for this. They in the hole like $6 million. That shit is fucked up. That shit is wild. I cannot believe she did that to them. Anyway, I'm glad I got to see that live. I don't know how interested you guys are, but I've been following the story for a couple months now.
No, it was good. Do we know what their finances looked like before she took over?
Yes.
How were they?
It's like they had like $2 million, $3 million, something like that.
Yeah, wow. So you mentioned she was trustee, before she was mayor? Don't you think they should investigate that time?
I mean, maybe, but I don't know. She didn't really have the ability to do the stuff she had the ability to do as mayor. So I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what the scope of the investigation is. They're already investigating her. The FBI is investigating her.
I would not want to be in her shoes right now. This is bad.
And just know, like Dalton is a south suburb, and it's like a bunch of south suburbs. Then every mayor at one point in time done the investigation from the FBI. And sad to say, shit rarely happens to the man. But it's been some worst cases like this. You go to the town next door, which is Harvey. They had a guy named Eric Callowell. He was in a bunch of shit. He come to my home city, Fort Heights. They got a mayor named Chuck Griffin. He's in the middle of FBI investigation. So it's a normal thing for the south suburb cities.
What do you think they should do then if it's kind of normal?
I mean, they should fix it, but I mean, like, this has been going on for decades, 30, 40 years, like since the 70s, all these same cities with different mayors. Like my home city, Fort Heights, in the 90s, the whole entire police force went to federal jail, including the chief of police. The mayor didn't go down. I guess he turned on the police, but yeah, it's an ongoing thing throughout these suburbs.
Wow. You know, we had a big story here in California. Our mayor was doing a bunch of fuck shit, $2 million himself, and about 15 years ago, I think, yeah, he went to prison. Sure did.
It's like the thing is, like just say my city, for example, like anywhere from 2,000 to 5,000 people live there, but to come there, you literally need like 600 votes. I'm not sure what Dalton numbers is, but I bet you it's not in the tens of thousands of votes needed. It's probably in the low thousands, maybe, of the votes needed to become mayor. So it's not that hard if you got a little family out there, a little name recognition. It ain't necessarily running on any policy or anything like that. It's not that hard to become a mayor of one of these cities.
I just ask, as a human being, not as a lawyer, not as a politician, that the people of the village of Dalton.
What about the people that she consistently, like, overpaid, right? Like these officers or whatever. Don't you think they should be kind of held responsible too? I mean, they're accepting it, you know?
You're going to jail, bro.
Okay.
I would say no. I mean, it was considered overtime. They had no control over the amount of hours that she worked, the 24-hour detail, etc. They just had to do their job.
Yeah, if you think about it, like, story on police, I mean, some police got to work extra. I mean, I'm pretty sure some of it is bullshit, and I'm never defending the police, but if you're short, somebody got to pick up the slack somewhere.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm blown. So this ended up being a few $1 billion she blew, right?
No, million.
A few million. Yeah. Of each fund.
She went from plus 2 million to negative 3.5 million.
No, negative 5.5 million.
Oh.
On top of that, that's just in the account. On top of that, there's $6 million worth of stuff that they cut checks for that they never paid out. So they owe $6 million.
Yeah, and that's not even counting future possible legal fees. I heard y'all didn't hear that part. Possible legal fees are not included.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
press conference over?
No, I'm still on. But I mean, we're talking now, if that's what you're asking for.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to, so San Francisco Chronicle, published like the top 500-ish, salaries or total compensation for San Francisco. I think they do it every year. I think they're pulling it off of some city website, but, make more in overtime than their base salary. And there's a lot of police officers who land between about $400,000 and $500,000 total comp because of.
Okay, I mean, to me, that makes more sense in a big city like San Francisco, but not in a small town like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's different, situations, but I think both are fucked up kind of contexts, right? I mean, San Francisco, the issue is like, they can't hire anybody. Like the standards for getting in are super rigorous. Like no young people want to go do the job. It's just a really hard pipeline issue for like still something that needs to be done.
So their overtime was about more than 50, it wasn't doubled, it was about 60-70% of their base pay. That's a lot of money. One was paid $70,000 a year. Oh, I'm gonna go look. I screenshotted that.
I want to know about that when Tiffany here and whoever else was doing corrupt shit with her. So I want to know. Apparently Tiffany here went to jail before she became mayor.
This is weird. The last thing I'll say is,
I think it was a minor offense. I don't know what the offense was, but I think she said a relatively short sentence, like a few months or something. I don't know.
Don't worry, everybody. There's the electronic with you all, so we should have that. Again, thank you for coming.
So the electronic copy of all the information that she provided here is at the top of the room in those articles. There's 3 articles. If people care for the numbers. It's bad, yo. It's really bad. It was a $9 million swing, yo.
Well, there's one cop, Jerry Young. His base paid $72,000. His overtime was $108,969, $109,000.
That would be more. That's almost double.
Yeah.
140,000 would have been double. So
It's like 108.
it was $31,000 shy of being double.
How big was the whole budget? $9 million swing.
They started at around 3 million. No, they started at 4 something, and then they ended up negative 5.6.
Damn.
Yeah, that's fucking insane, yo. And on top of that, they owe $6 million worth of checks that they printed and cut, but they never sent out. Wow, bro. It's kind of over now, but wow, that sucks. Let's see what Nate the lawyer saying.
you have a hot mic?
Yeah, the mic over here.
My bad.
Nate, the lawyer, is talking about it.
Bill, $6 million bill that was supposed to be paid that wasn't paid, but the money's still gone. What'd you do with that?
Of this deck, maybe we'll leave paper copies. So after the meeting's over, you can, okay, become second for come first serve. Don't worry, me, everybody, share the electronic copies with you all, so we should have that. Again, thank you for showing up for yourselves and for your families and for the community.
This is in Illinois. Copies of the PowerPoint, so talk briefly.
What happens?
What state is this in?
Dalton is a state, Illinois, I believe. I could be wrong.
No, I think it's Illinois.
If it wasn't Illinois, it would have been weird that they brought in Lori Lightfoot. No, I mean, because it would be like, why would you bring somebody from a totally different state? Like, that'd be weird.
Yeah, that'd be weird stuff. Like, who the fuck is you, Beetlejuice? On the fucking other state.
But it seemed like she did a good job. I mean, you know, shout out to Lori Lightfoot. She's trying to do the right thing. I ain't mad at that.
One thing I didn't like about her presentation, if she would have gave comparable numbers to Chicago, like we didn't have this, or sometimes she was giving a number like this didn't exist under my administration. She had like the numbers were anomalies, but I would bet that shit happened under her as well in Chicago.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't heard anything about budget issues in Chicago. I mean, like not like scandalous ones. I know that they have budget, they have a strain on their budget now. But
no,
as far as
I know someone regular than this lady, but I bet you it's some shit out there. Like she
I mean, yeah, I think people, budget. There's levels to it. Like, yeah, people will do they'll fudge a little bit of shit here, a little bit of shit there. That's probably true, but this is egregious. This is ridiculous.
And that's what I'm saying. That even if she could compare this to Chicago in the sense that said, like even in the city side of Chicago, we didn't have this or we didn't have that. You know what I'm saying? Like she just giving numbers like people, the average person can't put it into context. You have no idea how bad it is in other cities. By her being mayor of Chicago, I know it down. Like she could have gave it some kind of context if it was something to give.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, she did speak of recommendations, like the way the process should work. So they made some recommendations for them how they should do their stuff so that everything is transparent. You can see, okay, this check has been cut and it's on its way, and you got several days until it gets there, and everybody can check it and see what she described the system like that. So I was like, okay, that makes sense.
Not clear to me that the $6 million in unpaid liabilities is gone. And the reason I say that is because, like, presumably the municipality will file bankruptcy. Maybe they won't. I don't know. But like, I don't know how municipal bankruptcy works. Other than like the municipality has has like more control than in a corporate bankruptcy than the debtor corporation would. It's just not that. Creditors would get all their money back. Municipal bankruptcy.
I have no idea. I have nothing to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just flagging it as like.
What did you say about the creditors renditions?
Thing to think about. Just that, like, I'm more familiar with corporate bankruptcy, where, like, you know, not every creditor gets paid back 100%.
Right.
So it's and there's, like, you know, there's statutorily defined like preferences for different types of creditors that people are. So it's not clear to me that unpaid bills of the city will get paid out at 100% of their claims if the municipality files for bankruptcy.
Yeah.
I don't think they would file bankruptcy. I have no idea how that shit works. But like I said, in the city I grew up in Fort Heights, where they had like similar issues. Like what has happened there, like there's no police force out there. Like the county sheriff took over since the 90s. And for the last 30 years, they have had a police force. So it's like, and a lot of people that the city owns is not getting paid. When the money comes in, they do pay them. But so if Fort Heights didn't file bankruptcy, I don't see Dalton doing it. Because Fort Heights is in much worse shape than Dalton is, regardless of the numbers. It's far worse shape. And if they haven't filed bankruptcy in 30 years, I don't see Dalton doing it. Because I'm no lawyer, no bankruptcy expert, but I just don't see it. They have a way of going without filing bankruptcy, basically, is my point.
So my husband said, is that what you're listening to? That one we were repoing their police cars? I said, what?
Yeah, that actually, yeah, they did that.
Are you kidding me? That's horrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they don't have any money to do shit in this town now.
So is that a town or Chicago?
It's a town in Illinois. It's not Chicago.
I know, I was asking. I told you I came in late, bro.
No, I wasn't even trying to be mean. I was just clarifying. Yeah, it's not Chicago. It's a town in Illinois, though, so they're in the same state but different locations.
They're gonna survive. And like one thing Dalton has that Fort Heights don't have is they have a lot of property taxes, a lot of businesses still in Dalton. Like Fort Heights don't have any of that. It's like very, very few housing, but no businesses, like 2 liquor stores and a gas station. But Dalton does have tax revenue. So they can't accumulate the money to get back right. I guess they just need right leadership, really. So like they have a way around it without doing bankruptcy. Like I said, at Fort Heights they do bankruptcy over the last 30 years. I can't see Dalton doing it.
Well, they began this meeting with layoffs. They were announcing they're laying
I wonder if
off.
Dalton can petition the state for emergency funds. That was actually a question on his YouTube. His super chat.
Fort Heights did that, but the state got tired over time. Like right now, Fort Heights pressed with funding. Like I said, the sheriff took over for the police. They have no or fire or ambulance. They have none of those services. No, they have fire. I'm sorry, they do have fire service. Like Dalton is a long way from that. And like I said, they got tax revenue that they can't use.
I'll be gobsmacked, Tiffany. Hey, don't go to jail, bro. This is ridiculous.
I wouldn't be surprised. I promise you, like, there's been worse cases where the mayor didn't go. And so I would not be surprised she don't go to jail.
Maybe she has immunity like Trump.
No.
Those are her official acts.
For real, though.
Now, seriously, that might be it. I mean, like I said, the man from Heights didn't go to jail when the whole police force did.
Yeah, but she was buying all the wigs on Amazon. Those are her official acts.
Oh my God.
Yo.
Hey, it was billed to the client category. So.
Yeah, bro. $42,000 was spent in one day at Amazon.com.
How are they supposed to go undercover on the
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck are you buying? What? I have there is no reasonable explanation for this I can come up with. And I really tried. Like, I was like, maybe they bought, like.
I'll tell you what it was.
Police officers buy Amazon. I don't even know, bro.
It looked the Amazon stuff looked like somebody was decorating their house, maybe a new house they bought. Because they did home goods. There were some other
She could have bought office supplies.
$42,000 worth?
I'm trying to help her. I'm trying to help her.
That's enough. That's enough office. I mean, actually, as a teacher on supply show, I probably in a year I probably spent like at least 1,500. And a lot of that is my own money.
She might get some leeway there.
But I don't know, bro. $42,000. That's ridiculous.
I didn't know you were a teacher. I think that's awesome.
And they give us a little budget, and then anything else on top of that, I'm basically, if I feel like it's worth it to teach, I'll just go purchase it. Matter of fact, I was looking at Amazon stuff because there's some stuff I know I want, and I don't know what the budget's gonna be. But I'm trying to figure like first grade.
Oh my God, darling. That's so cute.
That's why you find Clubhouse so helpful. Good training.
He get the kid from the Clubhouse and cuss everybody out because he can't cuss out the kids.
Low key, that's probably right. But yeah, I have way less patience after work on Clubhouse. I know that. I don't like repeating myself because of that shit.
And you can cash out me $20 for that analysis.
You can cash out me $20. That's what you could do.
Hey, but like if you still got them dreads you have in Chicago, hit up Kiara. She's the best. She's the best stylist.
Man, it's like I gotta go to Oakland on this weekend to touch my shit up. It's funny you mentioned that. I gotta call them and schedule that shit.
If you have in Chicago, you need one.
I appreciate the plug. Thank you.
You know you the best, Kiara. You know that.
Oh, you're brand new, Kira. Welcome. Wow.
You don't understand how I operate. See, I am seriously about to hit you up offline and save you in my phone. I'm not playing. If I'm in Chicago and I'm like, who do I know? That's literally what happens to me. I'm like, I'm out in such and such. Like, who do I know out here that can do my shit? That's useful information.
I knew that's why I said I was joking, but I was serious though.
I know, but like low key, bro, I need to have connection to every city, especially black cities, because I know they know what they're doing.
Hey, Black, let me tell you this. Like before she do your hair, she give you like a 45-minute wash. It's like the best shit in the world. Like I really appreciate Kiara for it. Like she really do a thorough wash and condition it for like 40 minutes. It'd be the highlight of my fucking my month.
That's what I gotta go do that shit this weekend, bro. I gotta keep my shit detox, bro. Let's go.
Thank you.
I'll be feeling fresh and renewed like a new day. I'll hit you if I can, if I may. I'll hit you up on social medias.
I definitely say I got a digital business card. All the info you need is attached to it.
Bet.
And she had dreads too.
Nigga, stop trying to steal my thunder, bro.
Do.
Yeah, bro. I'm from Chicago.
Wait your turn, nigga. Wait your turn, bro. Nah, I'm just playing. Go ahead, bro. But yeah, man. From the shot, like Tim is a hard away.
Hey, Kiara, I hate to bring this up. I'm thinking about cutting my hair into like a style, like a mohawk dread style. You think I can get away with it, Kiara?
Are you saying you gonna cut your lock?
Cause my son cut his off, so he got an afro, so I was kind of thinking about it. I didn't want to cut it completely off, so I want to like maybe one of them like mohawk style, cut most
like
of it off.
Kiara, you gotta add me on your ID because it won't let me send you no more messages.
Okay, I got you. I mean, I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah, I just seen some people gather. They still got they still got the long dread. They put the ball on top. They still do a couple braid styles. Just saying that to show you. I was trying to think about it.
Yeah, we can explore that for sure.
If things go wrong, then you can just put them back on though. Once I go back out, you can add them back.
Bro, so you just reattach these motherfuckers.
Hey, I got some that fell off. I'm about to get reattached, bro. You think that's a joke, bro? I be getting my
That's real shit. I got like 3 feet of hair. If I don't like it, put some motherfuckers back.
Yeah, it's more like 4.5 feet.
Oh, bro, I can't tell. About 4.5 feet.
Yeah, you draping, bro. You draping.
My shit's long too, bro. I'm going on a decade growing these.
I've been 17 years.
Oh shit.
I've been 2007.
Bro, I couldn't get past 4 before doing some stupid. 2 times in 4 years, my shit was just getting to that point. I'm like, yeah, I really got dreads now. And some stupid shit happened, and I cut my shit. 2 fucking times, bro. I'm not doing no more.
You say some stupid shit happened. Them little girls jump on you that shit.
Oh, bro, the first time I made a bet and I lost. And the second time, I was like, wash my hair because I was gonna get like the ends dyed. So I didn't wash all the shampoo out. So like when I was drying my shit, I thought I had lice. And I just started freaking out and cut my shit. And then I picked up one of the dreads, right? And I like squished it, so I wanted to make sure it was egg. And I smelled it. It was a shampoo. That's what I mean by like actual like stupid shit.
You overthought some shit for real.
Yeah, bro. The last time I had it, just kind of like how you were describing, it was kind of like more like a dread top than a dread top. So like, I don't know if you've seen like Bijan Robinson, how you got his shit like just dreaded like a flat top, but it's dreads. So you got like the fade all the way around. I used to have my shit like that. And so it's kind of fly.
I don't know who you're talking about, but the way you describe it, that's like what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, he had running back for Atlanta. He a dog, boy.
You a Falcons fan?
Caleb Williams, bro. What you mean?
Oh, you're a Bears fan. Okay. No, I'm not. I'm a Dolphin fan. I hate the Bears.
Bro, you can't hate the Bears this time, bro. Like it's finally time, bro. This is probably the best offense the Bears have ever had, ever, bro.
I've been a Dolphin
fan. I hate the Bears now.
I've been a Dolphin fan since '84, literally,
I mean, I was a Broncos fan since like '96, but then they fucking grabbed Russell Wilson and goddamn what's the buddy name he used to coach for the Saints? Sean Payton. Yeah, I couldn't stand that shit, bro.
Russell was not the problem. Like I would take Russell Wilson with the Dolphins right now. I guarantee we win multiple Super Bowls with Russell Wilson.
You are capping, bro. Like I don't know what's your problem with Tua, bro?
What the fuck you mean? One who's slow as fuck. He's injury prone. Like you saw him doing sign language when he caught a concussion. Like he's one day away.
Sign language, bro.
Yeah, I love you and shit. Like I'm the fuck. And he don't show up in big games. Like he there, he our quarterback, but I would prefer Russell Wilson.
If I was, I would have tried to get Justin Fields, bro. Like with that type of speed, like bro, that shit would have been stupid. Like y'all got easily the fastest offense, and y'all just drafted another running back that runs like a mid 4.3. Like the average speed of y'all skill position on offense is probably like 4.36.
That's why
that shit's insane.
That's why we need a Russell Wilson. We need a real quarterback who's not gonna panic and just run immediately or throw the ball to the other player like Tua would do or underthrow somebody. We need Russell Wilson, a veteran quarterback We need a veteran quarterback for like the next 4 years. We have like 3 or 4 rings.
Low-key, I was surprised y'all re-signed Buddy. Like, I would have thought y'all would have been like, yeah, we'll let you test the free agency.
They ain't had no choice. They could have gave him $23 million this year. Say he performed, the quarterback market going up. Next year, they gave him 50-something million, $52 million. So if they had to keep him, they would have to get like 65 or 70 next year. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, in plus, it was nobody to replace him with right now. Like, who they was going to go with?
Who's up for a contract next year, though? Like, who's going to push the market even higher? Like, I'm thinking, like, y'all fuck around and get, like, Quentin Ewers who would throw it down, or Shadur Sanders. Y'all get Shadur Sanders, bro. Y'all Super Bowl bound.
What's going to push the market, to answer your question, is, like, the salary cap is going up. So when the salary cap goes up, it automatically goes the quarterback market at the top of this. So, like, that is, for the next 2-3 years, the salary cap going up. So that money's going to be heavily toward the quarterback. So now they get to give him $50 million, which he's really overpaid, which he might can earn it, but come next year or the year after that, if they have to keep him, then they probably save $15-20 million. I mean, of course, it's a gamble. Ain't no saying I'm definitely right though, but I get what they're saying. I would have signed Lamar last year if I was them. Here we are.
Yeah, I'm watching these Olympic basketball highlights, bro. Steph Curry was lighting niggas up from Serbia, bro.
Bro, I thought they was gonna lose,
He
bro.
was lighting these Serbians up, bro.
No spoilers, yo. God damn, bro.
Oh, my bad.
Worst. Go stick your head in an icy bucket.
Damn, bro. He said take the ice bucket challenge and drown, nigga. God. You know how long you gotta submerge your head in ice for you drown, nigga? God damn, that's
Right,
crazy.
he said just fuck the pain, just keep it up. Willpower.
I've been so good all day too. I've been fucking myself up. I got the ESPN app and fucking seeing results and shit, and I was so good today.
Hey, y'all see Sidney McLaughlin?
Honestly, I didn't know you actually followed him.
Of course. I've been waiting for Curry to have a breakout game. I guess he's got it.
It's kind of hard to have a breakout game when your team is like that, bro. Can you imagine, like you probably was a man in high school, maybe played some college ball in America,
Yeah.
and it's Olympic time, and you going against all the people who pretty much got rings, and you like, bro, that shit's terrible.
Bro. Jokic cannot guard Embiid. That's a mismatch, bro.
I don't know what made you think he could. Like, who can really realistically guard Embiid, bro?
Nobody, bro. But I don't know that Embiid could guard Jokic that much. I mean, he's formidable. It ain't like he's trash against Jokic, but he keeps Jokic honest. He keeps Jokic honest.
Jokic, he can score like crazy, and on top of that, he's such a good passer. Like, he's a big man that can pass like he can, bro. like that's just legit wild.
After MD, let's see, he thought it would travel on the side.
Curry was lined up these Serbians, bro. Yo, the Serbians are like, where's them? Can't do a goddamn thing. They're trying so hard to like guard this man. But lucky the Serbians can shoot though. Them motherfuckers shot well too.
Nice to have the GOAT on your national team, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Him and AD been balling well together.
So they play on the same.
We didn't even have KD for most of the games at first. Oh, that's a 4. Oh, wow.
Hey, Jason, don't tell me you one of the people that say this team better than the real dream team.
They're this is the first team since the Redeem team where I felt was similar status. This is literally the NBA's best players right now, all on one team. With the exception of maybe Kawhi, but I guess he got hurt or something.
Oh, that motherfucker trying to party.
No, I think he legit got hurt.
Oh, damn.
You put Derek White in that group. I feel like
Derek White has been balling. I fuck with Derek White. Don't hate on Derek White.
He's good. I'm still wondering when the fuck Derek White got.
No, Derek White is a great role player on this team. He's actually impressed me. Because I felt the same way at first. I was like, Derek White knows critical part. Bro, as a role, well, that's all he's ever been is a really good role player.
That's what I'm saying. That's all he's ever been. That's what I mean.
I know, but what I'm saying is counterintuitively, he actually helps the team because he's a fucking amazing role player. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, I'm like, maybe he's a good fit for the team. That's fair, and you need guys like that. But I would not put him up one of the best players.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying I was surprised by how well a fit he ended up being because he took Kawhi's spot.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, game was lit. Oh, man. Yo. So are we going to the next game is this is the semis. Yeah, the gold medal game is coming up. Oh, I gotta watch that. When's that? What date is the gold medal game?
All I know is U.S. France. It's all good.
France? Oh,
it's about to be a brother, man.
Bro. Fuck the French, bro. We finna just Rudy Gobert. Oh, we finna fuck this nigga. They got Rudy and they got the dude from the Spurs. They were supposed to have Embiid, so there's gonna be a lot of boos. They're gonna get a lot of boos from Embiid for Embiid. Embiid was apparently supposed to play for France, bro. I'll tell you, get up here, bro. I'll tell you. You see us take out the Serbians, bro.
I seen it,
bro. Did you see Steph Curry light the Serbians up, bro?
He lit their ass up. Like, I'm ready for this gold medal game. Man.
Yo, we about to destroy France, bro. Let's go.
I'm more curious about the specifics, not so much kind of, whose grubby little fingers are, because we still haven't established that it is, calling for genocide or the end of democracy or the establishment of dictatorship. It's right now it's just Project 25 scary.
So let me make the question, Daniel. What does Project 2025 say about immigration? I'm curious what you.
The thing is that I could go to the DSA. We could probably find like one or two people that work at the Democratic Socialists of America. I could point to the DSA and say, look, the DSA.
No, we're not doing. No, we're not doing the deflection. I asked you a specific question. Let me finish. What is Project 2025 say about immigration?
Look, so this is the thing is that I am looking, like I would consider the policy that Trump puts out to be of more importance than some think tank that has a couple points that are similar to Trump. So that's why I brought up the example of it's the equivalent of going to the DSA and then plastering on whatever the DSA says, which again might have some points of congruency with Waltz or.
Okay, he's not going to answer the question, so I'm going to move on. Wait, Stefani, how you doing, Stefani?
Hey, Jay. I'm doing all right, brother. How you doing?
Man, I'm always happy to see you. You want to chime in?
Thank you, Jay. Good to see you too. Yeah. So I will say this. I can't put my trust, thank you, I can't put my trust in a real estate agent to run the presidency for a second term. I'm sorry, I'm just not willing to do it. Now, for me, the gloves are off, Jay. And I'm not, I know I'm talking to everybody in the room, but since Jay greeted me, I'm talking to Jay specifically. When it comes to Project 25, when it comes to the topic that we're discussing tonight, I'm gonna be honest, I can't trust a real estate agent to run the presidency any longer. I'm so sorry, I'm not willing to risk my country, because this is also my country too. My tis of thee. I'm willing to risk all of what we have all acquired up until this point in 2024. We're relatively still a young country. I cannot entrust a real estate agent to be whole.
When Stefani, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, right?
Yeah.
So my question to you, oh man, so Capitals is here. But let me say this much, Stefani. We survived 4 years in man. What makes you think we could survive another 4 years?
We won't be able to. It will cripple us in ways that doing well. It will cripple us in ways that you will never even imagine. We think when we're dealing with immigration now is a tizzy. That's fine. It will cripple us in ways that we wouldn't even be able to imagine. And we think we're dealing with immigration, and you talked about how he talks about in Project 25, he's willing to boot 20 million Americans, even those who are considered considered as immigrants, back to where they came from. Oh, it'll be 10 times worse than that. I mean, he's gonna dismantle the entire country. So I'm sorry, I stand 10 toes down on that.
10 toes!
You might think what you think about me. You might say he don't know shit. He just rambling. He don't know what the fuck you talking about. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. I just can't entrust a real estate agent to run the presidency again. I'm so sorry. He's not qualified, Jay. Come on. He's not. From one brother to another, he's not qualified. This motherfucker is incompetent. Excuse my language. But I just get so tired of us entertaining the fuckery. We're in 2024 and we're trying to decide whether a TV host should be able to apply the highest office in the land.
Well, hold on. When Stefan, hold on, Malcolm. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But no, you don't have to be sorry, man. I love you like a fat kid loves cake. But let me get Randy involved in the conversation, because I think Randy might push back on that a little bit. Randy, how you doing?
Hey, man. Well, Jay, I know you want me. Never. It's good to be here with my friends like you. So.
Well, Randy, I respect and admire you sincerely. I think you're a good guy.
Thank you.
Even though we don't always agree, I still have no respect for you.
Okay, listen, guys. Let me take a deep breath here. Trump is not an ideal presidential candidate, but at the end of the day, it's about who. It's about your choices, and respectfully, between Trump and Kamala. As far as projecting strength for this country, you have to acknowledge what's happened under Joe Biden's term. Okay, the U.S. has conceded its leadership role in many places. It's not projecting power, and I don't believe that Kamala will project power to project weakness. We know Iran. It's very clear that Iran prefers Kamala. They prefer this, Obama, Biden, Kamala approach. They do not want Trump because Trump presents strength. Trump projects power. So it's about the choices. Yeah, Trump was a TV host. Obviously, that's not what he's most famous for. Yeah, he was in a real estate agent. Biggest landlords in New York. Okay, let's not, we don't have to minimize his accomplishments. He's a real estate player. He's a big businessman. Yeah, he's done a lot of crazy things, but that's the guy we have. We can't, he's not ideal, but he's better than Kamala. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you, Randy. Appreciate you. So I'm just going to say this about that successful businessman. And I know I get blowback from Roger when I say this, but that's fine. He also filed business bankruptcy 6 times. 6 times. He screwed so many people out of money. People that I know. Contractors, he didn't pay. No, it's a true story, Adams. When he was built in Atlantic City, he picked and chose who he's going to pay. So I'm going to go to Dr. Jordan, then I want to get Malcolm in the conversation. Dr. Jordan, What's up, man?
Which Malcolm are you referring?
Malcolm speaks, and then I'm gonna come to you, I promise. I'll go back to back Malcolms, but I wanna go to Jordan first. Jordan, what's up?
Not much. I didn't really have much to add. I mean, Randy and I have different takes on Trump. I respect Randy by all means. And, you know, my take is that, you know, I do think Trump, actually, I agree with Randy that Trump projects kind of that strongman image. And in some ways, that's not such a bad thing, right? If that instills confidence in the citizenry, I think that's great. So I don't totally disagree with Randy on that. And I also don't particularly like Kamala. I'm thinking of, she was gifted with this opportunity to be a prosecutor on a campaign platform and go after a felon on a campaign platform. And she's such a poor orator. And so she lacks eloquence. And it's just disappointing because it's like the opportunity for someone who's a great orator like a Reagan or an Obama could do wonders with the material she was given. And it's just kind of pathetic. So, you know, she's I want to give her credit for her journey. She was moved up as a government official, but it's disappointing that she, you know, there are people that go to no formal education. There are people who go to media coaches who have formal education, but their presentation. She has had 4 years and many years actually to become a better, to provide more charisma. In fact, I had a client, and I'll land here, she's a friend actually. She wasn't a client. She's a friend who was a media trainer and a soap opera actor before, and she hosts on making people more charismatic. Kamala would have benefited immensely from her Tulit show.
Oh, Dr. Jordan, let me just push back because somebody else said it in the chat. Donald Trump's not a great orator either. Neither what either Bush is.
Oh, 100%. I agree with that. Yeah, I don't like Trump. I'm just trying to. I was just disappointed that Kamala didn't rise to to take advantage of the opportunity. She's had 4 years to twiddle her thumbs, and it's really disappointing because I'm a Democrat, you know.
Well, Jordan, let me hold on. See. Hold on a second. We go in order here. I know you. Okay, I'm gonna move you down because I just said we wait our turn, and you want to push back. And it's right. She's only been in 2.5 weeks. Jordan, I think people's narrative it might change on September 10th. I think they're gonna see a side of Kamala Harris they haven't seen yet. I really believe that. I think she's gonna come prepared. Hold on, let me finish. She's gonna slice him, dice him, saute him, because he's a brute. She's a lot more eloquent than he is.
Yeah, and I, you know, I'm a champ. I've been championing her because of her background as a prosecutor and him as a felon. I hope she does really well. I wish that she was a more gifted speaker to begin with, but I'm voting for her either way.
Thank you, Jordan. I'm going to go to Malcolm Speaks and Dr. Adams and then Sir Capwell, who I haven't seen in 2 years. Malcolm Speaks, what's up?
Yeah, two things on the oration. Reagan was a very good speaker. I hated his politics and him too, but he was a very good speaker. I give him credit. But after that, as speakers have given us George Bush Sr., I stole the presidency of George Bush Jr., John McCain, Sarah Palin, Mitt Romney, and Ryan Trump. That's who they've given us as speakers. So we know maybe it's not in the Republican genes to be articulate since a racist Ronald Reagan died. But it's interesting. They said about the strength that Ryan Trump projects. Now, first of all, he's on record of saying, "I won't get you into any more wars." That doesn't sound too strong. He had 4 years. He talked about the crazy pullout of Joe Biden in 2021. He didn't say in 4 years he didn't pull out. He had 4 years to remove the soldiers from Afghanistan in war. They could have never won anyway. He didn't pull them out. He criticized what was a poor pullout, but he didn't address, well, wait a minute, why didn't I do this in 17 or 18 or 19 or 20, because remember, he always says he tells his generals what to do. Remember? So I don't want to hear any of the Republicans come off the mic and say, well, the general said don't matter. He's the president, commander-in-chief, and you just said he projects strength. So if he can't project strength to his, remember how he was on television last week and he said, I fire my general. Joe Biden just keeps everybody. So he should have been the one to have withdrawn from Afghanistan. Turned out he didn't. He also told NATO, listen, if you don't pay more money, we go home and leave it. That's not strength. And Putin was excited when Lion Trump won in 2016. He probably in his heart still excited because, you know, Lion Trump was faking when he said about how tough he's going to be. Here's a man who said he would end the Russian-Ukrainian war in one day. So you're talking about a man whose intelligence level is lower than anybody who's in this room. I ain't heard half y'all speak. He said, I will end it in one day. And you may say he's speaking hyperbole, but you're not supposed to speak in hyperbole when you're running for president of the United States. And when you've had 4 years experience, you know better if you're politically astute, which we all know he's not. He said that he would shut down the border. He said, yeah, shut down the border in one day.
He also said he was going to build a wall, Malcolm, but this is the European Americans.
Well, he said in executive order, he's going to shut down the border the first day. So that begs the question, what kind of order? Executive order. Didn't you have the executive order for 1,500 days, 2017 to 2021? So if you're going to do on January 20th, 2025, can you explain to somebody who's more than 1 year old why you didn't do it just on a random day on December 16, 2018? It's the same executive order and you would be the same president. The fact that he is allowed to do these things and the Republicans will continue to vote for him shows you that the real decrease in this country isn't Lion Trump and his shenanigans. He didn't put himself in office. He was put in office. He still got 75 million people who follow him. The Republican section of the United States have dumbed down the entire country. I think they're scared of the boogeyman of China. But Jay, I'm telling you, these cats have such a low standard of a person who's supposed to preside over the country. They want us to have a convicted felon who's semi-literate, can't articulate, and a failed businessman. That's what the Republicans want for the country. Well, that's going to make America great again.
Well, Malcolm, thank you for your share, Malcolm. And all I ask is that you stick around. Don't hit and run like you always do.
Don't nobody call me names. I'm good, man.
I'm not.
Jay, can I check in for a second?
Yeah, no.
All right. So I feel that as a lifelong Democrat, I have earned the right to demand my own party. I never really paid much attention to Republic. I never expected anything of them. I had Mr. Worldway. I just went off my thing. Can you still hear me? Okay, sorry, because I just swiped out. So John McCain was completely uninteresting to me. It was Obama all the way. He was an exciting leader and an exciting orator. And by the way, he disappointed me in the second term, but he did okay in the first. Okay, not great. I had reservations, but in any event, I voted for him. Now let's talk about the present candidate, okay? These are the things that she has advocated for in the past. So if these are things that you want, then she's our candidate. And if not, I'd say then not. And again, this has a lot to do with honesty. The idea that you could stop people wanting to come to America and be a life of opportunity.
Wait, I want to answer your question, and then you can continue.
Yeah.
When you look at Donald Trump, do you say, oh, he's the epitome of honesty?
No, he's a liar. But so is his opponent. That's the problem. They're real liars. Both sides are big liars. So in the end, I'm going to vote for the person that meets my needs and interests and the needs and interests of my community. And I'm not going to judge them on their lying or not lying because both sides do it. If the Democrats lie 75% of the time, maybe Trump lies 95% of the time. But they're going to do something, and depending on what they do, I vote for them. I'm going to vote for the person that meets the needs of myself and those I love. I'm not going to worry about their character because I think the character, Trump has a lousy character, but Trump was better on international. There's just no talking about the Abraham Accords. It's the most amazing international treaty that of perhaps of time, or certainly top two. Say that's remarkable. The same thing with the with the economy was going under him. The way, by the way, the NATO countries increased their contributions to NATO, and I think that was for the protection of the world. The way we were energy independent, the way we starved Iran from funds, which led them to tone down their terror. I mean, there were a lot of things he did. Yeah.
Let me jump in here real quick. Let me jump in here real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, I love you like a brother, but you sure sound like a Republican shield with me. No offense, no smoke, no disrespect.
I say that. I'm stating facts. Which part? What did I say?
I'm gonna tell you why I like Kamala, whatever you call it, because she's fresh, she's new. Okay. Even though she was vice president,
she's got a nice rack too. I see why you like her.
Well, she's an attractive woman. Hold on, let me finish. Okay. She's bringing fresh air to this country. And look what they're trying to hit her with. Her husband's affair before she was even with him. Totally drowned. Brenda's dissected that shit. Hold on. No. I call Mr. Trump every day of the week. Brenda's dissected that whole Louis Brown thing 1,000 times. That's why I love when Brenda comes to my spaces. But I mean, come on, bro. She's a breath of fresh air, and people are resonating with it. She's a woman. Let me tell you something, Norm. I've been saying for months. Women haven't had a chance to speak in this election because nobody resonated with Biden. Another half hated fucking Trump. But now they have somebody they can gather around whether she's perfect or not. That's just how I feel. Yeah, I'll let you win.
I'm glad that you like her. Look, if you like her, you should vote for her. I'm not going to try to talk you out of it. Then she's your gal. That's fantastic. She's your candidate. She's your president. Never mind gal. Okay, so these are the things that she ran on the last time she ran, okay? I have a bunch of things, because everybody say, well, what does she stand for? What has she done? What's her record? What are her accomplishments? What's her platform? And by the way, they have yet to issue their platform. They have yet to offer us her record. She's yet to answer any questions from the press. This is a person who was appointed the presidential candidate.
No, man. No, man, but she's been a candidate for 2.5 weeks, bro.
Exactly. Like, cut us some slack.
Yeah.
Like, give her a chance.
Give me a break, man. She should have had it the next morning. Give me a break.
Well, this time it makes it sound like a Republican.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody mute up. Because I'm going to say something that's polarizing. And for you people that don't know, Norman's my friend in real life. So we have this discourse, which is fine, but we still love each other. But I'm going to tell you one thing, man, and I mean this complimentary, and I can respect you. I've shared probably 2 million spaces with Brent, who is openly a Republican. He sticks up more for the Democrats than you do, Norm. It's weird to me. But I want to say hello to Brent real quick. What's up, Brent?
Hey, everybody. Not too much.
We're just talking politics, and that they announced the debate today. It's going to be September 10th on ABC. I think she's going to slice him down. He's a former prosecutor. He knows how to publicly speak, and he's an incompetent boom. Just my opinion. What do you think, counsel?
So here's it. 2 weeks ago, I would have had a different stance on this. And I encourage everybody, whether you like her or you don't, watch her speaking with walls behind her now. Watch Wall speaking when she's standing there. And what I mean by that, and many of you have heard me say this, she was a disempowered VP. She was a racial token pick so that Biden would not lose the black community after she got pushed out of the primary, right? She was not treated well by the Biden administration. She was not heavily empowered by the Biden administration. They hung the border on her neck. They hung fentanyl on her neck. The only things they let her come out for were things that were failures. They didn't get her any successes.
Wait, counsel, I'm sorry to interrupt, but see, you are a lifelong Republican, correct?
I am a lifelong, gun-loving, abortion-hating, used to be far right until the Nazis took over that, moderately right Reaganite, right? Like, I am Republican to the core. I won't be voting for her, but I'm also not blind. And I'm also willing to look at things as they are. I may have no intention of voting for Kamala Harris, but the Kamala Harris who was on stage last night, who has been in cameras this week, is the Kamala Harris who ran for Senate. It is somebody who feels like they can be themselves and is willing to speak for themselves. Now, I may not enjoy her energy. She had a heckler last night, if you watch the heckler video, where she basically told him to shut the fuck up in political terms. She would not have done that as VP because they kind of neutered her. She is back to being who she was before. When you pair that with Walz, and I have a world of criticism for Walz, don't even get me started politically, but he is a likable, charismatic man who speaks to a Democratic crowd. They are driving up the vote. They are driving up the excitement. They are going to bring Democrats out. On the flip side, you have my side of the aisle, where J.D. Vance is alienating people and people are not liking him. And I say this as someone who is very close with his wife and was a mentor of his wife's. I don't criticize him lightly. And then Trump, who is just Trump. So you have an angry, aggressive ticket on my side of the aisle, and you have them tapping into excitement and smiles and happy to be there.
Well, Councilor, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You have to even mute up, Brian. I just want to ask you this quick question because you're getting me excited here, bro. Do you think that Trump, Vance have something to worry about right now today?
Oh, we're in trouble. And any Republican who doesn't buy that is either not somebody who's been around the elections or not. A week and a half ago, I would have told you we had this in the bag because there wasn't anyone I could picture that she would feel empowered by. Shapiro would have been another elite. She would have been tagged with coastal elite, and they would have looked like douchebags and not empowered anyone. Walz is a crazy lefty, and I will criticize him to the end of time. But the guy is like the friendly grandpa or school teacher everybody likes, and he speaks well. And her comfort level next to him, their energy is very reminiscent of Al Gore and Bill Clinton, and people feed off of that happiness. They feed off of that positivity. So as a platform, I'm terrified of will do. But any Republican who wants to pretend that we're in where we were 3 weeks ago, we're not. We are on the downturn while she is on the upturn.
Council, I don't know if I've ever said this, but at this moment I never respected you more because you're honest. But before I go to Adams, I want to give Norm a chance to push back. Norm, what do you think about what the council?
Oh yeah, I hadn't finished. So this old jolly white guy from Nowheresville, he gave a great speech last night. I don't like him. He does nothing for me. Kamala has never seemed honest or real to me when she opens her mouth. She seems addled and phony. And the fact that she has not answered one single question and she purports to run for president, I find a big problem, and I'm wondering why. Nor do I have one clue. Nobody has said a word about what she's accomplished or what she intends to do as president. Why would you vote for her? Because she's a fabulous a woman of color? Okay, that for me, that's the reason to vote for president. All right. So, but I want to tell you what her policies have been up until this point, because she won't tell you. But these are the things she advocated in the past. Okay. So if you like these things, then she's your candidate. Let's see. Number one, open border, defund the police. These are things she actually advocated. Support zero cash bail, including repeat felony offenders. And she, by the way, paid for some to get out of jail during the riots, and those people committed more crimes. Ban plastic straws. Biological men competing in women's sports. Prevent Israel from demilitarizing. By the way, she refused to meet the hostage families, but then she went to Dearborn, Michigan and met with Palestinians. Good jobs. Number 7, eliminate private health insurance. She advocated single payer. Regulate consumer purchases of red meat. Mandatory elimination and buyback of firearms. She said that if you had a mental issue, the cop could come to your house and take your guns. Government-run healthcare. Ban parents from stopping the sterilization of children. That's the California bill. Government control and tracking of all digital currency. Prohibit gasoline cars and gas-fueled stoves. That's already started in California. Abortion without restriction before birth. Race and gender more.
Wait, Norman.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Okay. Hold on. I'm not disagreeing with you, but and I may be mistaken. But wasn't she at the plane when the prisoners came home from Russia last week? She was there to greet them.
Okay. I'm not sure why you mentioned that.
But she's saying she didn't meet with the hostages' families, but she met with the prisoners when they came home. She's not perfect. She's not going to be perfect, bro.
to not meet with the hostages' families when they come to Washington? Are you kidding me? That represents the United States? Look, she doesn't represent me at that moment. And then to go meet with the Palestinians in Dearborn, Michigan? Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you very much. Forget it.
Well,
how dare she? Seriously.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
hold on.
So let me just finish.
You gotta finish, no, because okay, finish. You got a big stage. Look at the stage.
Well, dude, don't you want to hear what this president that you like so much stands for? I'm going to finish. There's only like 5 more. Abolish ICE. Taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants. Ban oil production, plus fracking and offshore drilling. Biological men and girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. Force all taxpayers to pay other student loan debt. And taxpayer-funded inmate transgender surgeries. These are all things that this candidate has advocated in the past. That's what she stands for. Those things don't represent me. I'll leave it there. I'll mute it up now.
Thank you, Norm. So before anybody else goes, Norm, I appreciate you. I really do. I'm going to go to Sir Capos, who's been patiently waiting. Then I'm going to go to Mikey Moon, and then Holly. Sir Capos, what's up, man? Where have you been hiding?
I've been pretty good. I just posted an ad for a used couch on Craigslist, and JD Vance is pretty much all up in my business all day. So, how have you been?
Man, I'm fantastic.
That's a joke, by the way. I
don't understand that joke.
JD Vance like to fuck couches.
Yeah,
They're saying that he's a creep. That's what the.
If you look on TikTok, there's Catholic couches. It's all about him writing a book.
Okay,
so
she doesn't
castrated?
Hold on, Norm. Hold on, everybody. Hold on 1 second. Please don't bring that woman back up again. She constantly interrupts. I'm trying to have a conversation, not an argument. What are you saying, Norm, to Sir Cap?
No, I'm saying I don't. You're saying that when he was a kid, he masturbated on the couch, and
it was just a joke. Let's not park it here. I don't think this is a good parking space.
I don't want to park it. I just want to understand the joke.
Well, who cares?
I mean, it's the best thing. He's got nothing.
But anyway, what I wanted to say, Jay, what I wanted to say is I'm in Pennsylvania. So, as of a week ago, I'm no longer a Democrat, right? So, I think this election is crazy. I'm not being a Democrat does not mean I'm voting for Trump, but it means I have deep reservations about Kamala. And the vote matters.
Wait. No, I'm gonna let you go. But like what? Give me 2 or 3 reservations you have about it. Besides,
I think so I understand there are legitimate reasons for passing on Shapiro. However, he is wildly popular in Pennsylvania, 65%. He governs very well in this state. I think there was some controversy around it, but really, I don't think that should have sunk his candidacy for vice president. But Waltz, to me, is not exciting. I agree with that. I don't see much in his background ideas, what he's done in Minnesota, that really resonates with somebody from a purple state like me, right? I understand some of his positions, like he did, he implemented some common sense gun measures. Okay, great. But then again, what I think, and I think Norm brought it up about Kamala meeting with the National Uncommitted movement, and then sort of saying, hey, reach out to my people about this idea of an arms embargo with one of our longest standing allies. Look, Trump is not speak softly and carry a big stick. He's not that, right? He's not, but he projects strength, and that's hard to deny. But on the other hand, with Trump, you get this sort of Jekyll and Hyde that I worry about, where he's made comments about Taiwan, really wasn't committing to defending Taiwan, which with an ascendant China, I don't know that that's the right, sort of carry the big stick kind of thing we need, right? I don't know about that. I mean, that kind of concerns me, but there are other things, like I really don't know a lot of her positions on a lot of issues that are important to somebody in Pennsylvania versus somebody in California, right? And I'm not going to smear her and say, oh my God, she's from California. I could never vote for somebody from California. I mean, if that were the case, then why would anybody have ever voted for Ronald Reagan, right? But, so I think there are other reservations I have about her, right? That really don't know a lot of her policies yet. We don't know, how is she going to approach gun control, right? I mean, I'm in a purple state. and gun ownership here is a big thing. So yeah, I don't know, but like I said,
is purple.
But she told us how she's going to approach gun ownership. She's going to make as many guns as she can get away with, and it was against the Constitution. She's going to ignore it. That's what she said.
Yeah. No, Marshall, I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm not in Texas.
Oh, sir, what part of PA are you from?
I'm sorry, dude.
No, Pennsylvania is purple, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, it's still kind of a toss-up right now between Harris and Trump. She edges him out a little, but it's within the margin of error. So, you know, you're looking at counties between Philly and Pittsburgh that are very red. And even outside of Pittsburgh and outside of Philly can be red. Bucks County, Montgomery County, those counties can flip red, and they have before. And if you're looking at the map, it is probably the most consequential state in this election. 19 electoral votes, but it determines a lot. I mean, if you look at the math, the Democrats can't win without Pennsylvania. There really is no path. There's no path without Pennsylvania. And she didn't choose the guy who has overwhelming favorability here. So that to me was kind of a head scratcher. Like, what got between you and that glide path to victory? Something had to.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what got in her way. The far left. The far left wanted this guy.
And that's another deep reservation I have. Look, I'm from a state where being far left, at least in the western half where I'm at, doesn't fly. It just doesn't. Like, look, Summers Lee, she had somebody that almost primary her, Bhavini Patel, and she probably will get primaried at some point because it's just that brand of far left politics. Pennsylvania, maybe it works in Philly, somewhat in Pittsburgh, but outside of those areas, it's a non-seller.
Well,
So
let me jump in here, Sir Capitals. Speaking of being primary, Cori Bush lost hers. Thank God. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit that woman is. I'm sorry. He just is. I can't wait till they give it all the fucking squad.
Well, she didn't do anything for her constituents. She didn't write one piece of legislation, co-author one piece of legislation. And if I look at if I look at my senator, Fetterman, he's worked on legislation across the aisle more than almost any other Democrat. And you can, people can back up Fetterman all they want, but he's a good example of a purple state Democrat.
Let me jump in here real quick. Because, and I just need to mute you up, thank you. I love Fetterman, and I'm going to tell you why I love Fetterman. Because I've seen, and I'm not talking about because he's a Democrat, because I'm not a Democrat, but I've seen him grow more than any senator or congressman in the last 4 years as a person. And he stood shoulder to shoulder with Israel. So for me, I love that dude. But let me go to Mike Moon, then I'm going to go to Roy Boyer. Mike Moon, what's up?
What's up, man?
Chilling about Dylan, how you doing?
I'm good. So I think it's all about feeling. I think policy's never been less important. I think that Trump had no policies for fucking years. And now he wants to stand up and like demand policy when he come up with a single fucking policy his first term. So yeah, he's had some time. He's developed some policy some policy people hate, and he's lied about being an author of that policy until that photo came out with him and that guy that wrote that shit. And then he's got his own policy, which is generic and weird and very unspecific and just, I don't know, it's just odd. It's not a particularly strong policy. It seems like it's kind of weak and written with like, I don't know, just generics basically. So it's not very specific. So, does she have a policy yet 2 weeks in? Yeah, she doesn't have written down yet. Four years as a VP. And so she's looking for, whether or not she's communicating to us yet. But that said, I think policy's never been less important. I think it's feeling. I think that she's channeling the good feels. She's channeling the happy message. She's the opposite of what's increasingly looking like dreary, sad, angry Trump. Before, dreary, sad, angry Trump was okay when you had somebody to attack who was like slow and sadder than he is. But now you got this like energetic, happier, younger, blacker woman with this fatherly white guy figure, like this negative thing. I think America is just fucking getting tired of being pissed off and sad and angry and fearful of the future all the time. So I think it's a breaking point. I think there's a little hope and people are seeing it and they're feeling it. More importantly, they're feeling it. And that is going to convince a hell of a lot of independents and moderates like me to go ahead and give her a shot, because if anything, even if I did vote Republican most of my life, I'm not gonna go back to being fucking angry and pissed off now that I see that there is like at least a positive message for the future of our country. And she's standing by it. And I don't think she's gonna give into that negative shit. Like when people were yelling, lock him up, and she's like, no, I'm like, don't, like she said, no, we're not gonna do that. Like if he gets locked up, you get locked up in his own. But like she's sticking to that she's taking the high road.
Well,
You can't pin a name on her. You can't do shit. He doesn't know what the fuck to do. And I think it's hysterical.
I agree with everything you're saying. I also think that before I go to Roy Boyle, yeah, Roy is still good. Mike, I need to mute you up because of your feedback. Thank you. So I agree with that, and I've also been saying for the longest time, I think the Democrats and Republicans forgot about the majority in this country, which is women. And she gives them a voice, she gives them hope, she gives them joy, right? Most women that I know don't see color, they just see a woman up there. And she resonates with them. I love that. America needs some new blood. And I think she's new blood. But Roy, how you doing, Roy? Wait. Before you continue, I just gotta say this PTR is fire.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But yeah, I just wanted to bring up, like, I don't want to gloss over the importance of the primary within Congressional District 1 within Missouri, and how important it is that Cori Bush lost. And that is not just like a thing that's by accident. That's efforts that are put in by C4 efforts, people on the ground, people fighting against anti-Semitism, people divesting, people moving and putting up a Democratic challenger who, by all intents and purposes, I don't have to make a personal argument for it, but back in the day when Wesley was just a prosecutor in Veneta City, North County, St. Louis, doing little parking tickets. This is 2017-18, right after, Eric Holder got done and Bob McCullough was treated after 25 years of Democratic, tyranny between him and freaking Claire McCaskill, because they were buddies in the prosecutor's office in Kansas City together. Finally, someone walked in, someone came in and said, hey, maybe we should have, we should reduce the recidivism rate should probably matter to us, right? We should probably have drug courts in St. Louis County. Maybe we should start figuring some shit out. And that was Wesley. And I remember back